sect, a young man lay sprawled across a makeshift bed of dried leaves. The humble dwelling offered little comfort, its wooden floors worn and cold, the walls barely keeping the mountain chill at bay, yet the boy remained motionless, vulnerable and unguarded, as if impervious to his harsh surroundings. The peaceful scene didn't last. Without warning, the young man's body began to twitch. Subtle movements escalated into violent convulsions as sweat beaded across his forehead, drenching his simple garments. His face contorted in agony, features twisted as if trapped in a nightmare so terrifying it transcended the boundary between dreams and physical pain. With a desperate gasp, he bolted upright, chest heaving as he gulped down air like a drowning man breaking the surface. His wide eyes darted frantically around the unfamiliar space, confusion evident in every panicked breath. After several moments, his breathing steadied enough for him to speak. "Where am I?" he whispered hoarsely, voice cracking from disuse. "Wasn't I just at work?" He braced himself against the rough floor and attempted to stand, his limbs trembling beneath him like a newborn fawn's. Twice he stumbled before finally finding his balance, taking tentative steps across the hut's worn planks. As he moved, something caught his attention, a reflection in the small glass window pane, distorted but clear enough to reveal a shocking truth. The face staring back wasn't his own. Or rather it was, but fundamentally altered. Different bone structure, different features, the same consciousness trapped in foreign flesh. "What the hell is happening?" he croaked, the words barely escaping before white-hot pain lanced through his skull. It felt like molten metal being poured directly into his brain, every nerve ending screaming in protest. He clutched his head between his hands, a primal howl tearing from his throat as he collapsed to his knees. The agony was too intense to remain conscious through, his body convulsed violently against the hard floor, limbs thrashing uncontrollably. Then, as suddenly as it began, the pain receded, leaving him panting and disoriented but mercifully clear-headed. Slowly, he pulled himself into a sitting position, understanding dawning with terrible clarity. He was Xiang Yu, not the historic general, but a painfully average office worker with an equally average life. A man who had been unceremoniously yanked from his comfortable, predictable existence and hurled into whatever this place was. This place was actually a different world entirely, and not just any world, a cultivation world, where immortals soared through the skies and monsters lurked in ancient forests. This was supposed to be the dream scenario, wasn't it? The fantasy every board office worker secretly harbored while staring at spreadsheets. Wrong. This was Xiang Yu's personal nightmare. He hadn't asked for adventure or power or destiny. His dreams had been simple: to live quietly, to grow old with a loving wife, to raise children in peace. Now he'd been cast into a realm where the weak perished without ceremony. One would think that Xiang Yu was overreacting. After all, couldn't he just live that normal life in this world? Sounds easy enough, right? Wrong. How was he supposed to survive? A normal person without spiritual roots in a world of immortals and demons. He'd be instantly spawned, killed the moment he set foot outside this pathetic hut. As despair threatened to overwhelm him, a translucent blue screen materialized before his eyes. Infinite Awakening System is binding to the host. Please wait. Xiang Yu stared in shocked silence as the text hovered in midair. After a few seconds, another notification appeared. System bound successfully. The screen expanded, displaying his pitiful status. Name Xiang Yu. Realm mortal. Species human. Spiritual root null. Techniques null. Scriptures null. System function XXX cooldown 24 HRS. What? Xiang Yu stared at the glowing interface hovering before him, his mouth agape with disbelief. The transparent blue screen confirmed what countless web novel protagonists had experienced. He'd actually received a system upon transmigration. The web novel gods hadn't been lying after all. Within seconds, understanding of the system flooded his consciousness, as though the knowledge had been directly uploaded to his brain. His particular system centered around experience points. When practicing cultivation techniques or studying scriptures, he would earn their respective EXP. The true power lay in its unique function. Every 24 hours, all accumulated EXP would double automatically. And this doubling would continue indefinitely, creating exponential growth that, theoretically, could reach astronomical levels. A hesitant smile tugged at the corner of his lips. This changed everything, didn't it? With a system backing him, surely he could seek out legendary opportunities, unearth ancient treasures, and eventually conquer this cultivation world, right? Wrong again. Are you stupid? The smile vanished as quickly as it had appeared. How exactly was he supposed to conquer anything when his profile clearly showed no spiritual root whatsoever? Even with exponential growth, 00 was still precisely 0. No amount of multiplication could transform nothing into something. He sighed, massaging his temples. Still, it wasn't entirely hopeless. Even without innate spiritual talent, he could still cultivate external techniques, physical refinement methods that didn't require spiritual roots. As long as he had the system, it didn't matter if it took 1,000 years or even a billion. Eventually, the exponential growth would make him invincible. Only then would he dare to venture into the chaos of the cultivation world. For now, survival meant adhering to Cultivation World Rules 101. Don't bully any trash-talented boy named Chenmo, inevitably the protagonist destined for greatness. Don't insult servants named Lin Feng who perform odd jobs around sex, invariably concealed dragons waiting to reveal their true power. And most importantly, don't even glance in the direction of any lady named Li Yao, guaranteed future cultivation empress, with a harem of powerful admirers. Just as these thoughts crystallized in his mind, a soft, feminine voice cut through his ruminations. "Senior brother, I'm coming in." Before Xiang Yu could process what was happening, the door swung open to reveal a vision of beauty that made his breath catch in his throat. Never in his mundane previous life had he encountered someone so ethereally stunning, not that his position as a corporate drone had afforded many opportunities to mingle with exceptional beauties. The young woman wore flowing robes of layered silk, the outer garment a deep azure embellished with intricate silver cloud patterns that seemed to ripple with her every movement. Her glossy black hair had been gathered in an elaborate style atop her head, secured with ornate hairpins that occasionally caught the light. A small pouch hung from one side of her slender waist, balanced by an elegant sword sheathed on the opposite hip. Within heartbeats, she crossed the distance between them and was suddenly all over him, her delicate hands patting his face, shoulders, and chest with obvious concern. "Senior brother, are you okay? Did something happen? I heard a sound. Were you hurt?" The questions poured from her lips in a breathless cascade of worry. Xiang Yu struggled awkwardly to create some distance, pushing against her shoulders. Was personal space not a concept in this cultivation world? "One question at a time," he managed to say, finally succeeding in holding her at arm's length. It was only then that her form of address registered in his brain. "Wait, senior brother." Cold realization washed over him as fragmented memories from the body's original owner surfaced. This beautiful young woman was his junior sister. If he recalled correctly, her name was Li Yao. He spoke the name aloud without thinking. The young woman's cheeks flushed delicately pink. "Didn't you call me Yao Yao before?" "Brother, did something happen?" Xiang Yu felt his entire body freeze, blood turning to ice in his veins. "I'm cooked," his mind screamed in panic. Only the first chapter of his new life, and he was already casually intimate with the obvious main heroine of this cultivation world. Wasn't he basically signing his own death warrant? Every male character who got too close to the female protagonist inevitably ended up as cannon fodder. "Wait, it's not over yet. I can't let it end like this." Determination surged through him, momentarily overpowering his fear. He pushed the blushing Li Yao away with gentle firmness, then deliberately turned his face aside, adopting what he hoped was an appropriately aloof expression. "Junior sister, this is not appropriate," he declared with forced solemnity. Li Yao's eyebrows drew together in suspicion. Her expression shifted rapidly from confusion to dawning realization and finally settled on deadly vigilance. In one fluid motion, she drew her sword, the blade catching the meager light filtering through the window. "You," she began, the single syllable dripping with menace that sent shivers down Xiang Yu's spine. "You're not senior brother." The sword glinted dangerously as she brought it closer. "What did you do to senior brother?" Xiang Yu stared at her in horror. She had figured him out already. Was his acting that terrible, or was she just that perceptive? Was he truly going to die in the first chapter of his transmigration story? One really couldn't touch the heroine and live to tell the tale. But just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, inspiration struck with unexpected clarity. Since he didn't want to die, not here, not now, not without even having the chance to cultivate, he would have to violate one of the cardinal rules of Cultivation 101. "Yao Yao, what are you talking about?" His voice softened to a gentle murmur as he carefully reached out to pat her head, the way one might comfort a beloved younger sister. "I'm just a little tired," and said something weird. I'm sorry. The transformation was instantaneous. Her deadly expression melted away like morning, mist under a strong sun. The sword vanished back into its sheath with a whisper of metal, and before he could react, she had flung herself against him in a tight embrace. I knew it. Senior brother loves me the most, she declared with absolute conviction, her face pressed against his chest. Xiang Yu's thoughts spiraled into renewed panic. I'm really cooked this time. How could my predecessor do this to me? The original body's owner had clearly cultivated a relationship with Li Yao that went far beyond appropriate senior-junior interactions. This was a death flag of the highest order. Can I do another role? He silently pleaded to whatever cosmic entity might be listening, desperately wishing for a reset button. Xiang Yu perched on a smooth stone outside his humble hut, the mountain breeze tousling his hair as he gazed across the sprawling azure cloud sect. He'd finally managed to convince Li Yao to leave, claiming illness that required solitary meditation. The memory of her concerned eyes and reluctant departure lingered in his mind. Sorry, junior sister, he murmured to the wind. It wasn't that she lacked appeal. In fact, she was breathtaking by any standard. But Xiang Yu had more pressing concerns than romance, namely survival. In cultivation novels, getting involved with the female lead was practically signing your own death warrant. Every martial arts story he'd ever read made that abundantly clear. Touch the protagonist's love interest, die a gruesome death. Simple mathematics. I'd rather live 1 billion boring years than die gloriously tomorrow, he sighed, turning his attention to the translucent blue screen hovering before him. Since his abrupt arrival in this world, he'd barely explored his system, not that there was much to explore. The interface remained stubbornly minimal, one function, double experience, activating once every 24 hours. Unfortunately, he had no idea when the timer had started. Logic suggested it might reset at midnight, which meant he could be wasting precious doubling time. Double nothing is still nothing, he muttered, flicking through the empty stat screen. I need to find something, anything, to cultivate before the day ends. Without further deliberation, Xiang Yu stood and dusted off his plain robes. The Scripture Pavilion would be his destination, one of 10 major pavilions comprising the Azure Cloud Sect's core facilities. Each pavilion operated under an elder's authority. His own Mountain Heart Pavilion fell under Elder Gu Shanshan's jurisdiction. His memories, or rather, his body's previous inhabitants' memories, told him that Elder Gu had discovered him in a mortal town after some catastrophic battle. Found him alone, orphaned, seemingly the sole survivor of some terrible conflict. Perfect protagonist backstory, Xiang Yu snorted as he walked the winding path toward the Scripture Pavilion. Let's hope I'm not some long-lost prince or hidden dragon. I don't need ancient enemies or royal responsibilities. I still want to live for a few billion more years, please. The Scripture Pavilion loomed ahead, an impressive structure of carved stone and polished wood rising several stories into the sky. Xiang Yu straightened his posture and entered, immediately feeling the weight of dozens of stairs. Is that the trash senior brother from Mountain Heart Pavilion? A whisper reached his ears, deliberately loud enough for him to hear. I heard he has absolutely no spiritual roots, another voice added with undisguised mockery. SHH, he'll hear you, a third warned, followed by poorly suppressed laughter. Xiang Yu kept his expression neutral. Let them laugh. He didn't harbor fantasies of face-slapping these arrogant young cultivators. That was protagonist behavior, which inevitably led to trouble. Better they mock him than remember him. Invisibility was his greatest protection. Approaching the front desk, Xiang Yu cupped his hands respectfully in the traditional greeting. Xiang Yu is here to request a scripture, he said, carefully modulating his tone to be neither imposing nor servile. The last thing he needed was to antagonize the gatekeeper to knowledge. The scripture dean looked up, recognition dawning in his eyes. Oh, isn't this the senior brother of Mountain Heart Pavilion? The mockery in his voice was thinly veiled, dripping with condescension. Xiang Yu's heart sank, but he maintained his polite demeanor. Yes, that's me. Sorry, the dean smirked, leaning back in his chair. We don't have scriptures for people who can't cultivate. Inwardly, Xiang Yu cursed at his luck. Day one in a cultivation world, and he couldn't even get his hands on the most basic manual. What? Xiang Yu stood motionless, absorbing the dean's refusal with resigned calm. The mocking smile on the administrator's face told him everything he needed to know. This was a purposeful humiliation, not merely adherence to rules. With a slight nod of acknowledgement, Xiang Yu turned to leave, his footsteps echoing in the suddenly quiet pavilion. What did you expect? And he'd pound his chest and declare, 30 years in Hedong and 30 years in Hexi, don't bully the young and poor, like some cliched protagonist. Let's be serious here. That kind of outburst wouldn't earn him a righteous victory, it would earn him a swift, merciless death. No need to wait 30 years for karmic retribution, when the dean could simply erase his existence with a casual flick of the wrist. Xiang Yu knew the rules of this world better than its own inhabitants. Main characters shouted defiance. Supporting characters kept their heads down. Cannon fodder made empty threats. He had no intention of fulfilling any of those roles. He had nearly reached the ornate entrance doors when a commanding voice sliced through the tense atmosphere. Wait! Xiang Yu's heart sank even as he obediently turned around. Standing in the center of the pavilion was a tall, imposing figure whose midnight blue robes seemed to absorb the light around them. The white-bearded man's presence filled the room, his aura palpable even to Xiang Yu's spiritually stunted senses. Elder Guo Shanshan. His master. Xiang Yu is a personal disciple, the elder stated, his voice carrying the weight of mountain stone. How come he doesn't have the right to receive a scripture? Oh no, Xiang Yu thought desperately. I appreciate the support, master, but please don't create drama on my behalf. The last thing I need is for this dean to nurse a grudge until I'm alone somewhere. The elder's aura flared, an invisible pressure that made several nearby disciples stumble backward. Are you bullying my mountain heart pavilion? Dean's complexion turned ashen as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He quickly adopted a placating smile, bowing deeply. It's not that I'm refusing, elder, he explained, voice honeyed with respect that hadn't existed moments before. For someone to receive a scripture, they have to have at least practiced an external technique to the minor success level. Elder Guo's piercing gaze shifted to Xiang Yu, assessing him with eyes that had witnessed centuries of martial evolution. There was disappointment there, Xiang Yu realized with a twinge of guilt. The elder had expected more from him. As you heard, Elder Guo addressed Xiang Yu directly, you can't cultivate any scriptures yet. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. Do you want to try practicing an external technique? Only after reaching minor success can you get a scripture. Xiang Yu smiled respectfully, bowing with perfect form. Disciple thanks the master. No need to be so polite, Elder Guo waved dismissively. Just learn the technique well. Despite his outward stoicism, the elder sighed internally. This boy's timid personality seemed impossible to change. Where was the fierce determination every disciple needed to survive the cultivation world? Which rank do you want? The elder asked. Xiang Yu knew the hierarchy well from his predecessor's memories. In this martial world, techniques were divided into distinct ranks: basic, low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, superior, profound, and the nearly mythical divine. Higher ranks offered greater power, but demanded extraordinary talent and perseverance. Many cultivators destroyed their foundations, attempting techniques beyond their capability. Without hesitation, Xiang Yu replied, I'll take the basic. He wasn't delusional enough to think that he had the heavenly talent and could practice higher-level techniques. The elder showed no surprise at this conservative choice. He merely reached into his spatial storage, rummaging through an invisible inventory before retrieving a thin, leather-bound manual. This is the basic knife technique, he announced, tossing the book toward Xiang Yu, who caught it with both hands, treating the simple text with reverence it probably didn't deserve. The manual felt surprisingly heavy in Xiang Yu's grip as he examined the worn cover. The characters etched into the leather were faded from countless hands before his. Study it well, Elder Guo instructed. When you reach minor success, come to me for a scripture. Xiang Yu nodded respectfully before departing, clutching the manual to his chest like a precious treasure. Despite failing to obtain a scripture, he couldn't suppress a small surge of satisfaction. A technique, any technique, was better than nothing. He harbored no delusions about mastering even this basic rank overnight, but with his doubling system, even incremental progress would eventually compound into something significant. Maybe I'll be lucky enough to reach beginner stage before the reset, he mused, calculating how much experience he might accumulate in the remaining hours of the day. No matter how minimal that experience might be, doubling even a small number would eventually yield results. Walking back to his isolated hut, Xiang Yu felt something unfamiliar stirring within him, not quite hope, but the distant cousin of possibility. Li Yao perched delicately on a branch atop the mountain, her keen eyes fixed on the distant figure of Xiang Yu. Her senior brother moved through the motions of his knife technique with an intensity she had never witnessed before. Something had changed in him since this morning, a transformation so abrupt it left her puzzled and concerned. Is he still unwell? She whispered to herself, remembering his strange behavior earlier. The senior brother she knew preferred lounging in the shade to sweating under the sun's harsh glare. This newfound dedication was as unexpected as it was fascinating. Just as she shifted her weight to leap down from her observation post, an unsettling sensation overtook her. Her feet no longer touched the branch. She was floating, suspended in midair. With dawning horror, she slowly turned to find herself face to face with her master's stern countenance. Elder Gyut Shanshan held her aloft by the collar of her robes, like a misbehaving kitten. "What are you doing slacking off here?" he demanded, his bushy eyebrows drawn together in disapproval. Li Yao's cheeks flushed crimson. "Master, I can explain." "No need." The elder cut her off with a dismissive wave. "Go practice and stop bothering your senior brother." Without further warning, he hurled her skyward with effortless strength, sending her soaring through the clouds. "Wait, Master, I can't fly." Her panicked scream echoed across the mountainside, but Elder Gu merely watched Xiang Yu train for a few contemplative seconds before vanishing in a blur of motion, leaving his female disciple to her airborne predicament. Below, oblivious to the drama unfolding above, Xiang Yu swung his knife with mechanical precision. His arms burned with fatigue, his palms raw and blistered. Sweat poured down his face in rivulets, soaking his simple garments until they clung to his trembling frame. Each breath came in ragged gasps as darkness threatened the edges of his vision. The relentless sun beat down upon him, yet Xiang Yu refused to yield. "If I want to survive in this world," he muttered through gritted teeth, "I must earn every second I live." Swing after swing, hour after hour, he continued his practice as the sun began its descent toward the horizon. Even as golden-orange hues painted the sky, signaling the day's end, his determination never wavered. Though his muscles screamed for relief, he pushed onward, unwilling to relinquish the momentum he had built. Still no progress, he hissed in frustration, yet his blade continued to slice through the air as darkness slowly enveloped the mountain. From a nearby tree, Li Yao had returned to resume her observation, somehow having survived her master's impromptu flying lesson. Her brow furrowed in concentration as she studied her senior brother's unusual behavior. He's always been lazy, she thought, always avoided cultivation because of his lack of spiritual roots. What could have possibly happened to change him so dramatically? After watching his relentless practice for some time longer, she nodded to herself with newfound resolve. If senior brother can work this hard despite his limitations, how can I possibly slack off? With that thought, she silently retreated to resume her own cultivation regimen. Atop the highest point of Mountain Heart Pavilion, Elder Gyut Shanshan observed his two disciples with quiet satisfaction. Li Yao, the undisputed genius of the sect, blessed with talent that appeared once in a generation, had always frittered away precious hours that could have been devoted to cultivation. Now, spurred by her senior brother's unexpected dedication, she too had found new motivation. The elder's gaze shifted to Xiang Yu, and curiosity creased his weathered features. When he had handed the boy that basic knife technique, he had expected nothing more than a fleeting burst of enthusiasm, one that would inevitably wither in the face of slow progress. Yet here was the boy, nearly a full day later, still swinging his blade with undiminished fervor. What struck the elder most was the expression etched upon the young man's face. It wasn't mere determination, it was desperation, the look of someone who believed with absolute certainty that failing to execute one more swing might result in his death. "I don't know what's driving you, boy," Elder Gyut mused with a smile, "but whatever it is, it serves you well. Even without spiritual roots, your path isn't at its end." As twilight deepened into night, Xiang Yu continued his relentless practice until suddenly, a translucent blue screen materialized before his exhausted eyes. Calculating settlement. The translucent blue screen pulsed softly in the darkness as Xiang Yu's exhausted eyes widened in wonder. Calculation complete. Basic knife technique 2 plus 2. Experience points doubled. Basic knife technique 2 right arrow 4. Next settlement 23:59:59. Xiang Yu stared at the notification with a mixture of disbelief and exhilaration. It had actually worked. His system had truly doubled his meager experience points, transforming his day's worth of grueling effort into something more substantial. Though the numerical increase seemed paltry, merely from 2 to 4, he could sense a tangible improvement in his understanding of the technique. The knife felt infinitesimally more natural in his grip, the movements a fraction more fluid than before. Double nothing is still nothing, but double something, he whispered to himself, a smile tugging at the corners of his exhausted lips. His aching body protested as he lowered himself to the ground, his back pressed against the cool earth beneath the training tree. Every muscle fiber screamed for relief, his hands raw and blistered from the wooden hilt of the practice knife. Yet beneath the physical agony lay a seed of hope, precious and fragile. He had made progress, however minimal. In a world where the weak perished without ceremony, even the slightest advancement meant another day of survival. That's enough for today, he murmured, his eyelids growing impossibly heavy. If I don't rest properly, tomorrow's gains will suffer. The tactical logic of his previous life as an office worker merged seamlessly with his newfound cultivation mindset. Efficiency was everything, whether optimizing spreadsheets or spiritual growth. Sleep claimed him instantly, dreamless and deep. The melodious chorus of morning birds penetrated Xiang Yu's consciousness, nature's alarm clock drawing him back to wakefulness. Some calls were harmonious and soothing, others shrill and insistent, designed by evolution to rouse even the deepest sleeper. Xiang Yu, however, needed no such encouragement to begin his day. He sat up with surprising alertness, momentarily disoriented by the firmness beneath him. Had he truly spent the entire night sleeping on the bare ground? The stiffness in his back confirmed it. Blinking away the last vestiges of sleep, he observed the sky's gentle gradient, darkness giving way to the pale promise of dawn. Must be around 5 in the morning, he estimated, mentally calculating that he'd slept barely 5 hours. Yet strangely, the bone-deep exhaustion that should have plagued him was notably absent. His body felt refreshed, rejuvenated in a way that defied his expectations. His mind drifted back to his former life on Earth, that one ill-fated attempt at fitness that had left him so debilitated he'd called in sick the following day. The memory was almost comical now. Clenching his fist experimentally, he felt strength where weakness should have been. Could it be that I possessed the legendary saint body? A grin spread across his face before rational thought reasserted itself. Of course not. Rising to his feet with a long stretch, Xiang Yu reasoned that this world's ambient spiritual energy must be responsible for his accelerated recovery. Even without the ability to actively absorb qi into his body, the mere presence of such energy in the atmosphere was evidently sufficient to ease muscle fatigue and accelerate healing. This is excellent, he thought, flexing his fingers in wonder. I can push myself even harder today. Though he had successfully gained his first experience points that would now double daily through his system's function, he wasn't content to merely rest on these achievements. Active practice would compound his gains exponentially. There would come a time when his progress would plateau, when further effort would yield diminishing returns. Then and only then would he rely solely on his system's automatic doubling. But now, while improvement through effort remained possible, he would seize every opportunity. Without further deliberation, he retrieved his practice knife and resumed the forms, his movements slightly more precise than the day before. In his private chambers atop Mountain Heart Pavilion, Elder Gyu Shanshan's meditation was interrupted by the distant but distinctive sounds of knife practice. The rhythmic swishing of a blade cutting through morning air carried clearly to his sensitive ears. That brat, he thought with a mixture of irritation and bemused admiration. Dawn had barely broken, yet there was Xiang Yu, already training with an intensity that disturbed the mountain's tranquility. While the elder had long transcended the need for regular sleep, he nevertheless cherished the quiet hours of early morning for contemplation and spiritual refinement. For a moment, he considered descending from his pavilion to reprimand the overenthusiastic disciple. His hand stroked his beard thoughtfully before he ultimately decided against intervention. Well, he mused, settling back into his meditation posture, I'll let him have his moment of dedication. It's not as if he'll maintain this fervor every day, right? The horizon painted itself in a breathtaking tapestry of colors as the sun fully emerged, casting golden rays across the morning sky. Li Yao stepped from her room, stretching her arms overhead with cat-like grace, satisfaction evident in every movement. Today's cultivation was great, she declared to the empty mountain air, her voice carrying a melodic quality that matched the awakening birdsong. A mischievous smile bloomed across her delicate features as her body suddenly blurred, one moment standing outside her quarters, the next materializing at her senior brother's window with preternatural speed. She pressed her face against the cool glass, eyes scanning the humble interior. That's weird, she murmured, genuine puzzlement replacing her playfulness. He isn't here. Li Yao's brow furrowed in confusion. Her senior brother wasn't exactly known for his early rising tendencies, quite the opposite. The empty room defied all established patterns of his behavior. Where could he possibly have gone at this hour? Memory flashed through her mind, images of him training diligently the previous night, swinging his practice blade with unexpected dedication until darkness had fully enveloped the mountain. A seed of worry took root in her heart. Had he pushed himself too far? Collapsed from exhaustion somewhere in the forest? Spent the entire night exposed to the elements? I need to check on him, she decided firmly, immediately springing into action. She bounded across the mountainside, leaping from tree to tree with effortless agility. Branches barely whispered at her passing, her movements so fluid they hardly disturbed the morning stillness. When she finally reached the training clearing, she halted abruptly, eyes widening in astonishment. There stood her senior brother, still practicing, his knife slicing through the air with determined precision. Sweat glistened on his brow despite the morning's coolness, evidence of prolonged exertion. Has he been here all night? She wondered silently, observing the desperate intensity etched into his features as he executed each movement. Li Yao contemplated approaching him, her hand half raised in greeting before slowly lowering again. After several heartbeats of indecision, she shook her head and silently retreated, leaping back into the forest canopy and disappearing as quietly as she had arrived. Below, completely oblivious to his visitor, Xiang Yu continued his relentless practice. His movements flowed more naturally today, each swing of the knife more refined than the previous day's clumsy attempts. He paused briefly to wipe sweat from his brow with the back of his hand, a small surge of satisfaction warming his chest. I'm getting the hang of this, he thought, yet something nagged at the edges of his consciousness, a vague sense of something forgotten or overlooked. Probably not that important, he concluded, dismissing the sensation. Oh, how wrong he was. Without warning, Xiang Yu found himself staring up at the sky, flat on his back, with no memory of how he'd gotten there. Confusion clouded his thoughts as he struggled to make sense of his sudden change in perspective. Had he fainted? Tripped over his own feet? As his senses slowly recovered, a sweet, alluring fragrance wafted through the air, teasing his nostrils with its tantalizing promise. His stomach responded immediately with a furious growl that seemed to echo across the clearing. With considerable effort, Xiang Yu pushed himself upright, swaying slightly as he stood. Following the scent like a man possessed, he stumbled through the forest until he emerged into another clearing. Senior brother, you're here. Li Yao's delighted voice greeted him as she looked up from her task. I was just about to come find you. Xiang Yu's gaze fixed on the scene before him, Li Yao tending to a makeshift spit where a wild boar rotated slowly over crackling flames. The realization hit him with the force of a spiritual attack. In his frenzied dedication to training, he had completely forgotten to eat. Not a single morsel had passed his lips since, when? Yesterday morning. Unlike powerful cultivators who could sustain themselves on spiritual energy alone, his pathetically mortal body still required mundane nourishment. If not for his junior sister's thoughtfulness, he might have become the first transmigrator in history to die not from a cultivation calamity, but from simple starvation. He quickly joined Li Yao, who generously shared her bounty, watching with curiosity as tears streamed down his cheeks while he devoured the food. Does senior brother truly enjoy my cooking this much? She wondered, her heart warming at the thought that her simple gesture could evoke such emotion. The truth, however, couldn't have been further from her interpretation. Xiang Yu's tears weren't born of joy or gratitude, but of sheer culinary suffering. Meat tasted overwhelmingly of smoke and ash, with an unpleasant aftertaste that lingered on his tongue like a punishment. Yet hunger drove him onward, forcing bite after terrible bite until his stomach finally stopped threatening rebellion. When he had eaten his fill of the barely edible meal, Xiang Yu placed his hands solemnly on Li Yao's shoulders, meeting her expectant gaze with grave seriousness. Junior sister, he began, choosing his words carefully, from now on, please leave the cooking to me. After successfully convincing his junior sister to permanently retire from her culinary adventures, Xiang Yu returned to his training ground with renewed purpose. Each swing of his practice knife cut through the air with increasing precision, his movements gradually shedding their awkwardness like a snake molting its old skin. The afternoon sun tracked its slow arc across the azure sky as he repeated the fundamental forms countless times, each repetition building upon the muscle memory of the last. By evening, when the sun began its descent behind the jagged mountain peaks, painting the clouds in brilliant shades of amber and crimson, Xiang Yu finally allowed himself to pause. His earlier collapse had served as a harsh reminder that, unlike true cultivators, he couldn't sustain himself on spiritual energy alone. His mortal body had mundane needs that required attention, regardless of his cultivation ambitions. As he straightened from his stance, muscles protesting after hours of continuous exertion, an unmistakable odor assaulted his nostrils. Turning his head slightly to investigate the source, Xiang Yu made the unpleasant discovery that the offending smell emanated from none other than himself. After 2 straight days of intensive training without bathing, he had developed what could only be described as an aura of his own, one that would certainly not enhance any dining experience. "I can't cook like this," he muttered, grimacing at his own fragrance. "Bath first, then food." Gathering a fresh set of robes and some bathing herbs from his humble dwelling, Xiang Yu made his way to a secluded river spot nestled deep within the mountain's embrace. The water ran clear and cool, fed by melting snow from higher elevations. As he shed his sweat-soaked garments and waded into the bracing current, a sigh of relief escaped his lips. Natural bathing herbs he'd collected released their essence when crushed and mixed with water, not the artificial chemical perfumes he'd been accustomed to in his previous life, but something far more pleasant. Their subtle, earthy fragrance seemed to harmonize with the surrounding forest, cleansing both body and spirit without masking his natural scent entirely. Refreshed and properly attired in clean robes, his damp hair still clinging to his neck, Xiang Yu made his way to the pavilion's communal kitchen. To his surprise, Li Yao had already arrived, another unfortunate wild boar laid out and ready for preparation. "Brother, do you know how to cook?" she asked, her eyes wide with excitement and curiosity. A confident smile played across his lips as he rolled up his sleeves. "Just wait and see." Inwardly, he tempered his own expectations. He was no professional chef. His culinary skills were utilitarian at best, developed merely for survival during his former life's bachelor days. Yet compared to whatever eldritch cooking technique his junior sister employed, his basic competence would surely seem like heavenly craftsmanship. With practiced motions that belied his modest abilities, Xiang Yu selected the most promising portion of meat, a well-marbled section of loin that promised tenderness and flavor when properly prepared. His hands moved with deliberate confidence as he trimmed away excess fat and sinew, preparing the cut with methodical precision. The seasoning process was simple but effective. Coarse salt crystals and freshly cracked pepper formed the foundation, enhanced by a carefully selected mixture of mountain herbs. Between his fingers, juniper berries released their sharp, resinous aroma as he crushed them alongside fragrant sprigs of rosemary and thyme, the combined scents evoking forgotten memories of comfort and satisfaction. When the seasoned meat met the hot surface of the ancient cast-iron pan, a satisfying sizzle filled the kitchen, accompanied by an aroma so primal and enticing that even Li Yao's eyes widened in appreciation. The blackened surface of the well-used pan, witness to countless meals throughout the pavilion's history, created the perfect sear, locking precious juices within the meat while developing a caramelized crust on the exterior. After allowing the roast to rest beneath an improvised tent of thin metal foil, Xiang Yu returned his attention to the pan. Drippings, concentrated essence of the meat itself, became the foundation for a luxurious sauce, enhanced with wild mushrooms gathered during his bathing expedition and a splash of aged brandy from the kitchen's modest stores. The alcohol caught fire briefly as it hit the hot pan, dancing blue flames that settled into a silky reduction as it simmered down. His knife met little resistance when he finally carved the finished dish. The perfectly cooked meat revealed itself, a gradient of color from the herb-crusted exterior to the slightly pink center, each slice releasing a fresh wave of fragrant steam that filled the dining area with its mouthwatering promise. Li Yao stared at the masterfully prepared meal, her expression one of undisguised longing as moisture gathered at the corners of her mouth. Xiang Yu smiled warmly as he served her a generous portion, which she attacked with immediate enthusiasm. He then plated his own serving and joined her at the table, surprised by how easily conversation flowed between them as they savored the simple but satisfying meal. What neither disciple noticed was the gradual intensification of another presence drawn inexorably toward their dining spot. Elder Gu Shanshan, revered master of Mountain Heart Pavilion, had been attempting meditation in his private chambers when the tantalizing aromas began their relentless assault on his senses. For nearly an hour, the venerable cultivator had maintained his disciplined posture, fighting the distraction with every technique accumulated over centuries of spiritual practice. In the end, even immortal willpower proved insufficient against such culinary temptation. With a flash of movement that belied his apparent age, Elder Gu materialized beside their table, stroking his long beard in an attempt to maintain his dignified demeanor despite the obvious hunger in his eyes. "Young disciple," he intoned with affected solemnity, "remember that the path to enlightenment involves letting go of attachments, particularly delicious ones that steam with such tantalizing aromas." Without missing a beat, Xiang Yu reached for a large plate he had prepared in anticipation of this very scenario. "This is for you, master," he said respectfully, presenting the generous portion with a slight bow. The elder's eyes gleamed as he accepted the offering, any pretense of detachment completely abandoned as he settled himself at the table. "Good filial disciple," he proclaimed approvingly before succumbing to the meal's allure with surprising enthusiasm. As night descended fully upon Mountain Heart Pavilion, an unusual scene unfolded in its humble kitchen, master and disciples sharing not just food but genuine moments of connection, their laughter and conversation rising into the star-filled sky like the steam from their plates. The warmth of shared laughter and conversation lingered in the air as the unusual dinner gathering concluded. Elder Gu Shanshan, his white beard still carrying traces of the sauce he'd so enthusiastically consumed, nodded with grave satisfaction before vanishing in a blur of motion toward his private chambers. Li Yao, after helping stack the empty dishes, excused herself with uncharacteristic politeness, eager to resume her own cultivation regimen. Left alone with the aftermath of their meal, Xiang Yu methodically cleaned each utensil, his movements efficient and practiced. Despite the mundane nature of the task, his mind remained firmly fixed on his cultivation goals. The moment the last bowl was dried and stored, he hurried back to his training ground, practice knife in hand. The moon cast silver patterns through the forest canopy as Xiang Yu resumed his forms. Each swing of his blade now carried a subtle harmony absent from his earlier attempts. Hours melted away under the night sky until finally, a translucent blue screen materialized before his exhausted eyes. Calculating settlement. Calculation complete. Basic knife technique 10 plus 6. Experience points doubled. Basic knife technique 10 right arrow 20. Next settlement 23:59:59. Xiang Yu's breath caught in his throat as he studied the numbers with undisguised wonder. 6 additional points today. After yesterday's initial struggle, he had clearly found his rhythm, pushing his training efficiency to new heights. Now, with his experience doubled from 10 to 20, he could feel the knowledge integrating into his very being, countless phantom knife swings echoing through his muscle memory as if he'd performed them thousands of times. At this rate, he whispered to himself, a rare smile playing across his lips, I could reach minor success in just 5 days even if I did absolutely nothing. The thought was exhilarating. His progress, while nowhere near the meteoric rise of a genuine cultivation prodigy, was nonetheless substantial. He sank to his knees, suddenly aware of the bone-deep exhaustion permeating his mortal frame. But I won't just wait for the system to carry me, he promised the silent night. Though perhaps after some sleep. Unlike the previous night, Xiang Yu had enough presence of mind to stagger back to his humble dwelling. The makeshift bed of dried leaves welcomed him like the finest silk as consciousness fled, plunging him into dreamless slumber. Morning arrived with inexorable certainty, rousing Xiang Yu before the sun had fully crested the horizon. Without hesitation, he made his way to the secluded bathing spot, the bracing water washing away lingering fatigue as effectively as it cleansed his body. Refreshed and focused, he returned to his training ground, taking up his practice knife with renewed purpose. Each movement flowed with a precision that would have been unimaginable just days earlier. At this pace, he thought with carefully measured optimism, minor success might be achievable in just 3 days. In his private chambers, Elder Gu Shanshan's mouth twitched in mild irritation as the distant sounds of knife practice disrupted his morning meditation once again. That boy, he grumbled, stroking his long beard. Is he truly going to maintain this fervor indefinitely? The elder calmed himself with a measured breath. Surely it's merely a temporary burst of enthusiasm. It will fade soon enough. Meanwhile, Li Yao emerged from her quarters, eyes immediately drawn to the training clearing where her senior brother's blade glinted in the morning light. Determined expression settled across her delicate features as she turned toward her own practice area. If her senior brother could display such dedication despite his limitations, how could she do any less? The sun climbed higher, beating down mercilessly upon Xiang Yu's relentless form. Sweat soaked his garments, yet his blade never faltered. Only when the sun reached its zenith did he finally lower his knife, his stomach reminding him of more mundane responsibilities. Time to cook, he murmured, wiping his brow. Since yesterday's culinary triumph, Elder Gu had appointed him chef of Mountain Heart Pavilion, a position Xiang Yu strongly suspected didn't exist until that very moment. Nevertheless, he accepted the role with stoic resignation, already planning the day's lunch as he made his way toward the kitchen. Your cooking is really good, senior brother. Where did you practice? Li Yao asked between enthusiastic bites, her eyes bright with genuine appreciation. Xiang Yu's lips curved into a modest smile as he watched her enjoy the meal he'd prepared. In his previous life, his culinary skills had been merely functional, born of necessity rather than passion. Never had he imagined receiving such earnest praise for something so ordinary. I could open a restaurant in this world if the whole cultivation thing doesn't work out, he mused silently, the thought both amusing and strangely comforting. Just a little practice, he replied with deliberate vagueness, carefully portioning another serving onto Elder Gu's plate before the venerable cultivator could voice his request. Throughout the meal, Elder Gu's penetrating gaze repeatedly settled on Xiang Yu, assessing the subtle changes that 3 days of relentless training had wrought. The boy's movements displayed a newfound economy and precision, noticeable even in such mundane actions as serving food. Lean muscle had begun to define his previously unremarkable frame, and a certain quiet confidence had replaced his usual hesitancy. Perhaps there's hope for him after all, the elder thought, stroking his beard contemplatively. If only his personality wasn't so frustratingly timid. After the meal concluded and the dishes were cleared, each member of their unlikely trio returned to their respective pursuits. Xiang Yu immediately resumed his knife practice, his blade cutting through the afternoon air with increasingly fluid motions. The hours passed in a blur of repetition and refinement, the setting sun painting his dedicated form in hues of amber and gold. Only when twilight deepened into true darkness did he pause, his sweat-soaked garments clinging uncomfortably to his skin. A quick bath in the mountain stream refreshed both body and spirit before he returned to the communal kitchen to prepare the evening meal, another opportunity to strengthen the unexpected bonds forming between master and disciples. Following dinner and pleasant conversation, Xiang Yu once again retreated to his training ground, resuming his practice with undiminished intensity. The moon tracked its slow arc across the star-filled sky as his blade flashed silver in its pale light. From his private chambers, Elder Gu observed the persistent disciple with growing resignation. The boy's dedication clearly wasn't the temporary enthusiasm he'd initially dismissed it as. With a heavy sigh, the elder mentally added soundproofing formation to his list of necessary purchases. If Xiang Yu intended to maintain this relentless schedule indefinitely, the elder would need magical intervention to preserve the tranquility of his morning meditations. As midnight approached, Xiang Yu's movements remained precise despite hours of continuous exertion. Then, like a faithful companion, the translucent blue screen materialized before his eyes. Calculating settlement. Calculation complete. Basic knife technique 30 plus 10. Experience points doubled. Basic knife technique 30 right arrow 60. Next settlement 23 59 59. Xiang Yu's eyes widened in amazement. 10 experience points gained in a single day. And after doubling, his understanding of the basic knife technique had leaped forward dramatically. He could feel the knowledge integrating seamlessly with his muscle memory, each form now flowing naturally into the next with minimal conscious thought. With a mental command, he summoned his status screen. Name Xiang Yu. Realm mortal. Species human. Spiritual root null. Techniques basic knife technique, beginner 6100. Scriptures null. System function double exp cooldown 24 HRS. A rare grin spread across his features as he studied the numbers. 3 days of dedicated practice had carried him more than halfway through the beginner stage. At this rate, he would undoubtedly reach minor success tomorrow, finally qualifying him to request a scripture and begin true cultivation. The cultivation stages flickered through his mind as he contemplated his future path: body refining, chi gathering, foundation establishment, core formation, golden core, and nascent soul. Undoubtedly, many higher realms existed beyond these, but his immediate focus remained on the first step, body refining, a stage mercifully accessible even to those like himself who lacked spiritual roots. Body refining was all about refining and tempering the body repeatedly. Even mortals with no spiritual roots like him could do it. Tomorrow, he promised himself, his voice barely disturbing the night's stillness. Tomorrow I take my first real step on the cultivation path. But for now, his mortal frame demanded rest. Sheathing his practice knife with newfound precision, Xiang Yu made his way back to his humble dwelling, already anticipating the system's next settlement and the exponential growth it would bring. The first rays of dawn crept over the horizon as Xiang Yu's eyes snapped open. His body had adapted to this new rhythm, waking him before the mountain mist had fully dissipated. Without hesitation, he rose from his humble bed of dried leaves, muscles no longer protesting after days of relentless training. The cool morning air kissed his skin as he made his way to the familiar training ground, practice knife already in hand. His movements had evolved dramatically since that first awkward day. Each swing now carried intention, each stance flowed naturally into the next. The wooden blade cut through the air with precision that would have been unimaginable just days earlier. From her concealed perch in a nearby tree, Li Yao observed his practice with undisguised fascination. She had made this morning vigil part of her routine, watching her senior brother's transformation with a mixture of pride and curiosity. The lazy, unmotivated young man she had known seemed to have vanished overnight, replaced by this dedicated cultivator who pushed himself beyond ordinary limits. As the sun climbed higher, casting dappled shadows through the forest canopy, Xiang Yu noticed something troubling. His movements, while more refined than yesterday's, yielded diminishing returns. The technique that had once felt like a steep mountain to climb now presented subtler challenges, plateaus of understanding that required increasingly focused effort to overcome. The more he improved, the harder it was to improve further. Yet where others might have grown frustrated, Xiang Yu saw only logical progression. Of course, advancement would become more difficult as he approached minor success. That was the natural order of things. Rather than discourage him, this realization only strengthened his resolve. He redoubled his efforts, attacking each form with renewed intensity. The sun traced its arc across the azure sky, shadows shifting beneath his feet as he maintained his practice without pause. Only brief intervals for meals and necessary bodily functions interrupted his relentless rhythm. When darkness finally embraced the mountain, Xiang Yu stood beneath the stars, his breathing controlled despite hours of exertion. Then, like a faithful companion, the translucent blue screen materialized before his eyes. Calculating settlement. Calculation complete. Basic knife technique, beginner 7100 plus 10100. Experience points doubled. Basic knife technique, beginner 7100, right arrow minor success 0200. Next settlement 235959. Xiang Yu stared at the notification with a mixture of satisfaction and surprise. Despite the increasing difficulty, he'd still managed to accumulate 10 more experience points, bringing his total to 70. But what truly caught his attention was the unexpected transformation after doubling. Instead of showing 140 points as he'd anticipated, the system had advanced him to minor success, resetting his counter to 0 out of 200. So I can't exploit the system by overflowing experience, he mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. This wasn't particularly problematic, just one more variable to factor into his long-term strategy. With a satisfied nod, Xiang Yu sheathed his practice knife and made his way back to his dwelling, allowing his exhausted body the rest it deserved. Morning arrived, rousing Xiang Yu from his dreamless slumber. As he stretched his limbs, consideration replaced his usual immediate dash to training. Today presented a critical juncture. He'd qualified for a scripture, yet hesitation gave him pause. Earlier, he had assumed that he could exploit the system by overflowing EXP, but it seemed that wasn't possible, as his EXP was reset to 0. He didn't want to try practicing the scripture just yet. After all, scriptures were supposed to be harder than practicing techniques. If he decided to practice a scripture and made no progress, when the day ended, he'd have nothing to double. That's why he decided to at least have a good amount of EXP in the knife technique before he practiced the scripture. That way, he would still have something to double the following day, even if he achieved nothing in the scripture. Quite clever if I do say so myself. With his plan solidified, Xiang Yu resumed his knife practice with renewed focus, his movements now carrying the polished precision of minor success. In his private chambers, Elder Gu finally enjoyed blessed silence thanks to the expensive soundproofing formation he'd installed. The peaceful environment should have brought him contentment, yet he found himself strangely distracted, attention drifting toward his young disciple's training ground. A worthy investment, he assured himself, stroking his long beard while justifying the extravagant expense. Yet despite the formation's effectiveness, he couldn't help but miss the distant sounds of dedicated practice that had become a strange comfort over the past days. With a sigh, the elder gazed through his chamber window toward the training field, where Xiang Yu continued his relentless regimen. A smile of appreciation formed beneath his white beard, only to transform into wide-eyed shock as he truly registered what he was seeing. What? That's... Though invisible to untrained eyes, Elder Gu's centuries of cultivation experience allowed him to instantly recognize the subtle transformation in Xiang Yu's movements. The boy had unquestionably reached minor success in the basic knife technique, in merely 4 days, no less. While not comparable to the meteoric rise of true geniuses, such progress remained genuinely impressive, especially for someone lacking spiritual roots. Elder Gu smile deepened, though he didn't understand why the boy didn't come to him for a scripture, even after achieving minor success. He began mentally preparing an appropriate scripture for when his surprisingly determined disciple finally sought one. The sun climbed higher in the sky as Xiang Yu maintained his relentless pace, his practiced knife cutting through the air with methodical precision. Each movement now carried the refined quality of minor success, yet he found himself in a new struggle. The improvements that had come so readily at the beginner stage now required exponentially more effort, each minuscule advancement extracted through sheer determination and countless repetitions. He paused only twice throughout the day, first to prepare lunch for himself, Li Yao, and Elder Guo, and later to craft their evening meal. These culinary interludes had become a welcome ritual, a brief respite from the grueling training regimen he'd imposed upon himself. Yet even as his hands deftly chopped vegetables and seasoned meats, his mind remained fixed on knife forms, mentally rehearsing sequences he would soon physically execute. Harder now, he muttered to himself as afternoon waned into evening. Each point requires 10 times the effort. This realization didn't discourage him, it merely confirmed what he had already anticipated. Cultivation followed a predictable pattern of increasing difficulty. What truly concerned him was the possibility of making no progress whatsoever before the day's reset. Such an outcome would be catastrophic for his exponential growth strategy, leaving nothing for the system to double. As twilight painted the mountain in hues of amber and purple, Xiang Yu pushed himself with renewed desperation, his movements becoming simultaneously more precise and more frantic. Sweat soaked his simple robes as he refused to yield to fatigue, determined to wring at least some measurable progress from the day's efforts. When midnight approached, bringing with it the familiar translucent blue screen, Xiang Yu finally allowed himself to rest. Calculating settlement. Calculation complete. Basic knife technique, minor success 3200 plus 3200. Experience points doubled. Basic knife technique, minor success 3200, right arrow 6200. Next settlement 235959. He studied the notification with a mixture of relief and disappointment. 3 points, a mere fraction of what he'd been accumulating in previous days. Yet as the doubling took effect, transforming 3 into 6, knowledge flooded his consciousness, insights into the knife technique cascading through his mind with surprising clarity. As he completely absorbed the comprehension, he realized that something had changed. Just the 3 points doubling provided more insights into the technique than he previously got when doubling 70 points. This revelation made perfect sense upon reflection. Minor success represented a fundamentally higher plane of mastery. Even small advancements at this level carried profound implications for his technique. With this comforting thought, Xiang Yu retreated to his humble dwelling, allowing his exhausted body the rest it desperately needed. Dawn arrived, rousing Xiang Yu from dreamless slumber. As consciousness returned, a singular thought crystallized in his mind. Today he would finally attempt to practice a scripture. Should I go to the pavilion now? He wondered, weighing his options carefully. Memory of Elder Gu's promise surfaced. The master had instructed him to go directly to him when he achieved minor success. A smile of appreciation tugged at his lips as he recognized the elder's subtle protection. Without his master's intervention, he would certainly face humiliation and possibly outright rejection at the scripture pavilion. Should I go to his chambers now? The question lingered briefly before Xiang Yu dismissed it with a shake of his head. It's too early, I shouldn't disturb master's morning meditation. I'll ask during lunch instead. Decision made, Xiang Yu retrieved his practice knife and returned to his training ground. It remained 6 hours before their midday meal. He decided to see if he could get a few swings in before lunchtime. It was better than waiting idly after all. Morning progressed peacefully until unfamiliar voices disrupted his concentration, calling from the base of the mountain peak. We would like to learn from the Mountain Heart Pavilion's senior brother. Xiang Yu deliberately ignored the calls, continuing his practice without pause. The transparent pretense of their learning request couldn't mask their true intentions. Nothing good ever came from such challenges in cultivation novels. Like the protagonist-centered stories he desperately wanted to avoid, these visitors undoubtedly harbored malicious intent, thinly veiled behind courteous words. His strategy of avoidance proved futile. After several minutes of pointed silence, new voices emerged, not from the mountain's base but directly behind him. The unwelcome visitors had actually ascended the peak after not getting a response. A resigned sigh escaped Xiang Yu's lips as he lowered his practice knife. So much for avoiding trouble. It had found him despite his best efforts to remain inconspicuous. Turning slowly, he confronted 5 figures standing with poorly concealed smugness, their smirks exchanged between knowing glances. One stepped forward, his voice dripping with false reverence. "We're here to seek guidance from the Mountain Heart Pavilion's senior disciple." Xiang Yu observed the 5 disciples standing before him. Their intentions were clear. Despite their polite facade, malice radiated from them. He'd read enough cultivation novels to recognize this classic setup, the arrogant sect disciples seeking to humiliate the supposedly talentless senior brother. But Xiang Yu wasn't one to be baited easily. His survival strategy hinged on avoiding unnecessary conflicts, especially with people who had nothing better to do than pick fights with the weak. With practiced calm, he smiled pleasantly and cupped his hands in the traditional greeting. "I'm sorry, fellow disciples, but I can't provide any guidance," he said, maintaining his composed expression. Then with deliberate humility, he added, "After all, I'm not a cultivator." Gu Wuking, the obvious leader of this little band of troublemakers, couldn't suppress the smirk that crept across his face. He'd heard that the senior disciple of Mountain Heart Pavilion was a talentless mortal, but he hadn't expected him to be such a coward as well. This was going to be even easier than anticipated. "Senior brother, you misunderstand," Gu Wuking said, his voice dripping with false courtesy. "I'm not the one seeking guidance. It's my junior brothers." He gestured toward the 4 disciples behind him, who didn't even attempt to hide their hostility as they glared at Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu studied them carefully, immediately noting that they weren't true cultivators either, just fellow practitioners of external techniques. Their eagerness for confrontation was written in their stances, in the tension of their shoulders. They heard that senior brother had started cultivating an external technique and wanted to spar. Gu Wuking continued smoothly. "I hope senior brother doesn't mind indulging the juniors." Xiang Yu sighed inwardly. Trouble really did have a way of finding even the most cautious of individuals. "What's your name?" Xiang Yu asked suddenly. The unexpected question caught Gu Wuking off guard. What was this person asking at this moment? Did the senior brother also have problems with his brain? Still, he decided to humor the strange request. "My name is Gu Wuking," he answered with poorly concealed impatience. Xiang Yu nodded silently, relief washing over him. Not Chen Mo, not Lin Feng, not Yang Chen, not a protagonist name. This meant Gu Wuking was just another background character like himself. If that was the case, then perhaps he could afford to stand his ground without triggering some world-ending cultivation calamity. They were both extras in this grand story, so how could he lose to them? "All right then," Xiang Yu said, his voice carrying newfound confidence. Gu Wuking couldn't help but smile, exchanging knowing glances with his followers. He'd heard that Xiang Yu had only begun practicing an external technique 4 days ago, while his men had been training for nearly a month. One of them had even reached the minor success stage already. This was going to be an effortless victory, a perfect opportunity to establish dominance over the Mountain Heart Pavilion. With a casual nod toward one of the disciples, Gu Wuking signaled for the first challenger to step forward. Xiang Yu watched with calm focus as the first challenger approached, his stance casual but eyes betraying his overconfidence. Xiang Yu had no idea what level of proficiency the other party had achieved, but it wouldn't have changed his approach anyway. He wasn't one to underestimate opponents or hold back, a habit born from his desperate survival strategy. Every action since arriving in this world had been performed as if his life depended on it. The man advanced with a self-assured smile, swinging his knife in a wide arc toward Xiang Yu, who simply sidestepped the predictable attack with minimal movement. In one fluid motion, Xiang Yu counterattacked, his own knife coming to rest against the challenger's neck before the man could even register what had happened. The challenger swallowed nervously, his weapon clattering to the ground as he raised his hands in surrender. Gu Wuking's face twisted in disbelief. "Trash," he spat, dismissing his defeated subordinate with contempt. He immediately signaled for the next challenger to step forward. This one lasted slightly longer, managing to execute a few competent swings, but none connected with their intended target. Xiang Yu moved like water around each attack, his body responding with effortless precision. The engagement ended just as decisively, with the second challenger pinned to the ground, yielding immediately. The third challengers met similar fate, falling to Xiang Yu's superior technique despite their month of training. With each successive victory, Gu Wuking's expression darkened further, anger and confusion warring across his features. Finally, the realization dawned on him. he had severely underestimated Xiang Yu. Somehow, this supposedly talentless disciple had not only begun an external technique, but had already reached the minor success stage. No matter, he consoled himself. His final man was also at minor success, and surely Xiang Yu had exhausted himself with the previous battles. A wicked smile stretched across Gu Wuking's face as he gestured for his last subordinate to step forward. Xiang Yu remained vigilant, refusing to let his guard down despite his previous victories. As the final challenger made his opening move, Xiang Yu sidestepped as before, but when he counterattacked, the opponent parried with unexpected skill, forcing him back slightly. This one was clearly more experienced than his predecessors. Shifting to a defensive stance, Xiang Yu patiently waited for his opponent to commit to an attack. When the strike came, he dodged by bending low, then rose with his knife targeting the challenger's neck from below. His opponent managed to step back just in time, blocking the attack with his own weapon. This exchange continued for several tense seconds, neither gaining a clear advantage. Gu Wuking watched with growing impatience and confusion. Why wasn't Xiang Yu showing any signs of fatigue? And more disturbingly, why did it seem like his own man was the one being pushed back? Xiang Yu assessed his opponent's condition, noting the telltale signs of exhaustion beginning to show. For him, this brief skirmish was nothing compared to the countless knife swings he performed from dawn until midnight every day. His body had already adapted to far greater demands. Seizing the perfect moment, Xiang Yu closed the distance between them with startling speed. He feinted an attack toward his opponent's eyes, and when the man predictably raised his knife to defend, Xiang Yu delivered a solid punch to his solar plexus. The unexpected deviation from pure knife technique caught his opponent completely off guard. Without hesitation, Xiang Yu followed with a sweeping kick that sent the challenger crashing to the ground. As the man lay there gasping for breath, Xiang Yu pressed his practiced knife against the challenger's throat. Who decided we would only use knives in this fight? Xiang Yu thought to himself as his opponent grudgingly surrendered. Having dispatched all 4 challengers, Xiang Yu offered a slight, proper bow toward Gu Wuking's party before turning to leave. He hadn't been excessive in his defense, so he hoped they wouldn't pursue further trouble. Gu Wuking, however, stood trembling with rage, his face contorted in a mask of pure hatred. Never in his life had he suffered such a humiliating defeat. The casual dismissal, the effortless victories, Xiang Yu was clearly looking down on him. No, he would not let this insult go unanswered. In the next instant, blind fury overriding all reason, Gu Wuking charged toward the departing Xiang Yu, his knife aimed at the unsuspecting senior brother's back. Gu Wuking charged at Xiang Yu's unprotected back, a menacing smile twisting his features into something almost feral. His knife glinted dangerously as he closed the distance between them. This wasn't just about avenging his humiliation anymore, this was about something far more personal. The sect's top beauty, Li Yao, was inexplicably obsessed with this useless senior brother. It made no sense. That was the real reason Gu Wuking had come today, orchestrating this entire confrontation. He had hoped she would witness Xiang Yu's pathetic defeat and finally see him for the worthless trash he truly was. But since his men had failed so spectacularly, he would take matters into his own hands. She'll forget about him once he's dead, Gu Wuking thought, his mind racing with delusions of grandeur. Women are such romantics, always fawning over the wrong men. Once he's gone, I'll comfort her. I'll be there for her, and eventually she'll fall for me instead. A chuckle escaped his lips at the thought of his imminent victory and future conquest. The sound was disturbing, halfway between glee and madness, as he thrust his knife toward Xiang Yu's exposed back. But just before the blade could make contact with Xiang Yu's flesh, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the training ground. The very air seemed to become heavy, oppressive, as if the sky itself had fallen. Gu Wuking found his body instantly slammed against the earth, pinned by an invisible force so powerful it drove the air from his lungs in a painful whoosh. Wah, he managed to gasp, struggling desperately to lift his head against the crushing pressure. With monumental effort, he raised his chin just enough to see her, Li Yao, hovering gracefully in the air above them, her robes billowing around her like azure clouds. His eyes widened in shock and terror. She was floating. That could only mean one thing: she had reached at least the foundation establishment stage. The realization hit him like a physical blow. He was merely at the 5th stage of body refining. The gap between them was like comparing an ant to a mountain. How is this possible? He silently cursed, cold sweat breaking out across his forehead. The sect genius has hidden her true power this deeply. Everyone knew she had progressed from mortal to peak chi refinement in just 3 months, a feat impressive enough on its own, but foundation establishment. What kind of monstrous cultivation speed was this? It was practically cheating. Li Yao's gaze fell upon him, her beautiful eyes now cold and emotionless as she regarded him like an insect beneath her notice. You, a cultivator at the 5th stage of body refining, dare to sneak attack a mortal. Her voice carried the weight of mountain stone, each word falling like a judgment from the heavens. At that moment, Xiang Yu finally realized what was happening behind him. He spun around, only to be confronted with the shocking sight of Gu Wuking pressed against the ground mere inches from where he'd been standing, the man's knife still clutched in his trembling hand. Was he really going to kill me? Xiang Yu thought, genuine bewilderment washing over him. What did I do to deserve this? Damn it. I even went out of my way to be polite. If even basic courtesy couldn't prevent murder attempts, how was he supposed to survive in this cultivation world? But even more surprising than the attempted murder was the revelation about his junior sister. She was actually at the foundation establishment stage. Xiang Yu stared at her suspiciously. No, she was probably hiding even more power than she was letting on. Just how terrifying was Li Yao? I was wrong, please spare me. Gu Wuking pleaded, his previous arrogance completely evaporated, replaced by naked fear. Li Yao merely looked at him with cold indifference, her expression unchanging. Seeing that his pleas weren't working, Gu Wuking quickly switched tactics. You can't kill me. You can't kill fellow disciples, he shouted, desperation evident in every syllable. Li Yao tilted her head slightly, regarding him as if he were particularly slow-witted. If I kill a body-refining cultivator like you, will the sect punish me? She asked, her voice dripping with contempt. Gu Wuking's eyes widened in horror as the truth of her words sank in. She was right, there was no way the sect would punish their prized genius just for eliminating a worthless nobody like him. The rules that governed others simply didn't apply to someone of her talent and status. Energy began to condense in Li Yao's palm, a sphere of deadly spiritual power that pulsed with cold blue light. Realizing his imminent demise, Gu Wuking lunged forward and grabbed Xiang Yu's legs in a final, desperate attempt to save himself. Senior brother, please ask her to spare me, he begged frantically, all dignity abandoned. Even his subordinates looked on in shock, never having seen their leader reduced to such pathetic groveling. Inwardly, Gu Wuking laughed at his own cunning. He knew of Li Yao's obsession with her senior brother. If Xiang Yu asked for mercy on his behalf, she would definitely comply. And once spared, he could bide his time and return for revenge when the coward was alone. Xiang Yu gazed down at the man clutching his legs, a weary sigh escaping his lips. He was caught in an impossible situation. If he didn't ask Li Yao to spare this man, whoever backed Gu Wuking would likely come seeking trouble later. But looking into those pleading eyes, Xiang Yu could see the calculating gleam hidden beneath the fear. This man would definitely return for revenge if allowed to live. My luck is really terrible, Xiang Yu thought with resignation. Without a word, he simply moved his foot, pulling away from Gu Wuking's desperate grip. Then, without looking back, he turned and began walking away. Gu Wuking watched this in frozen disbelief. How was this possible? The cowardly senior brother was actually leaving him to die. But before his thoughts could fully form, Li Yao's condensed energy blasted through him, ending his life instantly. His body crumpled to the ground, a smoking husk devoid of life. Li Yao dropped gracefully to the earth, her robes settling around her like gentle waves. Take this trash with you, she commanded the remaining 4 disciples, her voice leaving no room for argument. Then she turned and joined Xiang Yu, matching his pace as they walked away from the scene. As they proceeded in silence, Li Yao reflected on the changes in her senior brother. The Xiang Yu she knew before would have likely forgiven Gu Wuking out of compassion or fear. Not that it would have changed the final outcome, she would have simply pretended to comply with his wishes before secretly eliminating the threat later. A menacing smile curved her lips at the thought, sending an involuntary shiver down Xiang Yu's spine. He glanced around nervously, wondering if the weather was suddenly getting chilly. After the earlier confrontation, Xiang Yu decided to pause his training to prepare lunch. As his hands moved methodically through the familiar motions of cutting vegetables and seasoning meat, his mind kept returning to the morning's unsettling events. The image of Gu Wuking's knife aimed at his unprotected back haunted him. A cold realization settled in his stomach. If not for Li Yao's timely intervention, he would have been nothing more than a cooling corpse by now. I need to get stronger and quickly, he thought grimly, his knife slicing through an innocent radish with unnecessary force. His survival strategy had proven woefully inadequate. Avoiding trouble clearly wasn't enough in this brutal cultivation world, where even polite rejections could trigger murderous intent. The aroma of simmering broth soon filled the kitchen, drawing both Elder Guo and Li Yao to the communal dining area. The three settled into their usual places, savoring the meal in comfortable silence until the dishes were cleared. It was Elder Guo who finally broke the peaceful atmosphere, his penetrating gaze fixed on Li Yao. "Little girl, you've hidden well," he remarked, stroking his long beard thoughtfully. Li Yao's lips curved into a playful smile as she responded, "I'm sure Master already knew this." Her tone was light, almost teasing, as if they were sharing some private joke. Elder Guo merely scoffed, his pride evidently pricked. "Of course I did. I'm your master, after all." The defensive edge in his voice wasn't lost on either disciple. Li Yao maintained her innocent smile, but inwardly she thought with smug satisfaction, HMPH. "You only see what I allow you to see, old man." At that precise moment, Elder Guo's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "Did you think of something rude just now?" he asked sharply, causing Li Yao to stiffen momentarily. A flicker of alarm crossed her delicate features before she quickly composed herself. Could the master actually read minds? "What are you talking about?" she replied with exaggerated innocence that was so transparent it caused Xiang Yu to roll his eyes. "You're acting too suspicious," he thought, watching her poor attempt at feigning confusion. Unwilling to engage further with his cheeky disciple, Elder Guo simply waved a dismissive hand. "Run a few laps around the mountain," he commanded. Li Yao rose immediately, offering a respectful salute. "Yes, master," she chirped before vanishing in a blur of motion. Elder Guo watched her departure with a complicated expression. This girl was truly difficult to read. She was likely concealing far more than she revealed. He sighed heavily, resignation evident in his weathered features. What could he do? Everyone harbored their own secrets in this world of cultivation. His gaze then drifted toward Xiang Yu, lingering there meaningfully. "Don't blame your master for not standing up for you earlier," he said suddenly. Xiang Yu was startled by the unexpected statement. He quickly bowed, lowering his head respectfully. Disciple wouldn't dare. Elder Gu regarded him silently for several heartbeats before continuing. "I can always intervene when the elder generation bullies you. But when it's among fellow disciples..." He paused, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "There is nothing I can do. The only solution is for you to grow stronger so you cannot be bullied." Xiang Yu bowed deeper, genuine understanding in his voice. "Disciple understands." Elder Gu nodded approvingly at his response. At least this lazy disciple of his was starting to understand how the cultivation world worked. Then with a casual gesture, he reached into his sleeve and withdrew a weathered scroll, tossing it across the table. "Take this." Xiang Yu caught it deftly, unrolling it with careful hands to reveal ancient characters etched across the parchment. "This is the Mountain Heart scripture," Elder Gu explained, his voice carrying unusual solemnity. "It's a body refining method, the finest body refining technique of our entire sect. With this, you should be able to cultivate up to the 12th level of body refining." Xiang Yu's eyes widened with genuine shock. In the cultivation world, each realm was typically divided into 10 levels. A technique that could push beyond these conventional boundaries, allowing cultivation to the 12th level of body refining, was truly extraordinary. When cultivators advanced to the Qi gathering stage, they generally stopped increasing their physical strength, focusing instead on refining spiritual energy. Someone who had broken through higher levels in body refining would therefore possess a significant advantage in battles against peers of the same realm. A smile of appreciation spread across Xiang Yu's face as he bowed deeply. "Disciple thanks master." The significance of this gift wasn't lost on him. The Mountain Heart technique shared its name with their peak, marking it as a core technique of tremendous value. Had he gone to the scripture pavilion instead, he would almost certainly have received only a trash technique deemed suitable for outer disciples. Elder Gu merely waved dismissively before vanishing, leaving Xiang Yu alone with his precious new scroll. He clutched it tightly, determination hardening in his eyes. Now that he finally had a scripture, it was time to begin true cultivation, time to ensure he would never again be at the mercy of those who wished him harm. Xiang Yu returned to his familiar training grounds, but this time his practice knife remained sheathed at his side. Instead, he found himself performing a series of slow, deliberate movements that felt entirely foreign to his body. His arms traced graceful arcs through the air, while his legs shifted through various stances, each position flowing into the next with painstaking precision. He couldn't help the heat of embarrassment creeping up his neck as he executed these strange forms. Movements reminded him vividly of elderly people practicing tai-chi in city parks during his previous life, gentle, flowing exercises that had always seemed somewhat comical from an outsider's perspective. Now he was the one performing these seemingly ridiculous postures, and the self-consciousness was almost overwhelming. I look absolutely ridiculous, he thought, imagining how he must appear to anyone who might be watching. For a brief moment, he glanced around nervously, grateful that no one seemed to be observing his awkward attempts at following the Mountain Heart Scripture's instructions. Despite the embarrassment burning in his chest, Xiang Yu refused to abandon his training. His jaw clenched with determination as he forced himself to continue the prescribed movements. When I become invincible, he promised himself, this temporary embarrassment won't matter at all. The thought provided just enough motivation to push through his discomfort. By evening, as Xiang Yu prepared dinner for the small pavilion, he noticed an unusual heaviness in his limbs. His muscles protested with a deep, penetrating soreness that seemed to reach his very bones. Even after days of swinging his practice knife from dawn until midnight, he had never experienced this level of fatigue. The Mountain Heart Scripture clearly targeted different muscle groups, pushing his body in ways his knife practice never had. Despite the exhaustion weighing down his movements, Xiang Yu stubbornly resumed his practice after the evening meal. He continued the unfamiliar forms until the familiar translucent blue screen materialized before his eyes. Calculating settlement. Calculation complete. Mountain Heart Scripture, 0-100. Basic knife technique, minor success, 12-200 plus 6-200. Experience points doubled. Basic knife technique, minor success, 12-200, 24-200. Next settlement, 23-59-59. Xiang Yu studied the notification without disappointment. He had anticipated that cultivating a scripture would prove significantly more challenging than mastering a basic technique, so the lack of progress with the Mountain Heart Scripture didn't surprise him. What did surprise him, however, was the unexpected advancement in his knife technique. 6 additional points gained despite only practicing briefly that morning. The increase made little sense until a realization dawned on him. The morning's confrontation must have contributed to his experience. Actual combat, it seemed, provided significantly greater returns than mere practice. So fighting accelerates growth, he mused, pondering this discovery. For a brief moment, he considered the implications before firmly shaking his head. No, I'm not going to deliberately seek out conflicts just to improve faster. Such behavior would directly contradict his survival strategy and likely lead to an early grave. Exhaustion finally claiming victory over determination, Xiang Yu retreated to his humble dwelling. As he settled onto his bed of dried leaves, a resolute thought formed in his mind. Tomorrow he would approach the scripture with even greater dedication, pushing through both physical discomfort and embarrassment to extract every possible benefit from Elder Gyu's generous gift. Dawn broke over Mountain Heart Pavilion as Xiang Yu emerged from his humble dwelling, determination etched into every line of his face. Today would be different. Today he would devote himself entirely to the Mountain Heart Scripture, leaving his practice knife untouched. The memory of his embarrassment from the previous day's awkward movements lingered, but he pushed it aside. What was temporary humiliation compared to the power he sought? Throughout the day, he repeated the flowing movements described in the ancient scroll. His body protested, muscles burning with unfamiliar strain as he shifted through positions that seemed to defy natural movement. Sweat soaked through his simple robes, plastering them against his skin as the sun tracked its path across the sky. Only meals provided brief respite from his relentless practice. Even then, his mind remained fixed on the scripture, mentally rehearsing sequences he would soon physically execute once more. As dusk painted the mountain in shades of purple and gold, Xiang Yu continued with undiminished intensity, pushing his mortal frame beyond reasonable limits. When midnight approached, bringing with it the familiar translucent blue screen, Xiang Yu finally allowed himself to rest. Calculating settlement. Calculation complete. Mountain Heart Scripture, 0-100. Basic knife technique, minor success, 24-200. Experience points doubled. Basic knife technique, minor success, 24-200, 48-200. Next settlement, 23-59-59. Just like the previous day, the Mountain Heart Scripture showed absolutely no progress. 0 points gained despite hours of dedicated practice. Yet Xiang Yu felt no disappointment coursing through him, only strengthened resolve. This wasn't unexpected. Scriptures, especially one as profound as the Mountain Heart scripture, were naturally more challenging than basic techniques. His lips curved into a tired smile as he watched his knife technique experience double automatically. At least something was progressing. He collapsed onto his bed of dried leaves, exhaustion claiming him almost instantly. Morning arrived with inexorable certainty, rousing Xiang Yu from dreamless slumber. Without hesitation, he resumed his practice, flowing through the strange movements with slightly more fluidity than the previous day. His dedication remained absolute, unflinching in the face of apparent failure. Unknown to him, Li Yao perched in a nearby tree, her eyes bright with mischief as she observed her senior brother's training. He's working so hard, she thought with genuine admiration, even as her hands manipulated a small crystalline device that recorded his every movement. Memory crystal gleamed in the dappled sunlight as it captured particularly awkward transitions between stances, moments where Xiang Yu's face contorted with concentration and strain. Her task complete, Li Yao slipped away to resume her own cultivation, the precious recordings safely tucked into her robes. She would treasure these memories for years to come, both as blackmail material and as testament to her senior brother's unexpected transformation. Xiang Yu paused suddenly, glancing around with narrowed eyes. A prickling sensation at the back of his neck suggested he was being watched. After several moments of tense silence, he shook his head, dismissing the feeling as mere paranoia. Still, the sensation persisted, unsettling enough that he eventually decided to change his training location entirely. In his private chambers, Elder Guo's lips twitched with amusement as he observed his disciples' antics through a specialized spiritual technique. At least they seemed to be working hard, he thought with grudging approval, stroking his beard contemplatively. Day passed in much the same manner as the previous one, ending with another settlement that showed substantial progress in his knife technique, but nothing whatsoever in the scripture. Basic knife technique, minor success 48-200, 96-200. Despite the continued zero in his scripture cultivation, Xiang Yu maintained his optimism. He understood his limitations. He had no talent, no spiritual roots, nothing but sheer determination and his system's doubling function. As long as he made even minimal progress, exponential growth would eventually follow. With this comforting thought, he surrendered to exhaustion, allowing his depleted body the rest it desperately needed. The following day unfolded with familiar routine in his new training ground. Li Yao, finding his usual spot empty, merely smiled. Her spiritual sense easily detected his unique scent, leading her unerringly to his new location. Once again, she recorded his practice, particularly focusing on moments when his face screwed up in concentration or when he wobbled precariously between stances. Xiang Yu repeatedly glanced around, that uncomfortable sensation of being observed intensifying throughout the morning. During lunch, he mentioned to Elder Guo that there might be some wild animal lurking in the forest, watching him. But the elder didn't seem to believe him, prompting Xiang Yu to change locations, yet again for his evening practice. When midnight approached, bringing the familiar settlement screen, Xiang Yu was greeted with the now expected results. Basic knife technique, minor success 96-200, 192-200. Still zero progress with the Mountain Heart scripture, but his knife technique now stood at the precipice of advancement. One more settlement, one more doubling, and he would breach the intermediate stage, a significant milestone in his cultivation journey. According to cultivation conventions, reaching the intermediate stage of a technique would theoretically grant him combat power equivalent to a first-layer body refining cultivator, albeit one without technique cultivation. Against a body refining cultivator who had also mastered techniques, he would still stand no chance. But for someone with no spiritual roots, it represented a tremendous breakthrough, a concrete step toward his ultimate goal of surviving in this dangerous world. With renewed determination strengthening his resolve, Xiang Yu closed his eyes, already anticipating the coming day's training and the advancement it would bring. Perched elegantly atop a sturdy branch, Li Yao's keen eyes tracked every movement of her senior brother's training. Morning sun filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns across her flowing azure robes as she watched with growing admiration. Her delicate fingers manipulated a small crystalline device, ensuring it captured each moment of Xiang Yu's practice. Senior brother is really working hard, she thought, a mixture of pride and fascination warming her chest. The transformation in him continued to amaze her, from a lazy, unmotivated youth to this determined cultivator who pushed himself beyond normal limits day after day. After gathering enough footage to satisfy her daily collection, Li Yao's expression shifted from playful to serious. She recalled Xiang Yu's recent complaints about sensing something in the forest watching him, causing him to repeatedly change his training locations. Her protective instincts flared immediately. How dare some beast disturb senior brother's training? Her eyes narrowed dangerously as she scanned the surrounding forest. Whatever creature was making her senior brother uncomfortable would soon regret its actions. She would personally ensure it learned a painful lesson about the consequences of interfering with what belonged to her. A mischievous smile suddenly bloomed across her delicate features as another thought occurred to her. After capturing this troublesome beast, what reward should she request from her grateful senior brother? Perhaps a day spent together in the nearest town. Or maybe she could convince him to cook that special dish he'd prepared last week, the one with the mushrooms and secret spices that had even impressed their master. Her imagination spun pleasant scenarios as she leapt silently from branch to branch, beginning her hunt for the mysterious forest intruder. Meanwhile, Xiang Yu froze mid-movement, a sudden chill racing down his spine like ice water. Without hesitation, he spun around, drawing his practiced knife in one fluid motion. His eyes darted between shadows, scanning for hidden threats as his heart hammered against his ribs. Is someone targeting me? He wondered, tension coiling through every muscle. Despite his vigilance, he could detect no visible assailant, only the usual forest ambience surrounded him. Yet the unsettling sensation persisted, that peculiar feeling of being watched by unseen eyes. With a resigned sigh, he sheathed his knife. This location doesn't seem safe anymore, he muttered, gathering his few possessions. Once again, he would need to find a new training ground, the fourth this week. At this rate, he would soon run out of suitable clearings within reasonable distance of the pavilion. In his private chambers atop Mountain Heart Pavilion, Elder Gu observed the unfolding drama through specialized spiritual techniques. The cultivator's mouth twitched with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. What are those kids up to this time? He grumbled, stroking his long beard. After a moment's consideration, he simply shook his head and returned to his meditation posture. Experience had taught him valuable lessons about interfering with those two disciples of his. They were far from normal, each in their own peculiar way. Better to maintain his dignified distance than become entangled in whatever strange game they were playing. After relocating to yet another secluded clearing, Xiang Yu resumed his practice with renewed focus. This time, mercifully, he completed his daily regimen without further disturbances. As midnight approached, bringing with it the familiar translucent blue screen, he finally allowed his exhausted body to rest. Calculating settlement. Calculation complete. Mountain Heart Scripture, 0-100. Basic Knife Technique, Minor Success, 192-200. Experience points doubled. Basic Knife Technique, Minor Success, 192-200. Right Arrow Intermediate, 0-300. Next settlement, 23-59-59. Sigh escaped Xiang Yu's lips as he studied the notification. It wasn't that he was disappointed by the zero progress in the Mountain Heart Scripture. His knife technique had indeed advanced to the intermediate stage, a significant achievement worthy of celebration. Yet the concurrent reset to 0 progress points gave him pause. Since he now had 0 in both his techniques, if he didn't make any progress in the scripture, he might end up with nothing to double at the end of the day. Should I temporarily abandon the scripture and focus on the knife technique? He wondered. Building up experience points in his newly advanced knife technique would ensure he had something substantial to double tomorrow. Yet abandoning the scripture now, when he might be on the verge of breakthrough, seemed equally foolish. What if he lost the subtle insights he'd been accumulating through persistent practice? I'm too tired to make this decision now, he concluded, his eyelids growing impossibly heavy. I'll sleep on it and decide in the morning. As he pushed himself upright to return to his dwelling, something extraordinary happened. His leg pressed downward with unexpected force, breaking through the packed earth beneath him and creating a small crater. Stunned, Xiang Yu lifted his foot, staring in amazement at the impression left behind. His body felt different, stronger, more substantial, yet somehow harder to control precisely. With trembling fingers, he summoned his status screen. Name Xiang Yu. Realm Body Refining First Layer. Species Human. Spiritual Root Null. Techniques Basic Knife Technique, Intermediate 0-300. Scriptures Mountain Heart Scripture, First Layer 10-100. System Function Double Exp Cooldown 24 HRS. Xiang Yu stared at his status screen, eyes widening as the realization struck him. He had broken through to the body-refining realm. The text before him confirmed what his body had already revealed through that unexpected display of strength. "I'm actually a cultivator now," he whispered, disbelief coloring his voice as his fingers traced the characters floating in the air. His mind raced through possibilities, trying to make sense of this unexpected advancement. Could it be that when cultivation manuals claimed an intermediate external technique granted combat power equivalent to the first layer of body refining, they actually meant that mastering such techniques automatically triggered the breakthrough? The correlation seemed too perfect to be coincidental. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. This development solved his immediate concern about having nothing to double. Mountain Heart Scripture now showed 10 points of progress, providing a foundation for tomorrow's exponential growth. His knife technique, however, remained at 0 in its newly advanced intermediate stage. He would need to dedicate time tomorrow to build experience there as well, ensuring multiple avenues for advancement. As Xiang Yu made his way back to his humble dwelling, an unfamiliar feeling warmed his chest, genuine accomplishment. After days of relentless effort with seemingly no progress, he had officially stepped into the world of cultivation. It might be the weakest stage, merely the first layer of body refining, but it represented a concrete step toward his ultimate goal of survival. One small step closer to not dying horribly, he thought with grim satisfaction as he settled onto his bed of dried leaves, exhaustion quickly pulling him into dreamless slumber. The following morning, Xiang Yu rose with the dawn, his body feeling simultaneously heavier and more responsive. Without hesitation, he returned to his training ground, but this time he abandoned the embarrassing movements of the Mountain Heart Scripture. Instead, he retrieved his practice knife, falling into the familiar patterns of slashing and stabbing with renewed vigor. Relief washed over him as he moved through the knife forms. "At least I don't have to do those embarrassing moves anymore," he thought gratefully. The absence of that peculiar sensation of being watched also brought unexpected comfort. For the first time in days, he could train peacefully without the nagging suspicion of some forest beast observing his every move. Perched high above in the canopy, Li Yao watched with puzzled disappointment as her senior brother abandoned the scripture training that had provided such excellent recording material. His return to knife practice offered little entertainment value from her perspective. "What a shame," she pouted, tucking away her memory crystal. Since she wouldn't be collecting any amusing footage today, she might as well dedicate her energy to another worthy cause. "I'll capture whatever beast has been frightening senior brother," she decided with fierce determination, vanishing from the branch in a blur of azure robes. In his private chambers, Elder Gu observed Xiang Yu's practice with furrowed brows. The boy had suddenly abandoned the Mountain Heart Scripture after only a few days. Had it proven too challenging? Too advanced for his limited talent? The elder sighed heavily, returning to his meditation posture. In this world, cultivation levels were typically sensed through the qi a practitioner emitted. Yet cultivators only began releasing detectable qi upon reaching the qi gathering stage, making it virtually impossible to accurately determine the level of those still in the body refining realm. Xiang Yu practiced his knife technique with methodical precision until midnight approached. A familiar translucent blue screen materialized before his eyes, bringing the day's settlement. Calculating settlement. Calculation complete. Mountain Heart Scripture, first layer 11,100 plus 1,100. Basic knife technique, intermediate 5,300 plus 5,300. Experience points doubled. Basic knife technique, intermediate 5,300, 10,300. Mountain Heart Scripture, first layer 11,100, 22,100. Next settlement 23,59,59. Xiang Yu studied the notification with intense curiosity, a mixture of satisfaction and confusion playing across his features. 5 points gained in his knife technique represented a respectable day's progress, but it was the Mountain Heart Scripture that truly caught his attention, a single point of advancement despite not having practiced it at all today. Is there something wrong with the system? He wondered, brow furrowing as he contemplated this unexpected development. Then, like pieces of a puzzle suddenly sliding into place, understanding dawned on him. His earlier theory about the intermediate stage of external techniques facilitating breakthrough to body refining seemed increasingly plausible. More importantly, it appeared that earning experience in his intermediate-level knife technique somehow translated to progress in the Mountain Heart Scripture. The exchange rate wasn't particularly generous, 5 points of knife technique advancement yielding just 1 point in the Scripture, but it represented an invaluable opportunity. For someone like Xiang Yu, lacking spiritual roots and innate talent, the Mountain Heart scripture had proven nearly impenetrable through direct practice. Yet now a path forward had revealed itself. By focusing on what he could improve, his knife technique, he would simultaneously advance in an area where he'd previously struggled. Two birds with one stone, with the added bonus of avoiding those embarrassingly awkward movements the scripture required. "Thank you, system," he whispered gratefully to the empty night air, genuinely appreciative of being spared further humiliation. With this comforting realization, he retreated to his humble dwelling, allowing exhaustion to claim him until morning. The following day unfolded much like its predecessor, Xiang Yu rising before dawn, dedicating himself entirely to knife practice with renewed vigor and purpose. His blade cut through the air with increasingly fluid motions, each repetition building upon the foundations of the last as he pushed himself relentlessly. When midnight finally approached again, the settlement screen appeared. Calculating settlement. Calculation complete. Mountain Heart Scripture, first layer 24,100 plus 2,100. Basic knife technique, intermediate 15,300 plus 5,300. Experience points doubled. Basic knife technique, intermediate 15,300, 3,300. Mountain Heart Scripture, first layer 24,100, 48,100. Next settlement 23,59,59. A smile of satisfaction spread across Xiang Yu's face as he absorbed the day's progress. His path to invincibility seemed increasingly certain, carved through consistent effort and exponential growth. Yet something about the numbers nagged at him. The scripture had gained 2 points despite only 5 points of advancement in his knife technique. Hadn't he deduced an exchange rate of 5-1 yesterday? Confusion prompted him to summon his full status screen. Name Xiang Yu. Realm Body Refining First Layer. Species Human. Spiritual Root Null. Techniques Basic Knife Technique, Intermediate 3,300. Scriptures Mountain Heart Scripture, First Layer 51,100. System Function Double EXP Cooldown 24 HRS. His eyes widened with shock. The scripture had somehow gained another 3 points in the brief moments following the settlement. The discrepancy defied his initial understanding until another revelation struck him with stunning clarity. The exchange rate applied not just to points earned through direct practice, but to all points, including those created through the system's doubling function. His 5 points of knife technique progress had indeed yielded 1 point for the scripture. But after doubling, 15 additional points had materialized in his knife technique, creating 3 more points for the scripture through the same 5-1 exchange. This is incredible, he thought, mind racing with possibilities. The implications were staggering. If he could cultivate multiple external techniques to the intermediate stage, he could effectively create a points farm, generating exponential growth across multiple disciplines simultaneously. The 12th layer of body refining, previously a distant dream, now seemed attainable within a reasonable timeframe. He caught himself grinning foolishly and tempered his excitement. Such ambitions, while technically feasible, would require extraordinary dedication and time. Better to focus on immediate goals rather than distant fantasies. Examining his status screen once more, Xiang Yu noted with pride that his Mountain Heart scripture stood at 51 points out of 100. He would almost certainly break through to the second layer of body refining after tomorrow's settlement. The realization brought a warm glow of accomplishment. Merely 3 days since reaching the first layer, and already poised for advancement. Even Li Yao, the sect's vaunted genius, hadn't progressed with such speed. Don't get cocky, he admonished himself, forcing the self-satisfied smile from his face as he prepared for sleep. Pride had no place in his survival strategy. Only consistent effort and clear thinking would ensure his continued existence in this dangerous world. Li Yao clicked her tongue in frustration, the sound sharp against the mountain's ambient noises. For 2 full days, she had hunted relentlessly for the mysterious beast disturbing her senior brother's training, yet her search had yielded nothing but disappointment. Despite scanning the mountain repeatedly with her powerful spiritual sense, she detected nothing unusual, just ordinary wildlife that couldn't possibly have frightened someone like Xiang Yu. Her patience finally snapped. With a graceful movement belying immense power, she kicked the nearest tree, her delicate foot connecting with enough force to send the massive trunk crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact that echoed throughout the forest. As the dust settled around the fallen tree, a peculiar voice whispered in her mind, "If there isn't one, why don't you just create one?" Li Yao froze, the suggestion hanging in her thoughts like a suspended dewdrop. Suddenly, her eyes widened with realization, sparkling with mischievous brilliance as the perfect solution crystallized. That's right. If there is no beast here, I can just catch one elsewhere and make it take the blame, she exclaimed to the empty forest, her eyes gleaming with calculated excitement. Her reasoning followed a twisted but logical path. If the original creature had already departed, Xiang Yu wouldn't know the difference. She could capture any formidable beast, present it as the culprit, and naturally, request a suitable reward for her heroic deed. Mere thought curved her lips into a smile so wickedly delighted that she remained oblivious to how truly frightening she appeared. Even Elder Guo, observing from his chambers, found himself frowning at the sight. What's that girl up to now? The elder wondered, stroking his long beard thoughtfully. After a moment's consideration, he decided against intervention. The girl clearly wasn't in her right mind, and experience had taught him that interfering with her schemes often created more problems than it solved. His attention shifted to Xiang Yu, training diligently in his secluded clearing. A smile of approval replaced the elder's earlier concern. Initially, he'd believed the boy had abandoned the Mountain Heart scripture due to its difficulty, disappointing but expected given his limitations. However, during their shared meals, Elder Guo had observed subtle changes in the boy's physique that told a different story. Xiang Yu had actually broken through to the body refining realm in just one short week. Quite impressive, the elder thought, genuinely pleased by this unexpected development. Perhaps he hadn't misjudged the boy's potential after all. The elder had also noticed Xiang Yu's advancement to the intermediate stage of his knife technique. Elder Guo began contemplating which technique to offer him next. While the elder acknowledged Xiang Yu's talent, he remained realistic about the boy's limitations. Reaching the intermediate stage was commendable, but advancing further in a short amount of time typically required genius-level aptitude like Li Yao's. Xiang Yu might be talented, but he hadn't yet demonstrated that level of exceptional ability. In his training grounds, completely unaware of his master's thoughts, Xiang Yu continued his practice with methodical precision. Even if he had known the elder's assessment, he wouldn't have cared. In fact, he would have preferred that his master continue underestimating him. When people thought highly of you, they inevitably expected more from you, exactly the kind of attention Xiang Yu desperately wanted to avoid. A massive lion bounded through the dense forest, its powerful muscles propelling its 5-meter length with surprising agility. Despite being a fearsome predator that would normally command respect from all creatures in its territory, the magnificent beast moved with unmistakable terror etched into every frantic leap. Its golden mane fluttered wildly as it crashed through undergrowth, knocking aside branches and sending smaller animals scurrying for cover. Any observer would have questioned what terrifying force could possibly strike such fear into a creature that stood at the apex of the food chain. The answer came in the form of a delicate-looking young woman in flowing azure robes, her elegant appearance belying the relentless determination with which she pursued her prey. Damn it! Why don't you just lay down and let me catch you? It's not like I'm going to do anything to you. Li Yao shouted, her voice laced with irritation, as she effortlessly matched the beast's desperate pace. The contrast between her sweet appearance and the menacing smile that twisted her features was jarring enough to send chills down anyone's spine. The lion's thoughts, if they could have been heard, would have been incredulous. Do you think anyone would believe you with that expression on your face? But instinct prevailed over indignation, and the beast continued its desperate flight, its survival instinct screaming louder than its pride. Li Yao's mind worked rapidly as she maintained pursuit. She hadn't expected to find such a perfect candidate so close to the mountain, a level 2 beast, and a high-level one at that. In the cultivation world's hierarchical system, beasts were categorized in levels that corresponded directly to human cultivation realms. Level 1 matched the body refining realm, Level 2 matched chi gathering, and so on. Each level further subdivided into low, medium, high, and peak classifications, with low encompassing the first 3 layers, and peak representing the 10th layer of that cultivation realm. This lion was precisely what she needed, powerful enough to be a convincing culprit for disturbing her senior brother's practice, yet not so formidable that it would have attracted her master's attention. It was the perfect scapegoat for her scheme, if only it weren't so frustratingly fast. Where is the pride of beasts? She wondered with mounting frustration, unaware that the lion had started running the moment it sensed her predatory aura and glimpsed her terrifying expression. From the beast's perspective, fleeing was the only rational response to encountering such a clearly dangerous predator. Growing tired of the extended chase, Li Yao suddenly halted her pursuit. Her delicate features hardened with concentration as she activated her foundation establishment aura, releasing a wave of spiritual pressure that crashed through the forest like an invisible tsunami. The lion faltered mid-stride, its primal instincts recognizing a power far beyond its comprehension. The girl is actually in the foundation establishment stage, shock registered in its animal consciousness as it sensed her overwhelming strength. Worse still, she didn't seem to be at the lower levels of that realm. The beast's golden eyes widened with the dawning realization that it might not survive this encounter. Li Yao closed the distance, in a blur of motion that the beast's eyes couldn't even track. Back at Mountain Heart Pavilion, Xiang Yu was executing the final sequences of his knife practice before breaking for lunch. The rhythmic swishing of his blade through air was interrupted by a tremendous gust of wind that ruffled his robes and sent fallen leaves swirling around him. He turned toward the disturbance, only to find Li Yao landing gracefully beside him, a massive, battered lion dangling from her grip as if it weighed nothing at all. "Senior brother, I caught the beast that has been causing you trouble," she announced with unmistakable pride, her chest puffed out slightly as she presented her trophy. Her expectant gaze fixed on him, clearly awaiting praise for her accomplishment. Xiang Yu stared at the pitiful creature she held, the corner of his mouth twitching involuntarily. "Is that what you call capturing?" The once majestic beast appeared to have received quite the beating. Its golden fur was matted with dirt, one eye was swollen shut, and it hung limply in her grasp, too traumatized to even attempt escape. Despite his misgivings, Xiang Yu raised his hand and gently patted Li Yao's head, prompting a radiant smile that transformed her features entirely. He marveled at the duality of her nature. How could this seemingly innocent, delighted girl be the same person who had so mercilessly subjugated a high-level beast? Her smile brightened further as she looked up at him with sparkling eyes. "Brother, since I captured the beast for you, you should give me a reward, right?" she asked, her voice sweetly persuasive. Xiang Yu appeared thoughtful as he considered her request. It was true that she had seemingly eliminated the source of his discomfort during practice, allowing him to train without that unsettling sensation of being watched. Yet something felt strangely off about the entire situation, a nagging intuition he couldn't quite place. Nevertheless, he responded with measured appreciation. "Thank you so much. What reward do you want?" Li Yao's response came without hesitation, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Go on a date with me." Midnight air hung still over the training grounds as Xiang Yu executed his final forms, sweat glistening on his brow despite the cool evening breeze. As his muscles worked through the familiar motions, an unusual vitality coursed through his limbs. Each movement felt lighter, more responsive than normal. "This feels different somehow," he mused, pausing briefly to catch his breath. A pleasant warmth radiated from his core, invigorating rather than exhausting him. Could it be from that beast meat I ate earlier? He recalled the beast meat he had prepared from Li Yao's captured prey. Monster beasts that had begun their own cultivation journey contained spiritual essence that could nourish a cultivator's body. He thought that it would be nice if he could eat such meat every day, but Xiang Yu quickly dismissed the thought. He wasn't capable of hunting such beasts, so it was better to stop dreaming. The thought of the beast meat brought Li Yao's request flooding back to his mind. After presenting him with the battered lion, she'd asked for a simple reward, a date. He couldn't rightfully refuse after she'd solved his mysterious observer problem. Tomorrow, they would visit a nearby mortal town together. A satisfied smile crept across Xiang Yu's face as he considered the brilliance of his chosen location. "My plan is actually quite impressive," he congratulated himself. Mortal Town offered minimal chances of encountering other cultivators, who rarely bothered interacting with common folk. Without cultivators around, the risk to his life dropped significantly, exactly what his survival strategy demanded. While he would have preferred dedicating the day to further practice, Xiang Yu rationalized the excursion as an opportunity to explore this new world he found himself in. Knowledge, after all, was another form of power. As these thoughts circulated through his mind, the familiar translucent blue screen materialized before him. Calculating settlement. Calculation complete. Mountain Heart Scripture, first layer 53-100 plus 5-100. Basic Knife Technique, intermediate 35-300 plus 10-300. Experience points doubled. Basic Knife Technique, intermediate 35-300, right arrow intermediate 70-300. Mountain Heart Scripture, first layer 53-100, right arrow second layer 0-200. Next settlement 23-59-59. Xiang Yu's eyes widened in pleasant surprise. 10 points gained in his knife technique today, double his usual progress. His mind quickly analyzed the unexpected windfall, connecting dots with the unusual energy he'd felt during practice. The beast meat, he realized. Normally, fatigue would gradually diminish his effectiveness, each hour of practice yielding diminishing returns as exhaustion crept in. But today, the nourishing properties of the beast's meat had kept his energy consistently high, allowing him to maintain peak performance throughout his training. A surge of gratitude toward Li Yao washed over him, though pragmatism quickly tempered his excitement. Such an occurrence would probably be a one-time thing, since he couldn't expect regular access to beast meat. Still, he couldn't help but feel satisfaction at reaching the second layer of the Mountain Heart scripture, automatically advancing his body, refining to the same level. With a thought, he summoned his full status screen. Name Xiang Yu. Realm Body Refining Second Layer. Species Human. Spiritual Root Null. Techniques Basic Knife Technique, Intermediate 7300. Scriptures Mountain Heart Scripture, Second Layer 3200. System Function Double EXP Cooldown 24 HRS. His eyes narrowed slightly as they focused on the Mountain Heart Scripture's experience points. The conversion rate has jumped to 10-1 after the breakthrough, he noted with a resigned sigh. This development wasn't unexpected. The higher he climbed, the steeper the path would become. Yet optimism prevailed as he calculated his potential gains. With his knife technique now at 70 points, tomorrow's doubling would yield 7 entire points for his scripture, substantial progress despite the increased difficulty. The third stage might be closer than he'd initially thought. With that comforting analysis, Xiang Yu finally allowed his body to rest, retreating to his humble dwelling for a well-earned sleep. Tomorrow would bring an unexpected adventure with his junior sister, but tonight he would savor the sweet taste of advancement. In the hallowed halls of the Scripture Pavilion, Dean Gu Hanneming lounged in his chair, rocking back and forth with languid disinterest. The afternoon's monotony hung thick in the air until sudden footfalls shattered the silence. A young disciple burst through the doorway, chest heaving, face flushed with exertion. "Dean, something happened," the youth gasped, words tumbling out between desperate gulps of air. Gu Hanneming's brows furrowed in immediate irritation. "What is it? Why are you running in the halls?" His voice carried the sharp edge of a man accustomed to rigid order and unquestioning respect. The disciple bent slightly, hands on knees, struggling to compose himself. "Elder, he left," he managed, still fighting to regulate his breathing. "Speak properly." The dean's fingers clenched the armrests of his chair, knuckles whitening. "Who left?" "It's Xiang Yu," the disciple clarified, finally straightening his posture. "He left the sect." The annoyance etched across the dean's face melted away like morning frost under a sudden sun. His lips curled upward, transforming gradually into a smile that carried no warmth, only malicious anticipation. "Good, good," he repeated, the words dripping with venomous satisfaction. His eyes narrowed to predatory slits as he savored the moment. "You dare to kill my brother. Wait and see what I'll do to you." Rising from his seat with newfound energy, the dean turned toward the disciple. "Go and gather 5 people," he commanded, already formulating his plan of retribution. The young man hesitated, shifting uncomfortably. "He didn't leave alone," he interjected. "Li Yao is accompanying him as well." Gu Hanneming froze mid-step. For a heartbeat, uncertainty flickered across his features, a momentary calculation of risk and reward. Then his expression settled into something even more sinister than before. "Actually, this is even better," he said, a menacing chuckle escaping his throat. "She was the one who killed my brother." His voice dropped to a near whisper, as if sharing a delicious secret with himself. "I'll take care of her personally." Striding toward the exit, the dean paused only briefly to glance back at the disciple. "Look after here for a moment." "Yes, Dean," the young man bowed deeply, relief evident in his posture as the focus of the dean's wrath shifted elsewhere. Gu Hanneming swept through the doorway, malevolent satisfaction radiating from him like heat from a forge. His brother's killer, the sect's precious genius, Li Yao, had been untouchable while remaining within the sect's protective boundaries. He had been forced to redirect his hatred toward her senior brother instead, biding his time for an opportunity. Now, remarkably, both culprits had ventured beyond the sect's protection. His smile widened as he contemplated the perfect symmetry of his revenge. While harming Li Yao within the sect would bring swift retribution, what happened beyond those grounds was an entirely different matter. Who would know if she never returned? Who could prove his involvement? The dean's footsteps quickened, propelled by a dark eagerness as he went to gather his forces. Soon, very soon, justice, as he defined it, would be served. The cheerful atmosphere of their outing contrasted sharply with Xiang Yu's internal turmoil. Li Yao bounced with unbridled enthusiasm, pointing excitedly at various stalls and attractions in the mortal town. Xiang Yu couldn't shake the ominous feeling weighing in his stomach. Every cultivation novel he'd ever read flashed through his mind. The protagonist venturing outside the sect's protection inevitably triggered some calamitous encounter. "Isn't this fun, senior brother?" Li Yao asked, her eyes sparkling as she clutched a sugar figurine purchased from a roadside vendor. "Absolutely," Xiang Yu replied with a manufactured smile, all while mentally reciting every possible disaster scenario. Just once could the universe not follow narrative convention, he silently pleaded, maintaining his facade of enjoyment as they wove through the crowded marketplace. For several more hours, this charade continued, Li Yao delighting in the simple pleasures of mortal life, Xiang Yu vigilantly scanning for threats while pretending to share her enthusiasm. His tension only mounted as the day progressed, each passing moment without incident, somehow making him more anxious rather than less. Finally, as the afternoon sun began its descent, Li Yao sighed contentedly. "I think I've had enough fun for today. We should head back before Master notices we've been gone too long." Relief flooded through Xiang Yu's body. They were going home. He had survived an entire day outside the sect without triggering some protagonist-centered crisis. Perhaps his paranoia had been unfounded after all. As they followed the mountain path back toward Azure Cloud Sect, Xiang Yu allowed himself to relax slightly. His shoulders loosened, his breathing deepened, and a genuine smile began to form. "Come out. I know you're out there." Li Yao's sudden shout shattered his momentary peace. Xiang Yu's heart plummeted like a stone dropped from the mountain's peak. "I fucking knew it," he thought bitterly, exasperation overwhelming his fear. Not even choosing a mortal town, deliberately selected for its minimal cultivation presence, had spared him from the narrative's relentless machinery. He should have just stayed home, cultivating in blessed solitude. Within moments, 6 figures emerged from the dense forest surrounding the path. 5 disciples, led by none other than Dean Gu Hanaming of the Scripture Pavilion. The sight confirmed Xiang Yu's worst fears. Trouble had indeed found them. "You're quite sharp, kid," the dean chuckled, his voice carrying artificial levity that failed to mask his malice. "But this doesn't change anything." Li Yao immediately positioned herself in front of Xiang Yu, a protective gesture that touched him despite the direness of their situation. He genuinely appreciated her consideration, but anxiety gnawed at his confidence. Yes, she was a foundation establishment cultivator, impressive for someone her age, but the dean operated in an entirely different league. For one to become a dean in the sect, they had to have at least core formation cultivation, a full realm above Li Yao's level. The power disparity was astronomical, like comparing a candle to the sun. Still, Xiang Yu clung to a shred of hope. After all, what's a protagonist if they can't fight beyond a realm or two? And if anyone matched the protagonist archetype, it was certainly Li Yao. "What do you want?" Li Yao's voice remained steady, betraying no fear. The dean's eyes narrowed, hatred radiating from him in palpable waves. "Don't try to act like you don't know," he snarled. "I know you were the one who killed my little brother." His fingers twitched with barely contained rage. "I know he wasn't the best of people, but—" "Wait. Li Yao interrupted, her head tilting in apparent confusion. "I think you have the wrong person. I don't remember seeing your brother." The dean's face contorted with fury. "What? My little brother came to your pavilion to challenge your senior brother, but you killed him." His voice grew increasingly shrill. "And now you're acting as if you don't know him." Li Yao's expression suddenly shifted, her mouth forming a perfect O of realization. "Remember now?" the dean asked, noticing her changed expression. "Oh, so you meant that trash," she replied with casual disdain. "He was so insignificant that I didn't remember him." The dean's face flushed deep crimson, but Li Yao continued pressing, examining him with exaggerated scrutiny. "Now that I look at you, I can see the resemblance. After all, you're both trash." In the next instant, all pretense vanished. Dean launched himself forward with explosive force, spiritual energy crackling around him as he charged toward them. Li Yao calmly drew her sword, its blade gleaming in the afternoon light. Xiang Yu watched the unfolding confrontation with a mixture of resignation and exasperation. Why did she have to antagonize him, he wondered. Couldn't they have at least attempted diplomacy before jumping straight to mortal combat? "What? How dare you make fun of me?" the dean roared, his face contorted with rage as he charged toward Li Yao with a clenched fist wreathed in swirling spiritual energy. The air around his knuckles, distorted from the sheer power concentrated there, a testament to his core formation cultivation. In one fluid motion, Li Yao drew her sword, its polished blade gleaming in the dappled forest light as she positioned it defensively before her. The collision between the Dean's fist and her blade sent a thunderous boom echoing through the forest, kicking up a violent storm of dust and debris. The shockwave rippled outward with such force that nearby saplings were torn from the ground, their roots exposed to the air as they tumbled away. When the dust finally settled, both combatants had been pushed backward several paces, their feet having carved shallow trenches in the earth. Neither showed any signs of injury, though the intensity of their spiritual energies crackled in the air between them like invisible lightning. The Dean straightened his robes with an exaggerated show of nonchalance. I know you're just trying to rile me up, but I'm not falling for such provocation, he declared, his chin lifted with manufactured dignity. Xiang Yu watched this display with incredulous disbelief. You just fell for it, though, he thought, wisely keeping this observation to himself as he edged slowly backward. The Dean's gaze suddenly shifted, his eyes narrowing as they locked onto Xiang Yu. Since you dared to kill my brother, he announced with cold deliberation, I'll kill yours too. Before the final syllable had fully left his lips, he had already launched himself toward Xiang Yu, closing the distance with terrifying speed. Shock paralyzed Xiang Yu momentarily. What? How did I get into all this? What does this have to do with me? His mind raced frantically, but his body remained frozen as the Dean's fist, now glowing with deadly intent, hurtled toward his face. Damn it. I shouldn't have agreed to this date, he lamented, certain he was about to pay with his life for the simple mistake of venturing out with the heroine. Bitter irony wasn't lost on him. He had spent every waking moment trying to avoid protagonist-centered disasters, only to die in the most cliched manner possible. Just as the Dean's fist was about to connect, a blur of azure streaked through his vision. Li Yao had moved with astonishing speed, her leg connecting with the Dean's extended arm in a powerful kick that sent him careening sideways into a thick tree trunk. Your opponent is me, she declared, her voice carrying a deadly edge as she positioned herself protectively between Xiang Yu and the Dean. Leave my senior brother out of it. Without taking her eyes off her opponent, she called over her shoulder, Run, senior brother. When she glanced back, however, Xiang Yu was already gone, having disappeared into the dense undergrowth the moment she had created an opening. In his mind, survival instinct needed no verbal encouragement. The moment the Dean had been knocked away, his body had automatically launched into action, propelling him deeper into the forest's protective embrace. The Dean recovered quickly, brushing splinters from his robes as he assessed the situation. His gaze shifted to the 5 disciples, still standing uncertainly at the edge of the clearing. What are you waiting for? He barked. Go after him. The disciples immediately sprang into action, racing toward the forest where Xiang Yu had vanished. Li Yao moved to intercept them, her sword flashing in a deadly arc as she prepared to cut them off. Not so fast, she called, but before her blade could find its mark, the Dean materialized between her and his disciples, his hand shooting out to grasp her sword firmly by its blade, seemingly impervious to its sharp edge. With his free hand, he gestured for his followers to continue their pursuit, a smirk playing across his lips as he turned back to Li Yao. Your opponent is me, he echoed her words mockingly. Leave my juniors out of it. Li Yao stood facing Gu Hanaming, her gaze steady despite the overwhelming odds. Though he towered before her as a core formation cultivator while she remained at foundation establishment, her concern wasn't for herself. Instead, her thoughts raced toward her senior brother who had vanished into the forest. Her junior brother had just started his cultivation journey, barely at the first stage of body refining, and now he was being pursued by 5 disciples. 3 of those hunters had already reached the second stage of body refining, but even more alarming was the 2 had already advanced to the third. Not only did they outnumber him, but they also outmatched him in raw power. Why do your eyes keep darting there? The Dean spoke, his voice laced with mockery. Worried about your senior brother. A cruel smile spread across his face. Don't worry, my men will be sure to take good care of him. Anger flared within Li Yao, a burning sensation that threatened to cloud her judgment. She took a deep breath, forcing the emotion down as she steadied her sword. Her eyes hardened as she met the Dean's gaze unflinchingly. I'll just have to kill you before they get to my senior brother, she declared, her voice carrying absolute conviction. How are they? The Dean erupted into laughter, his shoulders shaking with genuine amusement. Take me down, he asked incredulously. You. He gestured dismissively at her slender form. Stop dreaming. With that final taunt, he charged toward her, his body becoming a blur of motion. Today I'm going to kill you as tribute to my little brother, he roared as he closed the distance between them. His fist, wrapped in swirling spiritual energy, cut through the air with frightening ease. Combined with his core formation cultivation, his speed was truly terrifying, far too fast for an average foundation establishment cultivator to even perceive, let alone counter. He had received information that Li Yao was hiding her cultivation level, though he had been shocked at first. This revelation didn't trouble him now. Whether she was concealing her true strength or not made little difference, she would die either way. As he bore down upon her, his eyes lingered on her form, and a thought crossed his mind. What a pity for such a beautiful genius to perish so young. If she hadn't killed his brother, he might have spared her life and allowed her the honor of warming his bed. The thought brought a lecherous grin to his face as his fist hurtled toward its target. In the next instant, his blow should have connected, should have ended her existence in a single devastating strike. Yet when his fist was mere inches from contact, Li Yao simply sidestepped, avoiding the attack entirely. Nani? Shock replaced his confidence as he found himself carried forward by his own momentum, the energy of his blow dragging him forward as he lost his balance. Acting on instinct, he redirected his attack, channeling the force downward. His fist crashed into the ground with catastrophic impact. The earth trembled and dust exploded outward in a billowing cloud that temporarily obscured vision. When it finally settled, a massive crater had formed where his punch had landed. Gu Hanming stood at its center, slowly raising his gaze to find Li Yao standing calmly at the edge of the depression, looking down at him with unmistakable disdain. How is it possible? He demanded, disbelief evident in every syllable. There is no way someone who has just broken through to the foundation establishment stage could dodge my attack. Li Yao regarded him coldly, her expression unchanged. Who said that I've just broken through to the foundation establishment stage? Before the dean could process her words, her aura flared spectacularly. Her spiritual energy visibly intensified, rising from the first layer of foundation establishment to the second, then the third, the fourth, climbing steadily until it finally stabilized at the peak of foundation establishment. The dean's eyes widened in shock as the realization hit him. When he had heard that the sect genius had concealed her true power and already advanced to foundation establishment, he'd been surprised but not alarmed. After all, she had previously been at the peak of qi gathering. Perhaps she'd found some rare pills to help her breakthrough. But this was beyond comprehension. She wasn't merely at foundation establishment, she had reached its absolute peak. This rate of advancement wasn't that of a genius anymore, it was something monstrous, something that defied explanation. How had she managed to advance so far without anyone detecting her true level? For a moment he considered retreat, the instinct for self-preservation briefly overwhelming his thirst for revenge. But pride quickly reasserted itself. Even at the peak of foundation establishment, she remained just that, a foundation establishment cultivator facing a core formation master. The gap between their realms was like the distance between heaven and earth. While foundation establishment represented merely the beginning stages of laying one's cultivation foundation, core formation marked the point where true cultivation began in earnest. The difference wasn't just significant, it was insurmountable. No amount of talent could bridge such a fundamental disparity in power. She must have simply gotten lucky with her earlier dodge, he reasoned, berating himself for even considering retreat. Steadying his stance, he looked at her with renewed confidence. HMPH, even if you were hiding your strength, so what? You're just a foundation establishment kid, he scoffed, dismissing her achievement with a wave of his hand. Don't think you can bridge the gap in power with just this. Li Yao's lips curled into a dangerous smile as she shifted her weight, preparing to spring. Well, we'll see about that, she replied simply, before launching herself from her position, her sword gleaming as she charged directly toward her opponent. Xiang Yu plunged into the dense forest, branches whipping past as he fled deeper into the undergrowth. His heart hammered against his ribcage, each beat pulsing with a profound sense of injustice. What had he done to deserve this? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Yet here he was, running for his life from cultivators who wanted him dead simply by association. Did the universe genuinely want him eliminated from existence? Pausing momentarily in a small clearing, he surveyed his surroundings, desperately trying to determine the safest escape route. The sound of crashing foliage and angry voices behind him eliminated any chance for careful consideration. Without a backward glance, he bolted forward, diving deeper into the forest's protective embrace. Behind him, the 5 disciples burst into the clearing he'd just vacated. They halted, heads swiveling as they attempted to discern which direction their prey had fled. "Which way did he go?" one demanded, frustration evident in his voice. After several moments of debate, the group reached a consensus. "Let's split up and search in every direction," suggested one of the disciples with an arrogant sneer. "He's just a worthless mortal without spiritual roots. Any one of us alone is more than enough to handle him." Agreement rippled through the group. With curt nods, they scattered, each taking a different path into the forest. Their footsteps gradually faded, leaving behind an eerie silence punctuated only by natural forest sounds. Only when the last echo of their presence disappeared did Xiang Yu cautiously descend from the tree he'd scrambled up moments before they arrived. His improvised hiding spot, though risky, had proven remarkably effective. More importantly, he'd overheard their entire conversation and subsequent plan. Crouching low, he carefully analyzed the situation. Though unable to precisely gauge their cultivation levels, he could tell they were all body-refining stage cultivators. Since they were hunting him regardless, waiting passively would only lead to eventual discovery. They would regroup after failing to find him individually, eliminating his advantage. Now was the perfect opportunity to seize the initiative, but who to target first? Xiang Yu's mind worked rapidly, recalling the group's dynamics. 2 disciples had clearly commanded more respect from the others, likely indicating higher cultivation levels or greater importance. Targeting them would be foolish. From the remaining 3, one had appeared particularly nervous, his stance less confident than his companions. That one, Xiang Yu decided. "He's my best chance." Without further hesitation, he slipped silently through the underbrush, following the trail of his chosen target. The hunter was about to become the hunted. Li Yao sprang from her position with lethal grace, her sword poised and humming with spiritual energy as she descended upon her opponent. Dean had already settled into his combat stance, spiritual power coalescing around his fists until they glowed with menacing intensity. His eyes tracked her approach with the cold calculation of a seasoned killer. She struck with devastating precision, her blade slicing through the air in a brilliant arc of concentrated power. Dean responded instantly, raising his arms to form an energy barrier that shimmered with protective force. When Li Yao's sword connected, the collision of opposing energies erupted in a spectacular display of crackling sparks and resonant power that echoed through the forest. For several heartbeats, they remained locked in this deadly equilibrium. Dean's lips curled into a smug smile, satisfaction evident in his contemptuous gaze. "Just as I thought, she's still just a foundation establishment." Before he could complete the thought, Li Yao's expression shifted. Her delicate features hardened with determination as she channeled an unexpected surge of power through her blade. The sudden escalation sent shockwaves rippling through the Dean's barrier, applying mounting pressure until, with a sound like shattering glass, the protective field fractured completely. Caught by surprise but moving with the instincts honed through decades of cultivation, the Dean twisted sideways. Li Yao's sword missed his flesh by mere centimeters, continuing its unstoppable descent to strike the earth below. Upon impact, the ground split violently, a jagged fissure racing outward from the point of contact. The Dean's eyes widened as he assessed the destruction her single strike had wrought. Impossible. How could a foundation establishment cultivator possess such devastating power? Grudging respect flickered briefly across his features before being replaced by cold determination. "I need to stop underestimating her and fight with my full strength." Without warning, he launched himself toward Li Yao, targeting the momentary vulnerability while her sword remained embedded in the fractured earth. Yet Li Yao had anticipated this opportunistic attack. Maintaining her grip on the sword's hilt, she executed a graceful flip that carried her body up and over the Dean's charging form. His attack found only empty air, but he recovered with frightening speed, pivoting to deliver another strike. Li Yao, still suspended mid-flip, wrenched her blade free and brought it up to block the incoming blow. Though she successfully deflected the attack, the sheer force behind it sent her flying backward until she collided violently with the crater's edge, impact sending clouds of dust billowing around her. She regained her footing swiftly, readying her stance once more, but the Dean had already closed the distance between them. With barely a moment to react, Li Yao rolled along the crater's wall, narrowly avoiding a devastating punch that plowed through solid earth where she had stood heartbeats before. The impact pulverized stone and soil, sending debris spiraling through the air like deadly projectiles. Regaining her position, Li Yao studied her opponent with calculating intensity. I need to end this quickly and help senior brother, she thought, but this opponent is formidable even for me. Setting her resolve, she charged forward with renewed purpose, her sword tracing elegant patterns through the air, a deadly dance of precision and power. Their clash intensified, attacks and counterattacks flowing in a brutal choreography. Each connected strike left marks on both combatants, neither willing to yield ground. After a particularly ferocious exchange, a massive collision of energies threw both fighters apart, sending them skidding to opposite sides of the battlefield. The once modest crater had expanded dramatically, transformed by their combat into a vast arena of shattered earth and exposed stone. Without exchanging a single word, both warriors gathered their strength and charged toward each other once more, the air between them distorting with the pressure of their unleashed power. Jiang Yu stalked his prey with methodical precision, his footsteps ghosting across the forest floor as he followed the disciple who now hunted for him. Predator becoming prey, hunter becoming hunted. He's not here, the disciple muttered in frustration, pushing aside another cluster of bushes before continuing his search. Each movement Xiang Yu made was calculated, deliberate. His breathing remained shallow and controlled as he maintained a careful distance. The weight of his situation pressed against his consciousness with crushing force. He had never taken a life before, how could he have? His previous existence had been governed by laws and societal constraints that made such actions unthinkable. But this world operated under different rules. The strong survived while the weak perished, often without ceremony or justice. In this cruel calculus, where the equation reduced to kill or be killed, Xiang Yu had already determined which variable he preferred to be. The answer was brutally simple. He would much rather be the one doing the killing. As he shadowed his opponent, his foot brushed against something solid. Glancing down, he discovered a substantial stone partially embedded in the soil, roughly half a meter in diameter and weighing approximately 50 kilograms. The moment his eyes fell upon it, inspiration struck like lightning. Silently sheathing his practiced knife, Xiang Yu wrapped his hands around the stone. Thanks to his advancement to the second layer of body refining, lifting the substantial weight wasn't impossible, though he still felt its considerable heft. Stone possessed excellent mass and balance, a crude but potentially devastating weapon against anyone in the early stage of body refining, first third layer, provided he utilized it correctly. With painstaking care, Xiang Yu hoisted the stone and positioned himself behind a thick tree trunk. From this vantage point, he observed his target pushing through another dense thicket, completely unaware of the danger lurking mere steps away. The moment arrived. Xiang Yu charged forward, stone raised high above his head. The sudden movement finally alerted the disciple, who began turning at the sound of approaching footsteps. Realization and horror flashed across his features, but the reaction came far too late. Xiang Yu brought the stone crashing down with terrible purpose, crushing the disciple's skull before he could even cry out. The impact produced a sickening sound, part crunch, part wet thud, that would likely haunt Xiang Yu's dreams for nights to come. His chest heaved as adrenaline coursed through his system. The nervous tension that had built throughout his stealthy pursuit now threatened to overwhelm him. Taking a human life, even one bent on ending his own, wasn't something his consciousness could simply dismiss. Yet he forced himself to regain composure, repeating the harsh truth of this reality. Death was commonplace here, an expected outcome rather than a tragedy. Had their positions been reversed, the disciple wouldn't have hesitated to end him. With pragmatic detachment, Xiang Yu knelt beside the corpse and began searching through the disciple's robes and possessions. He hoped to find valuable resources, perhaps martial techniques, cultivation scriptures, or medicinal pills that might aid his survival. His thorough examination yielded nothing of significance, however. The disappointing result didn't surprise him. Body refining cultivators typically occupied the lowest rungs of sect hierarchy, outer disciples, or even servants with minimal wealth or resources. This explained their willingness to comply with the dean's murderous orders. They had likely been promised rewards or advancement in exchange for eliminating him. Xiang Yu felt no particular guilt for the man's fate. In this brutal world, everyone made choices based on their individual circumstances. The disciple had made his choice, and Xiang Yu had made his. The clash between Li Yao and Dean Gu Hanaming had evolved into a deadly dance of power and technique. With each engagement, they separated only to converge again with greater ferocity, the forest around them bearing witness to their devastating exchange. Li Yao's sword moved with elegant precision, cutting through the air with whistling brilliance as she executed techniques refined through countless hours of dedicated practice. Despite her extraordinary skill, the dean maintained his ground, his cultivation advantage serving as an impenetrable barrier between her attacks and victory. His fists, wreathed in swirling spiritual energy, deflected her blade with practiced expertise, each impact sending resonant booms echoing through the mountain forest. Fury burned in the dean's eyes as he faced the unexpected challenge before him. He had been fighting with his full strength for some time now, holding nothing back as he unleashed techniques that had felled countless opponents throughout his long cultivation journey. Yet this slip of a girl continued to stand before him, unbroken and undaunted. The question repeated itself in his mind with maddening insistence: why couldn't he defeat her? What secret power allowed her to bridge the fundamental gap between their cultivation realms? Across the battlefield, Li Yao steadied her sword, her breathing controlled despite the exertion of prolonged combat. This confrontation was stretching far beyond her initial expectations. While she had confidence in her abilities, fighting a core formation cultivator as a foundation establishment practitioner required more than just talent. It demanded perfect focus and flawless execution. Yet her thoughts continually drifted to her senior brother, wondering if he had escaped his pursuers or if he now faced mortal danger alone in the forest. This divided attention was a liability she couldn't afford, yet couldn't seem to overcome. Stop worrying about that guy and just focus on the battle. The voice resonated within her mind with familiar authority. It belonged to the ancient empress, whose soul had become intertwined with Li Yao's fate through an extraordinary twist of destiny. When her family had been massacred years ago, her mother's final act had been to pass down the family's treasured ring. What appeared to be merely a precious heirloom had concealed an astonishing secret. It housed the conscious soul of an immortal empress from an era long forgotten. Upon awakening this spiritual remnant, Li Yao had gained access to cultivation techniques and wisdom beyond measure. Under the Empress's guidance, her advancement had accelerated to miraculous speeds, earning her recognition from an elder of the Azure Cloud sect who had taken her as a personal disciple. Her reputation as the sect's foremost genius stemmed directly from this hidden advantage. The Empress had never steered her wrong before, which made her current advice all the more perplexing. How could I not worry about him? Li Yao responded internally, maintaining her external focus on the dean's movements. He's just barely started cultivating, and he's being chased by 5 cultivators. I understand what you mean, the Empress acknowledged, her tone carrying centuries of wisdom, but you really shouldn't worry about him. Even if you were to die here, he probably wouldn't die. Confusion flickered across Li Yao's features momentarily. How could that be? Could it be that senior brother is playing the pig to eat the tiger, she wondered, considering whether he might be concealing his true strength. No, he's definitely a mortal with no talent, the Empress corrected, but he has something even greater than talent. Even greater than talent. What's that? Li Yao pressed, curiosity mingling with her concern. Survival instinct, came the simple reply. The what now? Li Yao's confusion deepened. Your senior brother possesses something more valuable than any spiritual root or heavenly technique, the Empress elaborated, her mental voice carrying a note of admiration. He walks through a simple town festival, as though he expects a meteor to come crashing down upon his head at any moment. Every muscle tensed, every sense alert, his eyes constantly cataloging escape routes even while he pretends to enjoy himself. The Empress continued her assessment, with the weight of experience behind her words. I've seen countless prodigies with boundless talent reduced to ash through overconfidence, while cautious souls like him outlive them all. In my long centuries, I've watched humble cultivators with this primal survival instinct outlast even the mightiest of immortal masters. They recognize what others forget, that our cultivation world is unforgiving, and eternal vigilance is the true path to longevity. Remember this often, it is not the strongest who survive, but the most paranoid. While this internal conversation transpired, Dingu Hanaming noticed the momentary distraction in Li Yao's demeanor. Though nearly imperceptible, her focus had wavered ever so slightly, and for a cultivator of his caliber, such a minuscule opening might as well have been a gaping vulnerability. He recognized the opportunity instantly, a predatory gleam lighting his eyes. Whatever had captured her attention didn't matter. All that mattered was exploiting this chance to end their protracted battle once and for all. It's time to end this, he declared, his body launching forward with explosive force as he closed the distance between them. Spiritual energy coalesced around his fists with devastating intensity, the air distorting from the sheer power concentrated there. When he had reduced the gap to merely 5 meters, he noticed Li Yao closing her eyes. A flash of confusion crossed his features. Had she accepted defeat? Was she surrendering to the inevitable? Regardless, he continued his charge, unwilling to squander his advantage. At 2 meters distance, when victory seemed assured, Li Yao's eyes snapped open. In one fluid motion, she raised her sword directly overhead, the blade suddenly illuminated by brilliant blue light that cast eerie shadows across the battlefield. "You're right," she replied, her voice carrying newfound resolve as spiritual energy cascaded from her weapon in visible waves. "It's time to end this." The heavy stone dripped with fresh blood as Xiang Yu hoisted it from the corpse, its crimson trails painting macabre patterns across the rough surface. His stomach churned at the grisly scene, but he forced his expression to harden into a mask of determination. This was survival, nothing more, nothing less. The cultivation world's brutal mathematics had reduced his choices to a simple equation: kill or be killed. With measured breaths, Xiang Yu began his careful return to the forest clearing, each step calculated to minimize noise. His senses remained hyperalert, scanning continuously for any sign of the remaining disciples. Upon reaching the edge of the clearing, he didn't immediately enter. Instead, he observed from the shadows, watching for movement, listening for voices. The area remained undisturbed. No footprints marred the soft earth beyond those already present, no whispers carried on the gentle breeze. A cautious smile tugged at his lips. This confirmed his suspicion that the hunting party lacked any means of communication between members. Each disciple was operating independently, unaware of their dwindling numbers. Perfect, he thought. Time for the next one. Strategically, Xiang Yu avoided targeting either of the two strongest disciples. Instead, he selected what appeared to be the second weakest among the remaining three. His eyes tracked the path this particular disciple had taken, and without hesitation, he began his pursuit, murder weapon still clutched firmly in his grip. The disciples hadn't ventured far, their progress slowed by frequent stops to investigate potential hiding spots. Xiang Yu spotted his target easily, crouching behind bushes and trees whenever the disciple paused to investigate something. His approach was methodical, advancing when the disciple moved, freezing when they stopped. During one such advance, disaster nearly struck. A dry branch snapped beneath his foot, with a sound that seemed to echo through the silent forest like a thunderclap. Xiang Yu immediately pressed himself against a nearby tree trunk, heart hammering against his ribs. The disciple, who had been examining a cluster of bushes, straightened immediately. "Who's there?" he called, turning toward the sound and beginning to approach Xiang Yu's position. Adapting instantly, Xiang Yu raised his blood-stained stone high above his head. He stood perfectly still, every muscle tensed and ready, focusing entirely on the approaching footsteps. The moment that disciple stepped past the tree, he would strike. The disciple walked with confident strides, completely unconcerned. What threat could a mere mortal possibly pose to someone at the second layer of body refining? Such overwhelming confidence would prove fatal. As the disciple stepped past the tree, Xiang Yu brought the stone crashing down with terrible force. It connected squarely with the back of the disciple's head, instantly collapsing his skull. The man's eyes rolled backward as he crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Standing over his second victim, Xiang Yu noticed something peculiar. The revulsion that had nearly overwhelmed him after his first kill had diminished significantly. So those serial killers in documentaries were right, he reflected grimly. It does get easier each time. With pragmatic efficiency, he searched the corpse for anything valuable, but again found nothing worthwhile. Retrieving his bloody stone, Xiang Yu mentally calculated his progress. 2 down, 3 to go. Were his methods cowardly? Perhaps. But Xiang Yu hadn't asked for this conflict, hadn't agreed to any rules of engagement. Why should he concern himself with fairness when his opponents wouldn't hesitate to kill him on sight? Returning to the clearing once more, he selected his next target, the strongest looking of the lower three. This one would require extra caution. He followed the chosen path, soon spotting his quarry. Once again, he began his careful stalking routine, watching the disciples' movements with predatory focus. When the moment seemed right, Xiang Yu advanced with his stone raised high. But something went terribly wrong. Just as he was about to deliver the killing blow, the disciple unexpectedly turned around. The stone missed its intended target, instead crushing the disciple's shoulder and arm against the ground as they fell. A piercing scream of agony tore through the forest, sending birds exploding from the treetops in panicked flight. Xiang Yu knew immediately that he'd made a catastrophic error. Without hesitation, he drew his knife from its sheath and plunged it repeatedly into the disciple's neck, desperately trying to silence the screams. The wet sounds of blade penetrating flesh continued until the disciple finally lay still. Standing quickly, Xiang Yu prepared to flee. The earlier scream had undoubtedly revealed his position. The remaining hunters would converge on this location within minutes. Just as he turned to run, a cold voice froze him in place. "So this is where you were." What? The azure energy surrounding Li Yao's blade intensified, casting ethereal light across her determined features. With deadly grace, she swung downward, her sword cleaving through the air with such force that reality itself seemed to split apart, creating a path for the blade's descent. The dean, moments from striking her, looked up in alarm as primal fear seized his heart. His instinct screamed a single, unmistakable truth: this attack would end his life. Without conscious thought, self-preservation took over. He abandoned his attack, pivoting sharply and pushing his cultivation to its limits as he fled. Yet no matter how desperately he ran, the sword's shadow on the ground expanded behind him, stretching impossibly as it pursued him like fate itself. Li Yao's blade continued gathering power, the energy extending its reach, transforming the physical weapon into something transcendent. Dean poured every ounce of spiritual energy into his legs, his feet barely touching the ground as he propelled himself forward with frantic speed. Despite his desperate flight, the sword found him. A brilliant arc of blue light slashed across his back, sending him tumbling across the battlefield. He rolled several times before coming to a stop, struggling to rise on trembling limbs. He had to escape, survival depended on it. But as he managed to stand, his heart sank. Li Yao stood before him, her emotionless gaze more terrifying than any anger could have been. You actually cultivated a sword technique to the perfect stage," he gasped, disbelief etched across his features. "And it's not a low-level one either." The implications staggered him. Cultivators typically spent centuries mastering techniques to such levels of perfection. He himself, after 300 years of dedicated cultivation, had yet to achieve such mastery with any technique. Was this the true potential of genius? Or something more unfathomable? Li Yao offered no response to his shocked query. She simply raised her sword once more, its edge glinting with deadly promise. Wait. The dean's voice cracked with desperation. "You can't kill me. It's against the rules. The sect won't let you go." His words tumbled out frantically as he clutched at the final strands of hope. Li Yao regarded him with cold indifference. "It's okay," she replied, her voice soft yet chilling. "No one will find out." The sword plunged downward toward his heart as he screamed, "No." His protest ended abruptly as the blade found its mark, silencing him forever. Standing over her vanquished enemy, Li Yao's contemptuous gaze swept across his corpse. She methodically searched his body, collecting several items that seemed underwhelming given his status. "Trash," she muttered dismissively. Yet she carefully tucked the items into her pouch anyway. Still, they might be useful to senior brother. Her attention returned to the dean's lifeless form. Leaving the body here would create complications. While an investigation might eventually reveal that he had been the aggressor, Li Yao had no interest in subjecting her senior brother to such scrutiny. If sect members discovered they couldn't deal with her directly, they would inevitably target him instead. Without hesitation, she channeled her qi into the corpse. Blue flames erupted across the body, consuming it with supernatural intensity. Within seconds, nothing remained, no evidence, no trace of the conflict that had unfolded. As the last embers faded, a high-pitched scream pierced the forest silence, coming from deep within the trees. Li Yao's heart lurched with sudden concern. "Oh no! Senior brother," she exclaimed, immediately rushing toward the source of the sound, her robes fluttering behind her as she raced to reach him before it was too late. "So this is where you were." Voice froze Xiang Yu in place, his body turning rigid as ice water seemed to flood his veins. He had been discovered, his carefully executed plan crumbling before his eyes. Why had he been found so quickly? Hadn't this disciple chosen his own path through the forest? With dread pooling in his stomach, he slowly turned to face his hunter. The disciple stood before him, a smugness radiating from his posture. "I thought it was weird that I couldn't catch up to you and decided to check the other paths," he explained, his tone laced with self-satisfaction. "Damn it. Why did this particular pursuer have to possess actual brain cells?" This deviation from the standard cultivation novel script, where antagonists conveniently behaved with predictable stupidity, was deeply inconvenient. In stories, these minor villains never demonstrated such rudimentary problem-solving skills. Despite his internal frustration, Xiang Yu forced himself to calm down. True, he had been discovered, but it was still just one opponent. Taking a steadying breath, he readied his knife without responding verbally. His mind calculated rapidly. Both of them were body-refining cultivators, and based on the others he'd encountered, the difference in their strength shouldn't be insurmountable. Perhaps he could engage briefly, while searching for an opportunity to escape. Noticing Xiang Yu's combat-ready stance, the disciple approached with measured steps, drawing his sword with practiced ease. The sight of the gleaming blade sent a jolt of surprise through Xiang Yu. He hadn't anticipated that his opponent would be trained in sword techniques. This complicated matters significantly. The sword's superior reach would give the disciple a considerable advantage, compounding what was likely already a cultivation disparity. But there was no time for hesitation. With the disciple's scream still echoing through the forest, Xiang Yu knew the remaining hunter would be converging on their location. He couldn't afford to face multiple opponents simultaneously. Adding numerical disadvantage to his already precarious situation would be disastrous. With resolute determination, Xiang Yu charged forward, swinging his knife in a controlled arc. The disciple responded with equal aggression, his sword intercepting Xiang Yu's blade. Sparks flashed as metal scraped against metal, the force of the collision knocking Xiang Yu slightly off course. This deflection, however, wasn't unexpected. Xiang Yu recovered instantly, pivoting with surprising agility as he targeted his opponent's exposed neck. While his knife's shorter range might typically be considered a disadvantage against a sword, in close quarters, it transformed into a lethal asset. The sword's extended reach became a liability in tight spaces, creating a vulnerable window that Xiang Yu intended to exploit. Following the initial clash, the disciple was still extending his arm from the defensive maneuver, his body momentarily unguarded. Xiang Yu closed the distance rapidly, positioning his knife for a clean, fatal strike before the swordsman could retract and reposition his weapon. But he had severely underestimated his opponent's reflexes. With alarming speed, the disciple's free hand shot forward, fingers clamping around Xiang Yu's wrist in a vice-like grip. Panic flooded through him as he struggled to break free, his arm immobilized in the disciple's grasp. Desperation mounting, Xiang Yu launched a punch with his other hand, hoping to create enough distance to escape. To his horror, the disciple caught this arm as well, somehow maintaining his hold on the sword while restraining both of Xiang Yu's limbs. He could feel the hard press of the sword handle against his captured hand, cold metal digging into his skin. Maniacal smile spread across the disciple's face, revealing teeth in a predatory grin that sent chills down Xiang Yu's spine. "You aren't really going to." Xiang Yu began, dread evident in his voice as realization dawned. "Yes, I am going to," the disciple confirmed, his smile widening as he abruptly tilted his head backward. "Oh no," Xiang Yu muttered, comprehension arriving a fraction of a second too late. With brutal force, the disciple slammed his forehead forward, crashing directly into Xiang Yu's face with a sickening impact that sent stars exploding across his vision. What? Xiang Yu's world spun violently as his body crashed against the unyielding ground, the impact knocking what little air remained from his lungs. Stars danced across his vision, bright pinpricks of light that seemed to call his name as he struggled to comprehend what had just happened. The forest floor pressed against his back, cool and unforgiving, while his thoughts swirled in a confused haze. He blinked repeatedly, trying to bring his surroundings into focus. Blurry patches of green and brown gradually revealed themselves as tree branches swaying gently overhead. Had he passed out during his training session? The last thing he remembered was, what exactly? Memory refused to cooperate, fragments of thought slipping through his mental grasp like water. A shadow passed over him, blocking the dappled sunlight. Someone was standing above him now, their silhouette wavering in his unfocused vision. He could just make out the distinctive shape of a sword clutched in their hand. His junior sister, perhaps. She was the only person he knew who practiced sword techniques. Maybe she wanted to practice together, though her approach seemed unusually aggressive. The shadowy figure raised their sword high, the blade catching a glint of sunlight before arcing downward with lethal intent. A jolt of confusion shot through Xiang Yu's muddled thoughts. Wait, is this really practice? He wondered, the incongruity finally piercing through his mental fog. In that crucial moment, his vision suddenly cleared, reality snapping into horrifying focus. It wasn't his junior sister at all, it was the disciple, face twisted in a triumphant grin as he brought his weapon down for a killing blow. Memories crashed back in a violent torrent, the forest, the hunting party, the headbutt that had nearly cost him his consciousness. Pure survival instinct took over. Xiang Yu rolled desperately to the side, feeling the rush of air as the blade missed his flesh by mere millimeters, embedding itself in the earth where he had lain a heartbeat before. The near miss sent a wave of cold terror washing through him. He had almost died. The disciple wasted no time lamenting his failed strike. With practiced efficiency, he wrenched his sword from the ground and immediately swung toward Xiang Yu's new position. Though still disoriented, Xiang Yu managed to raise his knife just in time, parrying the blow with an awkward, painful deflection that sent shockwaves up his arm. Each successive attack came faster than the last, the disciple pressing his advantage relentlessly. Xiang Yu remained trapped on his back, desperately parrying strikes while his opponent leveraged gravity and superior positioning. The disciple's blade hammered down again and again, each impact reverberating through Xiang Yu's increasingly fatigued arms. His defense was weakening, muscles burning from exertion, and the disciple wasn't giving him even a fraction of a second to regain his footing. As he deflected yet another strike, desperate inspiration struck. In one fluid motion, Xiang Yu scooped up a handful of forest debris and hurled it directly into his attacker's face. A mixture of dirt, sand, and leaves found its mark, causing the disciple to recoil with a pained howl, hands instinctively rising toward his eyes. That momentary distraction was all Xiang Yu needed. He rolled repeatedly, putting precious distance between himself and his blinded opponent before springing to his feet, muscles protesting but adrenaline overriding the pain. The disciple was still clawing at his eyes, curse words spilling from his lips as he struggled to clear his vision. Xiang Yu didn't hesitate. He wasn't bound by some chivalric code that demanded fair play. This was survival, pure and simple. He charged forward, knife poised to strike, intent on ending the confrontation before his opponent could recover. Yet somehow, despite his impaired vision, the disciple sensed the attack coming. As Xiang Yu closed in, the man's hand shot out with uncanny precision, once again catching Xiang Yu's wrist in a crushingly tight grip. That same maniacal smile spread across the disciple's face as their eyes met, sand still clinging to his lashes. A sickening sense of déjà vu washed over Xiang Yu. No, he wouldn't let history repeat itself. Instead of throwing another easily intercepted punch, he dropped his weight and swept his leg in a wide arc, targeting his opponent's ankles. The disciple's eyes widened in surprise as his feet suddenly left the ground, body momentarily suspended in air before gravity reclaimed him. Yet even as he fell, his combat instincts remained sharp. The sword in his hand redirected with deadly purpose, plunging deep into Xiang Yu's shoulder. White-hot agony exploded through Xiang Yu's body as the blade penetrated flesh and muscle. He bit down hard on his lip to suppress a scream, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth. Despite the excruciating pain, his expression hardened with grim resolve. This was his chance, perhaps his only chance, and he wouldn't squander it, regardless of the cost. In a move that defied both common sense and self-preservation, Xiang Yu pushed himself forward, deliberately impaling his shoulder further on the blade. The sword slid deeper, grating against bone as he positioned himself directly above the fallen disciple. With the man pinned beneath him and the sword effectively immobilized, the tables had suddenly turned. Now it was Xiang Yu's turn to smile, a menacing expression that visibly unsettled his opponent. "It's my turn to try this," he declared, before slamming his forehead down against the disciple's face. The impact sent pain radiating through Xiang Yu's skull, making him instantly regret his choice of attack. How had the disciple made this look so easy? Nevertheless, the headbutt achieved its purpose. The shock loosened the man's grip on the knife's handle. Seizing the weapon with his good arm, Xiang Yu wasted no time. He brought the blade down again and again, each strike driven by desperate survival instinct rather than technique or training. The disciple's struggles gradually weakened, then ceased entirely as crimson pooled beneath him. Heaving for breath, Xiang Yu sat back, momentary relief washing over him as he processed his victory. The moment was short-lived, however, shattered by a single, stunned syllable from behind him. "Why you?" Xiang Yu's head snapped around, his heart plummeting. In the heat of combat, he had completely forgotten about the fifth disciple, the last remaining hunter. Now, with a sword still embedded in his shoulder and exhaustion clouding his every movement, he was in no condition for another fight. "If I said I didn't want to kill him, would you believe me?" Xiang Yu offered weakly, a nervous, placating smile forming on his blood-spattered face. The answer came not in words but in action. The final disciple charged forward, weapon raised, eyes burning with vengeful fury as he closed the distance between them. Xiang Yu watched in horror as the final disciple charged toward him, murder gleaming in the man's eyes. His body, already pushed beyond reasonable limits, refused to cooperate. The Sword embedded in his shoulder scraped against bone with excruciating pain as he attempted to rise, each movement sending fresh waves of agony radiating through his torso. The disciple's blade extended forward like the fang of some predatory beast hungry for blood. Xiang Yu found himself rooted to the spot, his wide eyes fixed on the approaching death, muscles frozen in shock rather than fear. The sword cut through air with an audible whistle, the pressure of its passage brushing against his face like the caress of a ghostly hand. In that eternal moment between heartbeats, regret washed over him. Why had he ever agreed to leave the mountain? If some miracle spared him now, he swore he would never venture beyond those protected boundaries again. Not once. Not ever. The blade inched closer, death measured in mere moments. Then inexplicably, it stopped. Confusion replaced terror in Xiang Yu's mind. What had happened? The answer arrived with grotesque clarity as the disciple's head suddenly separated from his shoulders, arcing through the air as warm blood splattered across Xiang Yu's face in a crimson mist. The disciple's body swayed momentarily before collapsing with a dull thud against the forest floor. Xiang Yu raised his gaze slowly. Where the disciple had stood moments before now stood Li Yao, her delicate form somehow transformed into the most beautiful sight he had ever beheld. Though her clothes bore signs of combat, torn in places, stained with blood, to his relief-addled mind, she appeared nothing less than a celestial being descended directly from the heavens. He had truly believed that death was inevitable this time. "Senior brother," she cried, sheathing her sword with practiced efficiency before rushing to his side. "Are you okay?" Her eyes scanned his injuries with evident concern. "I'm fine, it's just a scratch," he replied, attempting to push her away with his uninjured arm. His effort proved futile against her determination, her strength far exceeding his despite her slender appearance. Li Yao reached into her pouch, retrieving a small pill. "This might hurt a little," she warned, her free hand moving to grasp the sword still protruding from his shoulder. Before Xiang Yu could properly prepare himself, she yanked the blade free in one swift motion. White-hot agony exploded through his body, tearing a primal scream from his throat that sent birds scattering from nearby trees. Never in either of his lives had he experienced such excruciating pain. With the sword removed, Li Yao quickly pressed the pill to his lips. Xiang Yu swallowed without hesitation, desperate for any relief. Almost instantly, a pleasant warmth bloomed in his stomach, spreading outward like tendrils of liquid sunlight. Sensation permeated his entire being, flowing through veins and sinews, reaching every cell as if he were submerged in a healing spring of pure vitality. In mere seconds, his exhaustion vanished completely. Even the gaping wound in his shoulder had closed, leaving behind only smooth skin where ragged flesh had been moments before. He rose to his feet in astonishment, marveling at the miraculous recovery. Xiang Yu wondered silently how valuable such a pill must be. Its effects seemed nothing short of magical. His junior sister truly showed him remarkable kindness, saving his life without hesitation. Yet as he gazed at her relieved smile, he could only sigh internally. It wasn't that he didn't appreciate her, wasn't that he didn't want her companionship. The reality was far simpler. The world itself seemed determined to keep them apart. A single outing with her had nearly cost him his pitiful life. Xiang Yu had no desire to tempt fate with a repeat performance of today's near-death experience. Xiang Yu meticulously searched the bodies of the fallen disciples, his movements efficient despite his recent ordeal. The task yielded disappointingly little, just a basic sword technique manual from one of the corpses. He tucked the modest prize into his robes, grateful for any resource that might aid his survival, regardless of how elementary. "Senior brother, what about the other bodies?" Li Yao's voice broke through his concentration, her practical tone revealing none of the ruthlessness she displayed during combat. Wordlessly, they gathered the scattered remains of the fallen disciples. Xiang Yu dragged 2 corpses, while Li Yao effortlessly handled the rest. Once assembled in a small clearing, Li Yao extended her delicate hand toward the grisly collection. Brilliant azure flames erupted from her fingertips, engulfing the bodies in supernatural fire that consumed flesh, bone, and blood with terrifying efficiency. Within minutes, nothing remained, no evidence of the deadly confrontation, no trace of their involvement. Their return journey differed dramatically from their earlier carefree stroll. Instead of walking the winding mountain path, Li Yao summoned her sword, the gleaming blade hovering horizontally before them. She stepped onto it with practiced ease, gesturing for Xiang Yu to join her. Hesitantly, he climbed aboard, his movements awkward and uncertain. The sword rose smoothly into the air, carrying them skyward with graceful speed. Under different circumstances, Xiang Yu might have marveled at his first flying experience, the exhilarating sensation of weightlessness, the breathtaking panorama of forests and mountains stretching to the horizon. Yet the atmosphere between them felt uncomfortably tense. Li Yao, normally animated and talkative, maintained an uncharacteristic silence, her expression unreadable as she guided the sword through cloud-dappled skies. Xiang Yu studied her profile surreptitiously, wondering what had prompted this sudden change. Had she encountered difficulties when confronting the dean? Her clothing showed signs of combat, but she appeared largely uninjured. Something else then, but what? The journey continued in this awkward silence until they finally approached the sect's boundaries. Li Yao guided the sword downward, touching down gracefully at the outer perimeter. By unspoken agreement, they continued on foot, crossing into sect territory with measured steps. Upon passing the entrance, Xiang Yu released an audible sigh of relief. The sound was subtle, barely more than a slight exhalation, yet Li Yao caught it instantly, her gaze flicking toward him from the corner of her eye. The Empress's words echoed in her mind. He walks through a simple town festival, as though he expects a meteor to come crashing down upon his head at any moment. She had initially dismissed the observation as exaggeration, yet witnessing his behavior firsthand had confirmed the assessment. Even during flight, when most would have been distracted by the novelty and spectacle, his attention had remained vigilantly alert, his body perpetually tensed for danger. Only now, having returned to the relative safety of sect grounds, did his posture show the first signs of genuine relaxation. They continued their silent procession until reaching the base of Mountain Heart Pavilion. Without warning, Li Yao halted abruptly, causing Xiang Yu to collide with her back. He murmured an apology that she completely ignored as she pivoted to face him, her expression suddenly intense. "Senior brother, did you enjoy our date today?" The question emerged with unexpected directness. Xiang Yu blinked in surprise, caught off guard by her sudden interrogation. "Yes, it was very nice," he replied, defaulting to politeness. "If you enjoyed it so much, then why were you so on guard the entire time? You kept looking around, as if expecting an ambush at every corner." Her eyes narrowed slightly, searching his face for truth. Xiang Yu felt his chest tighten. He hadn't realized his vigilance had been so transparent. After a moment's hesitation, he sighed. "I was just a little scared because it was my first time leaving the sect," he offered, the half-truth easier than explaining his profound paranoia. A subtle smile of relief softened her features. "Then do you want to go on another date?" she asked, hope evident in her voice. Xiang Yu remained silent, the question hanging unanswered between them. "You said you enjoyed the date, right? Then why do you not want to go again?" Her voice cracked slightly as tears gathered at the corners of her eyes, threatening to spill over. Panic surged through Xiang Yu's chest. While he had no desire to entangle himself with this world's obvious protagonist, actively antagonizing her seemed infinitely worse. He needed a solution, something that would pacify her, without committing himself to more potentially lethal excursions. Moving closer, he gently brushed her gathering tears with his fingertips, the gesture causing her eyes to widen slightly. "Actually, I was scared," he admitted softly. "I was worried that something would happen." He continued with carefully measured words, "that something would happen to you, and I wouldn't be able to protect you." "Really?" Her expression brightened immediately, the tears receding. "Yeah," he confirmed with a somber nod. "It's okay," she assured him, her voice warming with affection. "You don't have to worry about me, I can even protect you, like I did today." Xiang Yu shook his head firmly, seizing the perfect opportunity to implement his hastily formulated plan. "I've actually liked you for a long time now," he confessed, watching as a blush spread across her cheeks. "But you're the sect genius, and I'm just untalented. I've always felt unworthy of you." She began to protest, but he gently interrupted her, his voice gaining confidence as his strategy took shape. "That's why I decided to cultivate. I want to be worthy of you." Each word built upon the last, constructing an elaborate but effective narrative. "I promise you that I will cultivate, and when I finally become the strongest in the world, I will finally be worthy of you. When that happens, I will marry you." "Do you promise?" she asked, her eyes shining with unexpected hope. "I promise," he affirmed solemnly. Her expression transformed instantly, melancholy giving way to radiant joy. With childlike exuberance, she spun away, racing up the mountain path. "Don't forget your promise," she called back, her voice carrying on the breeze. Xiang Yu watched her disappear before beginning his own ascent at a much more measured pace. While his words had contained partial falsehoods, he reasoned that they weren't entirely untrue. If he somehow managed to achieve invincibility, an admittedly remote possibility, he would certainly consider marrying his junior sister. Her beauty was undeniable, her personality was nice, and she had even saved him 2 times now. For now, however, his immediate priority was crystal clear: avoid leaving the sect's protective boundaries for at least 1,000 years. Today's brush with death had only reinforced his conviction that survival required staying firmly within these walls, regardless of how long that confinement might last. His lips curved into a wry smile as he continued his climb toward Mountain Heart Pavilion. At least his newly established courtship had secured him the perfect excuse to avoid future outings. Cultivation required dedication, after all, and what better demonstration of his commitment than devoting every waking moment to practice? Xiang Yu lay sprawled across his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Despite the early hour, he couldn't muster the motivation to resume his training regimen. The miraculous pill his junior sister had given him had completely healed his physical wounds and replenished his depleted energy, yet his mind remained a battlefield of exhaustion. The weight of the day's events pressed down on him like an invisible mountain. In the span of mere hours, his life had transformed into a whirlwind of chaos. What should have been a simple outing had cascaded into a series of life-threatening encounters. The date with Li Yao, the sudden ambush, twice brushing against death's cold fingers, it was simply too much to process at once. Each memory replayed in vivid detail, his body involuntarily tensing as he relived the moments when Steel had nearly claimed his life. These harrowing experiences only reinforced his fundamental belief: the cultivation world was no place for the weak. Someone like him, devoid of natural talent or spiritual roots, had no business challenging its harsh realities head-on. His strategy remained unchanged: stay inconspicuous, improve gradually, and accumulate strength until he could finally face this brutal world without fear. I need to train harder, he thought, the realization settling in his chest with leaden certainty. But first, his mind demanded respite. His eyelids grew heavier with each passing moment, thoughts becoming increasingly disjointed as exhaustion claimed dominion over consciousness. Within minutes, he surrendered to slumber, his features finally relaxing as his body sank deeper into the simple bed. Meanwhile, in the communal dining area, Elder Gu and Li Yao sat across from each other, an unusual silence hanging between them as they picked at their meals. The elder's weathered face creased with confusion as he surveyed the empty seat where Xiang Yu should have been sitting. "Where is your senior brother?" "It's not like him to be lazing around," Elder Gu remarked, genuine surprise coloring his tone. He had grown accustomed to Xiang Yu's relentless dedication to practice, the absence of the boy's perpetual training noises creating an unsettling void in the pavilion's atmosphere. Though aware of their trip beyond sect boundaries, he had expected Xiang Yu to return immediately to his regimen, as had become his predictable habit. More pressing, however, was the elder's desperate desire to avoid whatever culinary abomination this girl had prepared in Xiang Yu's absence. Li Yao noted the subtle shift in her master's perception. Not long ago, her senior brother had been widely regarded as the embodiment of laziness throughout Mountain Heart Pavilion. Yet now the elder spoke, as though diligence was Xiang Yu's defining characteristic. This transformation in reputation brought her genuine happiness. Her senior brother's tireless efforts were finally earning recognition. Still, she couldn't help but wish he possessed more courage. "We were attacked on our way back," she explained casually, as though discussing something as mundane as the weather. Senior brother must have been shocked. Elder Gu's eyebrows rose sharply at this revelation, but seeing as both disciples were relatively unharmed, he quickly deduced that the attackers had been thoroughly dealt with. Though curiosity tickled at the corners of his mind regarding the identities of these foolish aggressors, wisdom prevailed. Though he had some guesses, he chose not to ask. Some questions were better left unasked, particularly when the answers might create unwelcome complications. After suffering through several tentative bites of Li Yao's cooking, the elder reached his limit. The flavors assaulting his palate could generously be described as challenging, if one were being extraordinarily diplomatic. He set down his utensils with finality and rose from his seat. "I'm going to cultivate," he announced, barely concealing his relief at having found an acceptable excuse. Before departing, he added with genuine concern, "Take care of your senior brother." The instruction carried dual meaning, both genuine concern for Xiang Yu's well-being and desperate hope that the young man would recover swiftly enough to resume cooking duties. Li Yao nodded obediently, watching as her master retreated with barely concealed haste. When his presence had completely faded from the pavilion, she directed her gaze upward, addressing the empty air with complete seriousness. Do you know of a way for someone without a spiritual root to get one? She asked, her voice ringing clear in the deserted dining area. Though seemingly speaking to nothing, a response materialized within her consciousness. There are some ways, why do you ask? The Empress replied, her mental voice tinged with curiosity. Senior brother promised to marry me when he's the strongest, Li Yao explained, a faint blush coloring her cheeks as she recalled his words. Since he doesn't have a spiritual root, doesn't that mean that this will never happen? Oh, I never thought about it that way, the Empress acknowledged, surprise evident in her tone. So I want to find a way for him to cultivate, Li Yao continued, her voice gaining strength with each word. If he can't become the strongest, I can make him the strongest. The declaration rang with unwavering conviction. The Empress, silent for a moment, seemed taken aback by the young woman's determination. Well, there are some means I know, but they all require high-level cultivation which you don't have at this time, she finally explained. Li Yao's expression visibly fell, disappointment etching itself across her delicate features. Noticing this, the Empress quickly added, but there are still other means, though not as effective. The girl's attention snapped back immediately, her eyes brightening with renewed hope. What? What? Tell me, she demanded eagerly. You need a rebirth pill, the Empress revealed. It's a pill mostly used by soul and body integration cultivators who want to break through to the tribulation transcendence stage. Li Yao listened with rapt attention as the Empress continued her explanation. The pill's purpose is nourishing the body and soul and contains a rebirth effect that helps in reconstructing the body to be more in tune with the soul, she elaborated. During body reconstruction, there is a small chance of someone without a spiritual root to get one. The Empress's tone grew more cautious as she added, but this is just a theory and has never been tested. But there is still a chance, right? Li Yao pressed, latching onto the sliver of possibility. Yes, but not that high, the Empress admitted. Undeterred, Li Yao pushed forward. Where can I get that pill? Do you have the recipe? I do have the recipe, but you wouldn't be able to make it. You need to at least be in the tribulation transcendence stage to make this pill, the Empress cautioned, before adding more optimistically, but you don't have to worry, I know of a way for you to get this pill. How? Li Yao asked, leaning forward eagerly. I know of a tomb of a tribulation transcendence stage cultivator, the Empress revealed. But if you want to raid this tomb, you'll need at least golden core stage cultivation. Li Yao fell silent, absorbing this information with intense concentration. After a long moment, her hands clenched into determined fists, resolve hardening her expression. It's just the golden core stage, she declared with absolute certainty. I'll reach it in no time. Without another word, she rose and strode toward her room, purpose evident in every step as she prepared to intensify her cultivation. Watching through Li Yao's eyes, the Empress couldn't help but marvel at the transformation. This girl, previously content to coast on her natural talent while indulging in laziness, was now burning with unprecedented determination. Her advancement was accelerating at a pace that defied conventional understanding. At this rate, the Empress realized her own revival might arrive sooner than anticipated. And when that happened, name Xiang Yu. Realm body refining second layer. Species human. Spiritual root null. Techniques basic knife technique, intermediate 7300. Scriptures mountain heart scripture, second layer 3200. System function double exp cooldown 24 HRS. These are the last details we saw, not the latest. Just in case you forgot. Names Li Yao. Realm Foundation Establishment Peak. Species human. Spiritual root. Techniques. Scriptures. The translucent blue notification pierced through Xiang Yu's consciousness, pulling him from the depths of slumber. Calculating settlement. His eyes snapped open, immediately scanning his surroundings as awareness returned. The familiar walls of his humble room greeted him, prompting a soft sigh of relief. He ran his fingers through his disheveled hair, the remnants of his dreams still clinging to the edges of his mind. For the first time since arriving in this cultivation world, his sleep had been haunted by vivid recollections of his battles, not quite nightmares, but unsettling nonetheless. He steadied his breathing, pushing away the lingering images of blood and steel. These memories only reinforced his determination. Someday he would possess enough strength to stand on his own, to face dangers without relying on his junior sister's intervention. The path would be long, but with his system's assistance, not impossible. As if responding to his thoughts, the notification expanded. Calculation complete. Mountain Heart Scripture, second layer 11,200 plus 11,200. Basic Knife Technique, intermediate 100-300 plus 30-300. Experience points doubled. Basic Knife Technique, intermediate 100-300, right arrow intermediate 200-300. Mountain Heart Scripture, second layer 11,200, right arrow second layer 22,200. Next settlement 23-59-59. Xiang Yu blinked in surprise, scrutinizing the numbers with growing amazement. 30 points in his knife technique. How was that possible when he hadn't practiced at all? The realization dawned gradually. This had happened once before, after his confrontation with Gu Wuking's gang. Combat experience, it seemed, yielded exponentially greater returns than controlled practice. Even so, he firmly shook his head. No, he wouldn't deliberately seek out conflicts merely to accelerate his growth. Such a strategy might bring short-term gains, but the associated risks far outweighed any potential benefits. His attention shifted to the Mountain Heart Scripture's progress. 11 points gained overnight was unprecedented. 3 points had already existed before settlement, and the 30-point increase in his knife technique would have contributed another 3 through the conversion mechanism. But that only accounted for 6 points, where had the additional 5 come from? After several moments of contemplation, understanding struck him with sudden clarity. The healing pill. His junior sister's miraculous medicine must have contained body-refining properties beyond simple healing. 5 points of direct advancement in the scripture was astonishingly valuable, equivalent to approximately 50 points of knife technique progress. He silently thanked Li Yao for her generosity, a rare smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. With a thought, he summoned his full status screen. Name Xiang Yu. Realm Body Refining Second Layer. Species Human. Spiritual Root Null. Techniques Basic Knife Technique, Intermediate 200-300. Scriptures Mountain Heart Scripture, Second Layer 32-200. System Function Double EXP Cooldown 24 HRS. The doubled knife technique had contributed another 10 points to his scripture, twice the value provided by Li Yao's pill. This confirmation reinforced his belief that consistent training remained the optimal path to advancement. His knife technique now stood at 200 points, poised to reach major success after the next settlement. While this progress was commendable, he couldn't suppress a twinge of disappointment regarding the system's limitations. Based on previous observations, experience points didn't overflow during advancement, meaning tomorrow's doubling would only provide the 100 points needed to reach major success, not the full potential 200 points. This inefficiency would cost him 10 potential points in his Mountain Heart Scripture, a frustrating waste of resources he could ill afford. Yet the system operated according to its own immutable rules, and no amount of clever strategizing could circumvent this particular restriction. With a resigned sigh, Xiang Yu rose from his bed. Despite this minor setback, his path remained clear. Each day brought him incrementally closer to his ultimate goal, survival in this unforgiving world. The remnants of sleep had fled Xiang Yu's mind completely, leaving him alert despite the late hour. Having already rested, the thought of returning to his bed held no appeal. More importantly, he couldn't justify wasting precious time that could be dedicated to advancement. His cultivation journey tolerated no unnecessary delays. He slipped from his room silently, the wooden floor cool beneath his feet as he navigated the familiar path to his training ground. The night air embraced him with its crisp clarity, stars winking overhead like distant observers of his solitary quest. As he reached the clearing, a sudden realization struck him. Training his knife technique further tonight would be inefficient. The system would double those points regardless of additional effort, and any overflow would simply vanish when he reached major success. The mathematical reality was undeniable. He needed to diversify. His fingers brushed against the sword technique manual he'd recovered from the fallen disciple, the memory of that desperate battle still fresh in his mind. Yes, this would be his next focus. Opening the weathered pages by moonlight, he absorbed the fundamental principles before attempting to implement them. Only then did he confront a practical obstacle. He possessed no sword. The knife tucked at his waist wouldn't suffice for these new forms. Fortunately, he recalled the pavilion's storage area contained practice weapons for disciples. He wouldn't need to disturb anyone's rest to procure what he needed. The practice sword felt strange in his grip at first, heavier than his knife, with different balance and reach. As he executed the initial movements described in the manual, he noted the underlying similarities between the techniques. The foundational principles remained constant, but the execution differed significantly. Where knife techniques emphasized close-quarter precision and rapid strikes, sword forms capitalized on superior range and broader cutting surfaces. With each repetition, the unfamiliar weight distributed more naturally through his arms. His muscles adapted gradually, compensating for the different balance point and momentum. What began as awkward mimicry slowly transformed into fluid motion as midnight gave way to the earliest hints of dawn. Xiang Yu's concentration remained absolute, his awareness narrowed to the relationship between his body and the blade. He barely noticed as the eastern horizon began lightening, the first birdsong announcing morning's imminent arrival. Golden rays gradually illuminated his practicing form, sweat glistening on his brow despite the cool morning air. From his private chambers atop the mountain, Elder Guo observed his diligent disciple with quiet approval. This was the Xiang Yu he had come to expect, dedicated and resilient, making up for lost time without complaint or self-pity. The elder silently congratulated himself on investing in the soundproofing array. Without it, the constant swishing of blade through air would have rendered meditation impossible throughout the night. As he continued watching, the elder noted with interest that Xiang Yu was wielding a sword rather than his usual knife. Presumably, he had acquired a sword technique from yesterday's confrontation. He had planned to give Xiang Yu a new technique to practice, but he seemed to have found one for himself. But as he observed the boy train, a thought crystallized in the elder's mind. He couldn't provide additional techniques at this juncture, but he could certainly offer a proper weapon. Although the practice weapon seemed adequate for training purposes, it would prove woefully insufficient for actual combat. Yes, a quality sword would serve as both practical tool and gesture of recognition for the boy's unexpected dedication. Below, oblivious to his master's contemplations, Xiang Yu continued his relentless practice. The sun climbed higher, bathing the training ground in warm light that did nothing to diminish his focus or determination. Each swing brought him incrementally closer to his ultimate goal. In the warm afternoon light, Xiang Yu moved with practiced efficiency through the pavilion's kitchen, preparing the midday meal with methodical precision. Familiar ritual had become a cornerstone of his daily routine, offering a brief respite from his relentless training regimen. The aromas of simmering broth and fresh herbs filled the space, creating an inviting atmosphere that soon drew his junior sister to the dining area. Li Yao arrived with her usual punctuality, but displayed none of her typical exuberance. She ate with uncharacteristic haste, her attention seemingly focused on matters beyond the present moment. Though her behavior struck Xiang Yu as peculiar, he refrained from prying. Whatever occupied her thoughts was her business. Questioning would only risk entangling him in potential complications he desperately wished to avoid. After finishing her meal with remarkable speed, she departed without lingering, leaving behind a silence laden with unspoken curiosity. Elder Guo, who had observed the girl's unusual demeanor with equal interest, likewise chose discretion over inquiry. Instead, he turned his attention to Xiang Yu, producing a carefully wrapped bundle from within his robes. "Here, this is for you," the elder announced, extending the package with casual dignity. Xiang Yu accepted the offering with appropriate reverence, his fingers carefully unwrapping the protective cloth to reveal a sword nestled within. Xiang Yu's eyes widened. A sword, not a practice weapon of wood or dulled metal, but a genuine blade. Though only classified as a low-level magical treasure in the grand hierarchy of weapons, the significance wasn't lost on him. In a world where equipment was ranked meticulously, common, magical, spiritual, divine, heavenly, and immortal, each further subdivided into low, mid, and high tiers, even this modest blade represented substantial progress. Besides, he wasn't going to use it to fight, so it didn't matter. He tested the sword's weight and balance, executing experimental swings that cut through the air with satisfying whispers. The weapon felt natural in his grip, neither too heavy nor too light, responding to his movements with intuitive harmony. Whether this comfort stemmed from the sword's superior craftsmanship or his growing familiarity with sword techniques remained unclear, but ultimately irrelevant. What mattered was the undeniable improvement over his previous training sword. With brief but sincere thanks to his master, Xiang Yu returned to his practice ground, eager to continue his advancement with this newly acquired asset. The afternoon passed in a blur of focused repetition, each movement honed through countless iterations as the sun traced its arc across the azure sky. Evening brought another shared meal, during which Li Yao maintained her unusual reticence. Though Xiang Yu noticed her continued preoccupation, he deliberately avoided dwelling on potential causes. Whatever had captured her attention represented precisely the kind of protagonist-centered drama he strived to avoid. Better to focus on controllable variables, like his own cultivation progress, than speculate about matters beyond his influence. After dinner concluded, he returned to his solitary practice, his new sword cutting through the darkness with precise arcs that gradually refined with each repetition. Night deepened around him, stars wheeling overhead as he maintained his relentless pace until the familiar blue screen materialized before his eyes. Calculating settlement. Calculation complete. Mountain Heart Scripture, second layer 32-200 plus 10/200. Basic Knife Technique, intermediate 200-300. Basic Sword Technique, beginner 5100 plus 5100. Experience points doubled. Basic Sword Technique, beginner 5100, right arrow minor success 0-200. Basic Knife Technique, intermediate 200-300, right arrow major success 0-400. Mountain Heart Scripture, second layer 32-200, second layer 64-200. Next settlement 23-59-59. Xiang Yu studied the notification with undisguised wonder. 50 points accumulated in his sword technique after just 1 day of practice. Progress defied conventional expectations, though logical explanations existed. His extended practice session, stretching from midnight to midnight, certainly contributed, but the primary factor likely stemmed from technique transference. His intermediate mastery of knife techniques had created foundational understanding that transferred naturally to the similar discipline of swordsmanship. This revelation opened intriguing possibilities. Similar techniques might advance with comparable efficiency, creating potential pathways for accelerated growth. However, what truly captured his attention was his knife technique's advancement to major success, a milestone few cultivators achieved, at least not in such a short time. For a brief, indulgent moment, pride flickered through him. He didn't believe that people at the second layer of body refining possessed a technique at major success mastery. This meant that he was practically invincible in the same realm. The thought brought a brief smile before his disciplined mind tempered the satisfaction. What value was there in being invincible in the same realm when he had no intention of testing it? Besides, his goal wasn't invincibility within the same realm, but rather invincibility in the entire world. With this sobering perspective, Xiang Yu adjusted his mindset, reinforcing his fundamental principles before finally permitting himself rest. As sleep claimed him, his thoughts already reached toward tomorrow's training and the incremental advances it would bring. Dawn light painted the mountain in soft hues as Xiang Yu emerged from his humble dwelling, his movements practiced and purposeful. The familiar path to the secluded river beckoned, offering its daily ritual of purification before training. The cold water embraced him with bracing clarity, washing away lingering fatigue and preparing both body and mind for the challenges ahead. As rivulets traced paths down his increasingly defined physique, Xiang Yu noted subtle changes in his form. Muscles once soft had gained density and definition, while movements that had required conscious effort now flowed with natural precision. The transformation, though gradual, spoke to his relentless dedication, physical evidence of his advancement along the cultivation path. Refreshed and focused, he made his way to the training ground, the morning dew still clinging to grass beneath his feet. Rather than immediately beginning his practice, however, he paused to summon his status screen, examining his current progress. Name Xiang Yu. Realm Body Refining second layer. Species Human. Spiritual Root Null. Techniques Basic Knife Technique, Major Success 0-400, Basic Sword Technique, Minor Success 0-200. Scriptures Mountain Heart Scripture, second layer 74-200. System Function Double EXP Cooldown 24 HRS. Satisfaction flickered briefly across his features as he noted his Mountain Heart Scripture's steady advancement. At this rate, he would likely break through to the third layer after just 2 more daily resets, an impressive pace by any standard. Next, he evaluated his techniques, both currently showing 0 experience points following their recent advancements. This presented a tactical dilemma. With limited hours available for training and 2 techniques demanding attention, which deserved priority. Knife technique had reached major success, a significant milestone representing mastery that few cultivators achieved. Conversely, his sword technique remained at minor success, offering potentially easier advancement but less refined capability. Xiang Yu's brow furrowed as he contemplated his options, weighing relative benefits. After thorough consideration, inspiration struck: why not do both? Nothing mandated exclusive focus on a single technique each day. A strategy materialized in his mind. He would begin with knife practice during morning and afternoon sessions, when his energy remained at peak levels. The technique's major success status demanded greater concentration and precision, making fresh focus essential for meaningful progress. Following the evening meal, he would transition to sword practice, applying insights gleaned from the more advanced knife technique to accelerate his sword mastery. Decision made, Xiang Yu retrieved his knife with purposeful movements, settling into his stance with practiced ease. The blade cut through morning air with fluid precision, each movement flowing naturally into the next with harmony that belied the discipline's difficulty. From his private chambers, Elder Guo observed his disciple with growing bewilderment. When he noticed Xiang Yu practicing with his knife again instead of the sword, he initially wondered if the boy was struggling with the new weapon. But as he watched more closely, his confusion transformed into shock. "What? How can this be?" he muttered, leaning forward for a better view. The disciple's movements told an impossible story. "There is no way right," he thought, unable to trust his own eyes. Yet the evidence was undeniable. The precision, the fluidity, the perfect execution. Xiang Yu was demonstrating knife technique at the major success level. The elder couldn't comprehend how his supposedly talentless disciple had advanced so rapidly. He had expected such progress to take a month or two, if not longer. Was the boy secretly a genius after all? Elder Guo stroked his beard thoughtfully. First his female disciple concealing her true abilities, and now this. Both his disciples were clearly hiding extraordinary secrets. But as their master, his role wasn't to forcefully uncover their mysteries, only to guide them when needed and observe their development. In the tranquil confines of the scripture pavilion, Elder Mei Jiyuan sat cross-legged in deep meditation, his consciousness drifting through realms of spiritual energy. The abrupt sound of shattering crystal violently yanked him back to reality. His eyes opened slowly, their depths reflecting confusion as he lifted his gaze toward the wall. Life lamps hung there, crystalline vessels containing flickering flames that represented the living essence of key sect members. Each lamp maintained a mystical connection to its corresponding cultivator, extinguishing only when that person's life force ceased. One lamp had shattered, its fragments scattered across the floor below. "Who has fallen?" he wondered dispassionately, scanning the wall. Then his eyes locked onto the specific location, and disbelief washed over his weathered features. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed, his composed demeanor cracking. "How could Gu Hanaming die?" The elder rose with uncharacteristic haste, his robes swirling around him as he strode from his chamber. His footsteps echoed through the corridor as he descended to the lower floor where the main scripture hall resided. There, instead of finding the dean at his customary post, he discovered a mere disciple occupying the position. "Where is the dean?" he demanded, his voice laced with barely contained fury. The young disciple leapt to his feet, face draining of color as he sensed the elder's presence. Though both the dean and elder May were core formation cultivators, the pressure emanating from the elder felt incomparably more oppressive, like comparing a gentle stream to a raging ocean. "The dean had something to take care of and told me to look after the scriptures," the disciple stammered, sweat beading on his forehead. Elder May's expression twisted with suspicion. "What thing?" he pressed, his tone sharpening. As well." The disciple hesitated, caught in an impossible position. Revealing the truth might earn the dean's wrath upon his return, yet withholding information from the elder before him seemed infinitely more dangerous. Sensing the disciple's reluctance, Elder May's aura flared menacingly, spiritual pressure crushing down like a mountain. "What is it? Speak up." The disciple flinched visibly, self-preservation overriding all other concerns. "The sect genius Li Yao killed his brother, so he went to ambush them after they left the sect," he blurted, words tumbling out in a panicked rush. Upon hearing this, Elder May slammed his fist onto the table with such force that the sturdy wooden structure splintered instantly. "Damn it." He fixed his piercing gaze on the trembling disciple. "Go and find out if Li Yao has returned," he commanded. The disciple bolted from the hall without hesitation, grateful for any excuse to escape the elder's suffocating presence. Elder May lowered himself into the dean's vacant seat, his mind churning with calculations. The dean had always been impulsive, prone to emotional decisions, but this time he had crossed a dangerous threshold. This wasn't merely a personal mistake, it was a catastrophic disruption of their carefully orchestrated plans. While the elder held no particular affection for either the dean or his brother, losing a core formation cultivator represented a significant setback. After all the resources invested in elevating Gu Hanaming to that cultivation level and using his influence to give him the dean position, his death constituted a substantial loss. Time crawled by until the disciple finally returned, slightly breathless from his investigation. Some people have reported seeing Li Yao and her senior brother returning to the pavilion yesterday, he reported. Damn it, Gu Hanaming. You got yourself killed and couldn't even eliminate the threat, Elder May thought bitterly. He released a heavy sigh. Though the dean's methods had been reckless, his assessment wasn't entirely wrong. Li Yao did indeed pose a significant threat to their plans. Now that she had begun inflicting actual losses, the timetable for her elimination would need acceleration before she could cause further damage. In the dappled light of the training ground, Xiang Yu moved with methodical precision, his knife cutting through the air with practiced efficiency. Each swing built upon the foundations of the last, his movements fluid and economical as he refined his technique through endless repetition. The morning sun climbed higher, bathing his focused form in golden light that highlighted the sheen of perspiration on his brow. Birds called from nearby trees, their songs providing a natural rhythm to his practice. Yet Xiang Yu remained oblivious to these ambient sounds, his consciousness narrowed to the perfect harmony between body and blade. Hours passed this way, marked only by the changing angle of shadows across the clearing. After a brief interlude for lunch, he returned immediately to his regimen. Not a moment wasted, not a second squandered on unnecessary leisure. His dedication remained absolute, each movement executed with the singular purpose of advancement along his chosen path. When dinner time finally arrived, he noted Li Yao's absence with mild curiosity but no real concern. She was likely engaged in her own cultivation breakthrough. Her affairs remained distinctly separate from his carefully isolated existence. Better that way. Protagonist problems belonged to protagonists, not to cautious survivors like himself. Following the evening meal, Xiang Yu implemented the second phase of his training strategy, exchanging his knife for the sword gifted by Elder Guo. The weapon's weight felt different but not unfamiliar in his grip as he began executing the basic forms. Just as he had hypothesized, the movements came with surprising ease. The underlying principles of his knife technique transferred naturally to this similar discipline, creating foundational understanding that accelerated his progress. Each swing revealed new insights, the blade responding to his intentions with increasing harmony as practice continued into the deepening twilight. This transferability wasn't universal, he reasoned. It functioned because both techniques shared fundamental principles. The knife and sword were kindred weapons, their differences more a matter of scale and application than foundational theory. He couldn't expect similar crossover benefits between entirely disparate disciplines. As stars emerged in the darkening sky, Xiang Yu refined his swordsmanship with unwavering focus. Each movement became more economical, each stance more stable, each cut more precise. He practiced finding the perfect angle, the ideal force, the exact timing, maximizing effectiveness while minimizing wasted energy. The blade ceased being a separate object and began feeling like a natural extension of his will, responding to his intentions with increasing fluidity. When midnight finally approached, the familiar blue screen materialized before his eyes. Calculating settlement. Calculation complete. Mountain Heart Scripture, second layer, 75-200 plus 11-200. Basic Knife Technique, Major Success, 5-400 plus 5-400. Basic Sword Technique, Minor Success, 2200 plus 2200. Experience points doubled. Basic Sword Technique, Minor Success, 2200, Right Arrow Minor Success, 4200. Basic Knife Technique, Major Success, 5-400, Right Arrow Major Success, 10-400. Mountain Heart Scripture, second layer, 75-200, Right Arrow second layer, 150-200. Next settlement, 23-59-59. Xiang Yu's analytical mind immediately dissected these results with practiced efficiency. His Mountain Heart Scripture had gained 11 points, a single point of natural progress added to the 10 points already accumulated. The realization dawned quickly. After his knife technique's advancement to major success, the conversion rate had reverted to 5-1. A slight sigh escaped his lips as he contemplated the implications. Tomorrow would likely see another increase to 10-1 as his scripture approached breakthrough. Still, progress remained progress. He wasn't about to complain about becoming stronger, regardless of efficiency fluctuations. His attention shifted to his combat techniques. 5 points gained in knife technique despite minimal dedicated practice today, particularly impressive considering the increased difficulty at major success level. More remarkable still were the 20 points accumulated in sword technique from just a few hours of focused training. These accelerating returns defied conventional logic. Normally, advancement should become progressively more difficult, yet his improvement rate seemed to be increasing. A tentative hypothesis formed in his mind. Perhaps the act of practicing techniques in scriptures was enhancing his fundamental comprehension abilities. In cultivation worlds, comprehension existed as a distinct attribute from innate talents like spiritual roots, a measure of one's ability to perceive and internalize profound principles. If his comprehension was indeed improving through practice, this opened fascinating possibilities for mastering even more powerful techniques at accelerated rates. With renewed curiosity, Xiang Yu summoned his complete status screen. Name Xiang Yu. Realm Body Refining Second Layer. Species Human. Spiritual Root Null. Enlightenment Low 1000. Techniques Basic Knife Technique, Major Success 10400. Basic Sword Technique, Minor Success 4200. Scriptures Mountain Heart Scripture, Second Layer 151200. System Function Double Exp Cooldown 24 HRS. Xiang Yu gaped at his status screen, transfixed by the unexpected addition that had materialized among his stats. A new attribute, Enlightenment, now displayed beneath his other characteristics, showing low 1000. As with previous system features, understanding flooded his consciousness automatically, revealing its significance without need for explanation. This enlightenment stat represented exactly what he had been theorizing about, his fundamental comprehension ability. It measured his capacity to internalize cultivation principles and techniques, influencing both learning speed and the caliber of techniques he could master. The implications were staggering. Currently, only basic-level techniques remained within his grasp. His success with the Mountain Heart Scripture had been mere luck rather than capability. But if this stat increased, high-level techniques would become accessible. Advanced methods would fall within his reach. Possibilities expanded before him like an unfurling scroll of limitless potential. One solitary point, that's what he had gained after countless hours of relentless practice. It wasn't much, but cultivating natural talent was notoriously difficult. What mattered wasn't the meager beginning, but the foundation it represented. Even this single point had dramatically accelerated his comprehension speed, enhancing his technique mastery beyond normal expectations. A grin spread across his face, excitement building as he projected future progress. If 1 point yielded such benefits, what would 2 points accomplish tomorrow? What about 4 the day after? Or 1,000? What if his enlightenment advanced beyond low classification? His mind raced, mentally calculating exponential growth curves while saliva gathered at the corner of his mouth. The system would double this value just as it doubled all his other experience points, creating a progression that would eventually overcome even his lack of spiritual roots. Abruptly, Xiang Yu caught himself, recognizing the dangerous path his thoughts were treading. Closing his eyes, he inhaled deeply, letting the cool night air fill his lungs as he centered his consciousness. With methodical precision, he recited personal affirmations that had become integral to his mental discipline, statements reinforcing his core principles and tempering unrealistic expectations. This self-correction ritual had evolved into a crucial habit, preventing him from straying into the reckless optimism that destroyed countless cultivators. Only after completing these mental exercises did true calm settle over him. With renewed focus, Xiang Yu decided adequate rest would optimize tomorrow's training. He retired to his humble dwelling, anticipating the system's next doubling with cautious optimism. From his private chambers, Elder Guo observed his disciple's peculiar behavior with bewilderment. "What's that kid so happy about?" he muttered, stroking his beard as he watched Xiang Yu's expression transform from unbridled excitement to sudden sobriety. Did he finally snap? The elder's confusion deepened as he witnessed the abrupt emotional transition, jubilation vanishing completely, replaced by Xiang Yu's characteristic composed demeanor. What the hell? How does he change emotions so quickly? The question lingered unanswered as the elder sighed heavily. These disciples truly tested his patience. His attention shifted toward Li Yao's quarters, where an unusual aura emanated with puzzling intensity. Something about it resembled the distinctive spiritual signature of core formation, but surely that was impossible. Shaking his head, Elder Guo chastised himself for such absurd speculation. How could she possibly be forming her core when she had only recently broken through to foundation establishment? I must be getting old, he concluded, dismissing the anomaly as imagination born from exhaustion. With another resigned sigh, the elder returned to his cultivation, unaware of the extraordinary developments unfolding under his very roof. What? Li Yao sat cross-legged in her chamber, maintaining the lotus posture with practiced precision as her face cycled through a kaleidoscope of expressions, concentration, frustration, impatience, and determination flickering across her features in rapid succession. The spiritual atmosphere within the room felt charged, heavy with potential energy waiting to be unleashed. Is it done yet? She asked, her voice betraying her growing restlessness. A translucent figure hovered nearby, the spectral manifestation of the Empress's remnant soul. Her ethereal hands moved through complex patterns, fingers tracing arcane symbols in the air as she manipulated invisible energies throughout the room. 1 second, the Empress replied, her movements continuing uninterrupted despite the interruption. How can you call yourself an immortal Empress when it takes you this long just to set up a formation? Li Yao pressed, unable to contain her impatience as anticipation built within her. The Empress's spectral form flickered with momentary indignation. Exempliage. What do you know? If I was at my full power, I could set it up just by thinking about it, she retorted, though her ethereal brow furrowed with concentration as she struggled with the intricate formation. Besides, it's not that easy to set up a formation that can hide all the chi fluctuations that happen during core formation, she added defensively, her spectral hands continuing their delicate work. Then with a final gesture that seemed to lock something invisible into place, she announced, done. Happy no. Finally, Li Yao exhaled, her body relaxing visibly as she prepared for the momentous transformation ahead. Almost immediately, spiritual energy began converging within the room, streams of invisible chi flowing toward Li Yao like tributaries to a mighty river. The energy spiraled around her before being absorbed into her body with remarkable efficiency, each breath drawing more power into her expanding spiritual core. The chi gathering stage represented merely the introduction to cultivation, the first tentative connection to spiritual energy that separated cultivators from mortals. Foundation establishment followed, focusing on building the fundamental structures that would support all future advancement. This foundation wasn't merely symbolic, it determined the stability and potential of one's eventual core. Just as a tower's height depended upon the strength of its base, cultivation progress built upon these early realms. A weak foundation might support advancement for a time, but would inevitably lead to instability, bottlenecks, or even cultivation deviation as one ascended to higher realms. Regardless of how high one climbed, the journey always rested upon these initial stages. Spiritual energy converged with increasing intensity, swirling around Li Yao in visible currents as she guided the volatile chi with masterful precision. Her body had depleted its stored energy attempting the breakthrough, yet still required more, much more, to complete the transformation. Like a spiritual vacuum, she drew in ambient energy from her surroundings, the formation barely containing the disturbance this massive absorption created. Even with the Empress's intricate protective array, subtle fluctuations escaped containment. Li Yao's foundation proved exceptionally robust, necessitating a correspondingly powerful core and demanding unprecedented quantities of spiritual energy. The Empress found herself continuously reinforcing the formation, patching areas where the energy drain threatened to tear through her carefully constructed barriers. She watched Li Yao with undisguised awe, admiration gleaming in her spectral eyes. Impressive. Such a strong foundation, she thought, comparing it favorably to her own legendary beginnings. It's even better than mine was back in the day. Pride swelled within the Empress's ethereal form as she observed her chosen vessel. With proper guidance, Li Yao wouldn't merely serve as the means for her eventual revival. She might actually become a worthy successor, something the Empress had sought fruitlessly throughout her long existence. The possibility sent a thrill of excitement through her spectral being as she continued maintaining the formation, protecting their secret transformation from prying eyes and curious elders. The chamber glowed with ethereal light as Li Yao's breakthrough continued through the night, spiritual energy condensing and swirling around her in luminous currents. When dawn finally broke, she exhaled deeply, wisps of colorful chi escaping her lips like sacred mist. Success! She had officially broken through to the core formation stage. Despite this monumental achievement, a sigh escaped her lips. Just reaching core formation had consumed so much time and effort. How long would it take to advance to the golden core stage and truly help her senior brother? The road ahead seemed impossibly distant. One had to note the absurdity of her frustration. Li Yao had accomplished in mere months what took others entire lifetimes to achieve. If cultivators heard her lamenting her slow progress, they would collapse from sheer indignation. If her pace was considered sluggish, weren't ordinary cultivators essentially standing still in comparison? The Empress, sensing her vessel's disappointment, observed with amusement that the struggles of a genius were truly peculiar. Still, she needed to provide motivation before Lei Yao slipped back into her former laziness. "It's okay, you don't have to break through to the golden core stage," the Empress's voice resonated in Li Yao's mind. Li Yao's head snapped up, eyes widening with surprise. "I don't. But didn't you say I needed to at least reach the golden core stage?" Confusion evident in her voice. "Well, that's the requirement for a normal person," the Empress clarified. "To put it simply, you don't need golden core stage cultivation, you need golden core stage combat power." The Empress's spectral form drifted closer as she elaborated. "With your level 15 body refining combined with 2 perfect level sword techniques, your combat power already approximates mid-stage core formation." Her ethereal fingers traced patterns in the air as she continued. "If you break through to mid-stage core formation realm, your effective combat power will reach late stage. Add 16th level body refining, and you'll match peak core formation. Perfect a spell technique on top of that, and you'll be capable of confronting early-stage golden core cultivators." Relief washed over Li Yao's features as understanding dawned. This meant she wouldn't need to wait until reaching golden core to help her senior brother after all. She merely needed to advance to mid-stage core formation, child's play with her talent. Body refining might present challenges, but she could manage that too. As for spells, she understood their significance implicitly. Spell techniques differed fundamentally from normal techniques, relying on spiritual energy rather than weapons and bodily strength. While Foundation establishment cultivators could infuse their weapons with chi for enhanced damage, this method remained woefully inefficient, like using a precious gemstone as a common rock. Only after breaking through to core formation could one truly manipulate chi for direct attacks. Learning proper spell techniques would maximize this capability. Typically, new core formation cultivators reported to the sect to receive appropriate spell techniques, but Li Yao preferred keeping her advancement secret for now. Fortunately, the Empress possessed techniques far superior to anything the sect could offer. Combined with Li Yao's extraordinary comprehension ability, mastering them would be relatively straightforward. "Senior brother, just wait for me," she thought with renewed determination. "I'll definitely find the rebirth pill for you." The Empress watched with satisfaction as motivation rekindled in her chosen vessel. The fire had returned to those eyes, a blaze that would consume any obstacle in its path. Golden rays of dawn painted the mountainside as Xiang Yu performed his morning ritual, the knife in his hand slicing through air with practiced precision. Following his established routine, he began the day with knife techniques, reserving sword practice for evening sessions. He had been training for barely an hour when an unexpected tremor disrupted his concentration. The ground beneath his feet shuddered rhythmically, each vibration stronger than the last. Xiang Yu's muscles tensed instinctively as he tightened his grip on his knife, adopting a defensive stance. His mind raced through possibilities, calculating threats and escape routes with practiced efficiency. Could it be that beast from the forest, he wondered, eyes narrowing as he scanned the tree line. But Li Yao said she killed it. A surge of indignation rose within him as he prepared to face whatever emerged from the undergrowth. "Damn it. I've been scammed. I even went on a date where I nearly died. This is a total ripoff." His internal complaints continued unabated. "If I survive this, I'm definitely suing for damages." Tremors intensified, foliage at the clearing's edge rustling violently before parting to reveal, not a monstrous beast but something equally astonishing, his junior sister, hauling an enormous boulder behind her. Xiang Yu's jaw dropped in stunned disbelief. What shocked him wasn't merely the boulder's immense size, but that Li Yao pulled it using raw physical strength rather than spiritual energy. Cultivators beyond the Qi gathering realm typically didn't increase their physical power with each breakthrough one, they relied instead on Qi enhancement for such feats. Yet here was Li Yao, dragging several tons of solid rock using nothing but muscle. She must be at least at the 12th layer of body refining, he calculated silently, eyes widening as he reassessed his junior sister's capabilities. Suddenly remembering the knife still poised in his hand, Xiang Yu hastily concealed it and approached her with casual nonchalance. "Junior sister, what are you doing?" he inquired, striving for a conversational tone despite his amazement. "I was thinking of practicing my body refining," she replied cheerfully, and decided to train here with senior brother to keep him company. A smile tugged at Xiang Yu's lips, genuinely touched by her consideration. "How are you going to practice?" he asked, eyeing the massive boulder with curiosity. "How else? I'll just do some reps with this stone," she explained matter-of-factly. Xiang Yu's brow furrowed in confusion. "Is there a scripture like that?" he questioned, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Why hadn't he heard of such a straightforward method? If such an approach existed, he could have avoided those embarrassing movements entirely, simply lifting weights instead. "Didn't you know? Body refining is all about refining the body," Li Yao elaborated with the patience of explaining something obvious. "The scriptures just make the process easier. As long as you push your body to the limit, you will definitely advance." The revelation hit Xiang Yu like a physical blow. His legs buckled beneath him as he collapsed to the ground, mind reeling with implications. All those hours spent performing humiliating movements had been unnecessary. He could have just been lifting weights. "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Li Yao rushed to his side, concern evident in her voice. Everything suddenly clicked into place in Xiang Yu's mind, why knife technique experience transferred to the Mountain Heart scripture. It wasn't transferring at all. The physical exertion from knife practice was advancing his body directly, and the scripture progressed because his body improved. "Just kill me," he groaned, face contorted with defeat. Li Yao hovered anxiously, never having seen her senior brother so utterly dejected. Realizing the source of his mortification, she attempted comfort. "Don't worry, senior brother, only the master and I saw you," she reassured him, patting his back sympathetically. "And the master has probably already forgotten. I'm the only one with the memory crystal." Her voice trailed off as she realized her critical error. Xiang Yu's head snapped up, eyes narrowing dangerously as he processed her words. "What you mean by that?" "What? Think of it this way, body refining isn't a realm but a technique. After you enter the chi refining stage, you can still refine your body if you want. But if you just continue cultivating, you'll just continue refining chi as you break through, just more chi and quality, but your physical strength will never increase. But this doesn't mean you are weak. You can still use chi to perform feats, even stronger than body refining, but if the chi is taken away, you're cooked. In simple terms, body refining is working out, and the other realms are all about upgrading your equipment. You're strong with a bigger gun but powerless without it." "Senior brother, please stop. I was wrong." Li Yao's desperate screams echoed throughout the forest as she lay across Xiang Yu's lap, enduring his disciplinary spanking. "How dare you make fun of your senior brother?" He brought his hand down again, his voice tinged with righteous indignation. Memory crystals had been the final straw, recordings of his embarrassing Mountain Heart scripture practice preserved for posterity. "I was wrong," she shouted dramatically, but internally her thoughts ran in an entirely different direction. "Senior brother is being too assertive," she mused with unexpected delight. "Little does he know I'm into this she." The Empress, privy to Li Yao's unfiltered thoughts, could only shake her head in profound disappointment. This girl was truly beyond salvation. "Where are the memory crystals?" Xiang Yu demanded, his voice stern with authority. "Right here," Li Yao replied meekly, handing over her pouch with suspiciously little resistance. Xiang Yu examined the contents, his expression darkening as he witnessed recordings of himself performing those ridiculous Mountain Heart scripture movements. Without hesitation, he crushed the crystals in his palm, their fragments scattering across the forest floor. "Nuo!" Li Yao cried out with theatrical despair, her performance worthy of a traveling opera troupe. Behind her convincing facade of devastation, however, laughter bubbled. "It's unexpected that senior brother found out about the memory crystals," she thought smugly, but little does he know, I already have several copies stashed elsewhere. Concluding the punishment, Xiang Yu examined his reddened palm with mild surprise. Despite being the one administering discipline, his hand stung considerably, a testament to his junior sister's formidable physical cultivation. The girl was deceptively strong. He glanced at the destroyed crystals and his sobbing junior sister with satisfaction. "At least I've destroyed all evidence," he thought with relief. What would happen if I became an important figure in the cultivation world someday and these recordings leaked? How could I possibly maintain my dignity? Still, an unsettling feeling nagged at him, a vague suspicion that he wasn't being told the whole truth. "It's probably just my imagination," he dismissed, returning his attention to training as he retrieved his knife. Before he could execute his first practice swing, Li Yao's voice interrupted his concentration. "Senior brother, let's spar," she suggested, her earlier tears mysteriously vanished. Xiang Yu considered the proposal with interest. Actual combat yielded substantially more experience points than solo practice, and sparring with his junior sister presented no real threat. A perfect opportunity for advancement without risk. All right, he agreed, completely unaware of the mistake he was making. Moments later, he found himself sprawled across the ground, struggling to rise after another punishing takedown. Li Yao wasn't using spiritual energy, but her technical mastery proved overwhelming nonetheless. She approached with mock concern, her voice dripping with false sympathy. "Senior brother, should I stop?" Xiang Yu couldn't bring himself to ask her to go easy on him. Is this revenge for spanking her earlier? He wondered bitterly as he pushed himself upright only to be knocked down again. "Just you wait, when I'm invincible, I'll spank you daily. Mark my words." Li Yao stood triumphantly above him, admiring his angry expression with unexpected appreciation. Senior brother looks really cool when he's angry, she thought with satisfaction. This was rightful compensation for destroying her precious memory crystals. Despite having backups, the loss demanded retribution. Her treasures would feel wronged otherwise. The Empress was utterly bewildered by this twisted reasoning. What kind of logic is this? Is she even human? Li Yao dismissed these concerns entirely. She was helping her senior brother grow stronger through combat experience. What could possibly be more supportive? Such an exemplary junior sister she was. Yeah, you're the only one in the world who can do this, the Empress exhaled resignedly. Perhaps she had chosen the wrong vessel after all. What? Elder Gu watched his two disciples train with an approving smile, his weathered features softening as he observed their diligent efforts. This was how Mountain Heart Pavilion should be, alive with the energy of dedicated cultivation rather than the stagnant atmosphere of indolence that had previously permeated its halls. Now that I think about it, isn't it about time for lunch? He mused, stroking his long beard thoughtfully. As this realization dawned on him, his expression transformed dramatically, approval melting into indignation with startling speed. His bushy eyebrows descended like storm clouds over narrowed eyes. "Those brats," he exclaimed, rising from his meditation cushion with unexpected agility. "How dare they play around all day, not even preparing a meal for their master? Where is the filial piety? Have I not taught them better?" The elder's complaints continued as he descended from his private chambers, each step accompanied by muttered grievances about ungrateful disciples and the burdens of masterhood. Several minutes later, the atmosphere in the dining hall had shifted considerably. Elder Gu sat at the head of the table, contentment radiating from him as he finished the last spoonful of soup with evident satisfaction. Across from him, both Xiang Yu and Li Yao sat in chastened silence, each sporting a small bump on their head, physical reminders of their master's displeasure at finding no meal prepared. Ahem, the elder cleared his throat deliberately, breaking the uncomfortable silence that had settled over their shared table. "It's okay if you play around occasionally, but don't go overboard and forget your duties." A faint blush colored his cheeks as he rose with affected dignity, clearly uncomfortable with the emotional display his hunger had provoked. Without waiting for responses, he vanished from his position, his departure as abrupt as his earlier appearance. "PH. Stupid old man," Li Yao seethed internally, rubbing the tender spot on her head with restrained anger. "If I didn't want to conceal my true cultivation level, I would have slapped you to death." Not so sure about that, the Empress's voice resonated within her consciousness, carrying an undertone of amusement. "What do you mean?" Li Yao asked silently, her interest immediately piqued. Is the old man also playing the pig to eat the tiger? Is he hiding his true strength? "Well, not necessarily," the Empress replied cryptically, offering no further elaboration despite Li Yao's obvious curiosity. Li Yao rested her chin in her palm, contemplating her master with newfound wariness. She had always considered Elder Gu the laziest of them all, constantly admonishing his disciples against idleness while embodying that very quality. He rarely taught them directly, merely providing resources before retreating to his chambers for endless meditation. Sometimes he would wander into the forest and simply stare at nothing for hours, behavior she had attributed to senility or indolence. But the Empress's cryptic comment suggested there might be hidden depths to the old cultivator. Perhaps he wasn't as simple as she had assumed. Regardless, it changed nothing in her determination. Even if he was truly powerful, even if he was concealing unfathomable strength, she would still exact revenge for this undeserved bump on her head. When she grew sufficiently powerful, she would definitely bonk one his head. When the Empress caught this petty thought, she couldn't help but chuckle at her vessel's stubborn nature. This girl truly was interesting, nursing even the smallest grudges with unwavering dedication. She seemed constitutionally incapable of accepting perceived wrongs, regardless of whether they came from loved ones or respected masters. The Empress's amusement gave way to wistful contemplation. If I had been the same back then, perhaps. What? Bonk as in hit, not the other one. Get your head out of the gutter. After the lunch break concluded, Xiang Yu and Li Yao returned to their training ground, the afternoon sun casting dappled shadows through the forest canopy. The Empress's voice echoed in Li Yao's mind, offering a suggestion that made her eyes light up with excitement. Since you want to help your senior brother train, why don't you put on weight clothes when you spar with him? That way you can both train simultaneously. Li Yao marveled at the brilliant simplicity of the idea. She hadn't even considered it herself. This was perfect. She could assist her senior brother while simultaneously advancing her own cultivation. It was the definition of efficiency, killing two birds with one stone. 3 if she counted practicing the new sword technique she was learning. Xiang Yu absorbed another powerful blow from Li Yao, his feet sliding backward across the packed earth. Unlike earlier encounters, he managed to stabilize his stance rather than tumbling helplessly to the ground. Though he couldn't muster a counterattack, the improvement was undeniable, progress worth celebrating in its own small way. As he regained his balance, a thought crystallized in his mind: his junior sister was truly a monster of talent. Even with weighted clothing hampering her movements and wielding a sword technique she wasn't yet familiar with, she still generated enough pressure to push him to his limits. She embodied everything a protagonist should be: extraordinary talent, unstoppable growth, and boundless potential. The realization settled over him like a comfortable truth. He was training with the main character of this cultivation world. From his private chambers atop the mountain, Elder Guo observed his disciples with quiet approval. His weathered fingers stroked his beard thoughtfully as he watched their training unfold below. After a while, he rose from his seat and departed the room, his footsteps carrying him toward the forest's edge. The elder stood silently at the riverbank, watching crystalline waters tumble over smooth stones with hypnotic rhythm. The azure cloud sect sprawled across an impressive mountain range, each pavilion occupying its own distinct peak. His gaze drifted upward, settling on the most imposing summit of all, Celestial Summit Peak, home to the sect leader and the highest point in the entire sect. As he contemplated the majestic scenery, a feminine voice broke through his reverie. "Are you still worried?" Elder Guo turned unhurriedly, his eyes meeting those of Huang Fengqi, the respected elder of Phoenix Ascension Pavilion, a branch of the sect specializing in bloodline exploration and martial physiques. "He's grown up now," she continued, approaching with measured steps. "He can take care of himself." "What are you talking about?" Elder Guo responded with feigned nonchalance. "I was just admiring the scenery." She studied him for a moment, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Is that so?" "Yes," he affirmed, his tone leaving no room for debate. "Uncle Master was," she began, but before she could complete her thought, Elder Guo had already launched himself skyward. "I'm going to cultivate," he called back dismissively as he soared away. Huang Fengqi watched his retreating form with a resigned sigh. "This guy," she muttered before taking to the air herself, following in his wake. Soon after, the two elders sat together atop a secluded peak, sharing wine as they caught up on events. Huang Fengqi took a measured sip from her cup, appreciation evident in her expression. "Looks like your brewing skills have improved," she remarked. "Yeah, because someone keeps asking me to brew for them," he retorted dryly. "Does that mean I helped you improve?" she asked with unmistakable cheekiness. Elder Guo glanced at her, opened his mouth as if to issue a sharp retort, then simply sighed in defeat. He shook his head, abandoning whatever protest he'd planned to make. "Are those your disciples?" Huang Fengqi inquired, gesturing toward the distant figures still training below. "Yes," he confirmed, a hint of smugness creeping into his voice. "Jealous." Without warning, Huang Fengqi stood abruptly, her eyes widening. "Wait, is that... Hey, Elder Guo's face broke into an unabashed grin. "So you realized." "It's just as you thought, he has trained a technique to the major success level." Seeing Huang Fengqi's astonished expression, he couldn't resist adding, "and it's only been a week since he started." His laughter echoed across the mountaintop, unrestrained and triumphant. "It seems I have an eye for disciples. My second disciple is a genius that appears once in a million years, and my first disciple is a comprehension genius." Huang Fengqi's expression shifted dramatically, all humor vanishing as intensity took its place. She grasped Elder Guo by his collar, shaking him slightly. "Are you sure about this?" she demanded, her voice dropping to an urgent whisper. Elder Guo wondered what had gotten into her, discomfort evident in his features. "Yeah, it's true. Would I lie to you about this?" He detached himself from her grip with a puzzled frown. "Elder Guo, no, senior brother, you have to give me this disciple," she declared, her tone unnervingly serious. "What are you talking about?" "Why would I give you my disciple?" he responded, eyeing her with growing suspicion. "This boy, if he really has as much comprehension as you said, then you should really give him to me," she insisted, leaning closer. "You're not making any sense," Elder Guo protested, pushing her away as she attempted to close the distance between them. "I knew you came here with bad intentions. I treat you well and you want to poach my disciples. Why don't you just kill me and take the entire peak while you're at it?" "I can do that," she asked with exaggerated surprise, causing Elder Guo to leap backward defensively. "I'm just kidding," she clarified with a laugh, producing an enormous scroll which she thrust into Elder Guo's hands. "It was research I was doing." She tapped the scroll meaningfully. "If what's written here is correct, then our sect will have another genius on the level of Li Yao." Elder Guo unfurled the scroll with undisguised skepticism. He assumed Huang Fengqi was simply drunk and spouting nonsense. Did millionaire geniuses grow on trees now? Did she think him stupid enough to believe such claims? If creating geniuses were so simple, wouldn't everyone be one? But as his eyes traced the first few characters, his expression transformed from dismissive to astonished. He continued reading, each line deepening his shock until disbelief overwhelmed him. "How is this possible?" he uttered, his voice barely above a whisper. He looked up, meeting Huang Fengqi's eyes with newfound sobriety. "Are you sure this is true?" "Well, it hasn't been tested yet, but the chances are high," she replied. "If we can have a test subject." She allowed the implication to hang in the air, unfinished. "So," she continued after a moment, "what do you think? Will you give him to me?" Huang Fengqi gazed at Elder Guo with eyes twinkling like stars in a clear night sky, her expression comically pleading. "Paiwis," she begged, leaning closer. Elder Guo firmly placed his palm against her shoulder, creating distance between them. "Don't come close to me, you reek of alcohol," he grumbled, settling back into his seated position with obvious discomfort. A weighty sigh escaped his lips as he gazed into the distance. "Even if I wanted to, I can't just give him to you," he explained, taking a measured sip from his wine cup. "He is my disciple, not something I picked up from the roadside." His eyes remained fixed on the training ground below, where his two disciples continued their sparring session, Xiang Yu repeatedly falling and rising with stubborn determination. Huang Fengqi observed Elder Guo's expression, recognizing the familiar contemplative look that had characterized her senior brother for centuries. She composed herself, settling down beside him with newfound restraint. "Does that mean that you'll let me have him if he agrees?" she inquired carefully, hope threading through her voice. Elder Guo's attention never wavered from the scene below. He watched as Xiang Yu tumbled to the ground once more, only to push himself upright with unwavering resolve. Memories flooded back, finding the boy in that destroyed village, bringing him to the mountain, raising him as his own despite his lack of talent. He had been genuinely pleased when Xiang Yu finally began cultivating, though disappointment lingered at the knowledge that without spiritual roots, the boy would never advance beyond the most rudimentary levels. But now, presented with this unexpected opportunity, wasn't it a master's sacred duty to pursue what was best for his disciple? To open doors rather than close them. To sacrifice personal attachment for genuine advancement. After lengthy consideration, Elder Guo offered a slight nod. "Sure," he conceded, the single word carrying the weight of profound sentiment. Huang Fengqi sprang to her feet with unbridled enthusiasm, her excitement barely contained. She had anticipated his eventual agreement, understanding the inner workings of his mind, yet his hesitation revealed more than he probably intended. Did he truly care for this disciple so deeply? Her gaze shifted to Xiang Yu, who once again rose after being knocked down. Something in his perseverance resonated with memories of the past. She could see shadows of the old senior brother in this young disciple's determination. Did her senior brother see himself in him? Was that why he had picked him up? Just as Uncle Master had done for him back then. She pushed these reflections aside, focusing on her immediate objective. Rising from her seat, she grasped Elder Guo's hand with infectious enthusiasm. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go, she urged, already prepared to depart. Elder Gyu remained unmoved, firmly anchoring her in place. What's the hurry? Let the disciples practice. We'll go when it's dinner time, he stated with calm finality. Dinner? Disbelief colored Huang Fengqi's voice. You eat mortal food. The concept seemed utterly foreign. Cultivators at their advanced stage rarely bothered with such mundane sustenance. A smug expression transformed Elder Gyuo's weathered features. Why wouldn't I when my disciple is such a nice cook, he proclaimed with unmistakable pride. Huang Fengqi recognized that self-satisfied look immediately. There it is again, she thought. Senior brother always needs to show off, such a terrible habit. She shrugged dismissively, mentally scoffing at the notion. HMPH, it probably isn't even that good. Her skepticism evaporated the moment Xiang Yu's culinary creation touched her lips. Before she even realized what was happening, her plate had been emptied of every morsel. Without a shred of her previous dignity, she thrust her empty plate forward, eyes wide with undisguised hunger, hoping for seconds. What? Li Yao extended her hand to Xiang Yu, helping him rise from the ground after their intense sparring session. Xiang Yu dusted himself off, glancing toward the horizon where the sun painted the sky in shades of amber and gold. It was approaching dinner time, and neither disciple particularly wanted another scolding from their master. Without exchanging words, they made their way to the kitchen, their steps synchronized. The kitchen welcomed them with familiar warmth as they fell into their established routine. Li Yao handled the preparatory tasks, washing vegetables, stoking the fire, arranging plates, while Xiang Yu focused on the main dish. Tonight he was preparing his classic pork belly, a favorite that had earned appreciative silence from even their usually critical master. As his hands moved with practiced efficiency, slicing and seasoning with precise motions, Xiang Yu noted how his culinary skills had improved alongside his cultivation. The thought crossed his mind that perhaps he could accumulate cooking experience points as well, earning them through mastering recipes just as he did techniques. He dismissed the notion with a small smile, returning his attention to the simmering meat that released mouthwatering aromas throughout the pavilion. The pork belly transformed under his careful ministrations, skin crisping to golden perfection, while the meat beneath remained tender and succulent. He arranged the finished dish with an artistry that would have impressed professional chefs from his previous world, presenting it just as footsteps announced the arrival of their master. This evening, however, Elder Guo didn't arrive alone. A female cultivator accompanied him, her elegant robes bearing the distinctive embroidery of higher sect positions, her posture carrying the unmistakable dignity of cultivation authority. Xiang Yu couldn't suppress a smile, had their perpetually solitary master finally found companionship. Li Yao clearly shared similar thoughts, her eyes lighting up with mischievous understanding as she cast their master a knowing look. You brats, are you having inappropriate thoughts? Elder Gu demanded, his bushy eyebrows drawing together in a thunderous frown. How could we dare, master? Xiang Yu replied with exaggerated innocence, his expression carefully schooled. We were just wondering if the master had finally brought home a wife. The bold statement caused the female elder to blush slightly, color touching her dignified features. Li Yao, emboldened by Xiang Yu's example, leaned forward eagerly. Master has always seemed so pure and dedicated to cultivation. I never imagined you actually. Her words trailed off as Elder Guo fixed her with a glare so intense it practically lowered the temperature in the room. Actually what? He pressed, his smile promising punishment rather than amusement. Li Yao's courage evaporated instantly. My apologies, I have misspoken, she declared, executing a formal bow with remarkable haste. Elder Guo's mouth twitched with suppressed irritation. These disrespectful disciples, if he genuinely brought home a partner, wouldn't they embarrass him endlessly? He felt a sharp nudge from Huang Fengqi's elbow, prompting him to clear his throat. Ahem. This is my junior sister, Huang Fengqi, he announced with forced composure. She is the elder of Phoenix Ascension Pavilion. Huang Fengqi offered a friendly wave, her eyes appraising the two young disciples with evident curiosity. Xiang Yu gently pushed Li Yao's head downward as they both performed a respectful bow. We greet the honorable Ant Master, they intoned with unexpected formality. Huang Fengqi's face brightened at their greeting. Such nice children, she thought. No need for such formality, she said aloud, her voice warm with genuine approval. Just Ant Master will do. From the sidelines, Elder Gu observed this exchange with unconcealed shock. Where had this discipline suddenly materialized from? His disciples had never shown him such respect, constantly teasing and testing his patience. Who was the true master here? The two elders settled at the dining table, while Xiang Yu served an additional plate for their guest. Huang Fengqi regarded the dish with carefully measured expectations. Is this what that old fool was bragging about? She wondered skeptically. I suppose it does smell somewhat appealing. Taking her first bite with casual indifference, Huang Fengqi's expression transformed instantly. Flavors exploded across her palate, complex, harmonious, expertly balanced. Each ingredient announced itself distinctly, while contributing to a symphony of taste that defied her considerable experience. Was this the legendary god of cooking she'd heard whispered about in ancient texts? She moved to take another bite, only for her spoon to scrape against empty porcelain. Looking down in confusion, she discovered her plate completely clean, with no memory of having consumed its contents so rapidly. Elder Gu caught her bewildered expression and offered a smug smile as he continued enjoying his own portion. What did I say? Believe me now, he asked, his tone dripping with self-satisfaction. As he continued eating, something nagged at his awareness. Was today's meal even more exceptional than usual, or was his imagination embellishing the experience? He pondered this as he savored each mouthful. Noticing Huang Fengqi's hesitation to request more, Xiang Yu rose smoothly from his seat, serving her another generous portion without comment. Thanks, she murmured, slightly embarrassed by her evident enthusiasm. This time she ate with deliberate slowness, savoring each bite with the appreciation it deserved, allowing the flavors to develop fully before taking another mouthful. When the meal concluded and dishes were being cleared, Huang Fengqi suddenly remembered her true purpose. She turned toward Xiang Yu, her expression shifting to something more serious. Xiang Yu, she began, her voice carrying unexpected weight, would you like to take me as your master? The question landed in the room like a stone dropped into still water. Behind them, Li Yao, who had been helping wash dishes, lost her grip on a glass plate. It shattered against the floor, the crystalline sound punctuating the moment of perfect silence that followed Huang Fengqi's unexpected proposal. Fengqi's proposal hung in the air as Xiang Yu carefully gathered the shattered glass fragments from the floor. His movements were deliberate, buying precious seconds to collect his thoughts before responding. Aunt Master surely jests, he finally replied, his tone light but measured. Huang Fengqi rose from her seat, her posture straightening as she infused her words with unmistakable sincerity. No, I'm serious. If you join the Phoenix Ascension Pavilion, I'll make you a genius on the same level as your junior sister. The declaration sent ripples of shock through the room. Li Yao's eyes widened with astonishment. Could it truly be possible? Could her seemingly talentless senior brother actually become a genius of her caliber? The possibility both thrilled and unsettled her. Xiang Yu himself felt the weight of the offer pressing against his chest. His gaze flickered toward Elder Guo, searching for guidance, but his master's expression remained carefully neutral. The lack of surprise confirmed his suspicion. The two elders had already discussed this arrangement privately. As the implications of Huang Fengqi's offer unfurled in his mind, Xiang Yu carefully weighed the possibilities. Becoming a genius of Li Yao's caliber would undoubtedly accelerate his progress. His cultivation would advance by leaps rather than the steady increments he currently managed. Yet something deeper gave him pause. A heavy sigh escaped his lips as clarity emerged from his internal debate. His goal wasn't merely faster improvement, he already possessed the system for that purpose. What would accepting this offer truly mean? He would become like Li Yao, thrust into the spotlight, burdened with the sex expectations, obligated to defend its honor at every turn. Such prominence would inevitably attract jealousy, resentment, and challenges. He'd become a target rather than an observer, forever entangled in protagonist-centered plots he desperately wished to avoid. Mathematics of the situation revealed an unfavorable exchange, temporary acceleration at the cost of permanent freedom. Even with talent matching Li Yao's, immediate invincibility remained a fantasy. In the long term, his system would compensate for any initial disadvantage, rendering the offered shortcut ultimately meaningless when weighed against the sacrifices required. I'm sorry, but I cannot accept this, he stated with unexpected directness, accompanying his words with a respectful bow. Huang Fengqi's composure faltered momentarily, genuine surprise flashing across her features. How could anyone reject such an extraordinary opportunity? Elder Guo appeared equally baffled. He had always attributed Xiang Yu's earlier reluctance to cultivate to his lack of talent, never imagining the boy would actively decline the chance to acquire it. Perhaps he didn't understand his disciple as thoroughly as he had believed. Li Yao stared at her senior brother, momentarily stunned before her expression softened with understanding. This response, while seemingly incomprehensible to others, aligned perfectly with the Xiang Yu she knew. Is there a reason? Wang Fengqi inquired, her tone suggesting she suspected Xiang Yu might be misinterpreting her offer as some form of test, perhaps playing hard to get to demonstrate loyalty. I already have a master, so it would be inappropriate if I took in another, Xiang Yu responded, his sentiments genuine, a direct reflection of the original Xiang Yu's unwavering loyalty. Plus, I'm not that interested in cultivation, so it would be better if you gave this chance to someone who really wanted it. This latter justification was entirely fabricated. In truth, no one desired cultivation progress more desperately than he did. Yet he wanted advancement on his own terms, without sacrificing the precious anonymity that protected him from this world's dangerous narratives. Denying the opportunity represented a genuine loss, but one he would overcome through redoubled effort rather than compromise his fundamental survival strategy. Wang Fengqi stared at Xiang Yu, disbelief etched across her elegant features. Her worldview seemed momentarily shaken. Wasn't cultivation the universal pursuit? Didn't everyone harbor fantasies of soaring through limitless skies, wielding immense power, and perhaps rescuing damsels in distress? Yet here stood this peculiar young man, genuinely disinterested in an opportunity that countless cultivators would commit unspeakable acts to obtain. His sincerity was unmistakable. The Phoenix Ascension elder found herself genuinely perplexed by this anomaly standing before her, a contradiction to everything she understood about human nature and ambition within the cultivation world. Elder Guo observed his disciple with newfound curiosity. The boy's loyalty touched something within him, a sentiment he hadn't expected to feel so keenly. Nevertheless, practicality compelled him to intervene. Allowing such an opportunity to slip away seemed unconscionable, regardless of the boy's peculiar resistance. Xiang Yu, why don't you listen to your Aunt Master? Elder Guo urged, his tone measured but insistent. Do you want to remain in your junior sister's shadow forever? Xiang Yu's response came without hesitation, his voice steady and resolute. If that's how it has to be, then so be it. He turned toward Li Yao, offering her a small smile that carried surprising warmth. I'm sure junior sister won't mind me hiding from the sun in her shadow. Elder Guo released a heavy sigh. The boy's determination proved more substantial than anticipated. Perhaps a different approach might yield results. A more dramatic push seemed necessary to overcome this inexplicable reluctance. It's because you already have a master, right? Elder Guo proposed, his voice taking on a strategic edge. Then if I'm no longer your master, will you take the offer? Surprise flickered across Xiang Yu's features. The suggestion caught him entirely off guard. He hadn't imagined his master would consider such drastic measures. Was this actually possible? Could masters simply transfer disciples like commodities? The thought created immediate discomfort. This represented the worst possible outcome, severing his connection to Mountain Heart Pavilion while simultaneously thrusting him into the spotlight he desperately wished to avoid. His survival strategy would be thoroughly demolished from both directions simultaneously. Xiang Yu lowered himself into a formal bow, his voice carefully controlled despite his internal turmoil. If the master doesn't want me anymore, then that's that. Both Elder Guo and Huang Fengqi's expressions shifted, a momentary triumph quickly shattered as Xiang Yu continued. But even if that's the case, I still won't ever accept another master. The declaration landed like thunder in clear skies. Elder Guo and Huang Fengqi exchanged astonished glances, thoroughly confounded by such resolute rejection. What possible motivation could drive this extraordinary aversion? Elder Guo's weathered features softened as understanding gradually replaced his initial bewilderment. His posture relaxed as he nodded slowly. It's okay, I understand. He turned toward Huang Fengqi, meeting his junior sister's confused expression with unexpected firmness. I'm sorry, junior sister, but I'm also unwilling to part with my disciple. The decision crystallized within him with surprising clarity. If his disciple could demonstrate such unwavering conviction, rejecting even the chance to become a genius, how could he possibly consider sending him away? In all his centuries of cultivation, he had accepted only 2 disciples into his care. Both had secured places in his heart, despite his outward gruffness. His philosophy remained steadfast. If a disciple wished to depart, he would offer no resistance, but if they chose to remain, he would never force them away. Huang Fengqi exhaled deeply upon hearing Elder Gu's words, her shoulders dropping slightly in resignation. It seemed this peculiar disciple would remain beyond her reach. Still, she refused to abandon such a perfect test subject entirely. Perhaps there was another approach. Although having him as her disciple would have made things easier, it could still work even if they weren't master and disciple. "It's okay if you don't want to become my disciple," she said, her voice shifting to a more conversational tone. "But I still believe you're the ideal candidate for this opportunity." Her posture straightened as she adopted the measured cadence of someone making a compelling business proposal. "To be honest, there's a martial physique I've been researching for quite some time," she continued, leaning forward slightly. "Unlocking this particular physique requires mastering numerous techniques to the perfect level." Her eyes fixed on Xiang Yu with unmistakable interest. "I've heard from your master that you achieved major success in a technique in merely a week." Li Yao's eyes widened at this revelation, genuine surprise washing over her delicate features. "You didn't notice?" the Empress asked within her consciousness. "Your senior brother's comprehension ability is truly exceptional, not inferior to yours in the slightest," the voice elaborated, causing Li Yao's astonishment to deepen further. It seemed her senior brother possessed genuine genius that had somehow escaped her attention. "Is this martial physique actually real?" Li Yao mentally inquired of the Empress. "Well, it does exist in theory, but since no one has ever successfully obtained it, so it's difficult to say," came the measured response. "Why has no one ever managed to acquire it?" Li Yao pressed, curiosity piqued. "Ancient manuals specify that one must master numerous techniques to unlock the physique, but they're frustratingly vague about the exact quantity required," the Empress explained. "Many cultivators have attempted this path only to abandon it in frustration. Most eventually conclude their time is better spent on conventional cultivation rather than endlessly practicing techniques for a physique that might prove mythical." "I see," Li Yao thought, understanding dawning in her mind. This method hardly seemed reliable. How many years would her senior brother need to dedicate to technique mastery, with no guarantee of eventual success? Realization settled heavily upon her. Her initial hope that this opportunity might elevate her senior brother appeared misplaced. The responsibility remained hers alone. She would need to redouble her efforts, pushing her cultivation even harder to obtain that precious rebirth pill for him. "With your remarkable comprehension abilities, you could master techniques at an extraordinary pace." Huang Fengqi continued, elaborating on the potential benefits with measured enthusiasm. After completing her detailed explanation, she fixed Xiang Yu with an expectant gaze. "So, what do you think? Does this interest you?" she asked, her voice carrying a note of hopeful anticipation. "What?" Xiang Yu descended into deep contemplation, weighing the implications of Huang Fengqi's proposal with methodical precision. If her claims about this martial physique proved legitimate, the opportunity was undeniably enticing. With his system's exponential growth mechanism, mastering multiple techniques to perfect level seemed entirely feasible. Though he had yet to achieve perfect mastery in any discipline, he calculated that his knife technique would likely reach that threshold within a month at most. Potential reward was extraordinary. A martial physique would fundamentally transform his cultivation journey, addressing his most critical limitation. Unlike his current mortal body, a martial physique could not lack spiritual roots. This represented a comprehensive solution, not merely an enhancement, but a complete rebirth as a cultivator capable of advancing through all realms. The two-in-one package would finally place true cultivation within his grasp. Despite the temptation, Xiang Yu maintained his strategic caution. Accepting without parameters would surrender control over his carefully constructed life. After several moments of calculated analysis, he raised his eyes to meet Huang Fengqi's expectant gaze. "I can agree, but with some conditions," he stated, his tone measured but resolute. Privately, he reasoned that rejection of his terms would be inconsequential. He had already identified the fundamental approach. If necessary, he could independently pursue technique mastery until unlocking the martial physique through his own efforts, albeit at a slower pace. Huang Fengqi's expression brightened perceptibly at his conditional acceptance. She had anticipated some form of bargaining, resources, positions, privileges, typical requests she could accommodate despite their potential complications. "Of course. What conditions do you have in mind?" she inquired, barely concealing her eagerness. Xiang Yu spoke with deliberate clarity, enumerating his requirements. First, complete confidentiality. No one beyond this room should know about this arrangement. Second, I maintain my status as Elder Gyu's disciple within Mountain Heart Pavilion. Third, no additional responsibilities will be assigned to me as a result of this undertaking. Fourth, I retain exclusive authority to select which techniques I'll practice. Fifth, I train independently without external supervision or assistance. Sixth, I will not leave the pavilion for this purpose. His expression remained resolute as he concluded, "These terms are non-negotiable and cannot be modified. If any cannot be fulfilled, I must regretfully decline this opportunity." Huang Fengqi's mouth fell open in undisguised astonishment. She had braced herself for extravagant demands, spirit stones, magical treasures, privileged positions, yet his requests were shockingly modest. A smile of understanding curved her lips as realization dawned. While countless disciples craved recognition and acclaim, this peculiar young man actively shunned attention. He likely feared that acknowledgement of his genius would burden him with responsibilities and expectations he had no desire to shoulder. How refreshingly contrary to the typical cultivation mindset. Her smile widened into genuine warmth. These conditions aligned perfectly with her own research interests. Maintaining secrecy would prevent external interference with their experiment. "Deal," she declared enthusiastically, extending her hand toward him. Xiang Yu accepted the gesture, sealing their arrangement with a firm handshake. From the sidelines, Li Yao observed the exchange with mixed emotions. While this avenue offered some promise, however remote, she remained committed to her own solution. The uncertain timeline of this experimental approach hardly suited her temperament. She would continue pursuing the rebirth pill with unwavering determination, unwilling to stake her senior brother's future on such theoretical possibilities. Elder Gyu surveyed the scene with quiet satisfaction, pleased that a mutually beneficial arrangement had materialized from what had initially appeared to be an impasse. "Does this mean I'll be visiting frequently?" Huang Fengqi inquired, her tone deliberately casual. Elder Gyu snorted, HMPH. "Don't think I don't know your true motives. You're simply angling for more opportunities to sample our cuisine," he accused with a penetrating stare. "What? How could you suggest such a thing?" she protested with exaggerated innocence. "I merely wish to monitor my martial nephew's progress." After finishing dinner, Xiang Yu and Li Yao returned to their training ground, the evening air cool against their skin. This time Xiang Yu wielded his sword, its weight now familiar in his grip. His focus sharpened as Li Yao approached, her movements fluid and purposeful. She swung her blade in a graceful arc, forcing Xiang Yu to react quickly. He barely twisted away from the strike, the edge of her sword passing close enough for him to feel the displaced air. Seizing what seemed like an opening, he attempted a counterattack, lunging forward with determination, only to find himself promptly knocked to the ground. As he pushed himself back up, dust clinging to his robes, Xiang Yu reflected that despite accepting Aunt Master Wang's offer, little had fundamentally changed. He still needed to master numerous techniques to reach the perfect level, a path he had already intended to follow given his lack of spiritual roots. The only meaningful difference was his newfound ability to request specific techniques from his Aunt Master. As long as he demonstrated satisfactory progress, she would continue providing both techniques and resources. Of course, these offerings remained limited to what she could personally contribute. With the experiment's confidential nature, they couldn't access the sect's broader resources, but this hardly concerned Xiang Yu. With his system's doubling function, he'd become invincible regardless of external support. Resources were merely secondary considerations. He managed to push Li Yao back an inch during their exchange, a small smile of satisfaction forming on his lips. His moment of pride proved devastatingly premature as Li Yao simply grabbed his sword with her bare hand, halting his attack completely. Is that even allowed? He wondered, staring at her in disbelief. Can I give up? He asked nervously. Li Yao's smile contained no mercy. Of course not, she replied cheerfully. If you give up now, you'll lose all your momentum. Without warning, she lifted him by his sword and threw him over her shoulder. Xiang Yu landed hard on his back, the impact knocking the breath from his lungs. He stared up at the stars scattered across the night sky, their distant light offering no sympathy for his predicament. Li Yao's face appeared above him, concern replacing her earlier playfulness. "Senior brother, are you okay?" she asked, extending her hand while examining him for injuries. "I'm fine," he assured her, accepting her assistance. "Let's continue." He rose to his feet, determination outweighing discomfort as they resumed their relentless training. Their sparring continued until the familiar blue screen materialized before Xiang Yu's eyes. Calculating settlement. Recognizing the timing, Xiang Yu suggested they conclude for the day. Let's stop here, he proposed, receiving Li Yao's agreement. They sheathed their weapons and returned to their respective quarters. In his room, Xiang Yu stretched out on his simple bed, eyes fixed on the system notifications hovering before him. Calculation complete. Enlightenment low 1000. Mountain Heart Scripture, second layer, 157-200 plus 8-200. Basic Knife Technique, major success, 35-400 plus 3400. Basic Sword Technique, minor success, 7200 plus 5200. Cook 9th grade 2-100 plus 2-100. Experience points doubled. Cook 9th grade 2-100, right arrow 9th grade 4-100. Basic Sword Technique, minor success, 7200, right arrow minor success, 140-200. Basic Knife Technique, major success, 35-400, right arrow major success, 7400. Mountain Heart Scripture, second layer, 157-200, right arrow third layer, 0-300. Enlightenment low 1000, right arrow low 1000. Next settlement 23-59-59. Xiang Yu's eyes widened as he noticed a new addition to his status screen, a cooking stat. The unexpected development brought a smile to his face. He had certainly felt his culinary skills improving with each meal he prepared, but hadn't anticipated the system would actually recognize it as a formal skill. In this cultivation world, professions extended beyond the path of the warrior cultivator. Hill refiners, artifact crafters, formations masters, all were respected paths in their own right. Cooking, too, held its place among these esteemed professions. While 9th grade wasn't particularly impressive in the grand hierarchy, it represented tangible acknowledgement of his efforts. If the whole cultivation thing doesn't work out, seems I really could open a restaurant, he mused, finding genuine comfort in having a backup plan. The thought of becoming a celebrated chef, rather than a powerful cultivator, held its own peculiar appeal, certainly less dangerous than the typical cultivator's journey. His attention shifted to the enlightenment stat displayed prominently in the settlement screen. Though he felt a twinge of disappointment that such intensive practice had yielded minimal growth, the reality made sense. If natural talent were easy to cultivate, geniuses would be commonplace rather than rare exceptions. Still, the system's ability to double even this attribute filled him with profound satisfaction. Though the increase appeared modest, merely from 1 to 2 points, he could already sense the difference. Low-grade techniques that had previously felt just beyond his grasp now seemed potentially manageable. The sensation of doubling natural talent differed markedly from technique advancement, a euphoric rush that transcended ordinary progress. This wasn't merely becoming stronger, this was changing what cultivation society considered immutable fate. Examining his combat techniques, Xiang Yu nodded with appreciation. His knife technique had increased by 30 points, while his sword technique jumped by a remarkable 50. The accelerated progress confirmed what cultivation manuals had always stressed: actual combat yielded results far superior to isolated practice. With such rapid improvement, being pummeled by his junior sister suddenly seemed a worthwhile investment. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he contemplated their future training sessions. He hoped she wouldn't disappoint him. She should hit him even harder tomorrow. When he eventually achieved invincibility, he would certainly repay her for this dedicated care. It wasn't pettiness, he was simply being considerate. Such a thoughtful senior brother he was. In her own quarters, Li Yao suddenly shivered while removing her training clothes. She paused, momentarily concerned. Was she catching a cold? How could that possibly happen with her advanced body refining cultivation? Dismissing the inexplicable sensation, she quickly slipped beneath her bed coverings and settled in for the night. Meanwhile, Xiang Yu continued analyzing his progress. His sword technique stood at 140 points, well positioned to breach the next level after tomorrow's reset. Since he couldn't exploit experience overflow, focusing exclusively on knife technique tomorrow would maximize his system's efficiency. Finally, his eyes moved to the Mountain Heart Scripture. Though it had gained 8 points, this advancement was essentially wasted since the scripture had already been primed for breakthrough. Nevertheless, satisfaction washed over him as he confirmed his advancement to the third layer, a corresponding breakthrough in his body refining realm. With measured anticipation, he summoned his complete status screen. Name Xiang Yu. Realm body refining third layer. Species human. Spiritual root null. Enlightenment low to 1000. Professions cook ninth grade for 100. Techniques basic knife technique, major success 7400, basic sword technique, minor success 140-200. Scriptures mountain heart scripture, third layer 3200. System function double exp cooldown 24 HRS. As Xiang Yu examined his updated status screen, he nodded with quiet acceptance. Just as he had anticipated, the exchange rate had shifted once again to 10-1. Though potentially discouraging, he remained undeterred. Progress was progress, regardless of the increasing difficulty curve. The steady advancement of his stats confirmed his path was working, even if the pace felt glacial at times. Still, he mused while absently rubbing his sore muscles, there must be a way to accelerate this. A sudden inspiration struck him like lightning. His junior sister always trained with weighted clothing, simultaneously developing her techniques and body refinement. The dual-purpose approach was elegantly efficient. Why hadn't he thought of this sooner? With weighted clothes creating constant resistance, every movement would require additional effort, potentially amplifying his technique improvement. The added pressure might even accelerate his progress beyond the standard rate. There was just one glaring problem. He already struggled against Li Yao at peak performance. How would he fare when deliberately handicapping himself? Xiang Yu weighed the consequences carefully. A few extra bruises seemed a small price to pay for accelerated cultivation. His lips curved into a wry smile as he mentally apologized to his future self. Sorry, this sacrifice is for the greater good of our survival. The decision made, he allowed himself to sink into his simple bed. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, but for now, rest was essential. Dawn broke with remarkable swiftness, the mountain air crisp and invigorating as Xiang Yu faced Li Yao in their training clearing. The weighted garments he'd acquired pressed against his frame, making even the simplest movements require conscious effort. Li Yao extended her hand, helping him rise after another punishing takedown. Her eyebrows lifted with genuine surprise. I hadn't expected senior brother to also put on weighted clothes, she remarked, curiosity evident in her voice. Xiang Yu dusted himself off, adjusting to the unfamiliar heaviness encumbering his limbs. Just thought it would be more convenient to train both body refining and techniques simultaneously, he explained, settling back into his stance as they resumed their sparring session. From his private chambers, Elder Gu observed his disciples with undisguised pride. Their dedication manifested in every movement, every strike, every moment of focused determination. Your disciples are really dedicated, Huang Fengqi commented, seated comfortably beside him as she watched the training unfold below. They are, Elder Gu nodded, satisfaction evident in his tone. His approval lasted only moments before suspicion crept in. Also, what are you doing here? He asked, eyebrows furrowing. Huang Fengqi's melodious laughter filled the chamber. Come on, senior brother, don't be like that. I just wanted to keep you company and watch my martial nephew's training, she explained, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Don't you have your own pavilion to look after? He pressed, skepticism clear in his weathered features. I do, but it's so boring staying there by myself all day, she replied with a casual wave of her hand. HMPH, don't think I don't know what you're planning, Elder Gu grumbled, closing his eyes to resume his cultivation. Huang Fengqi observed him with an amused smile before settling into her own meditative posture. In the training ground, Xiang Yu leaned heavily against a tree, sweat drenching his garments as he struggled to catch his breath. The weighted clothes transformed even basic movements into torture. How did his junior sister make it look so effortless? Despite the agony, he could feel improvements taking root within his body, subtle changes that promised future strength. The sensation alone made the suffering worthwhile. Wiping his brow, he pushed himself away from the tree and charged at Li Yao once more. He targeted her left leg, which he had carefully observed to be her least guarded area. Too late, he realized his mistake. What appeared to be vulnerability was merely bait in a well-crafted trap. Li Yao smiled as he took the bait, lifting her leg before stomping down with such tremendous force that the resulting wind pressure alone sent Xiang Yu stumbling backward. Senior brother, your movements are really easy to read, she observed, approaching to check on him as he struggled to rise. The criticism struck deeper than any physical blow. He wasn't a natural fighter and lacked fundamental battle instinct, relying instead on technical knowledge and basic intuition, a potentially fatal flaw when facing experienced combatants. Gratitude washed over him as he considered how fortunate he was to have such a genius junior sister as a training partner. She wasn't merely helping him refine techniques, she was forging true combat awareness that couldn't be developed through isolated practice. Battle instinct was something that could only emerge from actual confrontation. Without genuine combat experience, he might eventually reach tremendous power, yet still fall to a weaker, but more experienced opponent, a tragic end to his journey toward invincibility. After exchanging several more bruising exchanges with Li Yao, the sun reached its zenith, signaling lunchtime. They immediately halted their training, both moving with purpose toward the kitchen. Even through the exhaustion, Xiang Yu felt a certain satisfaction. Every difficulty overcome brought him one step closer to his ultimate goal of survival. After Xiang Yu arranged the final dish on the table, completing the artfully prepared meal, his master entered the dining area. To no one's surprise, Elder Guo was once again accompanied by Huang Fengqi. The two disciples exchanged knowing glances, their eyes sparkling with poorly concealed speculation about the elder's relationship. Elder Guo immediately caught their suggestive looks. His bushy eyebrows furrowed in displeasure before he swiftly bonked both their heads with surprising accuracy, leaving them nursing small bumps and muttering apologies. "You brats and your wild imaginations," he grumbled, taking his seat with affected dignity. Huang Fengqi couldn't suppress a smile at the scene. There was something genuinely heartwarming about the dynamics between her senior brother and his disciples, not the formal master-disciple relationship often seen in cultivation sects, but something more resembling a real family. The casual affection underlying even their disciplinary moments spoke volumes about their bond. As everyone began enjoying the meal, appreciative silence filled the room, interrupted only by occasional murmurs of approval. The flavors seemed to dance across their palates, each bite more satisfying than the last. Li Yao finally broke the comfortable quiet. "Senior brother, are you practicing in secret? Your cooking seems to be improving every time I taste it," she observed, savoring another mouthful with evident delight. Elder Guo nodded in agreement, stroking his beard thoughtfully. The boy's culinary skills were indeed advancing at a remarkable pace. If this trajectory continued, he might genuinely develop into a professional chef of significant renown. Xiang Yu merely smiled at the compliment, offering no hint about his newly recognized status as a ninth-grade cook. "I just improved by cooking for all of you," he replied modestly, diverting attention by serving another portion to Huang Fengqi, who accepted it with poorly disguised eagerness. When the meal concluded and dishes were cleared away, Huang Fengqi leaned forward with purpose. "Since we agreed to carry out the experiment, is there any technique you're particularly interested in?" she inquired, reaching into her spatial pouch. With a flourish, she produced numerous technique manuals, arranging them carefully across the table. The collection, while not extensive, represented a respectable variety of cultivation methods, each bound in different colored covers, with intricate patterns denoting their various applications. "For now, I only have access to basic and low-grade techniques. You can select from these," she explained, gesturing toward the spread. "I'll find higher-level techniques for you soon," she added, her eyes gleaming with genuine anticipation for their experimental journey. Xiang Yu approached the table with measured steps, his eyes scanning over the array of technique manuals spread before him. Each leather-bound manual promised different paths to power, their covers embossed with distinct patterns that hinted at their contents. He methodically examined each one: low-grade iron body technique, basic tiger claw, low-grade stone-breaking fist, basic cloud step, and many others. As he assessed the collection, Xiang Yu couldn't help but notice that many weren't particularly impressive. His fingers hovered over the basic cloud step manual momentarily, appreciating its value. Movement technique would significantly enhance his primary survival strategy. Fleeing was, after all, his top priority. Yet the low-grade iron body technique caught his attention as well. While escape remained paramount, avoiding injury ranked nearly as high on his list of concerns. The technique classifications tipped the scales. Since iron body was classified as low-grade, while cloud step was merely basic, the former represented greater potential value. Xiang Yu suspected Huang Fengqi was deliberately conservative with her initial offerings, likely wanting to verify his comprehension abilities firsthand before committing more valuable resources. She would probably provide additional techniques once he demonstrated mastery of this one. Decision made, he selected the iron body manual, lifting it from the table with careful hands. "You have a good eye," Elder Guo remarked, unable to contain his approval. "This is the best technique among this collection. Though it's classified as low-grade, it's not far from achieving mid-grade status." The elder's voice carried unmistakable pride as he continued. If you master this technique to the perfect stage, combined with peak body refining, you should be able to withstand at least one punch from a cultivator at peak chi refining stage. Xiang Yu felt a surge of satisfaction. His assessment had been correct. The technique offered substantial defensive capabilities that aligned perfectly with his survival-focused approach. After the meal concluded, the elders departed, leaving the disciples to resume their training regimen. As they reached their familiar clearing, Li Yao paused before they could begin sparring. Her delicate hand disappeared into her pouch, rummaging intently for several moments before withdrawing another manual. Here, she offered, extending the manual towards Xiang Yu. The cover displayed the title Mid-Grade Phantom Footwork in elegant script. I noticed you were interested in that movement technique, she explained, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. You can have this one instead. It's superior to what was offered. I obtained it from the dean after dealing with him. Her words carried a mixture of embarrassment and pride. Xiang Yu accepted the manual, a genuine smile warming his features. His junior sister truly looked out for him, even when he hadn't explicitly asked. He silently reflected that she probably misunderstood his capabilities, likely assuming his comprehension talent matched her own. She couldn't know about his system or its limitations. Still, he gratefully accepted her gift. Even if mastering a mid-grade technique seemed beyond his current abilities, who could say for certain? With his system's exponential growth and the steady increase in his enlightenment stat, perhaps such an achievement wasn't entirely impossible. Xiang Yu exchanged several rapid blows with Li Yao before strategically backstepping, creating essential distance between them. His chest heaved as he drew in a deep breath, muscles burning pleasantly beneath the weight of his training clothes. After a moment's recovery, he charged forward again, his determination unwavering despite the countless defeats he'd already suffered today. As he closed the gap between them, satisfaction warmed his thoughts. Low-grade iron body technique had proven an excellent choice. Its practice methods aligned perfectly with his weighted clothing regimen, creating natural synergy between his different training approaches. Simultaneously, though he harbored minimal expectations for the mid-grade phantom footwork, he deliberately incorporated its basic movements into his combat patterns against Li Yao. This meant he was effectively practicing 3 distinct techniques concurrently, and adding the Mountain Heart scripture made it 4. He was truly maximizing every moment, optimizing his advancement through pure efficiency. His knife met Li Yao's sword with a metallic clash, sparks briefly illuminating their determined expressions. Despite his improved technique, she effortlessly redirected his attack, her superior skill allowing her to knock his knife from his grip with a precise flick of her wrist. A confident smile graced her features as she swung toward him, blade tracing a gleaming arc through the air. As Xiang Yu's reflexes had improved considerably, he dropped into a fluid roll beneath her sword, his body moving with surprising agility despite the weighted clothing. His hand found his fallen knife, fingers closing around the hilt with practiced precision. As he began to rise, the cool touch of steel pressed gently against his neck. Li Yao stood above him, sword perfectly positioned for a killing blow. Too slow, she remarked simply, withdrawing her blade to allow him to stand. While Xiang Yu dusted himself off, Li Yao observed him with thoughtful appreciation. Her senior brother demonstrated remarkable adaptability. Though his technical skills improved more gradually than she'd expected, he possessed a natural combat intelligence that prevented him from repeating mistakes. He'd even anticipated her counter this time, executing that dodge with surprisingly good timing. His only significant limitation was speed, a factor largely determined by cultivation level. If he ever reached higher realms, she genuinely doubted she would remain his superior for long. A mischievous smile tugged at her lips as this thought crystallized. Since that eventuality remained distant, shouldn't she take full advantage of her current superiority? After all, she was absolutely certain he would torment her mercilessly once he surpassed her. What was wrong with collecting some advance compensation? Within her consciousness, the Empress observed Li Yao's twisted reasoning with a resigned sigh. She was gradually becoming accustomed to her vessel's peculiar thought processes. Who else would actively seek revenge for hypothetical future offenses that hadn't even occurred yet? Their sparring continued uninterrupted until evening descended upon the mountain, shadows lengthening across their training ground. They eventually departed to prepare dinner, returning to the pavilion's communal kitchen with comfortable familiarity. Tonight Huang Fengqi was absent, leaving just the master and his 2 disciples to share the meal. After enjoying Xiang Yu's delicious cooking, they separated to their respective evening routines, Elder Gyu returning to his chambers for cultivation, while the two disciples made their way back to the training grounds. Xiangyu charged at Li Yao with determination burning in his eyes, his weighted clothes making each step a labor of pure will. Despite his calculated approach, she effortlessly sidestepped his attack, her movements fluid like water around stone. With a casual flick of her wrist, she sent him sprawling onto the packed earth of their training ground. Lying there, Xiangyu felt exhaustion seeping into every fiber of his being. His muscles screamed in protest, begging for respite from this relentless punishment. Was he pushing himself too far? The weighted clothing, combined with simultaneous technique practice, extracted a brutal toll on his mortal frame. But then the thought of experience points flooded his mind, the precious resource his system would double tonight. Each painful collision, every humiliating defeat, all of it would transform into pure cultivation progress. The realization acted like a restorative elixir, washing away his fatigue in an instant. Li Yao watched with puzzled fascination as her senior brother sprang back to his feet, renewed vigor evident in his stance. What strange force drove him? Most would have remained down after such punishment, yet something sparked in his eyes that burned away weakness. Whatever internal fire fueled him seemed to grow stronger with each defeat, a paradoxical phenomenon she couldn't quite comprehend. She launched forward without warning, her sword cutting through air with lethal precision. Xiangyu, operating on instinct rather than conscious thought, bent his upper body forward in a deep bow. The blade whistled overhead, disturbing his hair as it passed within millimeters of his scalp. Time seemed to slow as Xiangyu recognized the precious opening before him. Li Yao's follow-through had momentarily compromised her defensive posture. Without hesitation, he drove his knife upward from his bowed position, blade angling toward her exposed midsection. Satisfaction bloomed in his chest as Li Yao's eyes widened slightly. He'd caught her off guard. A rare moment of genuine surprise crossed her delicate features. I've got her this time, he thought, victory tantalizingly close. The triumphant smile had barely formed on his lips when blinding pain erupted across his temple. Li Yao's serene face greeted him as his vision refocused, her gentle smile belying the devastating counterattack she'd just executed. With masterful control, she'd redirected her momentum, using her sword's hilt to strike his head with pinpoint accuracy. That was a nice one, she complimented, extending her hand to help him stand. Xiangyu accepted her assistance, breathing heavily as he rose. Yeah, a nice one, he acknowledged internally, but I wasn't even able to touch you. The outcome was understandable, though, he reasoned. Though Li Yao refrained from using spiritual energy, her body-refining cultivation likely exceeded his by at least 10 layers. Every practitioner knew that beyond the 10th layer of body refining, each subsequent level brought exponential improvements in physical capabilities. Strength, speed, durability, and reflexes all increased dramatically. The gap between them wasn't merely skill, but fundamental physical development. Their sparring continued uninterrupted, a dance of attack and defense beneath the watchful mountain sky, until the familiar system notification materialized before Xiangyu's eyes. Calculating settlement. Let's call it a day, Xiangyu suggested, noting the system's timing. Li Yao nodded in agreement, and they exchanged cordial goodnights before retiring to their respective quarters. Alone in his room, Xiangyu studied the expanded notification hovering before him. Calculation complete. Enlightenment low 3 1000 plus 1 1000. Battle instinct 110000. Mountain heart scripture, 3rd layer 2300 plus 2300. Low-grade iron body technique, beginner 5100 plus 5100. Basic knife technique, major success 12400 plus 5400. Basic sword technique, minor success 14200. Cook 9th grade 8100 plus 4100. Experience points doubled. Cook 9th grade 8100, right arrow 9th grade 16100. Basic sword technique, minor success 14200, right arrow intermediate 0300. Basic knife technique, major success 12400, right arrow major success 24400. Low-grade iron body technique, beginner 5100, right arrow minor success 0200. Mountain heart scripture, 3rd layer 2300, right arrow 3rd layer 4300. Battle instinct 110000, 210000. Enlightenment low 3 1000, right arrow low 6 1000. Next settlement 235959. A wave of euphoria washed over Xiang Yu as his enlightenment doubled, the sensation even more intense than the previous night. The rush of expanded comprehension flooded his consciousness, bringing with it subtle insights that sharpened his understanding of cultivation principles. Each doubling seemed to intensify the pleasurable sensation, as if his mind was being remolded into something greater than its original design. I could definitely get addicted to this, he thought, savoring the lingering mental clarity. His attention focused on the enlightenment stat, noting with satisfaction that it had increased by 1 point before the doubling effect. What had triggered this natural growth? He hadn't specifically trained comprehension today, not that he knew how to. After a moment's reflection, realization dawned. He had attempted to study the mid-grade phantom footwork technique Li Yao had given him. Though the technique hadn't appeared in his status screen, suggesting he couldn't yet effectively practice it, the mere act of studying advanced material seemed to stretch his comprehension capabilities. This discovery opened intriguing possibilities. Perhaps he could accelerate his enlightenment growth by regularly exposing himself to techniques beyond his current level, even if actual mastery remained temporarily beyond reach. Shifting his analysis to the Mountain Heart scripture, he noted the impressive 20-point increase. Counting for the 3 points already present before today's training, he'd gained 17 new points. 5 had transferred from his knife technique through the established conversion mechanism, but the remaining 12, those had come purely from training with weighted clothing. The evidence confirmed his theory that weight training directly contributed to body refining progress. His knife technique had improved dramatically, 50 entire points in a single day. Weighted clothing had transformed standard practice into accelerated advancement. Even more remarkable was his newly acquired iron body technique, which had also gained 50 points before doubling to achieve minor success in just 1 day's practice. Such rapid mastery of a low-grade technique suggested his comprehension ability was functioning at peak efficiency. With his knife technique already at 240 points out of 400, it would certainly break through after tomorrow's reset. This realization shaped his training strategy for the coming day. He would focus exclusively on swordsmanship, since it had just reset to intermediate stage. Of course, this singular focus wouldn't prevent him from simultaneously practicing iron body, attempting the mid-grade movement technique, and continuing his Mountain Heart scripture cultivation. The beauty of his training regimen lay in its layered efficiency, multiple techniques advancing through complementary movements. Examining his cooking skill, Xiang Yu noted it had advanced to 16 points. Though he couldn't immediately identify tangible improvements, certain culinary knowledge had materialized in his mind: flavor combinations, temperature control techniques, presentation principles. The true extent of his progress would only reveal itself when he prepared tomorrow's meals. Just as he prepared to dismiss the status screen, an unfamiliar stat caught his attention. Battle instinct had appeared, an entirely new attribute he hadn't possessed before. Unlike his other stats, this one displayed no distinct levels, merely a single progression bar with the staggering cap of 100,000 points. Did this represent pure combat intuition? The ability to instinctively choose optimal actions during confrontation without conscious calculation. A grin spread across his face as he contemplated the implications. Without level thresholds to reset progress, this stat would compound continuously through his system's doubling function. Though the current value seemed minuscule compared to its potential maximum, exponential growth guaranteed rapid advancement once momentum built. Even now, having doubled from 1 to 2, he couldn't perceive any tangible difference in his capabilities. "I'll test it properly tomorrow," he thought as exhaustion finally claimed him, his body sinking into the simple bed. Despite the day's grueling exertion, satisfaction permeated his consciousness as he drifted toward sleep. Name Xiang Yu. Realm body refining 3rd layer. Species human. Spiritual root null. Enlightenment low 6 1000. Battle instinct 210000. Professions cook 9th grade 16100. Techniques low grade iron body technique, minor success 0200, basic knife technique, major success 240 400, basic sword technique, intermediate 0300. Scriptures Mountain Heart scripture, 3rd layer 52 300. System function double exp cooldown 24 HRS. I made some errors in calculation, but it's fixed now. Mountain Dawn painted the training ground in hues of gold and amber as Xiang Yu and Li Yao faced each other, their silhouettes sharp against the rising sun. As always, both disciples had risen with the first light, drawn to their daily ritual of combat with unwavering dedication. Xiang Yu adjusted his grip on the sword, its weight now familiar in his hands. As he moved through his forms, he noticed something different, a subtle shift in his awareness. His movements flowed with newfound fluidity, each stance transitioning into the next with improved precision. More remarkably, he found himself anticipating Li Yao's attacks moments before they came, his body reacting to signals his conscious mind barely registered. Li Yao lunged forward, her blade tracing a deadly arc through the morning air. Xiang Yu pivoted, his body responding to some primal instinct rather than calculated thought. He avoided the main force of her strike, a feat that would have been impossible just days ago. Though he still couldn't match her overwhelming skill and physical superiority, Li Yao couldn't help but notice the changes in her senior brother's combat awareness. His movements contained fewer openings, his reactions came faster, and occasionally, his eyes would track her intended strikes before she executed them. His improvement wasn't in raw power or speed, but in the fundamental understanding of combat itself. He's reading my movements, she realized with a flash of pride, even as she exploited a minor opening to sweep his legs from beneath him. Xiang Yu landed hard on his back but rose immediately, a satisfied smile playing across his lips. The battle instinct stat was proving its worth already. Though still in its infancy at merely 2 points, it granted him insights that technique mastery alone couldn't provide. He understood now why Li Yao could overwhelm his major success knife technique with her beginner-level sword skills. Still, the potential thrilled him. With sufficient growth in this attribute, he might eventually compensate for differences in technique level or even cultivation base. The thought energized him as he resumed his stance, ready for another exchange. Their training continued uninterrupted, the rhythmic clash of weapons punctuating the morning quiet as the sun climbed higher. Only when it reached its zenith did they finally pause, both acknowledging the arrival of lunchtime with unspoken agreement. In the pavilion kitchen, Xiang Yu moved with practiced efficiency, his hands dancing between ingredients with remarkable precision. Each slice, each seasoning, each adjustment of heat reflected his growing mastery of culinary arts. Li Yao watched in undisguised amazement. Her senior brother worked with the confidence and skill of a professional chef, transforming simple ingredients into something extraordinary. The enticing aromas had barely begun to permeate the pavilion when Elder Gu appeared, accompanied once again by Huang Fengqi. "This time I must eat a lot," Fengqi declared without preamble. "I missed last night's portion." Elder Gu snorted dismissively. "So what if you missed? Since when were you entitled to our food?" "HMPH, since when was it your food?" she countered before turning toward Xiang Yu with a winning smile. "Martial nephew, you don't mind, right?" Xiang Yu responded with warm hospitality. "Of course not. I even prepared an extra portion for you." "I knew my martial nephew would agree," Fengqi beamed triumphantly. "You're so nice. Don't become grumpy like your master in the future." "Who are you calling grumpy?" Elder Gu began, his bushy eyebrows drawing together in annoyance. But as the fragrant steam wafted toward him, his protest dissolved into appreciative silence. All four settled around the table, anticipation building as they awaited Xiang Yu's culinary creation. When he finally served the meal, conversation ceased entirely. Each bite commanded complete attention, the flavors more nuanced and harmonious than ever before. Fengqi savored each mouthful with growing amazement. His cooking had been exceptional previously, but today's meal transcended even those standards. Had his skills truly advanced so dramatically overnight? The meal concluded in reverent silence, empty plates testament to its quality. Though everyone secretly wished for seconds, every morsel had been consumed. They exchanged slightly embarrassed glances, none willing to voice their desire for more, silently consoling themselves with thoughts of the evening meal to come. As Xiang Yu and Li Yao returned to their training ground, a satisfied warmth lingered in Xiang Yu's chest. Subtle differences in his cooking hadn't gone unnoticed. Even he could perceive the enhanced harmony of flavors, the improved texture, the more precise balance of seasonings. His cooking skill was advancing steadily, perhaps one day reaching heights where he might prepare spiritual foods that nourished cultivation directly. Of course, that possibility remained distant without spiritual roots, but the path was becoming clearer. They resumed their positions across from each other, swords raised in practiced stances. Li Yao moved first, her blade cutting through air with lethal grace. Xiang Yu responded, his movements increasingly refined as the sword became an extension of his will rather than a mere tool in his hands. Each exchange built upon the foundations of the last, his technique growing more polished with every strike and parry. A surge of confidence warmed his chest as his instincts guided a particularly smooth countermaneuver. At this pace, true invincibility felt like an achievable goal rather than a distant fantasy. The thought had barely formed when Li Yao's blade found an opening, sending him sprawling onto the packed earth once again. First, I need to get up, he thought wryly, pushing himself from the ground with renewed determination. He reclaimed his stance, sword raised and ready to continue, despite the growing collection of bruises beneath his training clothes. They practiced relentlessly throughout the afternoon, the sun tracing its arc across the azure sky as their blades clashed in rhythmic harmony. Only when twilight painted the mountain in deepening purple did they pause, acknowledging dinner time with unspoken agreement. The evening meal passed swiftly, both disciples focused more on replenishing energy than savoring flavors. Without lingering, they returned immediately to their training ground, utilizing every precious moment of remaining daylight before continuing under the silver glow of moonlight. As midnight approached, they finally sheathed their weapons, exchanging respectful goodnights before retiring to their separate quarters. In her private chamber, Li Yao settled into the lotus position, her back perfectly straight as spiritual energy began circulating through her meridians. Since breaking through to core formation, she no longer required sleep, a luxury that transformed her cultivation regimen entirely. While daylight hours were dedicated to body refinement and sparring with her senior brother, these quiet night hours allowed uninterrupted advancement of her realm and mastery of spell techniques. Her lips curved into a satisfied smile as energy pulsed through her core. Even this limited cultivation time was more than sufficient given her extraordinary talent. Within a month, perhaps sooner, she would achieve her goal and finally retrieve the rebirth pill for her senior brother. The thought fueled her determination as she guided spiritual energy through increasingly complex paths within her body. Meanwhile, in his humble dwelling, Xiang Yu lay on his simple bed, focused entirely on the system notification hovering before his eyes. Calculating settlement. Calculation complete. Enlightenment low 6 1000. Battle instinct 210000. Mountain heart scripture, 3rd layer 72300 plus 32300. Low-grade iron body technique, minor success 5200 plus 5200. Basic knife technique, major success 240-400. Basic sword technique, intermediate 100-300 plus 100-300. Cook 9th grade 2100 plus 4100. Experience points doubled. Cook 9th grade 2100, right arrow 9th grade 4100. Basic sword technique, intermediate 100-300, right arrow intermediate 200-300. Basic knife technique, major success 240-400, right arrow completion 0-500. Low-grade iron body technique, minor success 5200, right arrow minor success 100-200. Mountain heart scripture, 3rd layer 72-300, right arrow 3rd layer 144-300. Battle instinct 210000, 410000. Enlightenment low 6 1000, right arrow low 12 1000. Next settlement 23-59-59. The wave of enlightenment crashed over Xiang Yu like a tsunami, flooding his mind with newfound understanding. His techniques, once murky waters, now seemed crystalline in their clarity. The doubling effect had granted him 6 additional points, a small number on paper, but the sensation was overwhelming. Xiang Yu exhaled slowly, deliberately, trying to steady himself against the mental tide. If this is what 6 points feels like, he pondered, what will happen when it doubles again? The thought both thrilled and terrified him. He mentally shifted focus to his battle instinct, noting with slight disappointment that it remained unchanged. Increasing this attribute clearly required more than diligent practice. Still, Xiang Yu's lips curved into a small smile. With his system's exponential growth, even the most stubborn stats would eventually yield. Time was on his side. His culinary insights had blossomed unexpectedly, new cooking techniques and flavor combinations materializing in his mind like perfectly timed inspirations. Tomorrow would be an excellent opportunity to test these revelations in the kitchen. Turning his attention to the Mountain Heart scripture, Xiang Yu noted the improvement. The scripture had gained 32 points total, with 20 being new growth beyond the previous 12. An impressive achievement, considering this represented pure bodily cultivation without the knife technique's conversion assistance. Speaking of which, his knife technique had transcended expectations, breaking through to the completion stage after settlement. His path forward was clear. Beyond completion lay great completion, followed by perfect mastery. Each milestone now seemed within reach, rather than distant fantasies. His other techniques showed equally promising development. The sword technique had surpassed its halfway mark and would soon break through to major success after the next reset. Similarly, the iron body technique was progressing steadily through minor success, poised to reach the intermediate stage after the next settlement. The mid-grade technique remained elusive, but Xiang Yu could sense his grasp of it strengthening daily. A pattern had emerged regarding the Mountain Heart Scripture's experience translation. Practicing the intermediate sword technique hadn't contributed any experience conversion, confirming Xiang Yu's suspicion about limitations. He theorized the exchange rates followed specific rules. An intermediate technique could supply experience to the first layer at a 5.1 rate and the second layer at 10.1, but proved useless for the third layer and beyond. This pattern extended across realms. Major success techniques would offer a 1.1 exchange for the first layer, 5.1 for the second, 10.1 for the third, and nothing beyond. With his knife technique now at completion stage, it would likely provide third layer experience at a 5.1 rate, then 10.1 when he finally broke through to the fourth layer. After that, it would become obsolete until he achieved great completion. Xiang Yu sighed, realizing his system exploitation had limits after all. No perfect loopholes existed, even in this strange cultivation world. The endless calculations were beginning to wear on him. His eyelids grew heavy as mental fatigue set in. These complex theorizations could wait until tomorrow. For now, rest called to him like a siren song impossible to resist. Name Xiang Yu. Realm body refining's third layer. Species human. Spiritual root null. Enlightenment low 12 1000. Battle instinct for 100000. Professions cook 9th grade 4100. Techniques low-grade iron body technique, minor success 100-200, basic knife technique, completion 0-500, basic sword technique, intermediate 200-300. Scriptures Mountain Heart Scripture, third layer 160-300. System function double exp cooldown 24 HRS. As dawn painted the mountain with gentle brushstrokes of amber and gold, Xiang Yu rose from his bed made of leaves with practiced discipline. His first action, now habitual, was checking his status. The knife technique's progress bar had reset to 0, while his other techniques remained untouched. This observation shaped his day's focus. The knife technique demanded priority. The sword technique had already progressed halfway to breakthrough, meaning it wouldn't matter whether or not he practiced it. Decision made, Xiang Yu gripped his knife with renewed purpose. The weapon felt like an extension of his arm now, familiar and responsive. He settled into his stance, feet planted firmly on the training ground's worn soil, body aligned with practiced precision. Each movement, each breath synchronized with an efficiency that hadn't existed mere weeks ago. Across the training yard, Li Yao observed her senior brother with analytical eyes. So it's the knife today, she thought, her gaze tracing the clean lines of his form. There was something different about him. His knife stance possessed a confidence and stability she hadn't noticed before. Unlike his sword technique, which still showed hints of newness, his knife work existed in another realm entirely. His posture spoke volumes about his progress. The way he balanced his weight, the angle of his wrist, the measured tension in his shoulders, all indicators of someone who had transcended mere practice. Has he already reached completion stage, she wondered. He has indeed reached completion, the Empress's voice confirmed in her mind, startling Li Yao. She hadn't expected her idle speculation to be correct. Realization settled on her shoulders. Her lazy, seemingly talentless senior brother really possessed a comprehension ability, rivaling her own extraordinary talents. But it wasn't just his technical mastery that had evolved. His battle awareness had transformed overnight. Where yesterday's Xiang Yu had shown promising vigilance, today's version seemed hyper-aware of every potential threat. His eyes tracked Li Yao's movements with predatory focus, already anticipating attack vectors before she committed to them. As her hand moved toward her sword hilt, she noticed his gaze following not just her hand, but projecting the blade's future path through the air. A knowing smile touched her lips. He wasn't just a technical genius, he possessed combat intuition that couldn't be taught. With fluid grace, Li Yao drew her sword and launched into an attack sequence, her blade cutting through the morning air with deadly precision. Despite Xiang Yu's improved awareness, his physical capabilities remained those of a third-layer body refinement cultivator. His mind recognized the danger, but his body could barely respond in time. He twisted awkwardly, the sword missing vital points by mere inches. And so their sparring began, a dance between her overwhelming power and his growing understanding, between her lifelong talent and his exponential improvement. Steel flashed against steel in the rising sunlight, each exchange a lesson written in sweat and determination. Morning sun glinted off steel as Li Yao effortlessly parried Xiang Yu's attack, redirecting his momentum with a casual flick of her wrist. The force sent him staggering backward, but unlike previous sessions, his feet shifted instinctively to compensate. His muscles strained as he fought against the momentum, managing to stabilize his stance without toppling over, a small victory that would have been impossible just days ago. But before he could savor this achievement, Li Yao materialized before him, her movement so swift it seemed as though she had teleported. Her sword arm lifted, blade catching the sunlight, and Xiang Yu's instincts failed him. Eyes squeezing shut, he braced for pain that never arrived. Instead, a sharp flick struck his forehead with just enough force to sting but not injure. Cautiously opening his eyes, he found Li Yao's finger extended, her lips curved in a mischievous smile. "Your battle awareness seems to be improving," she observed, pivoting gracefully on her heel. Over her shoulder, she added with teacherly authority, "Oh yeah, don't close your eyes in battle." She flowed back into her combat stance, limbs positioned with perfect precision. Xiang Yu nodded silently as he settled into his own stance. This time, he initiated the exchange, charging forward with deliberate intent. His eyes locked onto Li Yao's left leg, a tantalizing vulnerability in her otherwise flawless defense. Li Yao sighed inwardly. He had been progressing so well, yet here he was, still falling for the most obvious trap. As he closed the distance, she lifted her foot and brought it down with controlled force, sending a cloud of dust billowing outward. "I told you to stop falling for these traps," she chided into the obscuring haze. "And I listened," came Xiang Yu's voice from within the cloud, closer than she expected. "What?" Confusion flickered across her face, and in that momentary lapse of focus, "Awkward." A surprised yelp escaped her lips as a sharp pain bloomed on her forehead. The dust settled, revealing Xiang Yu standing before her, satisfaction written across his features. The tables had turned. He'd repaid her little flick with one of his own. Recognition dawned in Li Yao's eyes. "It seems that you've improved quite a bit," she acknowledged, a competitive gleam entering her gaze. "Then I guess I should also let loose a little." To her surprise, Xiang Yu simply turned and began walking away. "Where are you going?" "Do you think you can escape?" she called after him, indignation coloring her tone. Without breaking stride, he replied simply, "It's lunchtime." "Oichampayage." Li Yao sheathed her weapon with a practiced motion. "Don't think I'll forget this," she warned, though her threat lacked genuine menace. "And here I was thinking of making your favorite," Xiang Yu remarked casually, the bait dangled with expert precision. The transformation was instantaneous. Li Yao bounded forward, attaching herself to his arm with childlike enthusiasm. "Senior brother is the best," she exclaimed, previous grievances forgotten. Xiang Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Weren't you saying something about not forgetting?" he prompted, feigning concentration. "Not forgetting? What are you talking about?" Li Yao batted her eyelashes innocently. "My memory is not all that good, so I probably already forgot. Was there something I wasn't supposed to forget?" Xiang Yu marveled at the girl's remarkable adaptability. She could shift from deadly warrior to eager child in the span of a heartbeat. "No, must have been my imagination," he conceded as they walked together toward the kitchen, her grip on his arm never loosening. What? After lunch, the two disciples made their way back to the training grounds, their footsteps crunching against the worn path. Li Yao practically bounced alongside Xiang Yu, her face glowing with satisfaction from the meal. "Senior brother's cooking skills are really top-notch," she exclaimed, patting her stomach contentedly. The genuine appreciation in her voice brought a rare smile to Xiang Yu's face. "Of course they are," he replied with uncharacteristic playfulness. "How else am I supposed to impress you?" The teasing comment flowed naturally, surprising even himself. When they reached the training ground, their demeanor shifted instantly. The casual camaraderie of mealtime dissolved into the focused intensity of cultivation training. Li Yao's sword flashed forward with blinding speed, her blade splitting the air as it arced toward Xiang Yu's chest. Anticipating the attack, Xiang Yu bent backward, his spine flexing just enough for the blade to whistle harmlessly above him. But Li Yao was a step ahead, redirecting her sword mid-swing with masterful control, changing its trajectory to catch him in his vulnerable position. Xiang Yu's knife came up in desperate defense, meeting the sword with a metallic clang that echoed across the training ground. The collision sent shock waves through his arm, his strength insufficient to completely deflect the superior weapon. Still, he managed to redirect it just enough, propelling himself backward to create vital distance. Li Yao pressed her advantage mercilessly, advancing with relentless determination. She allowed no respite, no moment for Xiang Yu to gather himself or formulate a counter-strategy. Each strike forced him to block rather than evade, each parry sending painful vibrations cascading through his muscles and bones. The knife in his hand began to feel like an extension of the impact rather than a shield against it. With each exchange, Xiang Yu found himself retreating, 5 steps, then 10. A quick glance over his shoulder revealed a tree looming behind him, its gnarled trunk offering no escape route. Momentary distraction cost him dearly as Li Yao launched another devastating attack, driving him back until his shoulder blades pressed against rough bark. She approached with measured steps, satisfaction gleaming in her eyes as she cornered her prey. When she finally struck, it was with calculated precision. Xiang Yu, drawing upon his growing battle awareness, waited for the exact moment when her attack committed fully, that split second when changing direction became impossible even for someone like her. He rolled sideways, executing a perfect evasion that left Li Yao's blade embedded deep within the tree trunk. The sword bit into the wood, lodging itself firmly in place. Xiang Yu seized what appeared to be a golden opportunity, launching himself toward his temporarily disarmed opponent. But with casual ease, Li Yao caught his wrist mid-strike, her fingers like iron manacles around his flesh. Before he could process what was happening, she had pivoted and thrown him to the ground, the impact driving air from his lungs. While he lay staring at the azure sky above, she calmly retrieved her sword from the tree with a single powerful tug. Coming to stand over him, Li Yao extended her hand, helping him to his feet. "Your battle awareness is great, but you still have some bad habits," she observed, brushing dirt from his robe with sisterly concern. "When my sword got stuck, you hesitated to attack." Xiang Yu nodded, inwardly acknowledging the truth of her assessment. In a real life-or-death struggle, his instinct would have been to flee the moment his opponent was disadvantaged. Survival, not victory, was always his primary objective. He had only attacked because this was training, not combat, and even then, caution had made him hesitate, suspecting a trap. Perhaps he needed to adjust his thinking, though privately he maintained that running would still be his preferred option in any genuine confrontation. They continued their rigorous practice until sunset painted the sky in vivid oranges and purples, signaling dinner time. After sharing another meal showcasing Xiang Yu's culinary talents, they returned to the training grounds, pushing their limits until midnight finally forced them to separate. Alone in his quarters, Xiang Yu lay on his simple bed as he observed the system screen before him. Calculating settlement. Calculation complete. Enlightenment low 12 1000. Battle instinct for 100000. Mountain heart scripture, 3rd layer 184 300 plus 4300. Low grade iron body technique, minor success 150 200 plus 5200. Basic knife technique, completion 2500 plus 2500. Basic sword technique, intermediate 200 300. Cook 9th grade 45 100 plus 5 100. Experience points doubled. Cook 9th grade 45 100, right arrow 9th grade 90 100. Basic sword technique, intermediate 200 300, right arrow major success 0 400. Basic knife technique, completion 2500, right arrow completion 4500. Low-grade iron body technique, minor success 150 200, right arrow intermediate 0 300. Mountain heart scripture, 3rd layer 184 300, right arrow 4th layer 0 400. Battle instinct for 100000, 810000. Enlightenment low 12 1000, right arrow low 24 1000. Next settlement 23 59 59. As usual, the first sensation to wash over Xiang Yu was his enlightenment doubling. The experience grew more intense with each cycle, a cascade of revelations flooding his consciousness like a mental tidal wave. New insights materialized within his mind, connections forming between concepts he'd previously seen as disparate. The sensation persisted, a symphony of understanding playing throughout his awareness before gradually subsiding into a contented hum. Following this was the doubling of his cooking experience. Culinary knowledge blossomed in his mind, flavor combinations, heat control techniques, ingredient preparations he hadn't considered before. The insights arrived like scattered puzzle pieces, slotting perfectly into place, enhancing his already considerable skill. When the feeling suddenly seized, he recognized that his cooking abilities teetered on the precipice of advancement. Though slightly disappointed he couldn't immediately cross this threshold, he accepted that the next doubling would likely trigger this breakthrough. Shifting his awareness to battle instinct, Xiang Yu noted with mild frustration that the day's rigorous training had also yielded no perceptible improvement to the stat. The metric remained stubborn, resisting conventional advancement methods. Still, he took comfort in his system's inevitable progression. Even without personal improvement, the doubling effect didn't let him down. His attention moved to the Mountain Heart scripture. While it had accumulated additional points, they hardly mattered given its position past the halfway mark. More significantly, the system's doubling had propelled him beyond the threshold, breaking through to the scripture's fourth layer. This advancement corresponded directly to his body cultivation, elevating him to the body-refining fourth layer. He could feel newfound strength coursing through his muscles and bones, though he couldn't tell by how much exactly his strength had increased. He knew that he was still legs behind his prodigious junior sister. The gap between them remained a chasm, albeit a slightly narrower one. Examining his other techniques, he noted the iron body had likewise crossed its halfway point. After doubling, it had advanced to the intermediate stage, with immediate physical manifestations. His skin had hardened perceptibly, not quite achieving genuine iron-like properties, but impressive nonetheless. Running his fingers across his forearm, he could feel the subtle difference. His knife technique had improved by 20 points, less than usual, but expected given its recent advancement to completion stage. As cultivators often noted, mastering a technique through the beginner to completion stages represented only the foundation. Beyond that lay the arduous path of refinement and perfection, where progress naturally slowed. Meanwhile, his sword technique, already beyond its halfway mark, had leaped forward to major success after doubling. The rapid advancement didn't surprise him. The shared principles between knife and sword techniques created a natural synergy, allowing insights from one to accelerate progress in the other. As for the mid-grade movement technique, Xiang Yu had yet to make concrete progress, though he sensed he was drawing closer to comprehension. A few more cycles of enlightenment doubling might finally grant him the breakthrough needed to grasp this elusive skill. After meticulously examining the day's improvements, Xiang Yu called up his complete status. Name Xiang Yu. Realm body refining fourth layer. Species human. Spiritual root null. Enlightenment low 24 1000. Battle instinct 810000. Professions cook 9th grade 9100. Techniques low grade iron body technique, intermediate 0300, basic knife technique, completion 4500, basic sword technique, major success 0400. Scriptures Mountain Heart scripture, 4th layer 2400. System function double exp cooldown 24 HRS. First, he observed that the scripture's exchange rate had reverted to 10-1, not ideal, but at least there was measurable progress. Turning his attention to his techniques, he noted both iron body and sword techniques had reset to 0 after their respective advancements. The iron body technique caused him little concern. He could continue developing it passively by wearing weighted clothing during his daily activities. The sword technique, however, required more deliberate consideration. With both sword and knife techniques needing substantial development, he briefly contemplated dividing his training day between the two weapons as he had previously. But after careful deliberation, he decided against this approach. While effective for accelerating progress, weapon switching disrupted his momentum, making him achieve less in both techniques. Better to dedicate the entire day to sword training, allowing complete focus and deeper immersion. The knife technique already possessed a foundation for doubling, so this approach wouldn't significantly impede his overall advancement. With his training strategy settled, Xiang Yu closed his eyes, mentally preparing for tomorrow's intensive sword practice. In her chamber, Li Yao sat in a lotus position as she immersed herself in cultivation. Visible tendrils of qi swirled through the air around her, luminous wisps spiraling toward her body before being absorbed. The ethereal energy flowed into her meridians, circulating through her pathways before finally settling in her core, enriching the concentrated power stored there. This rhythmic dance of energy continued uninterrupted throughout the night, the soft glow of qi illuminating her serene features as she remained utterly still, lost in meditative communion with the world's essence. Only when morning light filtered through her window did she finally stir, her eyes opening with measured control. Li Yao rose gracefully, stretching muscles that had remained motionless for hours. She reached for her weapon with practiced familiarity, her fingers wrapping around the hilt with anticipation. Sparring sessions with her senior brother had become a highlight of her daily routine, especially now that he displayed such remarkable progression. Each day brought noticeable improvements, as if he transformed overnight. She found herself genuinely curious about how much he might have advanced since yesterday's training. When they met at their usual training ground, Li Yao immediately noticed the sword in Xiang use grip rather than the knife he'd used the day before. So it's the sword today, she thought with interest as she charged forward, her own blade describing a deadly arc through the morning air. From his private chamber overlooking the training grounds, Elder Guo observed his disciples with pride. The elder stroked his long beard contemplatively, his experienced eyes narrowing as he tracked Xiang Yu's movements. Was he seeing correctly? The boy's swordsmanship displayed signs of having reached the major success stage. The elder shook his head in quiet amazement. Xiang Yu had begun practicing the sword technique mere days ago, yet his progress defied conventional expectations. Perhaps his junior sister wasn't merely indulging in fanciful theories. The boy might indeed possess the potential to unlock that ancient physique she was so enthusiastic about. As the sparring intensified, Elder Gu noted another promising development. Xiang Yu's battle awareness had notably sharpened, his defensive movements and positioning reflecting growing tactical acumen. With each passing day, he seemed to embody more qualities of a true fighter, his instincts refining themselves through these repeated encounters. Yet one disappointing trait persisted. Even when presented with clear counterattack opportunities, Xiang Yu remained reluctant to press his advantage, preferring defensive maneuvers over offensive strikes. The elder sighed deeply. It seemed the disciple's cautious, some might say cowardly, nature remained deeply ingrained, resistant to change despite his technical improvements. With a subtle gesture, Elder Guo reached toward his spatial ring. A flash of light preceded the appearance of a weathered manual in his palm, its edges frayed and its cover worn by the passage of countless years. It seems I'll have to use this, he thought, examining the ancient text with contemplative eyes. I don't know if the boy can learn it, though. A clash of steel against steel echoed across the training ground as Xiang Yu and Li Yao engaged in their daily sparring session. Unlike previous days, Xiang Yu felt a profound difference in his combat awareness. The doubling of his battle instinct had manifested in tangible improvements. For once he perceived only vague shadows of incoming attacks, now he could discern clearer trajectories. Blurry prediction lines that had guided his defenses before had sharpened, becoming thinner and more defined, allowing for precision that had previously been impossible. Each feint from Li Yao registered in his mind with newfound clarity. Traps that would have ensnared him yesterday now seemed transparent, their purpose revealing itself before they could be sprung. His eyes tracked her movements with heightened accuracy, body responding with improved synchronization. Li Yao, for her part, noticed the transformation immediately. This wasn't the same senior brother she had sparred with just a few hours ago. His combat awareness had undergone a startling evolution, as though years of training had been compressed into a single night. Though still far from matching her formidable skills, he was undeniably closing the gap in battle awareness with alarming speed. Their blades met in a fierce collision, sparks cascading around them before they separated, creating distance between them. Li Yao couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. That last impact had carried more force than expected. While she had already deduced that her senior brother wasn't the first-layer cultivator he pretended to be, the strength behind his strikes seemed to be getting greater with each day. And now she felt that he seemed to have had a breakthrough. Although she couldn't tell his exact level, she could tell from the force behind his strikes that he was at least at the 5th layer of body refining. She refrained from questioning him about it. After all, she too concealed her true cultivation level. Instead, she quietly adjusted her approach, gradually increasing the intensity of her attacks. Holding back too much would only hinder his growth. She needed to provide the right level of challenge to continue pushing his capabilities. Xiang Yu braced himself as another powerful strike landed against his blade, his feet digging into the earth beneath him. Confusion flickered across his features momentarily. Despite breaking through to the 4th layer, the pressure hadn't diminished. If anything, it had intensified. His junior sister was clearly matching his advancement with increased force of her own. Still, he embraced the challenge without complaint. Better to face overwhelming pressure here, in controlled conditions, than to encounter it unprepared outside the sect where the consequence would be a lonely death without proper burial. He pressed forward with renewed determination, continuing his offensive despite the punishing counterattacks. His improved battle instinct helped him adapt to Li Yao's increased speed, gradually making the exchanges feel less one-sided. Yet one frustrating limitation remained. Though his mind could now recognize opportunities, his body often lacked the physical capability to capitalize on them. His awareness might identify the perfect counterattack, but his muscles couldn't execute it with sufficient speed or power. Xiang Yu accepted this temporary limitation for now. His system's exponential growth promised rapid improvement. At his current rate of advancement, who could say where his strength might reach in just a month's time? The gap between mind and body would eventually close. As the sun reached its zenith, both disciples seemed to recognize the time simultaneously. With practiced movements, they sheathed their weapons in perfect synchronization, a silent agreement passing between them. Training could wait, lunchtime had arrived. The dining area fell into a reverent silence as everyone focused entirely on their meals, savoring each exquisite bite with undivided attention. Elder Guo and Elder Huang found themselves particularly captivated by the extraordinary flavors dancing across their palates. They could discern that Xiang Yu's cooking stood at the precipice of becoming true spirit cuisine. The subtle gathering of ambient qi around the dishes created a refreshing sensation with each mouthful. Elder Guo contemplated this phenomenon with growing appreciation. In his estimation, Xiang Yu's culinary skills had clearly ascended to professional levels. If only the boy possessed spiritual roots, he would undoubtedly be capable of producing genuine spiritual foods. The elder couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. Yet almost immediately, he caught himself. There remained hope. His gaze shifted toward his junior sister. He wondered when she would finally help Xiang Yu unlock his theoretical martial physique, potentially granting him the ability to infuse his creations with qi. The thought sent a pleasant shiver down Elder Gu's spine. If Xiang Yu's cooking could be this good even without spiritual infusion, just how good would it be once it contained genuine qi? Wouldn't he ascend instantly? Across the table, Elder Huang noticed her senior brother's penetrating stare with mounting alarm. Though she admitted the food was exceptional, surely he wouldn't stoop so low as to try claiming her portion. True, she occasionally teased him, but did that warrant such treatment? No matter his seniority or ownership of the pavilion, she refused to relinquish her meal. In a sudden, decisive movement, she opened her mouth and channeled her qi, creating a vacuum-like force that pulled her entire portion inside in one swift motion. Hasty action left her regretting the loss of slowly savoring each bite, but at least she had secured her food from potential theft. With her mission accomplished, she shot Elder Guo a smug, victorious smile. Elder Guo observed this bizarre behavior with complete confusion. Why was this strange woman looking at him like that? A troubling thought suddenly hit him. Could she want to marry him just to eat his disciples' cooking forever? No, that couldn't be right. He realized the amazing food had made his thoughts wander too far. With a deep breath, he dismissed the silly idea. His junior sister had always been odd. There was no point in trying to figure her out. Meanwhile, Huang Fengqi kept staring at him, bothered by his dismissive look. Why do I feel like the old man is looking down on me? She wondered, feeling slightly annoyed. The contemplative silence was finally broken when Elder Guo cleared his throat. Xiang Yu, he announced, immediately capturing everyone's attention despite addressing only his disciple. I've observed that your battle awareness has improved considerably, he continued, his tone measured and thoughtful. But there remains one significant problem. With deliberate movements, he extracted an ancient manual from his sleeve, extending it toward Xiang Yu. Senior brother, this is. Elder Huang's voice trailed off as she covered her mouth in shock, instantly recognizing the weathered text in his hand. Senior brother, this is. Elder Huang's voice trailed off as she covered her mouth in shock, instantly recognizing the weathered text in Elder Guo's hand. Elder Guo continued, undeterred by her reaction. This is the Mountain Heart Sutra, the other half of the Mountain Heart Scripture, he explained, his tone measured yet carrying an unmistakable weight. The Mountain Heart Scripture tempers the body, while the sutra tempers the heart and mind. His gaze fixed on Xiang Yu with sharp discernment. Although your battle awareness has improved considerably, you will still fall behind others, he stated firmly. It's not because you lack talent, but rather because of your mentality. The elder stroked his beard thoughtfully before continuing. Your reason for cultivation seems to be survival rather than domination. Since your nature is survival, when you fight, you are attempting to dominate, which makes you go against your nature. When this happens, you won't be confident in the fight and will always be looking for ways of survival rather than winning. His words hung in the air, each one striking with precision. This means that you're more likely to run from a fight when your opponent is weakened rather than finish the job. Xiang Yu's expression shifted as understanding dawned on him. The elder's assessment made perfect sense. It was indeed in his nature to prioritize survival. Just like when Li Yao's weapon got stuck in the tree, his first instinct wasn't to counterattack, but to create distance. He had attributed this to caution, never suspecting that it stemmed from something much deeper within him. Although it's commendable that you already have your nature figured out at such an early stage, it's also a disadvantage as it might hinder your progress, Elder Guo continued, his voice carrying both praise and warning. Xiang Yu furrowed his brow, not fully grasping the elder's meaning. Sensing his confusion, Elder Guo leaned forward slightly. Picture this: you are fighting a strong opponent and have no way to escape. When that happens, what will you do? Will you keep looking for ways of survival? Xiang Yu nodded without hesitation. If his opponent was stronger than him, of course he would seek escape. That was the logical path to survival. You're thinking about it in the wrong way, Elder Guo declared. The wrong way? Xiang Yu echoed, genuine confusion evident in his voice. That's right. Your nature is survival, but since you're weak, you associate your need for survival with escape, the elder explained patiently. Isn't it the same thing? Xiang Yu asked, truly perplexed. Wouldn't he survive if he escaped? How was this thinking wrong? Elder Guo shook his head slowly. But when you have no way to escape, does that mean you won't survive? He challenged. Xiang Yu remained silent, considering the question carefully. Escape isn't survival, it's just one way to achieve it, the elder clarified, his tone suggesting he was imparting profound wisdom. Is there another way? Xiang Yu ventured. That's right, Elder Guo replied with a knowing smile. And what is it? He asked, curiosity piqued. You fight, of course. Xiang Yu was taken aback by this response. What do you mean? Wasn't fighting the complete opposite of his survival nature? When you have no way to escape, it doesn't mean that you cannot survive, Elder Guo elaborated. As long as you kill your opponent, you can survive. Xiang Yu contemplated this explanation, finding it strangely logical despite contradicting his instincts. The elder then placed the ancient manual in his hands with deliberate care. It's hard for you to think of other ways of survival, since you already see escape as the ultimate form of survival, Elder Guo continued. Though that may be true at the moment, there will come a time when you can't escape. At that time, domination will be the ultimate way of survival. As long as you're strong enough, you'll survive. But you won't be able to fight effectively, even when you're strong enough, because your first choice will always be escape. The elder's finger tapped the manual meaningfully. This manual tempers the heart and mind. Though it won't change your nature, it'll make you more resolute. When you choose to escape, you'll do it with all your might, and when you choose to fight, you'll also do it with all your might. With that final wisdom imparted, Elder Guo rose from his position, and Elder Huang quickly followed suit, leaving the disciples alone with Xiang Yu still holding the ancient manual. As they walked away from the disciples, Elder Huang hurried to catch up with Elder Guo. Why did you give that to Xiang Yu? She questioned urgently. Even people at the Golden Core stage are just beginning to temper their minds. Elder Guo cut her off before she could finish. Xiang Yu has already realized his nature at this early stage. If he lets it control him, it'll be even harder for him to break through in the future. He might even fall to mental demons. This is the right way. In his mind, Elder Guo reflected that he had already explained the boy's nature to him. If Xiang Yu wasn't stupid, he should be able to understand what he meant. As for the manual, he had given it as an extra benefit. He didn't know if the boy could really learn it, but if he did, that would be even better. What? Xiang Yu stood at the dining table, the ancient manual heavy in his hands. The elder's words echoed in his mind, their wisdom undeniable, yet somehow distant from his reality. He contemplated his own nature with a critical eye. Was he truly a slave to his cowardice, or was there more nuance to his survival instinct? Though he acknowledged his cautious nature, he wasn't convinced the elder's assessment fully applied to him. After all, when cornered during the ambush by Dean Gu's disciples, he hadn't hesitated to eliminate his opponents. But that was different. He had calculated his odds and found them acceptable. What would happen if he genuinely faced an opponent he couldn't defeat or escape from? The thought sent an uncomfortable chill down his spine. With a deep sigh, he pushed these troubling questions aside. There would be time later to examine the manual's teachings and their implications for his cultivation path. For now, training called, the steady, reliable rhythm that had propelled his exponential growth. "Let's go," he said, carefully stashing the weathered text in his robe. He gestured to Li Yao, and together they made their way toward the training grounds, their footsteps crunching against the worn path. As they walked, Li Yao's expression remained neutral, but her mind was far from quiet. "Is it true what the old man said?" she asked internally, directing her thoughts to the ancient presence that resided within her. The Empress's voice resonated with its customary confidence. "Well, it's true what he said. As long as your senior brother isn't dumb, he'll understand what the elder was trying to say." Li Yao felt the Empress's assessment shift to something more analytical. "As for the mind-tempering manual, he probably thinks that your senior brother's cowardice comes from trauma and thinks he can overcome it by tempering his mind. But knowing him, he'll probably become even more resolute in his caution." The Empress paused briefly before adding, "Still, it's not a bad thing. You should also start your mind tempering early. I'll make a manual for you." Day's training unfolded against the backdrop of the Mountain Heart Pavilion's grounds, the rhythmic clash of steel against steel echoing through the air like a metallic symphony. Jiang Yu and Li Yao moved across the training area with increasing fluidity, their forms casting long shadows that stretched and contracted with the arc of the sun. The afternoon breeze carried the sounds of their exchange, blade meeting blade, footsteps shifting against packed earth, and the occasional grunt of exertion when a particularly powerful strike connected. Hours melted away as they continued their relentless practice. Sweat glistened on their brows, dampened their robes, yet neither suggested a break beyond what was absolutely necessary. They persisted until the western sky blazed with amber and crimson hues, signaling the dinner hour's approach. When they finally paused, the two made his way to the kitchen. Jiang Yu's movements possessed the same deliberate precision he showed in combat, though now directed toward different implements, knives for slicing rather than striking, fire carefully controlled for cooking. His enhanced culinary awareness guided every choice, from ingredient selection to the exact moment each component entered the wok. The resulting meal brought everyone to the table with unusual promptness. Elder Guo and Elder Huang arrived with impeccable timing, as if their internal cultivation clocks had been calibrated to Xiang Yu's cooking schedule. Conversation remained minimal as they savored each bite, the quality of the food demanding their complete attention. After the rapid but appreciative meal, Xiang Yu and Li Yao returned to the training grounds. Even as darkness descended, they continued their practice. When midnight finally arrived, they exchanged goodnight wishes, their voices tinged with exhaustion but also satisfaction at the day's progress. Alone in his quarters, Xiang Yu settled onto his simple bed, the familiar blue glow of his system interface materializing before his eyes. He studied the status update with focused attention. Calculating settlement. Calculation complete. Enlightenment low 24 1000. Battle instinct 810000. Mountain Heart Scripture, 4th layer 22400 plus 22400. Low grade iron body technique, intermediate 5300 plus 5300. Basic knife technique, completion 4500. Basic sword technique, major success 100-400 plus 100-400. Cook 9th grade 95-100 plus 5-100. Experience points doubled. Cook 9th grade 95-100, right arrow 8th grade 0-200. Basic sword technique, major success 100-400, right arrow major success 200-400. Basic knife technique, completion 4500, right arrow completion 8500. Low-grade iron body technique, intermediate 5300, right arrow intermediate 100-300. Mountain Heart Scripture, 4th layer 22-400, right arrow 4th layer 44-400. Battle Instinct, 810000, 16100000. Enlightenment low 24-1000, right arrow low 48-1000. Next settlement 23-59-59. The exhilarating sensation of enlightenment increase washed over him like a mental tidal wave. This time the feeling lingered longer than before, bringing crystalline insights into his various techniques. The connections formed in his mind with greater clarity than ever, pathways of understanding illuminating previously obscure concepts. Based on its current rate of improvement, Xiang Yu calculated he would likely grasp the elusive mid-grade movement technique once his enlightenment reached 100 points, just 2 settlements away. He filed this realization away without dwelling on it excessively. His attention shifted to his cooking skills. Since experience didn't overflow when crossing advancement thresholds, his cooking had only increased by 5 points before breaking through to 8th grade. Yet those final 5 points had yielded more insights than all previous improvements combined. Most significantly, he now possessed the theoretical knowledge to create genuine spirit foods, though without a spiritual root or spiritual fire, this remained purely academic. He dismissed the thought with pragmatic acceptance. Next, he examined his battle instinct, now impressively in double digits. The previous 8 points had already transformed his combat awareness dramatically. He could barely imagine how 16 points would manifest. And now that this attribute had reached double digits, future doublings would accelerate its growth exponentially. He allowed himself a rare moment of anticipation, visualizing the capabilities he might possess when this attribute eventually reached its maximum. The Mountain Heart scripture had improved by 22 points, and after doubling stood at 44, it wouldn't be long before he broke through to the 5th layer. His sword technique's progress remained remarkable, advancing by 100 points before doubling to 200, already halfway to completion. At this rate, it would likely reach completion after the next settlement, rapidly catching up to his knife technique. Speaking of which, since he hadn't practiced it today, it remained at 40 points, now 80 after doubling. Both weapons seemed to be racing toward great completion stage. Given the sword technique had already reached its halfway mark, Xiang Yu decided to dedicate the following day entirely to knife practice. His iron body technique had earned 50 points, doubled to 100, though still short of the halfway threshold. Yet this particular skill was easily practiced alongside other activities, so he anticipated reaching the midpoint before the next settlement. Having methodically analyzed his daily progress, he summoned his complete status. Name Xiang Yu. Realm Body Refining 4th Layer. Species Human. Spiritual Root Null. Enlightenment Low 48 1000. Battle Instinct 16100000. Professions Cook 8th grade 0200. Techniques Low-grade Iron Body Technique, Intermediate 100-300, Basic Knife Technique, Completion 8500, Basic Sword Technique, Major Success 200-400. Scriptures Mountain Heart Scripture, 4th Layer 48-400. System Function Double EXP Cooldown 24 HRS. After meticulously examining his status, Xiang Yu surrendered to the weight of fatigue pressing against his eyelids. Just as sleep began to claim him, a fleeting memory jolted him back to alertness. He rose from his bed with sudden purpose, reaching into his pocket to extract the Mountain Heart Sutra that Elder Gyuo had entrusted to him earlier that day. The ancient manual rested in his palm. He turned it over contemplatively, deliberating whether he should attempt even a brief practice session. His carefully structured training regimen left little room for additional activities during daylight hours. Those precious moments when he could grind experience through sparring with Li Yao couldn't be sacrificed. Perhaps he could allocate just an hour before sleep. After all, this text supposedly complemented the Mountain Heart scripture he already practiced, suggesting they shared a foundational approach. 1 hour, he decided firmly, setting a mental boundary for this experiment. Opening the sutra with careful hands, he scanned the initial instructions. The text directed practitioners to assume a lotus position for meditation, focusing on heart and mind cultivation rather than physical strengthening. This aligned with Elder Gyuo's description. The scripture tempered the body, while the sutra tempered the mind. Xiang Yu settled into the prescribed position, crossing his legs and straightening his spine. His hands rested on his knees, palms facing upward in the traditional receptive posture. Following the manual's guidance, he regulated his breathing while affirming the nature of his heart and mind. As the minutes passed, an unexpected sensation began to manifest. His consciousness seemed to detach from physical awareness, floating untethered in an empty void. The training ground, his quarters, even his bodily sensations, all faded from perception. He existed as pure awareness in a dimensionless space, neither hot nor cold, neither light nor dark. The peculiar state intensified gradually, the void seeming to envelop his consciousness more completely with each passing moment. Any desire for action or achievement dissolved into nothingness. The concerns that typically dominated his thoughts, survival, advancement, power acquisition, all melted away like morning frost under sunlight. A profound contentment with mere existence washed over him, a tranquility so complete it bordered on oblivion. Why strive? Why fight? Simply existing in this perfect emptiness seemed sufficient, eternal, peaceful non-action. Seductive pull of this state grew stronger until a sharp intrusion shattered the void, someone knocking at his door, followed by a familiar voice calling out. "Senior brother, are you inside?" Li Yao's voice pierced through the meditative trance, yanking Xiang Yu back to physical reality with jarring suddenness. "Senior brother, are you inside?" Li Yao's voice penetrated into Xiang Yu's consciousness like a lifeline pulling him from the depths of an endless void. In the next second, his eyes flickered open, adjusting to reality with disorienting suddenness. "Senior brother, I'm coming in," her voice announced as the door swung open. Li Yao paused in the doorway, observing Xiang Yu still seated in his meditation posture, awareness slowly returning to his features. "Senior brother, are you okay?" Concern colored her tone. "You didn't come to train, so I thought something happened." Xiang Yu blinked several times, his mind still half-trapped in that boundless emptiness. The transition back to physical reality felt jarring, like being violently yanked from a dream. "Training?" he asked, confusion evident in his voice. Only then did the realization strike him. Sunlight streamed through the open doorway, illuminating his quarters with morning brightness. How was it already dawn? He had only intended to practice for 1 hour. How had the entire night slipped away? That sensation of peaceful non-existence, the memory sent a chill down his spine. How dangerously seductive it had been. He exhaled slowly, deliberately steadying himself. "Oh, training. I was just practicing the technique given by master. I lost track of time, sorry," he explained as he rose to his feet with careful movements, his body stiff from hours of motionless meditation. "We can go now." The two disciples walked slowly toward the training grounds. Xiang Yu remained distracted, his thoughts circling back to what had happened during his practice of the Mountain Heart Sutra. Was that what falling to mental demons felt like? His greatest desire was survival, so perhaps his mental demons manifested as contentment with mere existence, feeling nothing, doing nothing, just being. His expression hardened as a troubling thought crossed his mind. If Li Yao hadn't called out to him, he might truly have fallen into that trap. That wasn't the survival he wanted. He had no desire to become a vegetable merely existing. He wanted to truly live, to survive without sacrificing other aspects of his life. Well, except for his body, of course, but that was different. With a contemplative sigh, he mentally summoned his status screen, curious whether anything had changed after his night of meditation. To his surprise, something had indeed changed. Mind level 1. Enlightenment low 51,000. Battle instinct 21,000,000. Scriptures Mountain Heart Scripture, 4th layer 48,400, Mountain Heart Sutra, level 11/1000. A new stat had appeared, mind, at level 1. Even more surprising was that his enlightenment had increased by 2 points, and his battle instinct had jumped by 4 points. The enlightenment increase wasn't entirely unexpected, given the high-level scripture he'd practiced, but the battle instinct gain was remarkable. Apart from his initial 1 point, he hadn't been able to raise this attribute without the system's doubling effect. Now it had increased by 4 points, almost half of what he had possessed the previous day. He examined the new entry in his scripture section with fascination. The Mountain Heart Sutra was only at level 1, yet required 1,000 points to advance. Still, he was genuinely surprised he could learn it at all. If he had to guess, both scriptures were at least high grade. Perhaps he'd succeeded because he had already mastered the Mountain Heart Scripture, considered the other half of this cultivation method. Despite his close brush with mental demons, Xiang Yu recognized the sutra's tremendous value. It offered a pathway to increase his enlightenment and battle instinct more rapidly. Though the danger of falling into that seductive void remained, he simply needed to exercise greater caution in the future. Xiang Yu and Li Yao moved across the training ground in their familiar dance of steel against steel. Today, Xiang Yu wielded his knife instead of the sword, since his sword technique had already reached the halfway point to completion. Besides, he needed to push his knife technique further to maintain its lead. If both techniques reached the same level simultaneously, the sword would no longer mooch off of the knife's advanced insights, which would slow down his pace. As his blade met Li Yao's with practiced precision, Xiang Yu noticed a subtle yet significant change in his combat awareness. The exchanges felt more fluid, his responses more natural. This wasn't about raw power. He remained hopelessly outmatched by his junior sister in that department, but rather his adaptability had markedly improved. The doubling of his battle instinct certainly played a role, but he suspected the newly acquired mind stat contributed equally to this enhancement. When his battle awareness revealed openings in Li Yao's guard, his mind seemed to sharpen with laser-like focus, filtering out extraneous stimuli and distractions. The world narrowed to just that one crucial moment, that single opportunity. Was this what Elder Guo meant about giving his all to whatever path he chose? The clarity felt invigorating, yet he recognized that this enhanced focus would apply equally to escape should he choose that option instead. His nature remained unchanged. Survival still drove his every decision, but his execution had become more decisive, more complete. If a single stat in the mind stat produced such noticeable improvements, what might become possible as it advanced further? The prospect of reaching level 2 or beyond sent a thrill of anticipation through him. Li Yao blocked a particularly aggressive strike from his knife, creating distance between them with a graceful backward leap. She observed her senior brother with analytical eyes, noting the subtle shift in his approach. Unlike previous sessions where hesitation plagued his movements, today he attacked with greater assertiveness, actively capitalizing on opportunities rather than second-guessing them. Though still far from the aggressive fighter she hoped to mold him into, this willingness to counterattack represented significant progress compared to his former habit of waiting to confirm each opening, by which time the opportunity had invariably vanished. From his private chamber overlooking the training grounds, Elder Guo watched the disciples with growing satisfaction. His weathered eyes tracked Xiang Yu's movements carefully, noting the improved clarity and purpose behind each strike. A slight nod of approval moved his beard as he reconsidered his initial assessment of the boy's potential. He had clearly underestimated Xiang Yu's comprehension ability. The disciple had not only managed to learn the Mountain Heart Sutra, but was already integrating its benefits into his combat style. If the boy continued at this rate, combining his extraordinary battle awareness with the mental clarity provided by the sutra, he would undoubtedly develop into a formidable combat expert. The golden sunlight poured over the training grounds as Xiang Yu and Li Yao continued their relentless sparring. Steel clashed against steel in a rhythmic symphony of combat, their movements growing more fluid with each exchange. Neither disciple showed any sign of yielding as the morning sun climbed higher, its rays intensifying from gentle warmth to scorching heat. Their dedication remained unwavering, sweat glistening on their brows as they pushed each other to new limits. Only when the sun reached its zenith, signaling the lunch hour, did they finally lower their weapons. With practiced synchronization, they sheathed their blades and made their way toward the kitchen. Inside the kitchen, Xiang Yu moved with a grace that hadn't been present before. His newly elevated 8th-grade cooking skill manifested in every precise movement of his hands. The knife in his grip became an extension of himself, slicing through vegetables and meat with surgical precision. Each cut was measured perfectly, each ingredient prepared with mathematical exactness that bordered on artistry. Li Yao, initially tasked with washing vegetables, found herself transfixed by her senior brother's performance. Her hands stilled over the basin as she watched him work, mesmerized by the professionalism. He looked like a master craftsman at work. His movements flowed with elegant efficiency, economical yet somehow beautiful in their precision. When he slid open the lid of the final dish, steam billowed forth in fragrant clouds. The aroma spread throughout the Mountain Heart Pavilion like an invisible summons, rich and complex, with layered notes that promised extraordinary flavor. Almost immediately, the padding of footsteps announced the arrival of Elder Guo and Elder Huang, drawn by the irresistible scent. As the dishes were arranged on the table, anticipation hung heavy in the air. The moment Elder Guo gave his customary nod of approval, everyone eagerly reached for their chopsticks, impatient to begin. Elder Guo stared at the meal before him with widening eyes. "This is..." The words died in his throat as he observed something extraordinary. Though not true spiritual food, the dishes possessed qualities that transcended ordinary cuisine. The ambient qi in the atmosphere seemed drawn to the food, wisps of energy attaching themselves to the expertly prepared ingredients. Unable to resist any longer, he seized his chopsticks and attacked the meal with uncharacteristic haste. After clearing his plate with impressive speed, a satisfied burp escaped him. He could feel the qi from the meal spreading slowly into his dantian, like gentle ripples in a pond. Though not as effective as proper cultivation, the sensation was undeniably pleasurable, his spiritual energy increasing, however marginally, simply from enjoying a meal. When Elder Huang finished her portion, her expression darkened as she stared at her empty plate. The pavilion fell silent as everyone turned toward her, confusion evident on their faces. Without warning, she rose from her seat, the sudden movement startling Elder Guo beside her. With deliberate steps, she approached Xiang Yu and stood before him. "Martial ant." Xiang Yu questioned, uncertainty in his voice. She placed her hand on his shoulder, and to everyone's shock, tears began streaming down her face. This she is so magnificent, she declared with emotional intensity. Suddenly aware of her undignified display, she hastily wiped away her tears. It seems Marshall Nephew's cooking has achieved a breakthrough, she observed, composing herself. It's such a pity you don't have a spiritual root, so you can't make real spiritual food. A smile spread across her face. But I have just the solution for you. Elder Guo stood abruptly. You men. Before he could finish, she continued. That's right, there's a spirit fire I acquired back when I was young, but I kept it since it wasn't compatible with me. Her eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. After seeing your talent, I've decided you're the only person worthy of wielding this spirit flame. Fresh tears streamed down her face, as though she'd finally found a worthy successor. HMPH, stop pretending. You just want to give it to him so he can make you spirit food, Elder Guo interjected, seeing through her motives. Should I not give it to him? She snapped back sharply. Elder Guo paused, suddenly remembering that Xiang Yu was, after all, his disciple. If the boy could make spirit food, wouldn't he, as the master, be the first to taste it? My apologies, I have misspoken, he conceded, lowering himself back into his chair. In his mind, laughter bubbled up at the fortuitous situation. If his disciple received a spirit flame, it would not only enhance the boy's combat abilities, but also allow him to prepare spirit food for his master, a perfect demonstration of filial piety. After years of nurturing this seemingly talentless disciple, he might finally see a worthwhile return on his investment. Elder Guo suppressed a smile, silently congratulating himself on his genius. What's a spirit flame? Li Yao asked internally, her curiosity piqued by the elder's conversation. You can think of them as natural treasures born from the world, the Empress's voice echoed in her mind with scholarly precision. Though they can be used for combat, they are mostly used for secondary professions, pill refining, artifact refining, or in your senior brother's case, cooking, she explained. Xiang Yu remained silent, his expression contemplative as he considered his martial aunt's unexpected proposal. Before he could fully process the implications or formulate a response, Elder Huang's enthusiasm overwhelmed any potential hesitation. I'll go bring it right away, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she took to the air, her figure becoming a dwindling silhouette against the azure sky. Elder Guo rose from his seat. Don't think too much about it and just accept it, he advised, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Your martial aunt is a researcher and possesses many valuable treasures. It would be a pity if you didn't take advantage of her generosity every once in a while. With that parting wisdom delivered, he too departed, leaving the disciples alone with their thoughts. Xiang Yu watched his master's retreating form, internally acknowledging the soundness of the elder's counsel. Even without such encouragement, he had already resolved to accept the gift. Spirit flames were exceptionally rare treasures, coveted by cultivators across the realms. The practical benefits alone made refusal unthinkable. The most appealing aspect of spirit flames, he reflected, was their nature as perpetually burning elemental essences that required no chi to sustain. Unlike most cultivation techniques that remained inaccessible to him due to his lack of spiritual roots, a spirit flame would allow him to perform impressive feats like coating his weapons with mystical fire, significantly enhancing his combat capabilities despite his limitations. Still, he couldn't help but marvel at his martial aunt possessing such a treasure. The Azure Cloud Sword sect was merely an 8th-grade sect in the greater hierarchy of cultivation powers. For Elder Huang to have an item valued even by first-grade sects was truly remarkable. Of course, the true value depended entirely on the flame's grade. Spirit flames were classified from 9th grade to 1st grade, with 1st being the most powerful. Perhaps she merely possessed a 9th grade flame, though even that would be a considerable treasure by any reasonable standard. Questions about why the flame proved incompatible with her flickered through his mind, but he set such speculation aside. The afternoon training session awaited, and maintaining his rigorous schedule remained paramount to his exponential growth. With unspoken agreement, he and Li Yao turned toward the training grounds, ready to resume their relentless pursuit of martial excellence. The warm glow of sunset cast long shadows across the training grounds as Xiang Yu and Li Yao continued their rigorous practice. Their weapons clashed rhythmically, each strike and parry flowing into the next with increasing precision as they pushed each other to new limits. Only when dusk fully settled did they finally lower their weapons, acknowledging it was time for the evening meal. As Xiang Yu approached the dining area, ready to begin his culinary preparations, a sudden gust of wind swept through the area, announcing his martial aunt's arrival. Elder Huang descended gracefully from the sky, her robes billowing around her. In the next moment, Elder Gu appeared as well, his curiosity evidently piqued by her dramatic entrance. Elder Huang produced a lamp from her spatial storage, its appearance deceptively ordinary save for one remarkable feature, a black flame burning steadily within the glass enclosure. With deliberate movements, she removed the lid, and immediately the black flame attempted to escape. Acting swiftly, she summoned a bright red flame from her palm, enveloping the black fire within its grasp. Despite her obvious power, a slight tension in her face revealed the effort required to contain it. "I don't know what flame this is since I've never seen a black flame before," she explained, her eyes never leaving the dancing darkness in her grasp. "When I got it, I thought it was a special flame. I have the Phoenix bloodline, which allows me to absorb flames to enhance myself, but when I tried to absorb this flame, it also tried to absorb my flames. I thought it was because my bloodline was weaker, so I waited to enhance my bloodline so I could be able to absorb it." A sigh of disappointment escaped her lips, her expression momentarily clouding. "Although I've had a few chances to advance my bloodline, it's only advanced a little each time, nowhere near what I'd need to be able to consume this flame." Her demeanor brightened suddenly, as if shaking off past regrets. "Instead of letting it rot there for God knows how long, you should have it," she declared, pushing the flame, still wrapped in her own crimson energy, toward Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu watched the approaching black flame with fascination, his eyes capturing every detail of its mesmerizing dance. Though dark, it wasn't completely so. Tiny sparks of white flickered throughout its core, appearing and vanishing in an instant, reminiscent of stars twinkling in a night sky. As he mentally questioned what level this mysterious spirit flame might be, he cautiously extended his hand. The moment his fingers drew near, the black flame leaped from Elder Huang's control, wrapping around his hand with startling eagerness. Alarmed, Xiang Yu stumbled backward, frantically shaking his arm in panic, certain he would burn to death. Yet the expected agony never came, and as suddenly as it had appeared, the flame vanished entirely. "Where did it go?" he asked, bewildered, examining his unmarked hand. Elder Huang smiled knowingly. "This flame is really fond of you. It seems I made the right choice giving it to you." From the sidelines, Elder Guo stroked his beard thoughtfully. It was highly unusual for a spirit flame to show such affinity for anyone. Even now, it had tried to escape Elder Huang, who by all accounts should have been its ideal match with her Phoenix bloodline. Why would the flame be so attracted to Xiang Yu, someone without even basic spiritual roots? Could his disciple be concealing something? Yet the genuine confusion on the young man's face suggested he was as mystified as anyone. Elder Guo released a contemplative sigh. His disciple, it seemed, was more special than anyone had imagined. What do I do now?" Xiang Yu asked, breaking the momentary silence that had fallen over the gathering. His voice held a mixture of curiosity and caution, understandable reactions to having a mysterious flame seemingly disappear into his body. Elder Huang's expression brightened with enthusiasm as she stepped closer, her robes rustling softly in the evening breeze. "Usually refining a flame takes a long time, but since it seems attracted to you, it shouldn't be that big of a problem," she explained. Her eyes gleamed with interest as she observed her martial nephew. "Just try to feel the flame throughout your body and bring it out." Nodding, Xiang Yu closed his eyes, his expression settling into focused concentration. The world around him faded away as he turned his awareness inward, searching for the mysterious fire that had so eagerly bonded with him. At first, there was nothing, just the familiar sensations of his own body, the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, the flow of blood through his veins. Then gradually he sensed something new, a subtle warmth unlike his natural body heat, concentrated somewhere deep within his core. Several seconds passed as he familiarized himself with this foreign presence, mentally reaching toward it, attempting to coax it outward. Suddenly, as if responding to an unspoken command, a dark flame materialized on his palm. It danced silently, casting no heat that would harm him, yet he could feel its power humming through his fingers. Unlike ordinary fire, this flame made no sound, no crackling, no gentle roar. It burned in eerie silence, its darkness occasionally punctuated by those fleeting white sparks. A smile of satisfaction spread across Xiang Yu's face. This unexpected gift represented more than just a rare treasure. It was another tool for survival in this dangerous cultivation world. As the thought of survival crossed his mind, he wondered whether this new acquisition would manifest in his system. With practiced mental focus, he summoned his status screen, and there it was, neatly cataloged among his other abilities. Spirit Flame, Abyssal Void Flame, 7th grade, 130000. Surprise flickered across his features as he processed this information. A seventh-grade flame. The revelation stunned him. From Elder Huang's casual demeanor, it seemed she hadn't realized the true value of what she had given away. This wasn't merely a valuable treasure, it was the kind of treasure that would provoke bloody conflicts even among top-tier sects. Even more astonishing was the experience bar attached to the flame. In all his research about cultivation resources, Xiang Yu had never encountered any mention of spirit flames being upgradable. The common understanding was that a flame's grade remained fixed eternally. A seventh-grade flame would always remain seventh grade. Yet here was his system, suggesting otherwise. The experience requirement was daunting, second only to battle instinct in magnitude. Still, this didn't diminish Xiang Yu's excitement. If anything, it intensified his anticipation. What might this flame become if upgraded? What powers would it possess if he somehow managed to elevate it to first grade? The possibilities sent a thrill of anticipation through him. Yet as he considered the flame's name, Abyssal Void Flame, an inexplicable uneasiness settled in his stomach. Something about the name gave him an ominous feeling, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Across the courtyard, Li Yao observed the black flame dancing on her senior brother's palm with widening eyes. "Do you know that flame?" she silently asked the ancient empress residing within her. The empress, who had been uncharacteristically quiet during this entire exchange, released a subtle sigh. "Yeah, I do," came the reluctant response. "Is it good?" Li Yao asked enthusiastically, hoping for confirmation that her senior brother had received something truly beneficial. "Well, that's hard to say," the empress replied with uncharacteristic hesitation. "That flame seems to be a fragment of the Abyssal Void Flame, which is one of the 10 original flames. It's quite rare to get a fragment this big even in the immortal realm." "Then why is it a bad thing?" Li Yao pressed, confusion evident in her mental voice. A powerful, rare flame sounded like an unequivocal blessing for her senior brother. "Well, the appearance of such a big fragment is bound to attract attention from some people who want it for themselves," the empress explained, her tone grave. "Huh, but didn't Martial Ant always have it? Why hasn't anyone ever appeared?" Li Yao questioned, struggling to understand the sudden shift from fortune to potential danger. "Well, there are probably many interested parties, so they keep each other in check," came the empress's cryptic response. "Then what has changed?" Li Yao pressed, her concern mounting. "Well, if you had something you really wanted, but there were others like you so you kept each other in check, what do you think would happen if someone random suddenly took the thing you were eyeing?" the empress asked pointedly. Realization dawned on Li Yao's face as understanding clicked into place. While the flame remained unrefined, competing interests maintained a stalemate. But now that Xiang Yu had successfully bonded with it, that fragile balance would shatter. The various parties would no longer concern themselves with keeping each other in check. They would simply pursue the flame, and by extension, her senior brother. A fierce protectiveness surged through Li Yao. Things were becoming truly dangerous. She needed to accelerate her own cultivation, to grow stronger faster, so she could shield her senior brother from the troubles that would inevitably come. Meanwhile, in an unknown location dimension, beyond mortal comprehension, an entity of unfathomable size floated in an endless void. This creature, so vast that neither beginning nor end could be perceived, suddenly opened its eyes, ancient orbs that had witnessed the birth and death of countless worlds. "Someone seems to have refined a fragment of mine." The creature's voice resonated through the emptiness, a sound that could shatter planets, yet somehow remained confined to this isolated pocket of nothingness. The being's consciousness stretched across incomprehensible distances, focusing on a specific point in the endless void. "That direction, a mortal world." Surprise colored its ancient voice for a brief moment before shifting to a tone of unmistakable excitement. "Interesting." Since his martial aunt had been so generous, gifting him a flame whose true value she might not have fully comprehended, Xiang Yu felt compelled to express his gratitude. What better way than through his greatest talent? With his newly acquired spirit flame, he could finally create the genuine spirit food she so desperately craved. When he had broken through to 8th grade cooking, vast repositories of knowledge about spiritual cuisine had materialized in his mind. Until now, this knowledge had remained purely theoretical, lacking either spiritual roots or a spiritual flame. He couldn't apply these techniques. But everything had changed. The abyssal void flame now nestled within him like a loyal companion, waiting to be called forth. Xiang Yu held his hand near the cooking vessel, summoning the black flame. It danced across his fingers without burning him, responding to his mental commands with remarkable precision. Unlike cooking with crude firewood, the spirit flame offered unprecedented temperature control. He could adjust its heat with mere thoughts, perfect for the delicate preparations spiritual cuisine demanded. The gathered audience watched in silent awe as he worked. Dark flames leapt and twisted above the pan, occasionally punctuated by those tiny white sparks that resembled distant stars. Sensing their rapt attention, Xiang Yu incorporated flourishes into his technique. He tossed ingredients high into the air, expertly cooking them with controlled bursts of flame as they descended, before catching them perfectly in the pan. Elder Guo's eyes widened at the spectacle. Elder Huang leaned forward, entranced by the performance. Even Li Yao, who had witnessed his cooking numerous times before, found herself mesmerized by this elevated display of culinary artistry. The sweet, complex aroma rising from the dishes intensified their anticipation, causing involuntary salivation. Though he secretly enjoyed their attention, Xiang Yu recognized his audience's growing impatience. He completed his preparations and began serving, presenting the first dish to Elder Huang with a respectful bow. "You brat! You dare serve outsiders before your own master." Elder Guo couldn't help but curse, his beard quivering with indignation. Elder Huang smirked triumphantly. "No need to be so riled up. Martial nephew simply knows how to treat a guest, unlike someone else." Her teasing tone only intensified the elder's frustration. Elder Guo could only respond with a dismissive scoff as Xiang Yu quickly served him next, followed by Li Yao. When they finally began eating, identical expressions of wonder bloomed across their faces. The moment the food touched their tongues, extraordinary flavors cascaded throughout their mouths, complex, harmonious notes impossible in ordinary cuisine. As they swallowed, the spirit food's rich qi spread throughout their bodies, rejuvenating every cell and marginally enhancing their cultivation. Even Xiang Yu, as he sampled his own creation, marveled at the sensation of qi briefly infusing his qi-less body before quickly dissipating as he didn't have spiritual roots. Was this what cultivators experienced continuously? Many claimed cultivation brought pleasure exceeding even carnal delights, and he could now understand why. Still, this fleeting sensation paled in comparison to the mental tsunami of his system's enlightenment doubling. They devoured every morsel, leaving their plates spotlessly clean, unwilling to waste even a single grain of the precious spirit food. As Xiang Yu and Li Yao cleaned the dishes afterward, the ancient empress spoke into the young woman's mind. "You're quite lucky to have a spiritual chef as a senior brother. Now you can enjoy spirit meals every day," she observed with rare appreciation. Although his skill level remains modest for now, as he improves, it will become a tremendous advantage. "Your breakthrough speed will surpass most cultivators. Except for truly powerful immortals, few can consume spirit food twice daily," she added thoughtfully. Li Yao couldn't suppress her smile. Her senior brother truly was the best. With his cooking accelerating her cultivation, she would grow stronger even faster, exactly what she needed to protect him from the dangers that would inevitably come seeking his newfound flame. After the hearty meal, everyone went their separate ways. Xiang Yu and Li Yao returned to their training, their movements energized by the qi-infused food they had consumed. Spiritual nourishment had restored their vitality and nearly doubled their stamina, allowing them to train with an intensity that surpassed even their morning session. Steel clashed against steel as they sparred beneath the stars, their silhouettes illuminated by the moon's gentle glow. Only when midnight arrived did they finally sheathe their weapons, exchanging respectful nods before retiring to their separate quarters. In his simple dwelling, Xiang Yu reclined on his bed of leaves, summoning the familiar blue interface that had become his nightly ritual. The system screen materialized before him, its soft glow illuminating his contemplative features. Enlightenment low 51,000 plus 2 1,000. Battle Instinct 21,000,000 plus 4,1,000,000. Spirit Flame Abyssal Void Flame 7th grade 23,000,000. Mountain Heart Sutra level 1 1,000. Mountain Heart Scripture 4th layer 86,400 plus 38,400. Low-grade Iron Body Technique, Intermediate 200-300, plus 100-300. Basic Knife Technique, Completion 100-500, plus 6,500. Basic Sword Technique, Major Success 200-400. Cook 8th grade 3,200, plus 3,200. Experience points doubled. Cook 8th grade 3,200, Right Arrow 8th grade 6,200. Basic sword technique, major success 200-400, right arrow completion 0-500. Basic knife technique, completion 100-500, right arrow completion 200-500. Low-grade iron body technique, intermediate 200-300, right arrow major success 0-400. Mountain heart scripture, 4th layer 86-400, right arrow 4th layer 172-400. Mountain heart sutra, level 1 1000, right arrow level 1 1000. Spirit flame abyssal void flame, 7th grade 230000, right arrow 7th grade 430000. Battle instinct 210000, 410000. Enlightenment low 51,000, right arrow low 101,000. The first sensation to wash over him was the breathtaking doubling of his enlightenment. It crashed through his consciousness like a tidal wave, expanding his perception beyond anything he had previously experienced. It felt as if someone had peeled away a veil he hadn't even realized existed, revealing entirely new dimensions of understanding. Colors seemed more vibrant, sounds more distinct, patterns more evident. Mental tsunami persisted longer than usual before gradually receding, leaving behind crystalline clarity in its wake. His thoughts seemed sharper, more focused, undoubtedly an effect of the Mountain Heart Sutra's influence, which had doubled once again. The mental discipline imparted by the ancient text complemented his growing enlightenment, creating synergies he was only beginning to comprehend. Next came subtle insights regarding his cooking skills. Unlike previous revelations, these were modest improvements, minor refinements to techniques he'd already mastered rather than learning any new concepts. Given the mere 3-point increase, this modest progression seemed reasonable. It hardly concerned him, though. His cooking experience would accumulate rapidly with daily practice, especially now that he could create genuine spirit food. The battle instinct attribute continued its impressive trajectory. What had once been his most stubbornly resistant stat was now accelerating at a pace that promised to reach its maximum threshold much sooner than he'd originally calculated. The exponential nature of doubling would make each subsequent increase more substantial than the last. His newest acquisition, the Abyssal Void Flame, had already grown to 2 points during the day and now to 4 after doubling. Considering the daunting 30,000-point requirement for advancement, this progress might seem negligible to others. Yet Xiang Yu understood the power of exponential growth better than most. Modest beginnings would eventually yield explosive results. His Mountain Heart scripture had nearly reached its halfway point, which his internal calculations suggested would be surpassed before the next reset. This trajectory placed him firmly on path to break through to the 5th layer after the next settlement. Rather than encountering the diminishing returns common to cultivation, his advancement seemed to be accelerating as he got stronger. Knife technique was similarly approaching its halfway threshold, likely to enter great completion after the next settlement. Meanwhile, his sword technique had successfully broken through to the completion stage, resetting its progress bar in the process. His iron body technique had advanced to major success level, and the effects were immediately apparent. His skin had developed a resilience that normal weapons would struggle to penetrate. He estimated that by the time he reached completion stage, his body would indeed possess the durability of genuine iron. As for the elusive mid-grade movement technique that had defied his comprehension, he sensed he stood at the precipice of breakthrough. Just one more insight, one more connection, and the technique would finally yield its secrets. After methodically reviewing his progress, Xiang Yu summoned his complete status display. Name Xiang Yu. Realm Body 4th Layer Mind, Level 1. Species Human. Spiritual Root, Null. Enlightenment, Low 101,000. Battle Instinct, 410000. Spirit Flame Abyssal Void Flame, 7th grade 430000. Professions Cook 8th grade 6200. Techniques Low-grade iron body technique, major success 0-400, basic knife technique, completion 200-500, basic sword technique, completion 0-500. Scriptures Mountain Heart Scripture, 4th layer 182-400, Mountain Heart Sutra, level 1 to 1000. System function double EXP cooldown 24 HRS. After reviewing his stats, Xiang Yu felt a deep satisfaction with his progress. His gaze lingered on his sword technique, which had reset to 0 after breakthrough. This presented a dilemma. He still wanted to advance his knife technique to great completion, but splitting his focus might slow his overall progress. Then a realization struck him. With his newfound ability to cook spirit food, he could completely rejuvenate his energy after each meal. This changed everything. He would no longer experience diminishing returns as he trained more, since his stamina bar would be reset after each meal. This was perfect. He could now practice the knife technique during the day, and after dinner, when his energy is restored, he could then practice the sword without experiencing any loss in performance. With his strategy set, Xiang Yu considered whether to sleep. He paused, taking stock of his condition. Despite being awake for a full 24 hours, unusual for someone at the body refining stage who still required mortal necessities like food and sleep, his mind remained remarkably sharp. He wondered if this clarity was a benefit of breaking through to mind level 1. Since that was the case, then going to sleep would be a waste of valuable time, he thought, settling into the meditation position to practice the Mountain Heart Sutra. This time he approached the practice with greater caution, placing deep emphasis on affirming his nature to resist the mental demons that had nearly claimed him before. As he settled into position, the familiar sensation began to envelop him, that seductive pull toward peaceful nothingness. Though he continued affirming his heart's desire for survival, the void's influence grew increasingly overwhelming. A flicker of concern passed through his fading consciousness as he wondered if his desires were truly so weak. The emptiness pulled him deeper and deeper until once again he floated in that state of pure existence, wanting nothing, feeling nothing, simply being. Just before he could fully surrender to the void's embrace, something extraordinary happened. Within the endless emptiness where his consciousness drifted, a flame materialized before him, the abyssal void flame. Though black as night, it somehow illuminated the surrounding darkness. Xiang Yu felt its gentle warmth caress his senses, gradually restoring his awareness. He pulled the flame toward himself with a thought, heaving a sigh of relief as his consciousness fully returned. "It seems I'm still too weak to practice mind techniques safely," he acknowledged. "Fortunate that I have the abyssal void flame. Otherwise," he left the thought unfinished, silently thanking his martial aunt for her timely gift. As his awareness expanded, Xiang Yu examined his surroundings. The endless dark void stretched in all directions, eerily similar to descriptions he'd heard of a spiritual sea, something typically accessible only to cultivators at the Golden Core stage. Had practicing the sutra somehow allowed him to open his spiritual sea prematurely. With a spiritual sea, he could use spiritual sense to detect things around him, allowing him to avoid ambushes. Though looking at his dark spiritual sea, he admitted that it was probably unusable, as it lacked the spiritual chi required to function. Still, he recognized its potential value. With deliberate intent, he guided the flame toward his forehead. Black fire settled there, manifesting as a flaming mark that caused his entire form to glow, illuminating a small radius within the dark void. He reasoned that with a spiritual sea, even without chi to perform mental attacks or use spiritual sense, the flame could settle in there, providing protection against mental attacks when practicing mental techniques in the future or when he's attacked using mental techniques. As he closed his eyes in his spiritual sea, his physical eyes opened in the real world. The first rays of dawn were just beginning to pierce the horizon. Perfect timing, he hadn't fallen behind in his training schedule. Xiang Yu summoned his system interface to check if anything had changed after the long session. Enlightenment, low 105,1000. Battle Instinct, 45100000. Spirit Flame, Abyssal Void Flame, 7th grade, 630000. Mountain Heart Sutra, level 1, 12,1000. His eyes widened with genuine surprise. Some of his most stubborn stats had increased significantly and without the system's doubling effect. The Mountain Heart Sutra had proven far more valuable than he'd initially realized, jumping from a mere 2 points to 12 overnight. Even his battle instinct, which had previously resisted conventional training methods, had grown by 5 points. He was very satisfied with the sutra as he studied the numbers. With the protection of the abyssal void flame against mental demons, I can practice the sutra every night instead of wasting precious hours on sleep. This optimization appealed deeply to his calculating nature. 24 hours of productive cultivation per day, no moment wasted, no opportunity squandered. His path to power would accelerate even further. Xiang Yu rose from his meditation posture and made his way to the nearby lake. The cool water against his skin banished the last vestiges of mental fatigue as he methodically washed his body, preparing for the day's training. When he arrived at the training ground, Li Yao was already waiting, her slender figure silhouetted against the rising sun. They exchanged brief morning greetings before drawing their weapons. No time was wasted on idle conversation, both went straight to sparring. As their sparring began, Xiang Yu immediately noticed the tangible improvements in his battle awareness. The prediction lines that guided his defense had grown remarkably precise, no longer the broad, hazy trajectories of before, but hair-thin indicators of exactly where and how attacks would manifest. His perception had sharpened to the point where he could discern not just the path of Li Yao's blade, but the subtle shifts in her weight distribution that telegraphed her intentions microseconds before she committed to them. More impressively, his own attacks had become ruthlessly efficient. Gone were the wasted movements and unnecessary flourishes. Each strike, each parry, each footstep served a specific purpose in his overall strategy. He applied pressure when advantage presented itself and yielded ground when tactically beneficial, never allowing pride or fear to cloud his judgment. It was as if the entire battle had transformed into an intricate game of chess, and he was somehow a master of it. Though still physically outmatched by his junior sister's raw power, his newfound tactical acumen created genuine pressure that forced her to adapt. For perhaps the first time, he wasn't merely surviving their exchanges, he was actively challenging her. Across the training ground, Li Yao observed the transformation with growing interest. Her senior brother stood in a flawless defensive stance, his posture betraying none of the hesitation that had previously characterized his fighting style. His eyes tracked her movements with predatory focus, analyzing rather than fearing. Her lazy and cowardly senior brother had evolved from someone who could barely muster the courage to counterattack into whatever this was. She released an audible sigh that carried across the training ground. The time had come to take her senior brother seriously. Continuing with her current, unrefined technique would no longer provide the challenge he needed to grow. With fluid grace, Li Yao shifted her stance, adopting a sword form she rarely displayed during their practice sessions. The change was immediate and dramatic. The entire atmosphere of the battlefield seemed to transform with her. Xiang Yu felt his battle awareness tingling in response, recognizing the profound shift in danger level. Her new form embodied true mastery, the culmination of dedicated practice rather than the flawed techniques she'd been using to accommodate his lower level. As he observed her sword form, it felt like staring into an abyss with no end. Is this what perfection feels like? He wondered. Yet instead of apprehension, a rare smile spread across his face as she launched toward him with blinding speed. This escalation, this genuine pressure, was exactly what he needed to transcend his current limitations. Xiang Yu twisted away from a devastating blow that cratered the ground where he'd stood moments before. His mouth twitched as he wondered if his junior sister really had it out for him. There was no time to dwell on the thought as another attack came whistling toward him. He rolled across the ground and immediately sprang away as her blade struck where he'd just been. His enhanced battle awareness, while impressive, seemed only sufficient for desperate evasion against Li Yao's perfected sword technique. The sheer pressure of her attacks generated what felt like a fear effect. Had it not been for his spiritual sea helping him overcome the mental barrier, he might have frozen in place completely. Despite the overwhelming odds, Xiang Yu found satisfaction in his improvement. From his assessment, his battle instinct had nearly caught up to his junior sister's level. After one more doubling, the difference would be like an adult competing against a child. Yet this didn't mean victory was within reach. Li Yao was essentially a kid, wielding a gun while he remained unarmed. Though he could pressure her now, it was only because she deliberately held back her true strength. If she unleashed her full power, he wouldn't stand a chance, at least not yet. Across the training ground, Li Yao observed her senior brother, dodging another precisely aimed strike. She marveled at how much he'd grown, considering she was currently using the strength of a body-refining sixth-layer cultivator, combined with a perfect-level sword technique, yet couldn't land a clean hit. He seemed to have adapted to her current level. With a contemplative sigh, she decided to escalate further. Without warning, she released more of her true power, elevating to the strength of a body-refining seventh-layer cultivator. As she charged toward Xiang Yu, her footwork suddenly accelerated, and she materialized before him in a blur of movement. He barely managed to block the attack, raising his knife and bracing it with his free hand. His feet dug into the ground as he absorbed the tremendous force. Recognizing the sudden increase in pressure, Xiang Yu made a split-second tactical decision. Instead of maintaining the block against her overwhelming strength, he deliberately released the tension, allowing her attack to flow toward him while he rolled to safety. Her sword plunged deep into the earth where he'd stood. Seizing the momentary opportunity, Xiang Yu sprang up and placed his knife against her exposed neck. "I win this time," he declared with uncharacteristic smugness. Li Yao rose slowly, retrieving her sword with casual grace. Is that so? She replied with dangerous calm. Let's try again. The air around them seemed to shift, becoming charged with an entirely different energy. Before Xiang Yu could process what was happening, Li Yao stood directly before him. A movement technique, he exclaimed in shock. His realization came too late as her fist connected squarely with his abdomen, sending him flying several meters backward. Before he could regain his footing, she had already closed the distance, her sword poised at the ready, its gleaming edge promising no further mercy. Jiang Yu stared at the descending sword, his enhanced battle awareness tracking its deadly trajectory perfectly. Yet his body betrayed him, his muscles couldn't match the speed his mind demanded. As the gleaming edge closed in, mere inches from his flesh, something extraordinary happened. Suddenly, Xiang Yu found himself gazing up at the clear sky, squinting against the harsh sunlight. Confusion washed over him. What had just transpired? One moment, Li Yao's attack was inches away, and the next, he was sprawled on the ground some distance away. Li Yao's face appeared above him, her silhouette blocking the sun's glare. Senior brother, you finally mastered it, she announced, pride evident in her voice. Mastered what? He wondered aloud, his mind still reeling from the abrupt change in position. The movement technique, she explained, her eyes bright with excitement. Confusion gave way to realization as the memory crystallized. When the sword was about to strike him, his legs had moved almost of their own accord, carrying him at a speed he could barely control. He recalled crashing into a tree, the impact knocking him to the ground where he now lay. So that's what happened. With focused intent, he summoned his status interface, eager to confirm this breakthrough. Mid-grade phantom footwork, beginner 5100. There it was, finally. After countless hours of practice and failed attempts, he had finally grasped the elusive technique. A rare sense of accomplishment warmed his chest. Though it had taken far longer than anticipated, he knew that with his system's exponential growth, mastery was now inevitable and would come swiftly. Let's take a break, he suggested, as Li Yao helped him to his feet. They sheathed their weapons and headed toward the kitchen to prepare lunch. As they walked, Xiang Yu noticed a subtle difference in his movement. Though he wasn't actively employing the phantom footwork, his legs felt more responsive, more fluid. He sensed that even if sudden danger arose, he could retreat instantly. If he developed this technique to perfection and combined it with his ever-improving battle instinct, he would never again fall to sneak attacks like he'd almost done during Gu Wuking's ambush. In the kitchen, Xiang Yu approached his culinary duties with renewed enthusiasm. Since acquiring the spirit flame, cooking had transformed from mere necessity into a valued opportunity to practice controlling his mystical fire. As his hands moved with practiced precision, he contemplated expanding into other secondary professions. Hill refining and artifact crafting would not only develop his spiritual flame control, but would eventually allow him to create his own cultivation resources and weapons, crucial advantages for someone determined to survive in this dangerous world. Lost in these practical considerations, he barely noticed when the meal preparation concluded. This time, only Elder Gu arrived for the meal. Noting his martial aunt's absence, Xiang Yu carefully wrapped her portion and set it aside. She had become family, after all, and her generosity in gifting him the spirit flame demanded reciprocity. The least he could do was ensure she enjoyed his spirit-infused cooking, even if delayed. After master and disciple finished their meal, Elder Gu remained seated, his expression turning solemn. The heaven-testing pagoda is about to open, he announced, his tone causing both disciples to fall silent. Every pavilion is required to send disciples to participate. The heaven-testing pagoda? Li Yao asked, curiosity brightening her eyes. Yes, it opens once every 10 years, so it makes sense you haven't heard of it, Elder Gu explained, stroking his beard thoughtfully. It's a treasure that was discovered by the ancestor of our Azure Cloud Sword sect long ago. His voice carried a reverent tone as he continued, as long as you complete challenges and climb, you can receive all sorts of rewards. Li Yao regarded him with skeptical eyes, her mind racing. What rewards could it possibly provide that would be worth the effort? Nothing that impressive, surely. Noticing her dubious expression, Elder Gu's eyes narrowed. Don't look down on this treasure. This was where your martial aunt obtained her phoenix bloodline. When Li Yao heard this revelation, her perception of the pagoda transformed instantly. If it could bestow something as extraordinary as a phoenix bloodline, perhaps it truly was remarkable. Her thoughts immediately turned to her senior brother, Could she find something within the tower that might help him overcome his lack of spiritual roots? So are you interested in participating? We'll open in about 2 weeks, Elder Gu explained, his gaze moving between his disciples. I'll go. Li Yao responded enthusiastically, practically bouncing with excitement. I'll just stay here and train, Xiang Yu stated flatly, his expression impassive. When Elder Gu heard this, he released a resigned sigh. He had anticipated this response, yet still harbored hope that his disciple might have changed after growing stronger. It seemed one's nature truly couldn't be altered so easily, not even through cultivation breakthroughs. Are you certain you don't want to participate? The heaven-testing pagoda is genuinely mysterious. You might even discover a solution to your spiritual root problem there, he coaxed, making one final attempt. Xiang Yu considered the offer, finding it momentarily tempting. It was inside the sect without apparent danger, and he might indeed find something beneficial there. But he wouldn't fall for this. What if he became a target for others inside? Many pavilions would likely send their elite combatants, so what could a mere body-refining fourth-layer cultivator like himself possibly gain? And even if he obtained something valuable, it would inevitably attract others' jealousy. He would die without even having a burial place. Moreover, in these scenarios, strange occurrences always plague such things. What if the pagoda served as a sealing ground for demons? What if some ancient monster was using it to absorb people's energy to facilitate its revival? Xiang Yu shuddered inwardly at the possibilities. Just then the wind intensified as Elder Huang descended gracefully from the sky. Seeing her arrival, Xiang Yu rose to his feet. Other pavilions will also send their strongest disciples, so I wouldn't be able to acquire anything worthwhile anyway, he explained as he retrieved the meal he had carefully preserved for his martial aunt. Li Yao, though disappointed that her senior brother wouldn't accompany her, acknowledged the logic in his reasoning. Even without external threats, the pagoda contained numerous unknowns. She consoled herself with the thought that she alone would suffice. She would discover enough rewards for both herself and her senior brother. Elder Huang rushed forward, her eyes falling on the cleared table. Disappointment clouded her features, as she believed she had missed the opportunity for spirit food. She had been busy arranging her disciples' participation in the heaven-testing pagoda, and consequently lost her chance to enjoy Xiang Yu's cooking. If only she'd known, she would have prioritized the meal. But then the fragrant aroma reached her nostrils. She turned to see Xiang Yu holding her portion with a warm smile. "Martial nephew," she exclaimed, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, her gratitude overwhelming. In the afternoon, Xiang Yu and Li Yao resumed their rigorous practice under the warm sun. Xiang Yu struggled initially with his newly acquired phantom footwork, his movements awkward and unpredictable. Sometimes he shot forward too quickly, crashing into trees or stumbling over uneven ground. Other times, his technique failed to activate when needed, leaving him vulnerable to Li Yao's lightning-fast strikes. Focus on your intent rather than the physical movement, Li Yao instructed, demonstrating with a fluid step that left a faint afterimage. The technique responds to your will more than your muscles. Beads of sweat trickled down Xiang Yu's forehead as he concentrated, gradually finding the delicate mental thread that connected his intention to the technique's activation. Each successful execution built upon the last, his body slowly adapting to the unnatural speed and directional changes. Though he made progress, he still couldn't match Li Yao's astonishing velocity. She moved like a phantom herself, appearing and disappearing with such grace that it seemed effortless. This gap wasn't surprising. She had likely perfected her movement technique long ago, while he was still fumbling with the basics. Yet the overwhelming pressure served a purpose, forcing Xiang Yu to leverage his heightened battle awareness and mental clarity. Rather than relying solely on physical prowess, he developed elaborate tactics, feints within feints, calculated retreats that baited attacks, and precisely timed counterstrikes. He utilized environmental features, positioning himself to limit her approach angles and sometimes deliberately creating openings to lead her into traps. These strategies rarely succeeded completely, but each minor victory, each moment where he managed to pressure the vastly superior Li Yao, was a triumph worth celebrating. As the golden light of evening painted the sky, they paused for their customary meal. Xiang Yu prepared a sumptuous feast, channeling his abyssal void flame with improved control. The black fire danced beneath his cooking vessels, occasionally flaring with white sparks that looked like distant stars. After they had eaten and revitalized their energy with the chi-rich food, they returned to the training grounds. This time Xiang Yu sheathed his knife and drew his sword instead, the weapon gleaming in the moonlight. The switch altered his entire fighting style, broader movements, longer reach, different balance points required. Steel sang against steel as they sparred beneath the stars, their silhouettes casting long shadows across the moonlit ground. Though his sword technique had reached completion stage, matching his knife mastery, the practical application still required different muscle memory and timing. They continued until midnight, when fatigue finally forced them to conclude. With respectful nods, they parted ways toward their separate quarters. Alone in his simple room, Xiang Yu reclined on his bed, summoning his status interface with practiced mental focus. A familiar blue glow illuminated his features as he examined the day's progress. Enlightenment, low 107 1000, plus 7 1000. Battle Instinct, 46 100000, plus 6 100000. Spirit Flame, Abyssal Void Flame, 7th grade 103000, plus 630000. Mountain Heart Sutra, level 1 12 1000, plus 10 1000. Mountain Heart Scripture, 4th layer 202 400, plus 3400. Mid-grade Phantom Footwork, beginner 5 100, plus 5 100. Low-grade Iron Body Technique, major success 5400, plus 5400. Basic Knife Technique, completion 25500, plus 5500. Basic Sword Technique, completion 100 plus 100 Cook 8th grade 11 200, plus 5 200. Experience points doubled. Cook 8th grade 11 200, right arrow 8th grade 22 200. Basic Sword Technique, completion 100 right arrow completion 200 500. Basic Knife Technique, completion 250 500, right arrow great completion 0 1000. Low-grade Iron Body Technique, major success 5400, right arrow major success 100 400. Mid-grade Phantom Footwork, beginner 5 100, right arrow beginner 10 100. Mountain Heart Scripture, 4th layer 202 400, right arrow 5th layer 0 500. Mountain Heart Sutra, level 1 12 1000, right arrow level 1 24 1000. Spirit Flame, Abyssal Void Flame, 7th grade 103000, right arrow 7th grade 230000. Battle Instinct, 46 100000, 92 100000. Enlightenment, low 107 1000, right arrow low 214 1000. When his enlightenment doubled, getting over 100 new points, Xiang Yu experienced something transcendent. If yesterday's sensation was intense, this was an entirely different realm of perception. His consciousness seemed to explode outward, merging with the world around him. Insights about his techniques cascaded through his mind like a torrent of crystalline understanding, each concept perfectly clear yet overwhelmingly numerous. The sensation persisted, building an intensity that threatened to overwhelm him. When it finally subsided, Xiang Yu gasped for breath, his chest heaving as though he'd run for miles. That was intense, he murmured to himself, wiping beads of sweat from his brow. Genuine concern flashed through his mind. If these doublings continued at their current pace, could his body and mind withstand such profound transformations? The enlightenment felt like trying to pour an ocean into a teacup. But just as panic threatened to overwhelm him, a sudden clarity washed through his consciousness. His racing thoughts settled into perfect order, his mind becoming as still and reflective as an undisturbed pond. This must be the effect of the doubled Mountain Heart Sutra, he realized. Mind cultivation was balancing the explosive growth of his enlightenment, providing the mental fortitude necessary to process such vast insights. The mind level is truly crucial, he thought, making a mental note to prioritize this aspect of his cultivation more. Without it, his accelerating talents might tear his consciousness apart rather than elevate it. His attention shifted to his knife technique, which had undergone its own remarkable transformation. Unlike the broad insights granted by enlightenment, these revelations focused exclusively on bladecraft, pure, concentrated understanding of the knife's every application. Memories flowed through him like a visual montage. His first awkward grip on the weapon's handle, vegetables yielding beneath its edge in the kitchen, the desperate, survival-driven slashes against Gu Wuking's men, the more calculated exchanges with Gu Hanming's disciples, countless sparring sessions with Li Yao, and finally, that triumphant moment when he'd first managed to pressure her into a genuine defensive position. All these experiences, once separate events, now connected into a seamless understanding. This was great completion, true mastery that transcended mere mechanical skill to become intuitive expertise. Xiang Yu exhaled slowly, appreciation flowing through him. If great completion feels like this, he wondered, how profound must perfection be? His eyes found the system interface floating before him, noting the experience required for perfection was double that needed for great completion. The magnitude didn't discourage him. How could the pinnacle of mastery be easily attained? Methodically, he examined his other advancements. His cooking skill had improved marginally, offering refinements to techniques he already possessed rather than revolutionary new insights. His abyssal void flame had reached 20 points, progressing faster than initially predicted, a pleasant surprise. His battle instinct had nearly reached 100 points, though without actual combat, he couldn't fully appreciate the changes this would bring. Movement technique showed modest improvement, granting him slightly better control over its execution. His iron body technique's advancement was more tangible. He could feel his skin hardening further, developing the resilience he'd need for future conflicts. The sword technique had gained 100 points, impressive progress that confirmed the efficacy of spirit food in accelerating cultivation. At this rate, it would soon match his knife mastery at great completion. Finally, he turned his attention to the mountain heart scripture. Breaking through to the 5th layer of body refining represented a significant milestone in his journey. Strength flowed through his muscles, his physical form growing more powerful with each passing moment. Xiang Yu savored this sensation of tangible growth. Satisfied by the day's progress, he summoned his complete system interface, ready to plan his next cycle of advancement. The system interface floated before Xiang Yu, its ethereal blue glow illuminating his face as he meticulously examined each statistic. Name Xiang Yu. Realm Body's 5th layer Mind, Level 1. Species Human Spiritual Root, Null. Enlightenment, Low 214 1000. Battle Instinct, 92100000. Spirit Flame Abyssal Void Flame, 7th grade, 230000. Professions Cook, 8th grade, 22200. Techniques Mid-grade Phantom Footwork, Beginner 10-100, Low-grade Iron Body Technique, Major Success 100-400, Basic Knife Technique, Great Completion 0-1000, Basic Sword Technique, Completion 200-500. Scriptures Mountain Heart Scripture, 5th layer 0-500, Mountain Heart Sutra, Level 1 24-1000. System Function Double Exp Cooldown 24 HRS. Satisfaction flickered across his face as he observed his growth. Just as the previous evening, Xiang Yu decided to practice the Mountain Heart Sutra rather than waste precious hours on sleep. He settled into the lotus position, his back perfectly straight as he regulated his breathing. His consciousness gradually detached from physical sensation, drawing inward until he found himself once again in the boundless void of his spiritual sea. Unlike his earlier experiences, the seductive pull toward peaceful non-existence no longer threatened to consume him. The abyssal void flame still burned steadily on his spiritual forehead, illuminating the darkness around him with its strange black radiance, punctuated by tiny white sparks like distant stars. The flame's presence anchored his awareness, protecting him from the mental demons that had nearly claimed him before. Throughout the night, Xiang Yu cultivated within this protected space, gradually expanding his mental strength. The flame occasionally pulsed, as if responding to his progress, its white sparks growing momentarily more numerous before settling back into their regular pattern. Time held no meaning in this state. What felt like minutes within his spiritual sea translated to hours in the physical world. Dawn's first light was filtering through his window when Xiang Yu's eyes finally opened. He felt refreshed despite not having slept, his mind sharper than ever before. Curious about his overnight progress, he summoned his system interface once more. Enlightenment, Low 216 1000. Battle Instinct, 96100000. Spirit Flame Abyssal Void Flame, 7th grade, 2230000. Mountain Heart Sutra, Level 1 31000. The gains were modest but significant, particularly the battle instinct that now stood at the precipice of crossing into triple digits. Satisfied, he closed the interface and prepared for the day's training. At the usual training ground, Li Yao was already waiting, her slender form silhouetted against the morning sun. They exchanged brief greetings, neither wasting time on idle conversation when cultivation beckoned. Xiang Yu drew his knife, the weapon feeling like a natural extension of his arm. Across from him, Li Yao prepared her sword form, her movements flowing with elegance. The mere sight of her perfected technique generated a pressure that rippled through the air, creating an invisible but tangible aura of danger. He exhaled slowly, deliberately calming his nerves as his eyes locked onto her with predatory focus. His stance shifted subtly, muscle memory from countless hours of practice, positioning his body for optimal response. Without realizing it, his own battle instinct, nearly 100 points now, began to manifest as an aura of its own, projecting deadly intent. When Li Yao saw Xiang Yu's stance, she froze momentarily, her confident expression faltering. What was that? She wondered. She felt as though she had encountered a wild beast. This senior brother right now was a whole different monster compared to before. The way he looked at her, she felt as though his gaze penetrated through her. Get yourself together, the Empress's voice snapped within her mind, pulling her back to reality. The oppressive feeling had diminished slightly when she refocused, but hadn't disappeared completely. What was that just now? She silently asked. The Empress released a contemplative sigh. It's called battle intent. People who have experienced countless battles hone their battle intent. At some point, battle intent can become so great that it can kill you just by glancing at you. Li Yao absorbed this explanation with growing astonishment. How could her senior brother possess such formidable battle intent already? She acknowledged his rapid advancement, but wasn't this progression unnaturally swift? Even she, acknowledged as a genius, felt her own progress seemed sluggish in comparison. It seems your senior brother is a combat genius, the Empress explained with admiration. This is actually beneficial for you. Having encountered someone with such strong battle intent early in your cultivation, you can use him to hone your own resistance, so you won't be paralyzed by fear when facing truly fearsome opponents. Li Yao took a deep, centering breath, closing her eyes to steady herself. When her eyelids finally lifted, she charged forward without hesitation, her blade gleaming in the morning light as it sought her suddenly formidable senior brother. Speed running to perfection. Li Yao charged towards Xiang Yu, her perfect level movement technique propelling her with breathtaking speed. Her sword arced downward in a gleaming silver blur, sunlight dancing along its edge. To her surprise, Xiang Yu blocked the strike with remarkable ease, his knife intercepting her blade with precision timing. In the same fluid motion, he countered, his other fist shooting toward her lower abdomen, not with the hesitation that once characterized his movements, but with deadly intent. Li Yao's eyes widened as she instinctively leaped backward. Though his fist hadn't connected, she felt the rush of displaced air against her robes, the power behind the strike sending tremors up her sword arm through their connected blades. He's broken through again, she realized, her mind quickly processing this development. The realization crystallized. If she continued holding back to her current level, she might actually find herself at a disadvantage against her formerly timid senior brother. Within a heartbeat, Li Yao made her decision. Power surged through her meridians as she released another portion of her cultivation, activating body, refining eighth layer. The change was immediate and dramatic. Her movements accelerated, her techniques executed with greater force and precision. The overwhelming battle intent emanating from Xiang Yu diminished considerably against her elevated power, though she could still detect its presence faintly. Their weapons clashed with renewed vigor, each exchange creating shockwaves that rustled nearby leaves. Steel sang against steel as they pushed each other to new limits, neither yielding ground despite the escalating intensity. Only when the sun reached its zenith did they finally pause, acknowledging it was time for their midday meal. Together they walked toward the kitchen, their breathing controlled despite the hours of exertion. Xiang Yu prepared lunch with practiced efficiency, his movements in the kitchen as precise as his blade work on the training ground. The spirit-infused meal rejuvenated them both, qi flowing through their meridians, repairing subtle fatigue and restoring depleted energy. After eating, they returned to the training ground without delay, resuming their relentless practice. The afternoon sun traced its arc across the azure sky as they continued their dance of blades, each exchange building upon lessons from the previous. Only when dusk painted the horizon in hues of amber and gold did they pause for their evening meal. With energies refreshed from another spirit-infused dinner, Xiang Yu exchanged his knife for his sword. The weapon gleamed in the moonlight as he settled into a different stance, his muscles adjusting to the altered balance and reach. Li Yao nodded in approval, immediately adapting her own approach to challenge this variation in his technique. Beneath the vast canopy of stars, they continued their rigorous training, their silhouettes casting long shadows across the moonlit ground. Each strike, each parry, each footstep served to refine their skills until midnight finally signaled the end of their session. With respectful nods, they parted ways toward their separate quarters. Alone in his simple room, Xiang Yu reclined on his bed, summoning his status interface with practiced mental focus. A familiar blue glow illuminated his features as he examined the day's progress. Enlightenment, low 216 1000, plus 2 1000. Battle Instinct, 96 100000, plus 4 100000. Spirit Flame, Abyssal Void Flame, 7th grade, 22 30000, plus 2 30000. Mountain Heart Sutra, level 1 30 1000, plus 6 1000. Mountain Heart Scripture, 5th layer, 3500, plus 3500. Mid-grade Phantom Footwork, beginner, 2100, plus 10 100. Low-grade Iron Body Technique, major success, 200 400, plus 100 400. Basic Knife Technique, great completion, 51,000, plus 51,000. Basic Sword Technique, completion, 300 500, plus 100 500. Cook 8th grade, 26 200, plus 4 200. Experience points doubled. Cook 8th grade, 26 200, Right Arrow 8th grade, 52 200. Basic Sword Technique, completion, 300 500, Right Arrow Great Completion, 0 1000. Basic Knife Technique, Great Completion, 51,000, Right Arrow Great Completion, 101,000. Low-grade Iron Body Technique, major success, 200 400, Right Arrow Completion, 0 500. Mid-grade Phantom Footwork, beginner, 2100, Right Arrow Beginner, 4100. Mountain Heart Scripture, 5th layer, 3500, Right Arrow 5th layer, 6500. Mountain Heart Sutra, level 1 31,000, level 1 61,000. Spirit Flame, Abyssal Void Flame, 7th grade, 22 30000, Right Arrow 7th grade, 44 30000. Battle Instinct, 96 100000, 192 100000. Enlightenment, low 216 1000, Right Arrow low, 432 1000. A wave of enlightenment crashed over Xiang Yu with unprecedented intensity, like a great dam shattering under immense pressure. Unlike previous doublings, this one unleashed a torrent of insights that threatened to drown his consciousness entirely. Thousands of revelations about his techniques materialized simultaneously in his mind, each one blindingly clear, yet overwhelming in their collective brilliance. The mental deluge persisted longer than ever before, washing through every corner of his awareness. Xiang Yu clutched his head, not from pain, but from the sheer magnitude of understanding flooding his mind. Just as he feared being swept away by this current of revelations, a sudden clarity spread throughout his consciousness, the Mountain Heart Sutra asserting its stabilizing influence. A chaotic rush of insights began organizing themselves, each finding its proper place in the architecture of his understanding. He exhaled deeply, his breath shaky from the intensity of the experience. 432 points, he whispered to himself, genuine concern creeping into his thoughts. If this doubling had been this overwhelming, how would he possibly handle the next one when it exceeded 800 points? He could only hope that the Mountain Heart Sutra would be able to handle it. Before he could dwell further on this concern, a second wave of understanding washed over him as his sword technique reached great completion. The insights arrived with precision rather than chaos, each building upon the last to form a coherent whole. Unlike his knife technique, which had reached this stage earlier, the sword revelations carried different nuances, the blade's greater reach, its weight distribution, the arc of its swing, all requiring distinct approaches from knife combat. Patterns emerged in his mind about how to transition seamlessly between the two weapons, exploiting the unique advantages of each. These reflections were interrupted by his cooking skill doubling. Unlike previous culinary advancements, which merely refined existing techniques, this brought entirely new dimensions to his understanding. Methods for manipulating qi and spirit flames during food preparation materialized in his mind. He suddenly comprehended dozens of specialized spirit food recipes, each designed for specific purposes, gathering qi, accelerating healing, replenishing stamina, enhancing strength, sharpening mental clarity, and many more. His newfound flame control techniques would allow him to create dishes tailored to cultivators at different realms, maximizing their benefit from his creations. When his battle intent doubling registered, a fierce pride swelled within him. The attribute had leaped from respectable to formidable in a single bound, now standing at an impressive 192 points. He remembered that he seemed to have surpassed Li Yao's battle intent. Now that it had doubled once again, he wondered just how huge the difference would be. From what he had seen, the attribute seemed more useful than he'd initially thought. Despite Li Yao overwhelming him in raw power, cultivation level, and literal perfection, his battle awareness had allowed him to anticipate her movements and respond effectively. If he could maximize this stat, pushing it to its full potential, he would definitely be invincible in the same realm. Who knows, he might even be able to challenge higher realms, like the so-called geniuses. His spirit flame had doubled to 44 points, though the practical benefits remained subtle for now. More immediately tangible was his iron body technique reaching completion stage. He ran a hand along his forearm, marveling at the transformation. His skin had hardened significantly, now genuinely comparable to iron in its durability. Common weapons would struggle to penetrate this natural armor, providing crucial protection in future conflicts. The phantom footwork improvement manifested as enhanced control rather than new insights. Though still at the beginner stage, he could feel his mastery deepening with each practice. The technique responded more readily to his intentions, requiring less conscious effort to activate. He anticipated a significant speed increase once it reached minor success, further enhancing his survivability. After methodically analyzing each advancement, Xiang Yu called forth his complete status display. The blue glow of the status interface bathed Xiang Yu's face as he carefully examined his progress. Name Xiang Yu. Realm Body's 5th layer Mind, Level 1. Species Human. Spiritual Root, Null. Enlightenment, Low 432 1000. Battle Instinct, 192 1000000. Spirit Flame, Abyssal Void Flame, 7th grade, 44300000. Professions Cook, 8th grade, 52200. Techniques Mid-grade Phantom Footwork, Beginner 4100, Low-grade Iron Body Technique, Completion 0500, Basic Knife Technique, Great Completion 101,000, Basic Sword Technique, Great Completion 01,000. Scriptures Mountain Heart Scripture, 5th layer 65500, Mountain Heart Sutra, Level 1 61,000. System Function Double EXP Cooldown 24 HRS. He noted with a hint of disappointment that despite his knife technique advancing to the Great Completion stage, the experience exchange rate remained stubbornly fixed at 10-1. Mountain Heart Scripture's breakthrough to the 5th layer had effectively maintained the status quo. Still, not everything was bleak. His sword technique had also reached Great Completion, providing another powerful tool for farming experience points. This dual mastery would accelerate his path to the 6th stage of body refining. Of course, he realized this advantage had a built-in expiration date. Once he reached the perfect stage in both techniques, the experience exchange would become obsolete. Well, it was nice while it lasted, he thought. Without wasting another moment, Xiang Yu closed the system interface and assumed his meditation position, ready to train the Mountain Heart Sutra. The transition into his spiritual sea happened instantly, as if his consciousness had been eagerly waiting for this moment. Upon arrival, something immediately caught his attention. The endless void surrounding him wasn't entirely dark anymore. A small radius around his form glowed with a gentle brightness that couldn't be attributed to his spirit flame. This subtle illumination seemed to be emerging from the void itself, distinct from the black flame's otherworldly light. Xiang Yu wondered if this transformation resulted from the sutra's 30-point improvement overnight. His knowledge about spiritual seas remained rudimentary at best, snippets gleaned from overheard conversations and fragmentary texts. Perhaps the next doubling would trigger another major change, possibly unlocking new abilities. But he didn't have time for such thoughts at the moment. He continued cultivating the sutra with dedicated focus until dawn finally colored the eastern sky. As sunlight filtered through his window, Xiang Yu opened his eyes and performed a series of careful stretches to loosen his body after the long period of stillness. Choosing to cultivate the sutra instead of sleeping had proven remarkably effective. Not only did it help him process the overwhelming flood of enlightenment, but it also granted him extraordinary mental clarity, far beyond what even 10 hours of restful sleep could provide. After each cultivation session, his mind reached a state of peak performance, thoughts crystallizing with perfect clarity. For a brief moment, he considered dedicating himself entirely to sutra practice, abandoning his physical training regimen. The thought was tempting, but ultimately impractical. Mental cultivation alone wouldn't provide the raw strength needed to survive in this dangerous world. With reluctance, he dismissed these wishful musings. Curious about his overnight progress, Xiang Yu summoned his status display. Enlightenment, Low 435 1000. Battle Instinct, 195 1000000. Spirit Flame, Abyssal Void Flame, 7th grade, 45300000. Mountain Heart Sutra, Level 1 81,000. Though the improvements appeared modest at first glance, they represented progress in his most stubborn attributes. One was a natural treasure, another reflected innate talent, and the third typically required countless life-or-death battles to develop. The sutra's ability to advance these seemingly immovable stats spoke volumes about its extraordinary value. Xiang Yu felt a surge of gratitude toward his master for providing such a precious technique. The sutra itself had advanced by 20 points, its largest single-session improvement yet. Puzzling over this unexpected leap, Xiang Yu suddenly realized the cause. His enlightenment had doubled from the 200s to the 400s. As a meditation scripture that relied solely on mental clarity rather than physical exertion, the sutra's effectiveness scaled directly with enlightenment levels. This revelation carried profound implications. When his enlightenment doubled again, the sutra might gain 40 points or more in a single session. More importantly, he recognized that his mind level had become his most critical stat, even more vital than his cultivation realm. If his mental capacity couldn't keep pace with his exponentially growing enlightenment, the consequences could be catastrophic. Fortunately, his mind cultivation was advancing steadily. He could face the future with cautious optimism. Dismissing these reflections, Xiang Yu focused on the day ahead. Training time was precious, and he wouldn't waste a moment of it. After a quick morning bath, he headed straight for the training grounds, ready to push his newly enhanced capabilities to their limits. Despite his sword technique's progress bar sitting at 0 after reaching great completion, Xiang Yu chose to begin with knife practice as always. His reasoning was sound, the technique shared fundamental principles, and if his knife technique advanced far enough, his sword technique could benefit from these insights, essentially borrowing success from its more developed counterpart. As he squared off against Li Yao on the training ground, Xiang Yu immediately noticed something different. His battle awareness, now nearly 200 points strong, completely outmatched his junior sister's. The prediction lines in his mind showed her movements with crystal clarity, allowing him to anticipate her attacks with unprecedented precision. For the first time, he managed to land several solid hits on her, a feat that would have seemed impossible just days ago. Though these strikes carried little force against her superior cultivation, they represented a significant milestone. In Xiang Yu's practical mind, dealing damage wasn't the primary goal. The ability to land hits meant he could escape safely when necessary, which aligned perfectly with his survival-focused nature. They continued their rigorous training throughout the day, pausing only for meals. Each spirit-infused dish Xiang Yu prepared not only restored their energy, but accelerated their cultivation, allowing them to maintain peak performance despite the intensive regimen. When evening fell after dinner, Xiang Yu finally sheathed his knife and drew his sword. Though the weapon had already reached great completion, progress came more easily than expected. The insights from his knife technique transferred naturally to swordplay, creating a synergy that enhanced his advancement. Despite the different weight distribution and reach, the fundamental principles of combat remained consistent across both weapons. Their training continued until midnight, when both disciples finally acknowledged the need for rest. With respectful nods, they bid each other good night and headed to their separate quarters. In her private room, Li Yao removed her training garments. Rather than taking a conventional bath, she channeled her qi to cleanse her body completely. At her advanced cultivation level, mortal bathing methods were unnecessary. Only springs with enhancement properties would provide meaningful benefits. For routine cleansing, qi purification proved more efficient and consumed less time. After donning fresh robes, she settled into her meditation posture, reflecting on her progress. Her advancement was proceeding more smoothly than anticipated, largely thanks to her senior brother's spirit-infused meals. She calculated that she would soon break through to the second layer of core formation realm. Her body cultivation likewise showed promising development, requiring just another week or two of dedicated practice. Li Yao set ambitious goals for herself. By the time the heaven testing pagoda opened, she intended to reach the third layer of core formation, break through to the 16th level of body refining, and perfect her spell technique. With these achievements secured, she planned to depart from the sect immediately after the Heaven Testing Pagoda event to search for the rebirth pill, the one treasure that might grant her beloved senior brother the spiritual roots he lacked. Enlightenment low 435 1000 plus 3 1000. Battle Instinct 195 100000 plus 3 100000. Spirit Flame Abyssal Void Flame 7th grade 45 30000 plus 130000. Mountain Heart Sutra, level 1 81,000 plus 21,000. Mountain Heart Scripture, 5th layer, 117,500, plus 52,500. Mid-grade Phantom Footwork, beginner, 7,100, plus 3,100. Low-grade Iron Body Technique, completion, 100,500, plus 100,500. Basic Knife Technique, great completion, 201,000, plus 101,000. Basic Sword Technique, great completion, 121,000, plus 121,000. Cook 8th grade, 57,200, plus 5,200. Experience points doubled. Cook 8th grade, 57,200, right arrow 8th grade, 114,200. Basic Sword Technique, great completion, 121,000, right arrow great completion, 241,000. Basic Knife Technique, great completion, 201,000, right arrow great completion, 401,000. Low-grade Iron Body Technique, completion, 100,500, right arrow completion, 200,500. Mid-grade Phantom Footwork, beginner, 7,100, right arrow minor success, 0,200. Mountain Heart Scripture, 5th layer, 117,500, right arrow 5th layer, 234,500. Mountain Heart Sutra, level 1, 81,000, level 1, 161,000. Spirit Flame Abyssal Void Flame, 7th grade, 45,30000, right arrow 7th grade, 93,000. Battle Instinct, 195,10000, 391,000. Enlightenment Low 435,1000, right arrow low, 871,000. As usual, Xiang Yu braced himself for the enlightenment increase. When it hit, his mind exploded with an intense wave of insights washing through his consciousness. Insights into various techniques flooded in, not just isolated understanding, but intricate connections between them, revealing combinations and applications he'd never considered before. Though the sensation was magnitudes more intense than previous experiences, it didn't last as long as he'd anticipated. His earlier practice with the Mountain Heart Sutra had apparently strengthened his mental capacity. He could now contain this torrent of understanding, though just barely. The enlightenment wave pulsed in diminishing waves until it finally subsided completely. Xiang Yu heaved a sigh of relief as he examined his status. Looking at the numbers, he realized his next doubling would finally transform his natural talent from low to mid, crossing a threshold that many cultivators never achieved in their lifetime. Though it appeared to be a mere 200-point gap, it represented a fundamental transformation of his potential. For others, this barrier might be insurmountable, but his system guaranteed the breakthrough. The next wave brought insights into cooking. New recipes materialized in his mind, alongside techniques for manipulating spirit flames with greater precision. He even glimpsed special recipes designed to assist with cultivation breakthroughs, dishes that could nourish the mind and soul. These were merely rudimentary fragments, though. He guessed they were hints of what 7th grade cooking might entail. His current skill had already passed the halfway point, virtually guaranteeing advancement to 7th grade after the next reset. His battle intent had seen a remarkable jump, climbing to nearly 400 points. Before, he could already predict Li Yao's attacks with impressive accuracy, but now that this attribute had doubled, he wondered if he might genuinely glimpse the future during combat. He set this speculation aside for the moment. He would discover the full extent of these enhancements in actual battle. Turning his attention to his spirit flame, he noted it had almost reached the 100-point mark. Strangely, he couldn't detect any dramatic changes beyond improved control. The abyssal void flame no longer felt foreign to him. It responded to his will with increasing fluidity. Perhaps significant transformations would only manifest when the flame advanced in rank. Yesterday's enlightenment increase had catalyzed major improvements across his techniques. His knife proficiency had increased by 100 points, sword by 120, and iron body technique by another 100. Phantom footwork had improved more modestly, gaining only 30 points, unsurprising for a mid-level technique. After doubling, it had broken through to the minor success stage. Though he couldn't test it immediately, he sensed a fundamental transformation in the technique and made a mental note to explore these changes during tomorrow's practice. His scriptures showed substantial progress. The Mountain Heart Sutra had improved dramatically, already reaching the hundreds. The Mountain Heart Scripture had advanced even further, with both sword and knife techniques at great completion. They had contributed a combined 22 points to the scripture, even with the 10-to-1 conversion rate. After doubling, the scripture stood just shy of the halfway mark. He expected to make up the difference during tomorrow's training, which would advance him to the 6th layer of body refining after reset. Though his progress seemed to accelerate, he couldn't help but feel concerned about an imminent slowdown. Once he reached the sixth layer, he wouldn't be able to translate experience efficiently from his current techniques. Feeling satisfied nonetheless with his advancement, he summoned his complete status screen. Name Xiang Yu. Realm Body's fifth layer Mind, Level 1. Species Human. Spiritual Root, Null. Enlightenment, Low, 871,000. Battle Instinct, 391,00000. Spirit Flame, Abyssal Void Flame, 7th grade, 93,000. Professions Cook, 8th grade, 114,200. Techniques Mid-grade Phantom Footwork, Minor Success 0,200, Low-grade Iron Body Technique, Completion 200,500, Basic Knife Technique, Great Completion 401,000, Basic Sword Technique, Great Completion 241,000. Scriptures Mountain Heart Scripture, 5th layer 266,500, Mountain Heart Sutra, Level 1 161,000. System Function Double EXP Cooldown 24 HRS. Examining the numbers closely, Xiang Yu realized something he'd almost overlooked. His doubled knife and sword techniques had already transferred their experience to the Mountain Heart Scripture. The two weapon techniques had contributed a combined total of 32 points, pushing the Scripture's total to 266, well beyond the halfway mark. This guaranteed his breakthrough to the sixth layer of body refining after tomorrow's doubling. A rare smile of satisfaction crossed his face as he studied his progress, particularly in the attributes that had proven most resistant to conventional training methods. His enlightenment approached the threshold for advancement to mid-level, his battle instinct had surged to nearly 400 points, and his spirit flame steadily climbed toward its first 100. Much of this accelerated growth could be attributed to the Mountain Heart Sutra, a technique that initially seemed dangerous had proven invaluable to his exponential advancement. Speaking of which, it was time for his nightly practice. Xiang Yu settled into his meditation posture, back perfectly straight, hands resting lightly on his knees. As he regulated his breathing and focused his mind, the transition happened instantly. His consciousness pulled into his spiritual sea without the gradual detachment he'd experienced in earlier sessions. Within this internal void, he noticed the illuminated radius around him had expanded significantly. Darkness receded further with each practice session, replaced by that gentle ambient light that seemed to emanate from the void itself. Though he still hadn't discovered how to utilize this phenomenon, he sensed its importance to his future cultivation. For now, he would continue cultivating patiently, trusting that understanding would come in due time. Xiang Yu maintained his deep meditation until the first light of dawn crept through his window. As consciousness flowed back into his physical form, his eyes opened slowly, adjusting to the gentle illumination of early morning. Golden rays had just begun to stretch across the horizon, painting the edges of his simple room with warm hues. With practiced mental focus, he summoned his system interface to assess his overnight progress. Enlightenment, Low, 871,000. Battle Instinct, 392,100,000. Spirit Flame, Abyssal Void Flame, 7th grade, 91,300,000. Mountain Heart Sutra, Level 1, 191,000. His enlightenment and battle instinct were proving increasingly resistant to improvement, yet even this gradual progression impressed him. Most cultivators would struggle to advance these attributes at all, particularly at such high levels. With enlightenment already well beyond its halfway point, he felt little concern about its slower pace. The inevitable breakthrough to mid-level was virtually guaranteed. His battle instinct continued its steady climb toward the thousands, a milestone that would transform his combat capabilities in ways he could scarcely imagine. The Abyssal Void Flame showed modest improvement as well, but he didn't think much of it, as he could enhance it later during his daily cooking sessions. Most striking was the Mountain Heart Sutra's 30-point increase, a remarkable achievement for a single night's practice. Satisfied with his progress, Xiang Yu rose from his meditation posture. His muscles had remained motionless for hours, yet he felt no stiffness or discomfort. Still, he performed a series of deliberate stretches, preparing his body for the rigorous training ahead. Once properly loosened, he departed for the familiar training ground. The two disciples arrived simultaneously, exchanging brief morning greetings before drawing their weapons. As they settled into their respective stances, Li Yao felt a palpable wave of pressure emanating from her senior brother. His battle intent had intensified overnight, creating an almost physical force that pushed against her senses. But something else caught her attention, a subtle quality in his knife technique that hadn't been present before. It was the feeling of perfection. Li Yao couldn't help but marvel at his progress. Though he wasn't there yet, she could feel that her senior brother was about to perfect a technique. Their weapons clashed in a deadly dance of steel, each strike and parry flowing with increased precision. As they sparred, Xiang Yu found himself puzzled. Despite his battle intent doubling overnight, he hadn't experienced the dramatic enhancement he'd anticipated. Where was the precognition he'd hoped might manifest? The ability to glimpse future attacks before they occurred. He deflected another of Li Yao's lightning-fast strikes, his mind analyzing possible explanations. Perhaps his cultivation level remained too low to fully harness his battle-intense potential. The attribute itself might be advancing normally, but his physical form and spiritual foundation couldn't fully express its capabilities yet. This theory made sense. Many cultivation attributes only revealed their true power once the practitioner reached appropriate realms. Still, even without precognition, his combat awareness continued to sharpen. Prediction lines formed with greater clarity in his mind, his responses becoming more fluid, more instinctive with each exchange. Though he couldn't yet access battle-intense full potential, its benefits remained substantial and immediate. They continued their rigorous practice until the sun reached its zenith, signaling the lunch hour's arrival. Both disciples lowered their weapons simultaneously, acknowledging the time to replenish their energies had come. After savoring the delicious spirit-infused lunch that Xiang Yu had prepared, a meal that rejuvenated their bodies and replenished their qi, the two disciples returned to the training ground with renewed vigor. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the worn earth as they resumed their relentless sparring, steel meeting steel, in a symphony of controlled violence. Hours melted away beneath the azure sky until evening descended, prompting another brief respite for dinner. When they emerged once more into the moonlit training area, Xiang Yu made his customary switch from knife to sword. As the gleaming blade settled comfortably in his grip, when he held the sword, he noticed something remarkable. His swordsmanship no longer lagged significantly behind his knife technique. Usually, when he wielded the sword, he would feel the slight difference in mastery between the two. But now each movement flowed with similar precision, each strike carrying comparable intent. While his extraordinary battle awareness certainly contributed to this balance, the true cause was simpler. His sword technique had genuinely caught up to his knife mastery. Across the training ground, Li Yao observed this transformation with widening eyes. The same subtle quality she'd sensed in his knife work now emanated from his sword form, though slightly fainter, a sense of harmony that approached true perfection. A realization struck her. Her senior brother was on the verge of perfecting not one but two combat techniques simultaneously. With such mastery coupled with his uncanny battle awareness, she guessed that her senior brother would probably be invincible below the chi refining realm, unless his opponent was one of those rare monsters who had cultivated body refining to extraordinary heights. The two continued their rigorous practice until midnight finally compelled them to part ways. Alone in his quarters, Xiang Yu settled onto his simple bed, observing the day's progress. Enlightenment, low 871 1000, plus 1 1000. Battle Instinct, 392 1000000, plus 2 1000000. Spirit Flame, Abyssal Void Flame, 7th grade, 91300000, plus 1300000. Mountain Heart Sutra, level 1 191,000, plus 31,000. Mountain Heart Scripture, 5th layer, 318,500, plus 84,500. Mid-grade Phantom Footwork, minor success, 4,200, plus 4,200. Low-grade Iron Body Technique, completion, 300,500, plus 100,500. Basic Knife Technique, great completion, 501,000, plus 101,000. Basic Sword Technique, great completion, 361,000, plus 121,000. Cook 8th grade, 118,200, plus 4,200. Experience points doubled. Cook 8th grade, 118,200, right arrow 7th grade, 0300. Basic Sword Technique, great completion, 361,000, right arrow great completion, 721,000. Basic Knife Technique, great completion, 501,000, right arrow perfect. Low-grade Iron Body Technique, completion, 300,500, right arrow great completion, 01,000. Mid-grade Phantom Footwork, minor success, 4,200, right arrow minor success, 8,200. Mountain Heart Scripture, 5th layer, 318,500, right arrow 6th layer, 0600. Mountain Heart Sutra, level 1, 191,000, right arrow level 1, 381,000. Spirit Flame, Abyssal Void Flame, 7th grade, 91,300,000. Right arrow, 7th grade, 182,300,000. Battle Instinct, 392,100,000. 784,100,000. Enlightenment, low, 871,1,000. Right arrow, mid, 2,000. Xiang Yu clutched his head as an overwhelming torrent of enlightenment flooded his mind. Though only 200 points separated him from the next stage, these final points felt more significant than all his previous gains combined. Thousands of insights flowed into his consciousness, creating the sensation that his brain was expanding, contracting, and contorting in impossible ways. The intensity threatened to completely overwhelm him. Usually by this point, the stabilizing effect of his sutra would have tempered the experience, but this time was different. Though his sutra momentarily cleared his mind, the sheer volume of insights instantly submerged his consciousness once again. The sensation persisted far longer than ever before. Hours seemed to pass, then days, then weeks. Time had lost all meaning as the storm of revelations continued unabated. When the tempest finally subsided, he exhaled deeply, surprised to find it was still night. Despite feeling as though countless ages had passed, not much time seemed to have passed in the physical world. As the intense pressure receded, it left behind a crystalline clarity unlike anything he'd experienced before. His mind felt completely transformed, as though his old consciousness had been replaced with something new and vastly superior. Was this what improving a natural talent felt like? His comprehension had finally ascended to the mid-level. Though the advancement had been agonizing, the results were unquestionably worth the suffering. With merely low-level comprehension, he had achieved a perfect technique in less than a month, an extraordinary feat by any standard. The possibilities with mid-level comprehension seemed limitless, filling him with genuine excitement. Following this transformation came another wave of insights, less overwhelming but still profound. His cooking skill had advanced from 8th grade to 7th grade, flooding his mind with new knowledge, chi manipulation techniques, methods for controlling spirit flames with greater precision, novel recipes, and refinements to existing approaches. Everything he knew about cooking had been elevated to a higher tier. He sensed that his culinary creations would now provide even greater benefits when consumed, though he would need to test this tomorrow to know by how much exactly. Curiously, his spirit fire no longer seemed to improve from his cooking practice. Still, with the substantial points still available for doubling, he wasn't concerned. Besides, now that his cooking had broken through to a new grade, this might change. A final insight materialized in his mind, clearer, more focused than the others. He saw himself standing, knife in hand, executing a single downward slash. No unnecessary movements, no elaborate flourishes, just a pure perfect strike. This was true perfection. Opening his eyes, Xiang Yu marveled at this newfound mastery. Even without holding a knife, he could sense the flawless quality of his technique. No testing was necessary, he simply knew. His other techniques had advanced significantly as well. His sword mastery stood at the threshold of perfection, requiring just one more push to cross that boundary. His iron body technique had begun its journey toward perfection, and he could already feel the dramatic increase in his body's durability. Not just his skin, but his internal organs were being reinforced, growing stronger by the moment. He wondered with genuine curiosity how powerful his physical form would become once this technique reached perfection. The phantom footwork had progressed through nearly half of the minor success stage. At this pace, it would surpass the halfway mark before the next settlement. His scriptures showed remarkable development as well. The sutra had gained almost 200 points and wasn't that far off from the halfway point, putting mind level 2 within reach. Most significantly, the mountain heart scripture had advanced to the 6th layer, triggering a corresponding breakthrough in his body refining realm. The speed of his progress was truly astonishing. He hadn't even had time to fully appreciate his 5th layer strength before advancing further. He could feel his body actively growing stronger with each passing moment. Deeply satisfied with the day's achievements, he summoned his complete status display. Name Xiang Yu. Realm body 6th layer mind, level 1. Species human. Spiritual root null. Enlightenment mid-0 2000. Battle instinct 784,100,000. Spirit flame abyssal void flame 7th grade 182,300,000. Professions cook 7th grade 0300. Techniques: mid-grade phantom footwork, minor success 8200, low-grade iron body technique, great completion 0-1000, basic knife technique perfect, basic sword technique, great completion 720-1000. Scriptures: Mountain Heart Scripture, 6th layer 0600, Mountain Heart Sutra, level 1 380-1000. System function: double exp, cooldown 24 HRS. A surge of pride welled up within Xiang Yu as he admired the perfect status of his knife technique. After admiring his stats for several minutes, savoring each advancement, he decided it was time to practice the Mountain Heart Sutra. Though he had no clock, Xiang Yu could estimate the time by checking the countdown until his next settlement. From what he could tell, 2 hours had already elapsed. His enlightenment breakthrough to mid-level had consumed far more time than anticipated. The memory of that overwhelming torrent of insights sent a chill down his spine. If advancing from low to mid-enlightenment had been this dangerous, what might happen when he eventually progressed to high level? The thought reinforced his determination to prioritize his mind cultivation, creating the mental fortitude necessary to withstand future breakthroughs. Without further deliberation, he assumed his meditation posture, back straight, hands resting lightly on his knees. The moment he closed his eyes and regulated his breathing, his consciousness flowed smoothly into his spiritual sea, the transition now happening in an instant. Upon arrival, he immediately noticed the illuminated area within his spiritual sea had expanded once again, this time considerably pushing the darkness further toward the periphery. The gentle ambient light that emanated from the void itself now encompassed a much larger radius around him. Though this phenomenon intrigued him, he remained focused on his cultivation rather than investigating the change. With the abyssal void flame burning steadily on his spiritual forehead, protecting him from mental demons, he immersed himself completely in the sutra's practice. Flame's black radiance, punctuated by tiny white sparks like distant stars, cast a protective aura that allowed him to explore the depths of meditation without fear of being consumed by the void. Time lost all meaning as he remained in this profound state of cultivation, only returning to physical awareness when the first light of dawn filtered through his window. After stretching his body to dispel any lingering stiffness, he eagerly summoned his system interface to review the night's progress. Enlightenment mid-1 2000. Battle Instinct 785-100000. Spirit Flame Abyssal Void Flame 7th grade 184-30000. Mountain Heart Sutra Level 1 400-1000. The stats had increased modestly. Though not the most substantial growth, Xiang Yu felt satisfied, particularly with his enlightenment gaining a single point. This meant he would have something to double after the system reset. Without anything to double, the system's primary advantage would be wasted. Now he could breathe easier knowing progress had been made. As for the Mountain Heart Sutra itself, it had only increased by 20 points, likely because he devoted less time to it after spending 2 hours on his enlightenment breakthrough. Xiang Yu stepped outside his dwelling and inhaled deeply, savoring the crisp morning air that filled his lungs. Truly refreshing. He made his way to the nearby river, eager to wash away the sweat and fatigue from yesterday's training and begin the day anew. After he was done, he headed to the training grounds where Li Yao awaited. They exchanged customary greetings before assuming their sparring positions. This time, however, Xiang Yu didn't reach for his knife as usual. Instead, he drew his sword. This deliberate change came because his knife technique had already reached perfection, and practicing it further would be pointless. He noted that it didn't even show a progress bar anymore. It made more sense to focus on advancing his sword skills. Not using the knife anymore? Li Yao asked, visibly surprised by the deviation from his established routine. She had grown accustomed to Xiang Yu's training regimen, knife practice in the morning followed by sword work in the evening. My knife technique reached the perfect level yesterday, so I'll focus on the sword instead, he explained matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Li Yao's eyes widened momentarily before she composed herself. As expected of senior brother, she murmured with acceptance. Without further ceremony, the two began their sparring session. As their weapons clashed, Xiang Yu contemplated his next move in cultivation. Now that he had mastered one technique to perfection, he could finally approach martial ant Huang for more teachings. What technique should he request next? Lost in these thoughts, he narrowly parried another of Li Yao's strikes, stepping backward to create distance between them. Li Yao, ever persistent, pressed her advantage and surged forward. But Xiang Yu had anticipated this response. When she expected him to dodge as usual, he instead charged forward to meet her, employing the enhanced speed granted by his phantom footwork technique. The unexpected counter startled Li Yao, disrupting her rhythm. Uncertain how to respond, she instinctively closed her eyes, bracing herself for the impact of his strike. Instead, she felt a gentle flick against her forehead. "Ah," she exclaimed, eyes flying open to find Xiang Yu smiling down at her. "Don't close your eyes in battle," he admonished, echoing the very advice she had once given him. Li Yao's lips formed a small pout as she realized her senior brother had grown stronger and was now confident enough to tease her during training. As they reset their stances to continue, Li Yao's expression grew serious. She would not let him bully her again. She channeled her power, escalating to the body refining ninth layer. After releasing her ninth layer of body refining, Li Yao felt a remarkable lightness throughout her body. The channeled power transformed her movements, making her feel weightless yet powerful. She was finally fighting Xiang Yu with genuine pressure, though not completely overwhelming him as she once could. For that level of dominance, she would need to unleash even more of her strength. Xiang Yu swung his sword with precision, the blade meeting Li Yao's with a metallic clash that sent sparks dancing through the air. Recognizing his disadvantage in raw strength, he activated his newly improved phantom footwork, executing a smooth sidestep intended to let Li Yao's momentum carry her forward unbalanced. But Li Yao was no ordinary opponent. Instead of tumbling as he anticipated, she gracefully redirected her sword's tip downward, using the blade as a pivot point. In one fluid motion, she performed an acrobatic flip over the sword, landing with perfect balance on the opposite side before immediately creating distance with a controlled backstep. Li Yao caught her breath as she observed her senior brother preparing his next sword form. A mixture of admiration and competitive spirit flickered in her eyes. Senior brother is truly remarkable, she thought. Sparring with him now created genuine pressure that forced her to maintain peak vigilance and performance. The sensation he gave her was the same as the one she got when in front of the old man. And her senior brother had achieved it in such a short time, it was really impressive. He had evolved from someone she could effortlessly overwhelm to an opponent who generated this formidable battle pressure. More surprisingly, their roles had somehow reversed. Where once she had been his teacher, she now found herself learning from him, particularly in battle awareness. His exponential growth had turned their sparring sessions into mutual cultivation opportunities. As Xiang Yu exchanged blows with his junior sister, he marveled at how the iron body technique had transformed his durability. Strikes that would have previously sent him sprawling, he could now withstand with minimal effort. Though absorbing too many consecutive hits might still prove problematic, he thought, nimbly dodging another powerful strike from Li Yao. His progress was undeniable. Before, even when Li Yao deliberately held back, he had struggled to keep pace, constantly finding himself knocked to the ground. Now he maintained his footing against her, at what appeared to be comparable cultivation levels. The realization brought an internal chuckle. Could it be that I'm also a genius? The thought emerged unbidden, but he quickly dismissed it as foolishness. Darker possibilities suddenly occurred to him. What if Li Yao was still operating at a lower level of body refining than his current sixth layer? Since he couldn't sense cultivation levels within the body refining realm, and she likely couldn't either, there was no way to know for certain. He suspected she avoided inquiring about his level out of respect for his privacy, just as she concealed her true capabilities. This train of thought led him to a practical concern about his system. Why don't I have some sort of appraisal ability, he wondered. What if I encounter some invincible expert playing pig to eat the tiger? I'd be finished before I realized the danger. Just as these worries clouded his mind, his consciousness abruptly shifted. The training ground vanished, replaced by a strange, ethereal space. Within this void, he saw a reflection of himself, sword in hand. With deliberate calm, his reflection lifted the blade and executed a single, perfect downward slash, a movement of absolute purity, devoid of hesitation or unnecessary motion. When awareness returned to his physical body, he found himself effortlessly parrying an incoming attack from Li Yao, the movement identical to the vision he had just witnessed. "Senior brother, you," Li Yao began, her voice trailing off in astonishment. A rare, genuine smile spread across Xiang Yu's face. "I've reached perfect stage in my sword technique," he announced, unable to contain his joy. He hadn't expected to achieve perfection through his own comprehension rather than the system's doubling. As if responding to his achievement, something unprecedented occurred. Without being summoned, a system notification materialized before him, the first time the system had appeared unsummoned outside the reset period. Ding! New system function unlocked. Surprise flickered across his face as he stared at the notification hovering in the air. What could this be? The double EXP function was already absurdly powerful, allowing him to achieve what others would consider impossible cultivation speeds. Now there was something new. His mental command acknowledged the notification, revealing system function double EXP cooldown 24 HRS fusion. Knowledge flooded into his mind instantly, a comprehensive understanding of the new system function washing through his consciousness. Fusion would allow him to merge techniques and scriptures, combining their strengths to create something greater than the sum of its parts. However, there were limitations. Techniques could only be merged if they had reached the perfect stage and were compatible with each other. Scriptures merely needed compatibility, without the perfection requirement. A thought immediately sparked in Xiang Yu's mind. The Mountain Heart scripture and sutra were described as two halves of the same whole. Wouldn't they be perfect candidates for fusion? To his surprise, when he checked their compatibility, the system indicated they couldn't be merged. This puzzled him briefly before understanding dawned. Perhaps they were considered halves not because they originated from the same source technique, but because they complemented each other, one cultivating the body, the other the mind. While slightly disappointed, he didn't dwell on it. His attention shifted to his perfect techniques, the basic knife technique and now perfected basic sword technique. The system showed they were compatible and could be merged immediately. A smile stretched across his face as he contemplated the power such a fusion might yield. Then a more ambitious idea took root. The system hadn't specified a limit on how many techniques could be merged at once. What if I ask Martial Ant for more weapon techniques, he thought, excitement building. If they're compatible with sword and knife techniques, I could perfect them all and merge them together. The possibilities made his pulse quicken. Perhaps he could create something truly extraordinary, something like an invincible weapon master technique that would elevate his combat potential exponentially. With his mid-level enlightenment, perfecting additional techniques would be far easier than before. His mind made up, Xiang Yu sheathed his sword and turned to Li Yao. Let's take a break, he suggested, his tone casual despite the plans forming in his mind. Li Yao tilted her head, confusion evident in her expression. Isn't it too early? Their training sessions typically lasted much longer. No, it's just the perfect time, he replied with unusual enthusiasm. We're going to prepare a feast. A feast? Li Yao's eyebrows rose in curiosity. Is today a special day? She mentally reviewed the sect calendar, unable to recall any particular occasion worth celebrating today. Xiang Yu nodded with apparent pride. Of course. Today is the day I perfected 2 techniques. Li Yao's eyes sparkled with genuine appreciation. Perfecting even one technique was a monumental achievement for most cultivators. 2 was truly extraordinary. I'll go capture more wild boars, she exclaimed, taking off with childlike excitement. As she disappeared from sight, the smug smile on Xiang Yu's face revealed his true intentions. He wasn't actually narcissistic enough to throw a celebration merely for perfecting techniques. His real motivation was far more pragmatic. This would be his first opportunity to prepare 7th-grade spiritual food. Walking toward the kitchen, he couldn't suppress a satisfied chuckle. With food of this quality, convincing, or more accurately, bribing, his martial aunt into sharing additional weapon techniques should be effortless. Given her obvious weakness for his cooking, she'd likely agree to part with several techniques. Once he gathered and perfected those techniques, he could combine them all into something truly invincible. The thought of such power at his fingertips made him laugh aloud, his usually cautious demeanor giving way to genuine anticipation. The kitchen hummed with focused energy as Xiang Yu channeled his newly acquired 7th-grade cooking mastery. Unlike his usual meal preparations, this feast demanded extraordinary attention to detail. His movements reflected the precision of his perfected techniques, each slice, dice, and julienne executed with flawless economy of motion. The abyssal void flame danced across his fingertips, responding to his will with newfound sensitivity. He adjusted its temperature with mere thoughts, controlling the black fire's intensity with unprecedented precision. Li Yao returned with 2 massive wild boars slung effortlessly over her shoulders. While she cleaned and prepared the game, Xiang Yu gathered rare herbs from Elder Gyu's personal garden. The elder wouldn't have parted with them before, but after he realized Xiang Yu's cooking skills, the elder encouraged him to use the herbs as well. As preparation intensified, Xiang Yu's creative vision expanded beyond individual dishes to encompass the feast as a whole. He orchestrated complementary flavors, balancing yang-heavy meats with yin-cooling vegetables, creating a symphony of tastes designed to nourish both body and soul. With 7 different main dishes, 12 side plates, 3 soups, and a special dessert, this wasn't merely a meal, it was an event. The kitchen transformed into a controlled battlefield. Multiple woks sizzled simultaneously as Xiang Yu's hands moved with hypnotic speed. Li Yao could only watch in awe as he wielded cooking implements with the same mastery he showed with weapons. The most remarkable element wasn't the quantity but the quality. Each dish glowed with subtle energy, actual visible qi emanating from perfectly prepared ingredients. When the meals were finally complete, Xiang Yu and Li Yao exhaled deeply, the exhaustion of preparing such an extensive feast settling into their muscles. The sweet aroma of their efforts had already begun working its magic, drawing Elder Guo and Elder Huang as if summoned by an irresistible spell. "Why are you cooking so early? Is there a special occasion?" Elder Huang inquired, her eyes never leaving the tantalizing spread before them. Li Yao answered with unbridled enthusiasm. "That's right. We're celebrating senior brother, mastering 2 techniques to the perfect stage." "What?" Both elders exclaimed in perfect unison, their shock palpable. In the next instant, Elder Huang materialized beside Xiang Yu, moving with such speed he hadn't even registered her approach. She gripped his shoulders, shaking him with unexpected vigor. "Is it true? Is it true?" Her voice rose with excitement as she continued shaking him. "Quick, show me, show me, show me," she chanted. Though surprised by her enthusiasm, Xiang Yu maintained his composure. This was precisely the reaction he'd hoped for, but he wouldn't reveal his techniques before playing his trump card. "Martial ant, let's eat first," he suggested smoothly. "The food is getting cold. I had a breakthrough in my cooking and decided to prepare this feast for Martial ant as thanks for giving me the spirit flame." He finished with a respectful bow. "What? For me?" Elder Huang's eyes darted between Xiang Yu and the sumptuous feast, taking in the extraordinary colors, textures, and aromas. She couldn't suppress an audible gulp as her cultivation instincts recognized the unprecedented quality of spiritual energy emanating from the dishes. Suddenly aware of her undignified behavior, Elder Huang stepped back and composed herself. "You're right," she declared with forced dignity. "We should eat first before it gets cold." Jiang Yu allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. His martial ant's weakness for exceptional food was proving to be the perfect leverage. Once she tasted his 7th-grade spirit cuisine, her happiness would naturally transfer to him as the provider. By explicitly framing the feast as gratitude for her previous generosity, he was establishing a pattern. He rewarded those who helped him. The subliminal message was clear. More techniques shared would result in more extraordinary feasts. His manipulation was subtle but effective. By linking his generosity directly to her previous gift, he was planting the seed for future exchanges, making her more inclined to share additional techniques that would accelerate his path to power. Everyone sat down as Xiang Yu served the meal. Rather than individual portions, he placed a large pot at the center of the table, allowing diners to refill as desired. As they took their first bites, a collective silence fell over the gathering. The food transcended mere flavor, it was a revelation. Each morsel exploded across their palates in a symphony of tastes, with every subsequent bite unveiling an entirely new spectrum of sensations. What made this feast truly extraordinary wasn't just the initial taste, but what happened after swallowing. The food seemingly vanished upon reaching their stomachs, dissolving completely into various essences that spread throughout their bodies. Some elements nourished the mind and soul directly, others accelerated healing processes, replenished stamina, or gathered as concentrated qi that settled naturally in their dantians. This miraculous quality solved spirit food's greatest limitation, stomach capacity. Spirit foods had one big limitation, which was that one couldn't consume as much as they wanted, as they would eventually get full. By diffusing instantly without leaving physical residue, it allowed continuous consumption without fullness. Even Xiang Yu, despite lacking spiritual roots, could benefit from the soul nourishment, enhanced healing, and stamina recovery aspects of his own creation. "This," Elder Guo's voice faltered after his first taste. The mind and soul nourishing effects struck him profoundly. At the golden core stage of cultivation, one typically had to continuously feed spiritual energy to their core until it eventually shattered, sprouting a nascent soul that marked breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. This meal's soul-nurturing properties were actively accelerating his nascent soul's development. If he continued consuming such food regularly, the time needed to manifest a nascent soul would decrease dramatically. But there was something even more significant occurring. Years ago, Elder Guo had suffered a devastating injury that destabilized his cultivation, damaging his chi pathways irreparably. Though technically at golden core stage, his combat abilities had deteriorated to mere core formation level, and his shattered core meant advancement was impossible. A broken core could never sprout a nascent soul. Now, as he savored each bite, he felt healing essences flowing through his meridians, gradually realigning his damaged chi pathways. His core, long thought permanently damaged, showed signs of regeneration. It was subtle yet undeniable, hope blossoming where none had existed before. Tears welled in his eyes as the realization hit him. All this because he'd once chosen to rescue a poor boy from a ruined town's pavement. A cosmic serendipity overwhelmed him, streams of tears rolling unbidden down his weathered cheeks. The disciples noticed their master's unexpected emotion, exchanging confused glances. Could it be? Elder Huang thought privately, quickly assessing the situation. She turned to the bewildered disciples with a reassuring smile. Just enjoy your food. Senior brother is simply emotional because of how delicious everything tastes, she explained smoothly. Accepting this explanation, the disciples returned their attention to their meals. Elder Huang gave her senior brother a knowing glance before resuming her own feast. Though she typically delighted in teasing him and would normally seize the opportunity to call him a crybaby, she chose to spare him this time. What? As Li Yao continued savoring her meal, she suddenly realized the immortal empress had fallen unusually quiet. You still there? Li Yao inquired mentally, her chopsticks pausing midway to her mouth. Stop talking, just eat, came the abrupt reply, the empress's tone carrying unexpected urgency. What? Li Yao couldn't mask her surprise. The empress's voice held none of its usual dignified poise, replaced instead by something almost desperate. Why such concern over whether she ate? True, the food provided remarkable cultivation benefits with each bite, but the empress's keen interest seemed peculiar. A warm thought blossomed in Li Yao's mind. Perhaps the ancient empress truly cared for her well-being after all. Stop your delusions and eat, the empress cut through her moment of sentimentality. Our souls are connected, so when the food nourishes your soul, it nourishes mine too. Understanding dawned on Li Yao. The empress's unusual silence wasn't concern, but self-interest. She was allowing Li Yao to eat undisturbed, so she could maximize her own benefits from the soul-nourishing essence. A smug smile curved Li Yao's lips as she picked up another morsel. Now you get what I always see in senior brother, she teased, her mental voice lilting with satisfaction. Yeah, just eat, the empress replied dismissively, though lacking her usual aloofness. Li Yao's smile widened as she continued eating. She'd never imagined the haughty immortal empress had this side to her, so nakedly appreciative of something as simple as food. It seemed the soul-nourishing essence was particularly valuable to souls who lacked physical forms to cultivate normally. The feast stretched on luxuriously, the four cultivators indulging in Xiang Yu's extraordinary creation for nearly 2 hours before finally emptying the last dish. Though the food dissipated immediately upon consumption, leaving their stomachs physically empty, they all reclined in their chairs with the distinct sensation of fullness, their bodies heavy with pleasant fatigue from the extended dining session. They simply couldn't stop until every morsel was consumed. The cuisine was too exceptional to waste. Each bite had been an investment in their cultivation. Elder Guo settled back in his chair, expression serene as Xiang Yu collected the empty plates. His meridians and chi pathways, damaged for so long, now flowed with renewed vitality. He could feel his golden core strength returning, though he recognized the risk of exerting it prematurely. Better to allow his core to heal completely before attempting any significant moves. Still, the progress was remarkable. He estimated his core would fully regenerate after just a few more such feasts. While daily banquets of this magnitude might be impractical, even Xiang Yu's regular meals would contribute to his healing, just at a slower pace. Having long abandoned hope for recovery, Elder Guo found himself unexpectedly patient. What was a longer wait when compared to the miracle of having any hope at all? And perhaps his talented disciple might achieve yet another breakthrough in his cooking skills. Xiang Yu finished washing the utensils, his movements efficient and unhurried. As he dried his hands and turned from the basin, his expression shifted subtly, a calculating gleam entering his eyes. The time had finally come for the main topic. Time to get his money's worth. After a few minutes of relaxation, allowing the remarkable benefits of the spiritual food to settle throughout their bodies, Elder Huang finally circled back to the main topic that had initially excited her. You really reached the perfect stage. And in 2 techniques no less, she asked with undisguised amazement as Xiang Yu demonstrated both his perfected knife and sword techniques. Even Elder Gu watched from the side, with surprise etched across his weathered face. Though he had long recognized Xiang Yu's genius-level comprehension, he couldn't help being impressed each time he witnessed it in action. The flawless execution, the economy of movement, the perfect balance, truly, his disciple had achieved something remarkable. Elder Huang leaned forward eagerly. So did you want to choose another technique to practice? Her enthusiasm was palpable. She had finally found a worthy test subject for her theories. If Xiang Yu could master techniques at such an astonishing rate, her experiment to unlock that special physique might actually succeed. Given a few years at this pace, he would definitely break through that legendary barrier. But Xiang Yu's response caught her off guard. Actually, I wanted to pick more than one, he said, scratching his cheek with feigned casualness. Elder Huang blinked in surprise. Had success gone to the boy's head? How could he possibly practice multiple techniques simultaneously? As his martial aunt, she needed to guide him back to the correct path. If he strayed now, he might never unlock the physique she sought. Martial nephew, she began carefully, although I acknowledge your talent is extraordinary, you simply cannot practice many techniques at the same time. They will interfere with your progress. Her tone carried the weight of centuries of established cultivation wisdom. Xiang Yu had anticipated this response. Time to deploy his first trump card. Martial aunt, he explained with calculated humility, I've actually realized that I practice techniques more easily when I'm working on several simultaneously, just like I did with the knife and sword techniques. Elder Huang's eyebrows rose in genuine surprise. Was such a thing even possible? Throughout cultivation history, focus had always been prized above breadth. Still, skepticism lingered in her expression. Seeing her doubtful look, Xiang Yu smoothly employed his second trump card. How about this, he proposed. I'll practice them for a month, and if I can't perfect all of them, I'll give up and study just one at a time. Elder Huang fell into contemplative silence. Xiang Yu seemed like an honest, straightforward disciple. Perhaps he had simply been misled by some unconventional cultivation theory. In the grand scheme of her plans, a single month wasn't significant. Besides, after the extraordinary feast he had prepared, refusing his request seemed ungracious. She considered that teenagers naturally rebelled against restrictions. Being too rigid might have the opposite effect, making cultivation feel like a chore rather than an opportunity. He would likely grow out of this experimental phase on his own once he faced its inevitable limitations. Okay, she relented with a smile. Which techniques do you want? I want all the weapon techniques you have. Elder Huang nearly toppled from her chair. She had expected him to request perhaps 2 additional techniques, but all weapon techniques. Had the boy lost his mind? Can't I? Xiang Yu asked, masterfully adopting a pitiful expression that contrasted sharply with his usual stoic demeanor. Elder Huang could only sigh in resignation. It was just a month, after all. He would inevitably abandon this folly when he discovered he couldn't handle it. She decided to begin with just the basic weapon techniques, allowing him to play around without risking confusion from more advanced methods. The higher-level techniques could wait until he had demonstrated proper focus and discipline. What? There are 20 weapons techniques in cultivation. Since you have mastered the first 2, I'll give you the other 18, Elder Huang said with a resigned sigh, her expression a mixture of skepticism and indulgence. Xiang Yu fought to contain his excitement. His plan had worked perfectly. With his system's exponential growth, would it even take a full month to master these techniques? And even if it did, once they were recorded in his system, he wouldn't need the physical manuals anymore. He could practice them at his leisure, steadily perfecting each one without external pressure. In the next moment, 18 manuals flew from Elder Huang's spatial ring, landing neatly in Xiang Yu's waiting hands. He quickly flipped through the pages, his eyes scanning the content. Though he noticed they were all basic-level techniques, disappointment never crossed his mind. With this many techniques available for combination through his newly unlocked system function, he had no doubt he could forge something extraordinary. The techniques formed an impressive array of cultivation methods. Basic spear technique, basic staff technique, basic bow technique, basic whip technique, basic saber technique, basic dagger technique, basic fan technique, basic chain technique, basic axe technique, basic hammer technique, basic fist technique, basic claw technique, basic palm technique, basic kick technique, basic grappling technique, basic throwing technique, basic dart technique, basic needle technique. As he examined the list more carefully, Xiang Yu found himself genuinely impressed by the comprehensive collection. Some techniques particularly surprised him. It seemed that even body parts like fists and legs were considered weapons in the cultivation realm. Take this, Elder Huang interrupted his thoughts, tossing a small pouch in his direction. Xiang Yu caught it easily, feeling the unusual weight and texture. It seemed ordinary from the outside, but he sensed something extraordinary about it. This is a spatial pouch, she explained, her tone softening slightly. I've put all the weapons you'll need inside. She spent the next few minutes patiently demonstrating how to access the space within, how to withdraw specific items, and how to secure the pouch against theft. After the explanation was complete, the two elders finally departed, leaving the disciples alone with their newfound treasures. Xiang Yu held the spatial pouch reverently, turning it over in his hand with wonder. Spatial treasures were exceedingly rare in this world. He never expected to acquire one so early in his cultivation journey. Despite her skepticism about his training methods, Elder Huang had been remarkably generous. He silently thanked his martial aunt in his heart, appreciating her support despite her doubts. "Senior brother," Li Yao asked, her voice tinged with genuine curiosity, "are you really going to practice all 18 techniques at the same time?" The disbelief in her tone mirrored Elder Huang's earlier skepticism. "Yes," Xiang Yu confirmed with unusual confidence. "With your assistance, I'll master them in no time. Then we can have another, even bigger feast to celebrate." Li Yao's eyes immediately lit up at the mention of food. "Another feast," she exclaimed, her previous doubts instantly forgotten. "I'll definitely help senior brother," she shouted with childlike enthusiasm. Xiang Yu smiled at her predictable response. His junior sister's simple motivations made her remarkably easy to manipulate. She was lucky that he wasn't a bad person otherwise. Day 27 of transmigrating to the cultivation world. Today marks a significant milestone in my cultivation journey. I've successfully perfected 2 techniques, basic knife technique and basic sword technique. The sensation of achieving perfection is indescribable, like reaching the purest expression of movement, where every unnecessary motion has been stripped away, leaving only flawless execution. To celebrate this achievement, I prepared a grand feast using my newly improved culinary skills. The dishes I created seemed to have an unexpected effect on Master. Throughout the meal, I noticed tears streaming down his face. I've never seen him display such emotion before. Perhaps my cooking triggered some long-forgotten memory. Whatever the reason, it was strangely touching to see this usually stoic elder so moved. Taking advantage of the positive atmosphere, I approached martial aunt about acquiring more techniques. After considerable persuasion, and likely influenced by the extraordinary meal I'd just served, she eventually relented and granted me 18 different weapon techniques. Her skepticism was written plainly across her face, but I maintained an earnest expression. I spent the remainder of the day practicing these new techniques with my junior sister's assistance. My approach might seem unorthodox to most cultivators, switching between weapons every few minutes rather than mastering one at a time, but my heightened battle awareness allows me to transition seamlessly without losing momentum. An interesting discovery today: my battle intent enables me to exert nearly the same force with beginner-level techniques as I could with completion-level techniques. This unexpected synergy makes my unorthodox training method even more effective. After tonight's reset, my phantom footwork technique broke through to the intermediate level, substantially increasing my movement speed. The system showed: Basic Weapon Techniques, Beginner 2100. Basic Weapon Techniques, Beginner 2100, Right Arrow Beginner 4100. Day 28 of transmigrating to the cultivation world. Training continued as established, with junior sister helping me cycle through various weapons at regular intervals. During lunch, I noticed Master seemed somewhat dejected. Perhaps he was hoping for another extravagant feast. If he truly desires such treatment, he should offer something of value like martial aunt did with the techniques. Of course, I kept these thoughts to myself, offering only silent consolation in my heart. Today's reset brought remarkable progress. All the weapon techniques I've been practicing advanced to the minor success stage. Even more impressively, my Mountain Heart Sutra advanced to level 2, elevating my mind to level 2 as well. Mental transformation is extraordinary, like suddenly gaining access to cognitive abilities far beyond what any human in my previous world could achieve. My thoughts flow with crystal clarity, connections forming between concepts with effortless precision. Still, I remind myself that this is merely a stepping stone, not my ultimate destination. Basic weapon techniques, beginner 6100 plus 4100. Basic weapon techniques, beginner 6100, right arrow minor success 0200. Day 29 of transmigrating to the cultivation world. Today proceeded without particular incident, just continued training with junior sister, cycling through the various weapon techniques as always. After reset, my iron body technique reached the perfect stage, becoming the third technique I've mastered to this level. The physical changes are profound and immediate. Not only has my skin hardened beyond normal iron, but my internal organs and even blood vessels have undergone similar transformation. It feels as though I've been reforged from the inside out, becoming something fundamentally different from my original form. Durability this provides should significantly enhance my survival chances in future confrontations. Basic weapon techniques, minor success 4200 plus 4200. Basic weapon techniques, minor success 4200, right arrow minor success 8200. Day 30 of transmigrating to the cultivation world. Martial Ant was absent during lunch today. I carefully preserved her portion, storing it in my spatial pouch when I noticed Master eyeing it with poorly concealed interest. I'm almost certain I heard him click his tongue in disappointment, though perhaps that was merely my imagination. Upon Martial Ant's return, I presented her with the saved meal. Her gratitude was so overwhelming, she nearly kowtowed to me. I barely managed to catch her before she could complete the gesture, which would have made things unnecessarily complicated. Her appreciation for my cooking is truly remarkable. Considering she's actively helping me unlock an ancient physique, I should continue prioritizing her well-being. Supporting her also means supporting Master, as there seems to be something going on between them. Perhaps I'll have a martial nephew sooner than expected. After reset, all my weapon techniques advanced to the intermediate stage, truly impressive progress. Additionally, my body cultivation broke through to the 7th layer, substantially increasing my physical strength. Basic weapon techniques, minor success 12200 plus 4200. Basic weapon techniques, minor success 12200, right arrow intermediate 0300. Day 31 of transmigrating to the cultivation world. Junior sister appeared to struggle against me during today's training sessions. This is likely due to the combination of my perfect level iron body technique and my advancement to the 7th layer of body refining. If she's finding our sparring too challenging, I wonder why she doesn't simply increase her cultivation level a bit. She's clearly holding back significantly. After reset, my cooking finally broke through to the 6th grade. Since I so recently demonstrated my 7th grade cooking abilities, I've decided to keep this advancement secret for now, continuing to display only 7th grade techniques when preparing meals. I've also noticed my spirit flame has already reached the thousands, while my battle instinct is now in the tens of thousands. My enlightenment continues accelerating and will soon reach 100 points. It strikes me that a full month has passed since my transmigration to this world. I hope future months continue in this peaceful pattern of training with junior sister, minus the near-death experiences, of course. Basic weapon techniques, intermediate 5300 plus 5300. Basic weapon techniques, intermediate 5300, right arrow intermediate 100 Day 32 of transmigrating to the cultivation world. Junior sister trained with exceptional intensity today. I struggled to match her pace, but my elevated battle intent statistics allowed me to keep up reasonably well, avoiding any embarrassment to my fellow transmigrators. The remainder of the day followed our established routine: training, more cooking, and yet more training. I've noticed Master and Martial Ant seem increasingly close lately. Is a relationship truly developing between them? If so, I called it first. Considering my cooking played a pivotal role in bringing them together, I should rightfully claim some portion of any dowry exchanged. After reset, my weapon techniques finally reached major success stage. While this progress is undeniably rapid, I can't help feeling it could advance even faster. Basic weapon techniques, intermediate 15300 plus 5300. Basic weapon techniques, intermediate 15300, right arrow major success 0400. Day 33 of transmigrating to the cultivation world. After today's reset, my phantom footwork technique broke through to the completion stage, significantly enhancing my mobility. More importantly, my battle instinct finally reached its maximum potential, transforming to battle instinct, mortal 100,001,000,000. The addition of mortal suggests this attribute can be further developed, though my current cultivation level likely prevents access to higher tiers. While it's somewhat disappointing that I can't begin advancing to the next level immediately, the current battle intent already provides ample advantage against any threats I might reasonably encounter at this stage. As long as an invincible being that has existed for billions of years doesn't come looking for me, that is. Basic weapon techniques, major success 5400 plus 5400. Basic weapon techniques, major success 5400, right arrow major success 100 400. Day 34 of transmigrating to the cultivation world. The system reset brought many breakthroughs today. I advanced to the body refining 8th layer. I can still feel my strength growing by the second. More significantly, the Mountain Heart Sutra broke through to the 3rd level, elevating my mind to level 3 as well. This mental transformation surpasses even my previous breakthroughs. It's as though a veil has been lifted from my consciousness. My thoughts crystallize with effortless precision, connections forming between concepts I'd never realized were related. My mind has never felt clearer. Another monumental development, my spirit flame finally broke through to the 6th grade. I can feel its power intensifying with each passing moment. Visually, the flame hasn't changed dramatically, but it has darkened slightly, and the white sparks dancing within its black depths have grown fewer. Though subtle in appearance, the difference in power is unmistakable. Basic weapon techniques, major success 15400 plus 5400. Basic weapon techniques, major success 15400, right arrow major success 300 400. Day 35 of transmigrating to the cultivation world. Master and Martial Ant seemed preoccupied today, mentioning that the heaven testing pagoda would open soon, probably within a week. Junior sister's eyes lit up with excitement at this news, but I remained indifferent. The only disappointment I feel is that I won't be able to train with her while she's gone. After today's reset, my weapon techniques finally broke through to the completion stage, another significant milestone. My Abyssal Void Flame has reset its experience counter, now showing 10,40000. I wonder when it will advance again and what new capabilities might emerge. Basic weapon techniques, major success 35400 plus 5400. Basic weapon techniques, major success 35400, right arrow completion 0500. Day 36 of transmigrating to the cultivation world. Today brought an experience of extraordinary intensity. I'm profoundly grateful for my level 3 mind breakthrough. Without it, I doubt I could have withstood the transition to high-level enlightenment. Mental tsunami was overwhelming, yet somehow my enhanced consciousness managed to contain and integrate the flood of insights. I perceive the world through entirely new eyes now. Colors seem more vibrant, patterns more evident, connections more obvious. Is this how cultivation geniuses experience reality? No wonder they progress so rapidly. They literally inhabit a different perceptual universe. My phantom footwork has also broken through to great completion stage and now advances steadily toward perfection. The difference in speed and control is immediately noticeable. My movements flow with unprecedented fluidity, as though the very air offers less resistance to my passage. Basic weapon techniques, completion 5500 plus 5500. Basic weapon techniques, completion 5500, right arrow completion 100 500. Day 37 of transmigrating to the cultivation world. Moment of triumph today as I finally turned the tables on junior sister, fighting her on equal terms and even briefly overwhelming her. My satisfaction proved short-lived, however. She simply released another layer of her cultivation, crushing my offense as though I'd regressed to the first layer of body refining. Despite this humbling experience, I gleaned valuable insights. I finally realized which cultivation level she was using against me. From the 1st through 10th layers of body refining, the difference between stages remains relatively modest. Beyond the 11th layer, however, cultivators enter an entirely different realm of power, explaining why she could overwhelm me so completely. This realization brought unexpected encouragement. I'm actually holding my own against her 10th layer with merely my 8th, suggesting I'm not simply a weakling incapable of fighting beyond my realm. I wonder if breaking through to the 9th layer would allow me to match her, though I doubt it. After reset, my weapon techniques advanced to great completion stage, now racing toward their final destination of perfection. My cooking also broke through to the 5th grade, granting new insights and numerous 5th grade spiritual food recipes. As usual, I'll keep this advancement secret, continuing to prepare 7th grade meals for everyone. Basic weapon techniques, completion 250-500 plus 150-500. Basic weapon techniques, completion 250-500, right arrow great completion 0-1000. Day 38 of transmigrating to the cultivation world. Master and martial ant continue their blossoming romance. They're not even attempting to hide it anymore. I spotted them chasing each other playfully across the sky during our practice session. I even witnessed martial ant boldly taking food directly from Master's plate. Though he feigned annoyance, his eyes betrayed his pleasure at her attention. I find myself wondering whether my future martial nephew will be a boy or a girl. After today's reset, I broke through to the 9th layer of body refining, power surging through my body like never before. Basic weapon techniques, great completion, 151,000 plus 151,000. Basic weapon techniques, great completion, 151,000, right arrow great completion, 301,000. Day 39 of transmigrating to the cultivation world. Today brought confirmation that the Heaven Testing Pagoda will open in just 2 days. During our sparring session, my earlier assessment proved accurate. Despite my advancement to the 9th layer of body refining, I remain far from junior sister's equal. However, the gap has narrowed considerably. I'm no longer overwhelmed as completely as before. I suspect I might finally match her when I break through to the 10th layer of body refining. The realization suddenly struck me that I could advance to the chi refining stage now if only I possessed spiritual roots. Limitation feels increasingly frustrating as my body cultivation approaches its natural ceiling. After reset, my phantom footwork finally achieved perfection, a milestone worthy of celebration. My weapon techniques aren't far behind, rapidly approaching their own perfect state. Basic weapon techniques, great completion, 451,000 plus 151,000. Basic weapon techniques, great completion, 451,000, right arrow great completion, 901,000. Day 40 of transmigrating to the cultivation world. Something extraordinary happened during this morning's sparring session. As I exchanged blows with junior sister, one technique suddenly achieved perfection. I immediately switched to another, but within minutes, the same phenomenon occurred. This pattern continued throughout the day until, just before midnight, the final technique crossed that sublime threshold. Junior sister watched with widening eyes, clearly impressed by my talent. I understand her reaction completely. I'm rather impressed myself. The speed of my advancement defies conventional understanding of cultivation progression. Enlightenment high 33,000 plus 3,000. Spirit flame abyssal void flame, 6th grade 315-40000 plus 540000. Mountain Heart Sutra, Level 3, 2043,000 plus 43,000. Mountain Heart Scripture, 9th layer 9900 plus 3900. Cook 5th grade 35,500 plus 5400. Experience points doubled. Cook 5th grade 35,500, right arrow 5th grade 7,500. Mountain Heart Scripture, 9th layer 9900, right arrow 9th layer 18900. Mountain Heart Sutra, Level 3, 2043,000, right arrow Level 4. Spirit Flame Abyssal Void Flame, 6th grade 315-40000, right arrow 6th grade 634-0000. Enlightenment High 33,000, right arrow high 63,000. Jiang Yu's eyes scanned the streamlined reset screen, noticing how many of his stats had advanced significantly. Some had even reached their full potential, disappearing completely from the daily reset. As he watched this, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. The once lengthy list of doubling attributes had condensed, making him feel as though he wasn't fully exploiting his system's potential. He longed for the satisfaction of watching thousands of stats double each day. His attention settled on his mind level, which seemed to have just hit its own bottleneck. Was this limitation due to his current cultivation level, or had the Mountain Heart Sutra simply reached its ceiling? Despite this concern, he took comfort in achieving Mind Level 4, an impressive feat that would likely provide sufficient mental fortitude to withstand future enlightenment breakthroughs, at least for now. The recent doubling of his high enlightenment had occurred without any strain, suggesting his mind had grown robust enough to handle such transformations. Xiang Yu summoned his complete status display. Name Xiang Yu. Realm Body 9th Layer Mind, Level 4. Species Human. Spiritual Root, Null. Enlightenment, High 63,000. Battle Instinct, Mortal, 100,001-00000. Spirit Flame, Abyssal Void Flame, 6th Grade, 634,000. Professions Cook, 5th Grade, 7,500. Techniques Mid-Grade Phantom Footwork, Perfect. Low-Grade Iron Body Technique, Perfect. Basic Knife Technique, Perfect. Basic Sword Technique, Perfect. Basic Weapon Techniques, Perfect. Scriptures Mountain Heart Scripture, 9th Layer 180,900, Mountain Heart Sutra, Level 4. System Function Double EXP Cooldown 24 HRS, Fusion. Satisfaction washed over him as he admired the rows of perfect designations in his techniques section. To have advanced this dramatically, in just a little over a month, exceeded even his own expectations. His enlightenment had ascended to the high level, placing him among the ranks of thousand-year geniuses, though still far behind his junior sister, who qualified as a million-year genius. Despite his impressive progress, one glaring issue remained unchanged: his null spiritual root status. Though he had maintained optimism about his advancement, Xiang Yu recognized the fundamental limitations he faced. If unlimited body refinement were possible without talent, wouldn't immortals with millions of body-refining layers be commonplace? He couldn't determine precisely how far his physical cultivation could progress. System still tracked his advancement through the 9th layer, suggesting he possessed above-average potential. Most cultivators reach their limit at the 9th layer, either breaking through to chi refining if blessed with spiritual roots or abandoning cultivation entirely if not. A soft sigh escaped his lips. Then, drawing his attention to his techniques section, he examined the 18 newly mastered techniques alongside his original 2 weapon skills. He decided to postpone worrying about his cultivation ceiling. He would cross that bridge when he got there. For now, his priority was testing the newly unlocked fusion system function he'd been anticipating for so long. Xiang Yu stared intently at the techniques displayed before him as he activated the system function. To begin the merge process, he first selected the fist and spear techniques, but he immediately encountered resistance. The system indicated that the 2 techniques were incompatible. Shock rippled through him. If these 2 couldn't merge, did that mean his dream of creating an invincible technique was impossible? With mounting anxiety, he rapidly tested various combinations, only to discover that only a few pairs out of his 20 techniques showed compatibility. Discouragement had nearly settled in when inspiration struck. He selected the knife technique and paired it with the sword technique, which the system confirmed were compatible. Then experimentally, he added the spear technique, one that had previously shown incompatibility with the sword. To his astonishment, the system accepted this addition. A smile of realization spread across his face. The techniques didn't all need direct compatibility with each other, they merely required a chain of connection. The sword was compatible with the knife, which in turn was compatible with the spear, creating a linking bridge between otherwise incompatible techniques. Renewed hope surged through him. His ambitious dream technique could still materialize, he just needed to construct the proper chain. Working methodically, he connected the spear to the kicking technique, then linked that to the fist technique, and continued building his sequence. Occasional incompatibilities arose, requiring restructuring, but these proved mere temporary obstacles. Within minutes, he had successfully arranged all 20 weapon techniques into a harmonious chain of connections. His finger hovered over the fusion button, ready to merge his masterpiece, when a daring thought seized him. His gaze drifted to the scriptures section of his status display. Could he possibly? He swallowed nervously. There was no harm in attempting, he reasoned. With tentative movements, he selected the Mountain Heart scripture and added it to his fusion chain. He squeezed his eyes partially shut, bracing for the inevitable rejection notification. After several seconds passed without any negative response, his eyes widened in wonder. The scripture had integrated seamlessly into his technique chain. Emboldened by this success, Xiang Yu reached further. He added the Mountain Heart Sutra to the mix, holding his breath as he awaited the system's verdict. Just like before, the sutra connected without resistance, expanding his fusion chain even further. Turning his attention to his remaining techniques, Xiang Yu added both the mid-grade phantom footwork and the low-grade iron body technique to the growing amalgamation. Once again, the system accepted these additions without protest, incorporating them into the ever-expanding chain of connection. By now, Xiang Yu could barely contain his excitement, practically salivating at the possibilities before him. Fusion would combine 20 weapon techniques, a movement technique, a body enhancement ability, a body refining scripture, and a mind refining scripture. If this didn't result in an invincible war god technique, he would consider himself thoroughly cheated by the system. Drawing a deep breath to steady himself, Xiang Yu extended his finger and gently tapped the fusion button. The moment his fingertip made contact, a blinding light erupted from the interface. He suddenly stumbled to the ground, struggling to get up. He wondered what was happening as he held onto the walls of his house, trying to get up. Suddenly, he felt all the strength leave his body, loosing his grip on the brick wall as he fell onto the cold floor. Xiang Yu felt his body lose all strength as he crawled on the ground, desperately trying to rise but failing. This wasn't the end of his suffering. What came next was even more jarring. A searing pain shot through his entire body, penetrating deep into his bones. The agony was so intense that he drifted in and out of consciousness every few seconds, yet he kept his lips firmly shut the entire time though, biting down to ensure no sound escaped. With his level 4 mind, he could analyze the situation despite the overwhelming pain. He recognized that something profound was happening to his body due to the fusion, but he didn't want to alert anyone to his condition. Revealing all his secrets wasn't part of his survival strategy. This excruciating process continued for what felt like hours, though he was barely conscious for most of it. The pain transcended anything he'd ever experienced or imagined possible. His body felt as though it was being torn apart, ravaged by invisible beasts. He experienced the sensation of being skinned alive, his muscles stripped away, his bones removed one by one. This torment persisted for a long time before it finally subsided, and he regained full consciousness. He found himself sprawled on the ground, contorted into a position as if someone had tried to fold him like clothing. Noticing it was still night, he realized the ordeal likely hadn't lasted as long as it seemed. He attempted to rise, moving slowly and deliberately, afraid of triggering the pain again. To his surprise, the opposite occurred. His body felt remarkably light. Not only was there no pain, but he sensed his physical condition had somehow improved beyond its previous state. Wondering what had happened, he instantly summoned his system. Name Xiang Yu. Realm Body 11th Layer 111000. Mind Level 4 14000. Species Human. Spiritual Root Medium Grade Omni-Element. Physique Transcendent Tao Body Level 1 11000000. Enlightenment High 63,000. Battle Instinct Mortal 100,001 Spirit Flame Abyssal Void Flame 6th Grade 634,000. Professions Cook 5th Grade 7500. Techniques Scriptures. System Function Double Exp Cooldown 24 HRS Fusion. As Xiang Yu read his stats, his jaw nearly dropped when he noticed his spiritual root was no longer null. He actually had a spiritual root now, and a medium grade one at that. Medium grade could be considered a 100-year genius. With such a root, he could qualify as an inner disciple in even a top-ranked sect. However, he had never heard of an omni-element root. He only knew of the 5 usual elements. Drawing on knowledge from video games from his previous life, he deduced that omni-element likely meant he could control all elements. This wasn't necessarily advantageous in the cultivation world, where single-element roots were prized for their ease of cultivation. The more elements, the longer cultivation typically took. But to Xiang Yu, it didn't matter which spiritual root he received. With his system, any root would become the best instantly. He was slightly disappointed to see no progress bar beside the spiritual root. It seemed he needed something to help him advance it, even by just a single point, so his system could double from there. Then he noticed another new addition to his status, a physique stat. He possessed something called the Transcendent Tao Body. He wondered if this was what his martial aunt had been talking about. If so, did that mean obtaining this physique required perfecting and merging techniques? Without the system's fusion function, would he never have acquired it even after practicing thousands of techniques? The thought was terrifying. He questioned whether his martial aunt knew about this restriction. This physique, if not for someone like him with a system, who else could possibly acquire it? Perhaps only someone with godlike enlightenment who could seamlessly merge techniques. Everyone else might as well give up. The outrageous requirements finally made sense when understanding of the physique flowed into his mind. The transcendent Tao physique was the ultimate body for cultivation. It allowed mastery of all techniques easily and optimized his physical form for cultivation, refining different energy types effortlessly and comprehending all worldly concepts. However, those benefits would come in later stages. At its current level, he merely received a slight boost in enlightenment, enhanced recovery, an optimized body, and the ability to manipulate all elements once he cultivated qi. Looking at the experience required to elevate the technique, he could only sigh, though he acknowledged the current benefits weren't insignificant. He realized his body refining had also broken through during the process, advancing to the 11th layer, but the experience requirement had dramatically increased afterward. This made sense. After the 10th layer, each subsequent level was like breaking through a major realm. Currently, he felt capable of easily overpowering his former self. He even suspected that if he fought Li Yao at her full body refining capacity, he might not necessarily lose. Such was the power of the transcendent Tao body, even at level 1. He also noticed his mind level, which had previously stopped improving, seemed to have resumed advancement. Since morning hadn't yet arrived, he considered whether to practice as usual, but after careful deliberation, he decided to attempt qi refining instead. Having reached the 9th stage of body refining, his physical form should be able to handle qi, and with his transcendent Tao physique, he could absorb various energies easily without complications, even without a specific qi refining technique. It was finally time for him to become an actual cultivator. Xiang Yu settled into a lotus position. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and stilled his thoughts. Unlike others who needed to study a qi refining scripture to be able to gather qi, Xiang Yu simply allowed his body to follow its natural instincts. The transcendent Tao physique was a perfect conduit for spiritual energy, allowing him to gather and refine all sorts of energies easily without the need for a scripture. As his breathing slowed to a gentle rhythm, Xiang Yu felt a strange tingling sensation across his skin. The qi around him had begun to respond to his presence. Threads of energy pressed against his skin, seeking entry. Then, without conscious effort on his part, his pores dilated and the qi flowed inward. The feeling was quite foreign to Xiang Yu, but still pleasant nonetheless. The qi was neither hot nor cold, but somehow both at once. It carried a vitality that made every cell in his body vibrate with new life. Each breath drew more energy inside, all of it naturally flowing toward his lower abdomen, his danshan. The pleasure of the experience was unlike anything Xiang Yu had known before, only a few levels below the feeling of his enlightenment increasing. But unlike the feeling of his enlightenment increasing, this feeling was more physical, as it occurred on his physical body directly instead of just his mind. Now he understood why cultivators would seclude themselves for decades, lost in the ecstasy of meditation. If ordinary cultivation felt this refreshing, how much more profound must the higher realms be? Time lost meaning as Xiang Yu continued absorbing qi. Minutes stretched into hours, but his awareness remained fixed on the growing reservoir of energy in his danshan. With each passing moment, the sensation intensified, the spiritual energy condensing into a glowing pool within him. Suddenly, he felt resistance. His danshan had reached capacity, a natural limit for a body that had never channeled qi before. Just as panic threatened to break his concentration, something shifted. The gathered qi began to move on its own. Pressure built within his core, uncomfortable but not painful, and then release. The accumulated energy surged outward from his danshan in all directions. Xiang Yu could perceive the qi carving pathways through his body. His meridians that had been dormant since birth finally awakened. Channels opened throughout his body, creating a network for the energy to flow. He felt a transformation occurring within his body, his cells becoming attuned to the spiritual energy now coursing through him. His body hummed with newfound power, and something clicked into place. Xiang Yu's eyes fluttered open, adjusting to the dim light of his chamber. 41 days after his transmigration, he had finally reached the qi-gathering realm, officially beginning his cultivation journey. He raised his hand before his face, slowly clenching his fingers into a fist. He could feel qi responding to his will, flowing into his arm and hand. The raw physical strength increase after breaking through to the qi-gathering realm wasn't that much, but the realm still had its own benefits. Now he could reinforce his muscles with qi, enhancing his physical abilities. After the initial wave of excitement subsided, Xiang Yu centered himself once more. Since it was still dark outside, he returned to his meditative state. He didn't want to waste time now that he could finally cultivate. Throughout the night, faint wisps of energy could be seen dancing around his motionless form, being endlessly drawn to his body. He stayed in this state until the first rays of dawn pierced through his window. Xiang Yu opened his eyes gently, taking a moment to appreciate the golden light spilling across his chamber. With a deep exhale, he released the last of the tension from his body, feeling more alive than ever before. This is truly addictive, he thought. He really wanted to just sit down and do this for the rest of his life. With his transcendent Tao physique, he no longer needed food to sustain himself. He could theoretically cultivate without interruption. Still, he couldn't just do that. The others would certainly notice if he vanished entirely, and questions would follow which he didn't feel like dealing with at the moment. If he wanted to cultivate all day, he needed to find a good reason for his retreat. Xiang Yu dismissed his scattered thoughts with a shake of his head. Those could wait. What he cared about at the moment was seeing his results. With just a thought, he summoned his system interface, eager to see how his breakthrough had affected his overall status. Name Xiang Yu. Realm Body 11th Layer 111000. Spirit Chi Gathering 1st Layer 5100. Mind Level 4 14000. Species Human. Spiritual Root Medium Grade Omni Element. Physique Transcendent Tao Body Level 1 11000000. Enlightenment High 63,000. Battle Instinct Mortal 100,001 Spirit Flame Abyssal Void Flame 6th Grade 634,000. Professions Cook 5th Grade 7500. Techniques Scriptures System Function Double Exp Cooldown 24 HRS Fusion. Xiang Yu noticed that not much had changed from before. The only notable change was the new Spirit section that had appeared under his realm category. Seeing how the system created a new section for his chi cultivation, it seemed that it was indeed true that one could still continue their body refining, even after advancing to the chi gathering stage. Most cultivators likely abandoned body cultivation after developing their chi pathways, either because they reached their physical limits or because the increasingly demanding requirements outweighed the benefits. After all, it was easier to just meditate and gather chi to advance rather than lifting weights, just to barely advance in body cultivation. For Xiang Yu, however, such concerns didn't bother him at all. With his transcendent Tao physique, he didn't believe that he'd reach the limit for his body anytime soon, and with his system's exponential growth, even painfully slow progress would eventually yield results. He wouldn't be abandoning either path. As his eyes scanned down the list, Xiang Yu suddenly noticed something he'd ignored before. The techniques and scriptures sections were completely empty. Though he understood that it was because of the fusion, it still stung his heart to see the sections so empty. Still, it wasn't like they were gone completely. Xiang Yu could still feel their effects. For the Mountain Heart Sutra, he could still continue body refining. For the sutra, his mind level that had hit a bottleneck had actually resumed its advancement. As for the other techniques, he could still feel their mastery within him. He could feel his perfect level mastery of every technique. In fact, it felt even stronger than before. Testing this theory, he reached for an imaginary knife, flowing through a complex series of cuts and parries. Movements felt natural, perfect, as though they'd been engraved into his very essence rather than merely memorized. He concluded that the transcendent Tao physique must have integrated their fundamental principles. He wondered if it had an innate mastery of weapons. Despite this rationalization, Xiang Yu couldn't suppress a twinge of regret. The system's most powerful function was its ability to double accumulated experience, and without techniques or scriptures listed in the interface, he couldn't leverage this advantage. Leaving it like this would be quite a loss. I need new techniques, he decided. His martial aunt had recently given him 18 techniques, so he couldn't request for more so soon, not without explaining how he'd managed to master the previous batch, which would raise uncomfortable questions about his abnormal learning speed. There was no way this sort of speed could be attributed to just genius-level enlightenment. After pondering several approaches, Xiang Yu settled on a strategy. He would confess to an error in judgment, admitting he'd been overly ambitious in requesting 20 techniques simultaneously. To preserve his reputation, he would claim to have perfected 2 of them, but recognized his folly in attempting to master so many at once. Now he would explain he sought deeper knowledge, a few high-level techniques rather than many basic ones. Yes, that should work, he concluded, a smug smile spreading across his face. His martial aunt didn't seem like a petty person and would likely appreciate his apparent humility and willingness to acknowledge mistakes. His self-congratulation was interrupted by a gentle knock at his door. Senior brother. Li Yao's familiar voice called from outside. In an instant, Xiang Yu's blood ran cold. He realized that he had made a critical oversight. Now that he had broken through to the Qi gathering realm, his spiritual energy would be perceptible to other cultivators. Without concealment techniques, his newfound cultivation base would be instantly exposed. Li Yao, with her extraordinary cultivation, would detect his breakthrough immediately. Before he could formulate a plan, the door swung open with a decisive push, and Li Yao stood framed in the doorway. "Senior brother." Li Yao's voice filled the room as the door swung open. She stepped inside with a concerned expression. "You didn't answer for so long, so I thought something happened." She offered a quick apologetic bow for entering uninvited, but as her gaze settled on Xiang Yu, her expression shifted. "Senior brother, you." Xiang Yu's heart rate intensified. Had she detected his breakthrough? His mind raced through possible explanations, excuses, anything to divert her attention from his newly acquired qi. But before he could stammer out a response, Li Yao continued unexpectedly. "Were you practicing that scripture you received from Master?" she asked, her head tilting slightly in curiosity. "What?" Xiang Yu couldn't hide his surprise. Relief washed over him as he realized she hadn't noticed his cultivation breakthrough. He quickly composed himself. "Yeah, that's what I was doing," he confirmed. Li Yao studied him for a moment, making him slightly nervous. "You should practice it less," she finally said. "I heard that mind techniques are very dangerous." Xiang Yu rose from his seated position, offering a reassuring smile. "Yes, I'll be more careful next time." He seized the opportunity to change the subject. "Why did you come here?" "Well, the heaven testing pagoda will be opening soon, so I won't be able to practice with you like usual anymore," she explained, a hint of reluctance in her voice. "I just came to say goodbye." Xiang Yu nodded slowly. He had nearly forgotten about the heaven testing pagoda. "How long will it last?" he asked. "About a week," Li Yao replied. "But don't worry, I'll come back as soon as it's over." She maintained her cheerful expression, though internally she knew this was a lie. Her true plan was to go in search of the rebirth pill immediately after the testing concluded. But he didn't need to know that. Xiang Yu acknowledged her words with another nod. "Master and Martial Ant will be the ones overseeing the event," she continued. "Master said that you should take care of the pavilion when he's away." Disappointment flickered across Xiang Yu's features. If both Elder Guo and Elder Huang would be absent for a week, his plans to request new techniques would have to wait. He suppressed a sigh, resolving to address that problem later. "Junior sister, since you'll be gone for a week, let me pack some meals for you," Xiang Yu offered. Li Yao's eyes immediately sparkled with anticipation when she heard him mention food. As he made his way to the kitchen, Xiang Yu reflected on Li Yao's upcoming challenge. She was the quintessential protagonist archetype in this cultivation world, talented, determined, and destined for greatness. Yet even main characters faced trials and tribulations. The Heaven Testing Pagoda would undoubtedly present challenges, perhaps even dangers. The least he could do was provide her with meals that would aid her recovery if she encountered trouble. In the kitchen, Xiang Yu moved at frightening speeds. Preparing meals for an entire week would have been daunting for most, but his advanced cooking skills made the task manageable. Now, with qi flowing through his meridians, he could finally combine his spiritual energy with his abyssal void flame, accelerating the cooking process and enhancing the quality of his dishes. For the first time, Xiang Yu attempted to create sixth-grade spirit food. To his surprise, even though he had not prepared sixth-grade meals before, his fifth-grade mastery made it seem so effortless, as if he'd done it thousands of times before. As he finished preparing the main meals, an idea struck him. He decided to prepare one additional dish. When he returned to Li Yao, she had already completed her preparations for departure. "Junior sister, here are the meals I prepared for you," he said, presenting her with a neatly packaged collection of containers. "I recently had a breakthrough in my cooking, so they might be a little different from before." As Li Yao accepted the meals, her eyes widened slightly at the spiritual energy emanating from the food. Even the Empress's soul residing within her salivated at the potent qi infused in each dish. Li Yao quickly composed herself and stored the meals in her spatial pouch. "Take this too," Xiang Yu added, extending a small, carefully wrapped package. "What's this?" she asked curiously. "This one is a special dish I made. It has some special properties," he explained. Seeing her eyes light up with excitement as she reached for it, Xiang Yu pulled his hand back slightly. He cleared his throat. This one is not for eating casually. You should only take it when you absolutely have no other choice. Otherwise, you'll have wasted it. Li Yao's expression shifted to surprise, but before she could respond, the Empress's voice echoed in her mind. Your senior brother is right. Though I would really like the essence in that spirit food, you should keep it as a trump card. Who knows, it might even save your life. Li Yao was genuinely shocked by the Empress's assessment. Had her senior brother truly reached such a level of skill? She nodded solemnly and accepted the small wrapped meal. Xiang Yu watched her, wondering if she really understood him. That meal was a fifth-grade creation he had poured all his skill into, teetering on the verge of breaking through to fourth-grade quality. If she didn't use it at precisely the right moment, its potential would be wasted. But he dismissed his concerns. What serious dangers could possibly threaten someone like Li Yao? The two disciples exchanged formal farewells, and Li Yao departed, her slender form rising gracefully into the air as she flew away. Xiang Yu watched until she disappeared from sight before returning to his room. Though disappointed by the delay in acquiring new techniques from Elder Huang, he recognized that cultivation was the best use of his time. Settling back into his meditative position, Xiang Yu closed his eyes and began absorbing qi once more, the energy flowing into his body easily. In the scripture pavilion, Elder Mei Zhiyuan's lips curved into a satisfied smile as he gazed out the window. Perfect, he murmured to himself. Everything is falling into place. He had noticed that Elder Huang of the Phoenix Ascension Pavilion and Elder Gu of the Mountain Heart Pavilion had been spending considerable time together at the Mountain Heart Pavilion. After using some of his connections, he had successfully arranged for both elders to oversee the Heaven Testing Pagoda event. With both elders absent for the duration of the event, the Mountain Heart Pavilion would be virtually defenseless, guarded only by that unremarkable senior disciple. Just a trash mortal with no spiritual roots. Any other time, Elder Mei would never have thought of the boy as anything worth considering at all, but this time was different. Even though the disciple did not specifically do it, he was still partially involved in the death of one of his most valuable pawns. He just wouldn't let this grudge go. Now that the boy was alone in the pavilion, he would use this opportunity to eliminate the loose end that had been troubling him. That useless pawn had failed in his mission to deal with Li Yao and had instead lost his life in the process. But now Elder Mei could rectify that failure and remove both disciples in one coordinated strike. For the senior disciple, he had already selected a trusted subordinate who would infiltrate the Mountain Heart Pavilion, making quick work of the lone disciple. As for Li Yao, he had deployed a different strategy. Several of his most capable subordinates had been instructed to enter the Heaven Testing Pagoda as participants. Their mission was clear: find the girl and ensure she never emerged from the testing grounds. In such a dangerous environment, deaths were not uncommon. Her demise would be attributed to the rigors of the test itself, arousing no suspicion. Elder Mei reached for a delicate porcelain cup and took a measured sip of spirit tea, savoring both its refined taste and the imminent success of his schemes. As long as nothing unexpected occurs, he whispered to the empty room, everything will proceed according to plan. Wang Wei sneakily climbed the Mountain Heart Pavilion, moving carefully so as not to trigger any would-be traps. As he ascended, relief washed over him. The elder of the pavilion truly wasn't present. Initially, he suspected that Elder Mei might be using him to test the pavilion's strength. After climbing for a while, he had confirmed that the elder wasn't present as he couldn't sense his aura. The only one present at the pavilion was just the useless senior disciple who didn't even have spiritual roots. As he walked up, he couldn't help but have thoughts about what he would do to Xiang Yu once he reached the top. Upon reaching the top, Wang Wei's gaze immediately locked onto Xiang Yu's house nearby. He approached it slowly, not making any noise. Observing the house, he couldn't help but think that it was quite ragged for a senior disciple, but what else could one expect from a trash with no spiritual roots? He thought disdainfully. Wang Wei moved more stealthily as he approached the house. He moved toward the window and peered inside, only to freeze in shock. Xiang Yu sat there, staring directly back at him, eyes focused and aware, as if he'd been expecting him all along. After the initial surprise and shock subsided, Wang Wei mentally berated himself for his nervousness. How could this trash with no spiritual roots have anticipated me? He reassured himself. He's probably just staring aimlessly through the window. He couldn't help but feel that the boy was really pitiful, even staring out the window all day like an idiot. Inside, Xiang Yu observed the intruder calmly. After the earlier encounter with his junior sister, he had decided to always have his qi sense extended throughout the surrounding area, creating an invisible detection field around his house. This way, he could avoid any surprises. The moment he sensed someone approaching, he immediately ceased his cultivation. He studied the stranger carefully. From his aura, the man was clearly at the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm, powerful enough to qualify as an inner or even core disciple in the sect. As he observed the stranger, he wondered if he was a messenger sent by his master or an intruder. The latter seemed more likely, as he could sense the killing intent radiating from the man. Despite the stranger's attempts to mask it, with Xiang Yu's maxed-out battle intent, the man's murderous aura was unmistakable. It practically screamed that he wanted Xiang Yu dead. Xiang Yu remained outwardly calm, while his hands secretly reached for his spatial pouch, ready to draw a weapon at the slightest provocation. His muscles tensed in preparation for the inevitable confrontation, while in his mind, he wondered who he had provoked to have such a strong person wanting to kill him. Wang Wei scratched his head and spoke casually. "I was thinking of killing you quietly, but it seems I've been figured out." In the next breath, the walls separating them crumbled violently, sending debris and dust billowing into the air. Wang Wei strode confidently over the rubble, his boots crunching on shattered wood and stone. "Where are you? Hope you didn't get crushed to death, cause that would be too boring," he called out, his voice laced with amusement. In the next instant, Wang Wei whipped around instinctively, lifting his sword just in time to block a lightning-fast attack. The impact sent vibrations through his blade and pushed him back several inches. Shock registered on his face as he stared at his trembling arm, then at Xiang Yu standing before him, sword in hand, looking completely unharmed. "How?" Wang Wei demanded, his face contorting in disbelief. "How could someone without any cultivation have such strength?" he shouted. Xiang Yu thought that his opponent's reaction was weird. Couldn't he sense his cultivation level? The same thing had occurred with his junior sister earlier. A thought flickered through his mind. Perhaps the system had a cultivation concealing function. If true, that would be an incredible advantage. But there was no time to ponder such possibilities at the moment. Pushing all distractions aside, Xiang Yu tightened his grip on his sword and charged forward to meet his opponent head-on. As Xiang Yu charged forward, in his mind, the initial clash had revealed much about his opponent's capabilities. He guessed that his opponent's body refining was probably not that high, most likely just at the 9th layer. Since his own body refinement had reached the 11th layer, he had the physical advantage. However, he remained cautious, aware that the realm difference between them could not be ignored. Wang Wei's higher cultivation realm meant richer qi enhancement, potentially closing or even surpassing the gap in base physical abilities. Yet Xiang Yu felt no urge to retreat. His confidence stemmed from his perfected iron body technique, which had been integrated into his transcendent Dao physique, multiplying its effectiveness several times over. His master had told him earlier that if he perfected the technique and reached the 9th level of body refinement, he would be able to take a hit from a peak qi-gathering cultivator. Now that the technique's effect had been multiplied and he had reached the 11th layer of body refining, he didn't believe that he couldn't handle an early-stage foundation-building cultivator. The combination of his perfect-level techniques absorbed into the transcendent Dao physique created a formidable foundation. Xiang Yu mentally assessed his position. He didn't lose out in strength, speed, or skill. But what made him even more confident was a new effect he had discovered in his battle intent. He could sense that the battle was winnable. He hadn't expected the battle intent stat to have such a feature. This was really useful. He could finally know when to fight and when to run. Wang Wei's eyes widened in panic as he witnessed Xiang Yu's approaching speed. He barely managed to raise his sword in time to block another devastating attack, the impact reverberating through his arms. You're not trash at all," he stuttered, fear creeping into his voice. "You've been hiding your power all along." Xiang Yu remained silent, pressing his advantage with relentless pursuit. The situation had become more complicated. His opponent now knew his secret. Allowing Wang Wei to escape was not an option. Though Xiang Yu's combat power had reached the Foundation establishment stage, he hadn't actually broken through to that realm. This meant that he couldn't fly. It would be really bad if Wang Wei discovered this limitation and decided to exploit it. He needed to maintain enough pressure to prevent Wang Wei from even considering aerial escape. Xiang Yu delivered another sword strike. Wang Wei managed to block it, metal scraping against metal in a shower of sparks. But this was exactly what Xiang Yu had anticipated. Using the momentary proximity, he threw a powerful punch directly at Wang Wei's lower abdomen. The impact knocked the air from his lungs, sending him flying backward until he crashed into the remaining walls of Xiang Yu's partially destroyed house. Moving with lightning speed, Xiang Yu appeared before his opponent could regain his footing. He placed his foot firmly on Wang Wei's chest, exerting pressure that pinned him firmly to the ground. The cracked wooden planks creaked beneath them. "Wait, don't kill me." Wang Wei began to beg, his voice thick with desperation. Yet behind his pleading eyes, he was scheming. He hadn't expected Xiang Yu to be hiding such power, but he still had one last resort, a trump card. As he continued his theatrical pleas for mercy, his hand slowly inched toward his pocket. Though it pained him to use such a valuable life-saving treasure, Wang Wei calculated that the benefits would far outweigh the cost. When he delivered information about Xiang Yu's true power, after supposedly killing him, the rewards would be substantial. The mere thought of the benefits he would receive was exhilarating. As Wang Wei slowly pulled something from his pocket, a triumphant anticipation filled him. Just one more second was all he needed. When his fingers finally grasped the object, his pleading expression transformed completely, morphing into a malicious grin. He stretched his hand toward Xiang Yu. "Haha, you really thought I was serious, Dai," he screamed out. But something was terribly wrong. A strange sensation made him pause. His eyes darted to his outstretched arm, only to discover with horror that it only ended at the elbow. Turning his head, he spotted the severed half of his limb several meters away. The cut was so clean and precise he didn't even realize when it happened. When he realized what had happened, his face contorted in excruciating pain as he started to scream. Before the sound could fully escape, Xiang Yu swiftly pressed his sword against Wang Wei's lips, then forced the blade into his mouth. "Quiet! Are you trying to announce to everyone?" Xiang Yu hissed in a low but threatening voice. With the cold steel pressing against his tongue, Wang Wei could only swallow his cries, tears welling in his eyes as the pain continued to pulse through him. Xiang Yu had been watching his opponent's every move carefully. He had already noticed him trying to retrieve something from his pocket. There was no way he would allow him to turn the situation around. When he noticed that he had calmed down, he removed the sword from Wang Wei's mouth and flipped him over, pressing his face against the ground. Taking Wang Wei's remaining arm, Xiang Yu twisted it behind his back and pinned it in place with his knee. The position was excruciating, ensuring Wang Wei couldn't attempt any further tricks. Face down in the dirt, each breath Wang Wei took kicked up small clouds of dust. The tears streaming from his eyes mixed with the earth, creating muddy tracks down his cheeks. Xiang Yu placed his sword next to Wang Wei's head, the proximity causing him to instantly stop squirming. "I'm going to ask a few questions," Xiang Yu stated matter-of-factly. He moved his sword closer to Wang Wei's exposed throat, the edge just grazing the skin. "The questions are optional, so you don't have to answer." Wang Wei cursed inwardly at the transparent threat. Who would believe that, he thought bitterly, but he dared not voice his thoughts aloud, fearing he might indeed lose his head. "First question, who sent you?" Xiang Yu asked directly. Despite his precarious position, Wang Wei managed a defiant smirk. "HMPH, do you think that just a few threats will make me speak?" Xiang Yu regarded him silently for a moment before nodding. "I guess that's true." Without hesitation, he swung his sword, ready to end the man's life in one clean strike. Only when the blade was mere inches from his neck did Wang Wei's resolve crumble. "Wait, stop. I'll answer," he shouted, panic evident in his voice. "You should have just said that sooner," Xiang Yu replied calmly, halting his attack. Wang Wei thought to himself that this guy was really a madman. He didn't even attempt to extract information through other means. He had simply decided to kill him outright. "I was sent by Mei Jiyuan," he confessed, his voice trembling. Xiang Yu processed this information, searching through his memories. The name belonged to the elder of the scripture pavilion. He wondered what he could have possibly done to offend such a powerful figure. "Why does he want to kill me?" he asked. "Because you and your junior sister killed one of his pawns," Wang Wei responded, his voice weak from pain and fear. Xiang Yu frowned, trying to recall. "You mean Gu Hanaming?" he asked, putting the pieces together. Yes, Wang Wei confirmed hastily. "What do you mean by pawn?" Xiang Yu pushed further, sensing there was more to this story. Wang Wei hesitated, clearly weighing his options. Only when Xiang Yu pressed his sword closer to his throat, breaking the skin just enough to draw a thin line of blood, did he begin to speak. Wu Wuming, but before he could finish the name, dark veins suddenly appeared on his forehead, spreading rapidly across his face like a sinister web. His eyes widened in terror as he realized what was happening. No! No, he screamed, a sound filled with genuine horror. Recognizing what was happening, Xiang Yu instantly backed away, putting several meters between them in a blur of movement. In the next second, Wang Wei's body exploded violently, the force tearing him apart and leaving nothing but scattered remains and a dark stain on the ground where he had been. Xiang Yu cautiously approached the explosion site, scanning for any remains. Nothing was left, not flesh, not bone, not even a scrap of fabric. He recognized that this was likely a curse designed to prevent information leakage. Though Wang Wei's final message was cut short, Xiang Yu had heard enough. Wuming. The name echoed in his mind as he searched his memories. The Wuming cult was one of the greatest demonic sects in the eastern region, infamous for their ruthless methods. What business did such a powerful organization have in their small sect? And if Wang Wei was working for Elder Mei Zhiyuan, did that mean the elder himself was a demonic sect spy? How many more spies had infiltrated their sect? What should he do with this information? Reporting it presented its own problems. He would need to explain how he discovered this information, which meant revealing his true strength. He wasn't ready to expose himself just yet. He let out a deep sigh as he sheathed his sword and placed it back in his spatial pouch. He decided that he would let the matter be for now. There wasn't much he could do anyway. Something caught his eye amidst the debris. Wang Wei's severed hand remained intact, having been cut off before the curse activated. Xiang Yu walked over and picked it up, noting that the lifeless fingers still clutched a small paper. He could tell that it was a talisman, though he didn't know the specific effect of the talisman. More importantly, he noticed a spatial ring on one of the fingers. His eyes widened slightly at the discovery. Spatial rings were significantly more expensive than spatial pouches and offered greater storage capacity. Since the owner was already dead, Xiang Yu could easily access its contents. Slipping the ring onto his own finger, he mentally connected with it, immediately sensing the storage within 10 cubic meters of space, far larger than his mere 2 cubic meter spatial pouch. Probing the contents, he found a chi-refining scripture, which he promptly set aside. His physique already granted him those abilities naturally. Several other scrolls and books caught his attention, but upon closer inspection, he realized they were mostly demonic techniques. The only truly useful technique he found was a high-grade fire palm manual. As he examined the details of the manual, he couldn't help but feel that the manual was really impressive. Wang Wei must not have mastered it yet, otherwise he wouldn't have defeated him that easily. Xiang Yu decided to keep the fire palm technique and the talisman. As for the demonic texts, he summoned his void flame and burned them along with the severed hand. Though not particularly righteous himself, he had no desire to be labeled a devil and hunted for cultivating forbidden techniques. The talisman from Wang Wei's hand remained a mystery. Examining it, Xiang Yu reflected on the importance of secondary professions. His fifth-grade cooking skill, seemingly mundane, was probably 1,000 times more valuable than his chi-gathering cultivation, even when considering his foundation establishment combat prowess. He resolved to study more secondary professions in the future. Such skills might prove invaluable in unexpected situations. Carefully, he placed the talisman in his new spatial ring for later examination. But first, I need a new house. Xiang Yu stood before the remains of what was his house just a few moments ago, surveying the destruction. Now that the immediate danger had passed, he realized just how poor his housing conditions had been. Since arriving in this world, his entire focus had been about gaining power and surviving. Now that he could somewhat protect himself, it seemed appropriate to improve his living situation. It's about time I built a house worthy of my senior brother position, he thought. He summoned his void flame. The flame danced between his fingers before expanding outward. The flames consumed all remains of his previous home, leaving nothing but clean earth in their wake. He extended the cleansing process to encompass an even larger radius, preparing a pristine foundation for his new residence. After clearing the location, Xiang Yu pondered what type of house to construct. Brick would require too much time and effort, so he opted for wood instead. The Mountain Heart Pavilion was surrounded by lush forests, providing abundant materials for his project. He spent several minutes examining the surrounding area, extending his chi sense to locate suitable materials. As he did so, he was startled by how far his perception could reach. In theory, chi sense was a golden core ability, though it was available to others in limited form, only allowing people to detect the area around them. But because he had already unlocked his spiritual sea, his chi sense was almost no different from that of an actual golden core cultivator. Xiang Yu recalled how the area in his spiritual sense had been expanding alongside his mind level increases. He wondered if the distance his chi sense could reach was proportional to this. Intrigued by this possibility, he decided to test his limits. He extended his chi sense further and further, feeling it encompass more trees, spreading like an invisible tide across the landscape. To his amazement, his perception soon covered the entire Mountain Heart Pavilion. He sensed he could push even further but restrained himself. Extending throughout the rest of the sect might alert others and cause unnecessary panic. Still, he was very satisfied with this discovery. However, he knew that he couldn't maintain coverage over the entire pavilion continuously. Once the master and martial ant returned, they might detect his chi sense, which could lead to problems. Though his system seemed to conceal his cultivation level, it might not necessarily hide active techniques. Better to remain inconspicuous until he surpassed them in strength, at which point they wouldn't be able to detect him. Returning to his construction plans, Xiang Yu confirmed bamboo as his material of choice. Not only would it allow for quick assembly, permitting him to return to training sooner, but it would also provide aesthetic appeal and considerable durability. Later, when he gained knowledge of formation making, he could reinforce the structure with protective arrays. Without further delay, he set to work. Cutting bamboo stalks was effortless with his strength, and though transporting them required several trips due to the density of the forest, his enhanced physical capabilities made the labor relatively light. Soon, a substantial pile of building materials stood ready at his construction site. Xiang Yu had initially planned something modest, a bedroom and perhaps a large hall for indoor training. This would allow him to train privately since when he trained outdoors, others might see the progress he was making. But as he worked, he suddenly had new ideas. He thought that a kitchen would be useful for preparing specialized foods just for himself. And considering that he might get new secondary professions in the future, he decided to add some more rooms. By the time he finished, his house had grown considerably. Final structure included a bedroom, kitchen, martial arts hall, pill refining room, artifact refining room, and one expansive chamber dedicated to both formation and talisman making. These were all the secondary professions he could think of. If he acquired more later, he could always build more rooms. When he finished building the new house, the sun was already setting. Stepping back to admire his creation, a proud smile spread across his face. What he had built was no mere house, but nearly an estate. The master and his junior sister would certainly be surprised upon their return. Suddenly remembering the approaching reset, Xiang Yu realized he hadn't yet trained with the new technique he'd acquired from Wang Wei. He hurried into his newly constructed martial arts hall, determined to gain at least a few experience points before reset. Xiang Yu sat cross-legged on the bamboo floor of his new martial arts hall. Unlike the physical techniques he normally practiced that required repetitive swinging of weapons or rigorous body movements, the fire palm technique required a different approach. This was a chi-related technique that involved infusing his palm with fiery energy to deliver devastating attacks. Typically, such elemental techniques required practitioners to possess the corresponding spiritual root. Only those with fire element spiritual roots could naturally manipulate fire chi. However, Xiang Yu's situation was unique. His omni-element spiritual root granted him affinity with all elements, removing this limitation. He closed his eyes and directed his attention inward, sensing the vast ocean of chi circulating through his meridians. Now came the challenging part, transforming this pure energy into the flame element. For most cultivators, their single-element spiritual roots automatically converted absorbed chi into their natural element without conscious effort. Xiang Yu's omni-element root, however, left the chi in its original, unadulterated form. While this gave him higher quality energy, pure and unpolluted by elemental transformation, it also meant he needed to manually convert his chi into specific elements when employing techniques like the fire palm. This additional step would require concentration and practice to master. Hours passed as Xiang Yu remained motionless, his consciousness immersed in the internal landscape of his chi pathways. Gradually, he began to sense the subtle differences in his chi as he attempted to shift its properties toward the fire element. At first, the transformations were fleeting and unstable, but with persistent effort, the changes became more consistent. After nearly 3 hours of meditation, Xiang Yu finally grasped the method. He could now seamlessly transform his pure chi into fire-natured energy. He realized that after a few attempts, it became almost second nature. He made a mental note to practice converting his chi into other elements later to build versatility and prevent future difficulties. With the transformation aspect mastered, Xiang Yu proceeded to the technique itself. He guided the newly converted fire qi along his meridians and concentrated it into his arm. Responding to his will, his arm began to glow with a subtle red hue. The effect wasn't as dramatic as he had anticipated. He had imagined spectacular visual effects like those from movies, but the reality was more subdued, resembling a modest glow stick rather than an inferno. Despite the underwhelming visual display, he was satisfied with the result. He had successfully learned a high-grade technique on his first attempt. Such rapid mastery would be extraordinary for most cultivators, but with his comprehension ability long since reaching the high stage, perhaps it was to be expected. Throughout the night, Xiang Yu continued practicing the fire palm technique, refining his control over the fire qi and increasing the stability of his transformations. The soft red glow illuminated the otherwise dark martial arts hall as he repeatedly channeled and dispersed the energy, each cycle growing smoother than the last until finally. Xiang Yu sat in his meditative position as the familiar system screen materialized before him. Body refining, 11th layer, 211000, plus 211000. Kai gathering, first layer, 2100, plus 2100. Mind level 4, 14000. Transcendent Tao body, level 1, 11000000. Enlightenment high 62 3000, plus 2 3000. Spirit Flame, Abyssal Void Flame, 6th grade, 634,000. High Grade Fire Palm, Beginner 10100, plus 10100. Cook 5th grade 9500, plus 2500. Experience points doubled. Cook's 5th grade 9500, Right Arrow 5th grade 18500. High Grade Fire Palm, Beginner 10100, Right Arrow Beginner 2100. Spirit Flame, Abyssal Void Flame, 6th grade 634,000, Right Arrow 6th grade 1264,000. Enlightenment High 62 3000, Right Arrow High 124 3000. Transcendent Tao Body, Level 1 11000000, Right Arrow Level 1 21000000. Mind Level 4 14000, Right Arrow Level 4 24000. Kai Gathering, First Layer 2100, Right Arrow First Layer 4100. Body Refining, 11th Layer 21100, Right Arrow 11th Layer 41100. His eyes scanned through the information. The first detail that caught his attention was the 20 points gained in body refining. He had a thoughtful expression as he wondered when he had gained the points. He then realized that he had exerted his body quite a bit when building the house, so it was probably from there. The act of cutting, carrying, and assembling materials had served as a form of body training. The chi-gathering progression surprised him even more. He had actually gained 20 whole points. When he practiced before, he hadn't gained that many points. He attributed this unexpected boost to his extensive practice in transforming pure chi into fire element for the new technique. After the system's doubling, his chi-gathering now stood at 40 points. If he gained just 10 more points during the day, he would break through to the second layer after the next reset. This rate of progress wasn't bad at all. As for the fire palm technique itself, he had managed to accumulate only 10 points. Despite the modest number, Xiang Yu wasn't disappointed. He had only practiced for a limited time, and it was a high-grade technique that naturally required more effort to master. The doubled points brought it to 20, which was still commendable progress for a single day. His cooking skill had also increased by 20 points, likely due to the meals he had prepared for his junior sister. He had indeed outdone himself with those dishes, even preparing a 5th-grade meal. This observation triggered another realization: he hadn't eaten anything since morning. With his transcendent Tao physique, he didn't need to eat to sustain himself, so he had completely forgotten about food. He suddenly had a bold idea. Now that he was alone on the mountain, he had the perfect opportunity to leverage his 5th-grade cooking skills. Not only could he advance his culinary abilities, but with his spiritual roots, he could also fully absorb the benefits of spiritually enhanced food to accelerate his cultivation. With this in mind, Xiang Yu formulated a structured daily routine. After midnight, he would focus on mind cultivation. From morning until noon, he would dedicate himself to cooking various spiritual foods, using them to enhance his chi practice. The afternoon to midnight would be reserved for technique practice, particularly the new fire palm and other combat skills. This schedule felt perfect, a balanced approach that would maximize the development of all his abilities. For body refining, he determined to wear weighted clothes throughout his daily activities, providing constant resistance training without requiring dedicated time. With his new routine established, Xiang Yu decided to put it to practice instantly. It was already past midnight, time to begin cultivating his mind as planned. Xiang Yu quickly settled into his meditative position, his consciousness instantly pulled into his spiritual sea. Upon arrival, he froze in astonishment. The familiar landscape had transformed completely. Before, the area was filled with an endless dark void with a gentle radius of illumination. But now the area was a vibrant, dynamic expanse filled with flowing colors and dazzling light. Streams of multicolored chi floated through the space. The dark void had given way to this colorful manifestation as his spiritual power grew and refined itself. Time passed without notice as he immersed himself in this practice, until finally, sensing the changing energy in the world outside his body, he slowly opened his eyes. The first rays of dawn were breaking through his window, painting the bamboo walls with soft golden light. It was morning, time to transition to the next phase of his new routine. With the sun rising, Xiang Yu prepared for his cooking and qi cultivation session. Since he had already constructed his own kitchen, he made a quick trip to the common kitchen area, selecting various utensils to stock his personal cooking space. Next came the ingredients. Since his junior sister wasn't around, Xiang Yu ventured into the forest surrounding the Mountain Heart Pavilion to look for prey. He caught a wild boar and also gathered various herbs. As he gathered the herbs, he thought to himself that he should also plant his own herbs, just like his master did. They might even be useful when he finally gained the pill refining profession. As he returned from hunting, he encountered a small herd of vicuñas grazing in a clearing. With swift movements, he managed to catch several of the animals alive. These would serve multiple purposes, not just as potential food, but their fine wool could be used to create a proper bed. After days of sleeping on hard floors, the prospect of comfortable rest appealed greatly to him. Back at his bamboo dwelling, Xiang Yu set about preparing the wild boar for cooking. As for the vicuñas, he placed them in a hastily constructed pen behind his house. As he worked, a concerning thought occurred to him. During his hunt, he had noticed a scarcity of wild boars in the forest. It seemed their hunting had begun to affect the local ecosystem. We might run out of food if this continues, he realized. With this in mind, he decided not to cook the vicuñas, but keep them instead. Before returning to cooking, Xiang Yu took time to shear the vicuñas. Using his qi to refine the collected wool, he stuffed it into cloth casings and sewed them shut, creating a surprisingly luxurious mattress. He placed this atop the bamboo bed frame he had constructed, testing it with a satisfied smile. The comfort was immediate and welcome. Realizing he had become distracted by the bed-making project, Xiang Yu hurried back to the kitchen. He needed to adhere to his planned routine. He began preparing the wild boar, employing his fifth-grade cooking techniques to infuse the meat with spiritual energy. Though this was his second time preparing fifth-grade meals, it would be his first time actually consuming them himself. When the dishes were finally ready, their aroma filled the kitchen with tantalizing scents. He took his first bite, and a wave of heavenly flavor washed over his palate. But although the taste was remarkable, it paled in comparison to the effects that followed. As he continued eating, he could feel his qi rising steadily within him, the energy accumulating and strengthening with each mouthful. After finishing the meal, Xiang Yu immediately sat in meditative posture. The overwhelming qi circulating inside him needed guidance and refinement. He directed the energy through his meridians, feeling it strengthen and expand his qi pathways. The circulation continued, the energy growing more and more condensed until suddenly. Kai gathering, second layer 1200. Xiang Yu felt an invisible barrier collapse within him as the surging qi that had started to overwhelm his meridians suddenly calmed, settling peacefully into his dantian. He exhaled deeply, dissipating the excess energy that remained in his system. Feeling the change within him, he quickly checked his system status, confirming that he had indeed broken through to the second layer of the qi-gathering realm. Just as he had thought before, it seemed his cooking profession was indeed worth 1,000 times more than his cultivation. Even though it was just a minor realm, breaking through just by eating was really incredible. He couldn't help but feel that he needed to gain more secondary professions. After he was done refining all the leftover energy, Xiang Yu noted that it was nearly noon and decided to transition to technique cultivation in accordance with his new schedule. Maintaining his meditative posture, he began channeling fire chi into his palm. A familiar warm sensation spread through his hand as the energy concentrated, causing a subtle red glow to emanate from his skin. After practicing this basic application for some time, he suddenly had a bold idea. He reached into his spatial ring and retrieved the Fire Palm Technique manual, examining it with a smile. If I understand the fundamental principles correctly, he reasoned, the technique itself isn't inherently tied to fire. Since he had studied a palm technique before, he could tell that the technique, in its roots, was just a palm technique. The elemental aspect was merely one component that could potentially be substituted. If he could use the fire palm as a base template and replace the elemental aspect, he might gain 5 techniques from just one. For most cultivators, such a task would be nearly impossible, requiring extraordinary comprehension abilities and deep understanding of elemental theory. However, with his high-level comprehension, combined with the enhancement from his transcendent Tao physique, Xiang Yu believed it was within his capabilities. He began studying the fire palm technique with focus, scrutinizing every detail and annotation. His eyes traced the meridian pathways described in the manual, noting how the qi was directed and transformed. He paid particular attention to sections describing the role of the fire element in the technique's execution, mentally cataloging what aspects would need modification if he substituted a different element. Theory alone wasn't sufficient. Xiang Yu conducted numerous practical experiments, attempting to apply water-natured qi using the same circulation pattern designed for fire. Several attempts failed, some even resulting in minor injuries, backflows of unstable energy that damaged his meridians, unexpected energy explosions that burned his palm from the inside. Fortunately, his transcendent Tao physique's enhanced recovery capabilities quickly repaired these self-inflicted wounds, allowing him to continue his experiments without significant delay. Hours passed as Xiang Yu alternated between theoretical study and practical application. The sun began its descent toward the horizon, painting his bamboo dwelling with orange and red hues. Just as daylight was fading, a breakthrough occurred. During one attempt, instead of the familiar red glow, his hand emanated a soft blue luminescence. The sensation was different, cool, and flowing rather than hot and crackling. He had successfully adapted the technique to channel water qi. Excitement surged through him as he quickly checked his system status. There it was. High-grade water palm, beginner 1-100. He had succeeded in extracting a new technique from the original, proving his theory correct. Now that Xiang Yu had successfully created a technique based on a different element, excitement surged through him. After creating the water palm technique, he could now determine which components of the technique were affected by elemental changes and could now swap them out systematically to match the values of the element he was creating a technique for. Now he possessed a genuine template for elemental palm techniques. Without hesitation, he applied the same principles to the remaining 3 classical elements, filling in the template with precise adjustments for each. One by one, new notifications appeared in his system. High-grade wood palm, beginner 1-100. High-grade earth palm, beginner 1-100. High-grade metal palm, beginner 1-100. He briefly considered creating techniques for mutated elements like wind, ice, and thunder, but recognized his understanding of these elements was insufficient to formulate proper techniques yet. Even so, his achievement was remarkable. He now possessed techniques to practice independently, without relying on his martial aunt for more techniques. With multiple techniques now populating his system, Xiang Yu felt a deep satisfaction. The system's potential was no longer being squandered. More importantly, the process of analyzing and modifying the original technique had taught him invaluable lessons about technique construction and elemental theory. Perhaps I should study more techniques, he thought, gazing at his palm. I might eventually create techniques from scratch without needing templates. Such an ability would allow him to make full use of his system's capabilities. Even if his initial creations were mediocre, he could employ the system's merging function to combine them into something truly powerful, just as he planned to do with the 5 elemental palm techniques once they reached perfect level. The prospect of what might result from merging all 5 perfected elemental techniques intrigued him. Would it create a divine-level technique, he wondered. Setting aside these ambitious thoughts for the future, Xiang Yu focused on immediate practice. He systematically worked through each of his new techniques, cycling through the elements one after another. What had initially been challenging, the constant transformation of his qi between different elemental natures, gradually became easier and easier until it was second nature. Throughout the night, his palms pulsed with different colored lights as he activated each element in sequence. Rippling blue water energy, then green wood chi that spiraled like vines, earthy brown light, and finally metallic silver and gray lights. The repeated practice reinforced his control, each cycle becoming more fluid than the last. The hours passed swiftly as Xiang Yu lost himself in perfecting these techniques, refining his control over elemental transformations. Finally, midnight arrived, and the system reset notification appeared. Body refining, 11th layer, 711000, plus 311000. Kai gathering, 2nd layer, 5200, plus 5200. Mind level 4, 42 4000, plus 44,000. Transcendent Tao body, level 1, 51000000, plus 31000000. Enlightenment high 167 3000, plus 43 3000. Spirit Flame Abyssal Void Flame, 6th grade, 1265 40000, plus 540000. High grade Fire Palm, beginner 2100. High grade Water Wood Earth Metal Palm, beginner 10100, plus 10100. Cook 5th grade 200 500, plus 2500. Experience points doubled. Cook 5th grade 200 500, Right Arrow 5th grade 400 500. High grade Water Wood Earth Metal Palm, beginner 10100, Right Arrow beginner 2100. High grade Fire Palm, beginner 2100, Right Arrow beginner 4100. Spirit Flame Abyssal Void Flame, 6th grade 1265 40000, Right Arrow 6th grade 25340000. Enlightenment high 167 3000, Right Arrow high 334 3000. Transcendent Tao body, level 1 51000000, level 1 101000000. Mind level 4 42 4000, Right Arrow level 4 84 4000. Kai gathering, 2nd layer 5200, 2nd layer 100 200. Body refining, 11th layer 71 1000, Right Arrow 11th layer 141 1000. Xiang Yu observed the day's advancements with quiet satisfaction. Despite having already broken through to the 2nd layer of Qi gathering, he was still able to gain 50 new points. He surmised these points came from the new techniques he had been training, which required transforming his Qi into different elemental forms. After the system's doubling effect, this brought him to 100 points, meaning that he was guaranteed a breakthrough to the 3rd stage after the next reset. Such speed was remarkable even to him. But what surprised him even more was that his transcendent Tao physique had actually gained 3 points. He hadn't expected to be able to increase the points of this extraordinary physique at all, and wondered what had caused it to improve. From what he understood of the transcendent Tao physique, it possessed a feature that allowed him to cultivate all sorts of essences. He reasoned that it had increased because he had transformed his Qi into the 5 elements. He made a mental note to expand his studies to other elements as well. That way, he would be able to further improve his transcendent Tao physique, unlocking more of its boundless potential. Another stat that had increased greatly was his enlightenment, jumping by a whole 40 points. He speculated this was probably because he had created new techniques. To increase his enlightenment even more, it seemed he would need to continue innovating and crafting techniques of his own rather than merely practicing established arts. As for the elemental techniques, he had managed to gain 10 points for each after practicing diligently, and they were now at 20 after the doubling effect. His spirit flame appeared to have entered the thousands and was now picking up pace in its development. Speaking of flame, his cooking skill was actually just 100 points away from breaking through to 4th grade. Xiang Yu contemplated how the 5th grade meals were already useful for cultivation and wondered just how much more beneficial the 4th grade ones would be. His mouth watered not because of the taste, but rather because of the benefits it might bring him. After inspecting all the day's progress, he pulled up his full status panel. Name Xiang Yu. Realm Body 11th layer 141 1000. Spirit Qi Gathering 2nd layer 100 200. Mind level 4 84 4000. Species human. Spiritual root medium grade omni-element. Physique Transcendent Tao body level 1 10100000. Enlightenment high 334 3000. Battle Instinct Mortal 100,001 Spirit Flame Abyssal Void Flame 6th grade 2534 0000. Professions Cook 5th grade 400 500. Techniques: high-grade fire palm, beginner 40-100, high-grade water, wood, earth, metal palm, beginner 20-100. Scriptures. System function double exp cooldown 24 HRS, fusion. His eyes lingered on the numbers, checking out each line with a sense of accomplishment. After admiring the numbers for a while, letting the satisfaction of progress wash over him, Xiangyu finally decided it was time to return to training. According to his carefully planned routine, it was now time for his mind cultivation. He settled into a comfortable meditative posture, his breathing slowing to a measured rhythm. Within moments, his consciousness detached from his physical form, instantly drifting into the vast expanse of his spiritual sea. The following day, Xiangyu slowly opened his eyes from his meditation as the sun was starting to rise. According to his routine, it was time for qi practice and cooking, so he quickly set out to look for something to cook. He covered the entire pavilion with his qi sense, instantly detecting the location of some wild boars. At the same time, he also noticed some people snooping around the pavilion. Their cultivations were just at the qi gathering stage, so he didn't care about them much. He wondered if they were also subordinates of Elder Mei. It seems they have already noticed that Wang Wei is missing. Still, Xiangyu just hoped they would continue their snooping and not find trouble with him, otherwise he would have to get rid of them too. As he thought of this, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. If the elder found out that his assassin had gone missing, would he send an even stronger one? Or worse, would he come to finish the job off himself? Just the thought alone made him shiver involuntarily. For one to become an elder, they had to have at least core formation realm strength. Xiangyu didn't want to have such a formidable opponent after him. He hoped the elder would simply ignore him. After all, he was just an insignificant person in the grand scheme of things. The elder shouldn't pay attention to him. With that reassuring thought, he pushed his worries aside and went off to catch the wild boars. This time he successfully caught 3 wild boars, 2 male and 1 female. He even managed to catch another vicuña, this one male. The ones he had before were both females, so he was glad to have this male one. He finally had a complete family. He first built a quick shed for the boars, placing 1 male and 1 female there. As for the other male, without delay he got to work, expertly preparing the meat. After the meat was ready, he began cooking it. His hands moved quickly, expertly controlling the spirit flame as well as infusing qi to prepare the 5th-grade dishes. The aroma filled the pavilion, rich and enticing, but Xiangyu's mind remained focused on cultivation rather than mere enjoyment. Once the meals were ready, he started eating them, pausing every few bites to circulate his qi. The energy from the food flowed through his meridians, strengthening his cultivation base with each circulation. Although the meals are truly delicious, he cared more about the benefits to his cultivation. Outside the heaven-testing pagoda, Li Yao just reached the 50th floor, someone spoke, excitement evident in their voice. Her speed is really impressive, another added, unable to hide their admiration. Do you think she can break the record? Asked a curious onlooker, eyes fixed on the towering pagoda. No way, the record was set by the ancestor, managing to clear the 99th floor. How could it be broken by just anyone? Scoffed a skeptical cultivator. Li Yao isn't just anyone, one simp defended, folding their arms across their chest. The talks were getting heated as disciples gathered in clusters, debating the young woman's potential. On the side, Elder Mei Jiyun clicked his tongue in irritation. What are those guys doing? How hard can it be to get rid of a single girl? As he was thinking of this, a group of 3 disciples approached him, their expressions cautious. Master, they bowed respectfully, keeping their heads lowered. Tell me, what did you find? He asked impatiently. We didn't see any traces of battle, one said hesitantly. The only thing different we noticed was that the senior disciple seems to have built a new house, the second one spoke, meeting the elder's gaze briefly before looking away. The elder heard the information and seemed to be contemplating something. He wondered why the senior disciple was building a new house. Was this related to Wang Wei's disappearance? His brow furrowed as he considered the possibilities. The crowd's excitement surged once more. Li Yao has cleared the 50th floor in record time. She's moving on to the 51st floor, someone announced. Do you think she'll be able to keep up the same speed in the upper floors? How could that be? The upper floors are when the real test begins, replied a veteran disciple with confidence. Didn't you say that a few floors ago? Well, that's different. Elder Mei Jiyun shook his head, dismissing his earlier suspicions. He was probably imagining things. Wang Wei might have just fallen into a trap and gotten himself killed. He had always been so rash. The elder's lips curved into a slight smile. He would just send a more competent person to finish the job this time. Xiang Yu continued circulating his qi. He had to admit that the 5th grade spirit food was really overwhelming, providing so much concentrated qi that it was becoming harder to manage. To be honest, most of the qi was being wasted because his medium-grade spiritual root simply couldn't handle it, but still, it wasn't a loss for him as he could absorb what he could and slowly refine it. After refining all the qi circulating within his body, he could finally relax. He let out a deep exhale as he opened his eyes, releasing remnants of qi that dissipated into the air around him. He looked at the sun and realized that it had just reached noon, meaning it was time to practice his techniques. He didn't waste time and immediately started practicing the 5 elements palm techniques, his palms letting out slight glows as he alternated between the elements. Crimson light flickered from his fire palm, followed by the blue shimmer of water, the earthy brown glow, metallic silver and gray shine, and verdant green of wood. He continued this for some time, his movements growing more fluid with each transition until he suddenly stopped. His qi sense that was covering the entire pavilion detected someone entering. Xiang Yu was instantly on alert. He could sense that the other person was quite strong, probably just as strong as Wang Wei if not stronger. He wondered what such a powerful cultivator was doing here. Could it be that the elder had sent another person to finish the job after the other one failed? This was really bad. It wasn't that Xiang Yu was afraid of the intruder. From his battle sense, he could tell that he could win. But he was afraid that if this one was also killed, the elder might send an even stronger one. He frantically considered his options. Just as he was thinking of this, the intruder had already flown to his location. The man floated above Xiang Yu, who was still in his meditative posture. "Is this the person?" the man asked, more to himself. "Well, no matter." He raised his sword, which started emitting a soft blue glow that quickly grew violent and crackled like lightning. He then made a downward slash. A burst of energy left from his sword, coming down towards Xiang Yu, who remained in his position, seemingly unaware. The slash landed on his location, and dust and debris rose in a violent cloud. The man observed his work for a moment before slowly descending to the ground. When he landed at the location, confusion crossed his face. "Where did he go?" he asked as he noticed that there was no one where he had hit. In the next second, he felt an incoming attack from behind. He quickly turned around, blocking the attack. Sparks flew from both swords as they met, but he easily lost out in strength, being thrown several meters back across the ground. He stared at Xiang Yu, who was approaching him with his sword raised. "You," he stammered in shock as he tried to rise from the ground. "It was you. You're the one who killed Wang Wei." Wang Wei? Was that his name? Xiang Yu spoke coldly. "It really was you." The man's eyes widened in realization. He then reached to his pocket, but before he could do anything, Xiang Yu instantly appeared before him. "No, you don't," he spoke as he sliced the man's head clean off. Xiang Yu thought to himself that there was no way he would let the man use his trump card. As he observed the man's body lying on the ground, he reflected that he had been really nervous. He hadn't expected the man to actually attack him from the air. He had to wait for him to come to the ground so he could attack. This man didn't seem as overconfident as the other one, as he instantly tried to use his trump card when he realized that he couldn't win. If he had realized that when he was still in the air, he would have flown away and revealed Xiang Yu's secret. He then looked at the body as he wondered what to do now. The elder seemed to have a way of knowing if his subordinates were killed, so he was probably going to send an even stronger opponent. Xiang Yu just sighed deeply. He hoped his master and junior sister would return soon, otherwise he didn't know what would happen to him. He then searched the man's body, looking for anything of value. After searching thoroughly, he found a similar talisman like the one he had gotten from Wang Wei, and he kept it. He then found some pills. One of them was a foundation building pill, and the others were mostly demonic pills, which he instantly burned with his void flame, watching as they turned to ash. He also found some martial arts manuals, but they were mostly demonic techniques, which he had no interest in cultivating. After getting rid of the demonic techniques, he was left with a single manual, high-grade lightning strike. After inspecting it, it seemed to be a sword technique, combined with some footwork that used lightning to deal fast and deadly strikes. It appeared to be the technique the man had used to attack him. Outside the heaven-testing pagoda, Elder Mei Jiyuan's expression suddenly turned sour, squeezing the glass he was holding until it shattered. He was sweating greatly, his face covered in disbelief and fury. How was that possible? The person he had sent had died. It hadn't even been that long since he sent him. How did he fall so fast? He wondered if there really was some sort of protective formation guarding the pavilion that he had overlooked. The other cultivators nearby seemed to notice his strange mood. Their curious glances forced him to straighten himself and calm down, wiping away the cold sweat that had formed on his brow. "Do you think the elder is jealous of Li Yao?" whispered one disciple to another. "Who knows?" came the noncommittal reply. "Well, it's understandable. Li Yao has just reached the 80th floor, while none of his disciples have even entered the rankings." The elder heard these whispers, but he didn't say anything. He thought to himself that it seemed he would have to abandon the plan of killing Xiang Yu for now. He didn't want to lose any more of his men. He then suddenly had a smile creep across his face as he observed Li Yao's name rise in the rankings. He thought to himself that it didn't make much difference if he let Xiang Yu live for a few days. After all, once their mission was complete, everyone was going to die anyway. After Xiang Yu got rid of the attacker's body, he got back to training. He also made sure to have his chi sense on the lookout so he could make a run for it in case someone even more powerful came. Instead of continuing to practice the elemental palm techniques, Xiang Yu first studied the new lightning strike technique. This was because he wanted to see if he could get some insights on the lightning element by practicing the technique. That way, he would be able to create a sixth elemental palm technique to add to his growing collection. Studying the lightning strike technique wasn't that hard. Xiang Yu already had some knowledge of the sword, so it was quite easy to pick up the basic movements and energy pathways. The illustrations in the manual showed precise positions for channeling the lightning energy through the blade, which he followed carefully. He then spent some time circulating his chi, trying to transform his pure chi into the lightning element. Unlike the other elements he had transformed before, the lightning element was really hard to get the hang of. He guessed it was because it was a mutated element, different from the primary 5 elements. When he finally succeeded in the transformation, he felt the violent lightning chi flowing through his chi pathways. The chi was quite unstable and was even hurting him when he tried to channel it, causing him to have to refine it even more. His meridians tingled painfully as the energy coursed through them, like countless needles pricking him from within. After a few more hours of concentrated effort, he finally had the hang of it. He felt the lightning chi flowing softly through his meridians. When it finally spread to his sword, the energy showed its true nature, sparkling and crackling violently along the blade's edge. He was very pleased with the progress. He could finally control the lightning. Still, he felt that it was quite dangerous. If he didn't handle the unstable lightning correctly, it might explode and hurt him from within. This meant that he needed more practice to master it compared to the other techniques. Still, the raw power was really impressive. He could feel that just this single technique could probably deal more damage than all the others combined. He then summoned his system to see if the technique had been registered. High-grade lightning strike, beginner 5100. Seeing as it was registered into the system, he moved on to the fun part. Now that he had learned how to transform his chi into lightning, it was time to create the lightning palm technique. After doing it so many times with the other elements, he was already used to the elemental palm technique template, just replacing a few values. After trying it a few times, he succeeded. He was now able to infuse lightning chi into his palm to attack. As he observed his glowing blue and silver palm that crackled every now and then, sending small arcs of energy between his fingers, he thought to himself that the lightning element was really destructive. He needed more practice to make sure that it didn't hurt him when using. If he managed to completely master the element, it would be quite powerful. High-grade lightning palm, beginner 5100. Xiang Yu continued practicing the elemental palm techniques throughout the night. As for the lightning strike sword technique, Xiang Yu was already quite versed in the sword itself, so the only thing he needed to work on was just the lightning element itself, which he was already working on through the lightning palm technique. He continued his practice until it was finally reset time. Body refining, 11th layer, 181,1000, plus 41,1000. Kai gathering, 2nd layer, 150,200, plus 5,200. Mind level 4, 124,000, plus 44,000. Transcendent Tao body, level 1, 12,100,000, plus 21,000,000. Enlightenment high 357,3000, plus 23,3000. Spirit Flame Abyssal Void Flame, 6th grade, 2535-40000, plus 540000. High grade Lightning Strike in Palm, beginner 10-100, plus 10-100. High grade Fire Palm, beginner 50-100, plus 10-100. High grade Water Wood Earth Metal Palm, beginner 30-100, plus 10-100. Cook 5th grade 400-2500, plus 2500. Experience points doubled. Cook 5th grade 400-2500, right arrow 4th grade 0600. High grade Water Wood Earth Metal Palm, beginner 30-100, right arrow beginner 60-100. High grade Fire Palm, beginner 50-100, right arrow minor success 0200. High grade Lightning Strike in Palm, beginner 10-100, right arrow beginner 2100. Spirit Flame Abyssal Void Flame, 6th grade, 2535-40000, right arrow 6th grade, 5074-0000. Enlightenment High 357-3000, right arrow high, 714-3000. Transcendent Doubt Body, level 1, 12-1000000, right arrow level 1, 24-1000000. Mind level 4, 124-4000, right arrow level 4, 248-4000. Kai Gathering, 2nd layer, 150-200, right arrow 3rd layer, 0300. Body Refining, 11th layer, 181-1000, right arrow 11th layer, 361-1000. Instantly, Xiang Yu felt the qi in his body rise for a second before settling down. He had broken through to the 3rd stage of qi gathering. He then felt a huge wave of insights flowing into his mind as his cooking broke through to the 4th grade. Knowledge poured directly into his consciousness, ingredients he didn't know about, different ways to manipulate qi and spirit flame, thousands of recipes for 4th grade spirit foods, as well as hundreds of recipes for special foods with unique cultivation benefits. Each recipe appeared in his mind, complete with preparation methods and the precise qi manipulation required. He was very impressed with the insights he had gained and couldn't wait to try them out in the morning. He then noticed that his transcendent Tao body had actually increased by 2 points. He guessed that it was probably because he had managed to transform his qi into lightning. Although the increase was small, it was quite impressive that such a stat could increase at all. He observed that his enlightenment was almost reaching the thousands, and it wouldn't be long before it broke through to the superior realm. After the high realm was superior, sacred, then divine, following the same grading as techniques. Xiang Yu wondered what realm his junior sister was in. Speaking of improvements, his abyssal void flame had also improved quite a bit, reaching 5,000 points. It wouldn't be long before it broke through to the 5th grade. He couldn't wait to see what improvements it would bring. As for the techniques, they all had improved quite a bit, and the fire palm had even reached the minor success stage. Satisfied with the progress, he summoned his full system screen to admire the comprehensive view of his growth. Name Xiang Yu. Realm Body 11th layer 361-1000, Spirit Qi Gathering 3rd layer 0300, Mind Level 4 248-4000. Species Human. Spiritual Root Medium Grade Omni Element. Physique Transcendent Tao Body Level 1 24-1000000. Enlightenment High 714-3000. Battle Instinct Mortal 100,001-00000. Spirit Flame Abyssal Void Flame 6th grade 5074-0000. Professions Cook 4th grade 0600. Techniques High grade Lightning Strike in Palm Beginner 2100. High grade Fire Palm Minor Success 0200. High grade Water Wood Earth Metal Palm Beginner 6100. Scriptures. System Function Double EXP Cooldown 24 HRS Fusion. Xiang Yu was very satisfied to see that his system panel wasn't so barren anymore and was filled with techniques, high-level ones no less. The only disappointing thing was his empty scriptures section. He wondered how to get more scriptures, but decided to dismiss the thoughts as it was time to cultivate the mind. Heaven Testing Pagoda 95th floor. Li Yao cuts down another huge monster. The monster disintegrates into nothingness as she sheathes her sword. She then lets out an exhale, her shoulders dropping slightly from the constant tension of battle. There is no end to them. How long has it been? She asked. It's been 4 days, the Empress replied. Li Yao nodded as she heard this. She thought to herself that it was really taking long, and the upper floors were getting harder and harder to clear. Her combat power was almost at the golden core stage, yet it was taking her so long. Considering that the pagoda doesn't accept people over 50 years of age, just how strong does it expect someone under 50 to be? Considering the fact that the sect ancestor was able to clear up to the 99th floor, did that mean that he was at the golden core stage at the age of 50? That can already be considered a genius that appears once every 100,000 years. But if that's the case, then why is the Azure Cloud Sword sect considered a low-level sect if the ancestor was such a genius? As she was thinking of this, the huge gate to the next floor slid open with a rumbling sound that reverberated through the chamber. She dismissed her thoughts and moved forward with determined steps. After she stepped in, the gate closed behind her with a heavy thud, sealing her path of retreat. She was already used to this pattern, so she didn't react. She just got into her sword stance, her body shifting into perfect balance. In the next breath, a monster appeared in the middle of the room, materializing from thin air. It was a cat-like monster, but it looked more like a demon cat than an actual cat. Its fur was pitch black with streaks of blood red, and its eyes glowed every now and then. Long curved claws extended from its paws. Li Yao felt that the monsters seemed to be getting more and more demonified the higher she climbed. That's right, the Empress spoke, her tone more serious than usual. You need to be more careful. There is something strange going on in this treasure. Li Yao thought that it was really strange if even the Empress told her to be careful. After all, the Empress was not one to show concern without good reason. The cat monster then pounced at her, its powerful legs propelling it across the chamber with frightening speed. She sidestepped to dodge, noting that it was quite fast, faster than she had anticipated. But just as she thought she had dodged, the monster's tail swung backward, targeting her unguarded back. Fortunately, she managed to sense this at the last second, jumping and managing to evade the attack by mere inches. While in the air, she infused her sword with her chi, causing the blade to glow with a soft blue light. Then she made hundreds of swings in a second, her arms moving so fast they became a blur to the naked eye. It didn't seem like anything was happening at first, her blade cutting through empty air as the monster moved below. But in the next seconds, hundreds of slashes landed on the cat monster simultaneously. The creature's body was diced and dissected, reduced to nothing but particles of light that faded away. She slowly floated to the ground, observing her sword with a critical eye. She thought to herself that the spell technique was really powerful. It was even more effective than she had expected. At that moment, the door to the 97th floor opened. 99th floor. Li Yao was flung through the air, clashing into the wall with a thunderous impact. A cold stone pressed against her back as she slowly pushed herself upright, wincing at the pain coursing through her body. Blood trickled down her lip as she used her sword to support her trembling legs. She thought to herself that the previous floor's opponent was just a peak core formation, and now they had jumped straight to a middle-stage golden core realm monster. She wondered if she could even win against such overwhelming power. The difference in power was simply too great. Just as this doubt crept into her mind, the humanoid demon charged at her with frightening speed. Its massive form blurred across the chamber, each footfall cracking the floor beneath it. Li Yao's instincts screamed at her to move. She pushed herself with every ounce of remaining strength and managed to jump out of the way. The demon, missing its target, barreled straight into the wall. Its fist crashed against the surface with such force that the entire room shook violently. Dust and small fragments rained down from above, yet surprisingly, the walls remained intact. Li Yao landed gracefully on the opposite side of the chamber, her feet sliding slightly as she regained her balance. The demon, realizing it hadn't hit its target, whirled around with unnatural speed for its size. Its hollow eyes locked onto her. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao calmed her racing heart and stabilized her stance. She shifted into her proper sword form, positioning her feet and blade at the perfect angle. Though the monster was overwhelmingly strong, she reasoned it wasn't impossible to defeat. As she watched the monster approach, she thought to herself that she just needed a chance, just one single opening. As the creature approached, its body underwent a transformation. Thick, writhing tentacles erupted from its back, shooting toward her at blinding speeds. Li Yao lifted her sword in defense, bracing for impact. When the tentacles reached her, they seemed to harden on contact, producing a sharp clanking sound as they struck her blade. Just how hard are these things, she wondered, eyes widening as she dodged one that whistled past, mere inches from her face. The tentacles moved with unnatural coordination, attacking from multiple angles simultaneously. Despite this, Li Yao was still able to deflect them, but she felt that she wouldn't be able to last for long like this, as the attacks were becoming more and more unpredictable. Seeing as she was getting surrounded, she jumped high into the air. But the tentacles didn't relent. They followed her trajectory, stretching impossibly as they pursued her through the air like hungry serpents. Li Yao realized that creating distance offered no advantage at all. From her elevated position, she observed the monster watching her from below, its grotesque face tilted upward. She concluded that she had no choice but to confront it directly. When separated, she couldn't inflict any meaningful damage, and the monster was exhausting her with these relentless tentacle attacks. If this pattern continued, she would inevitably lose through sheer attrition. With this in mind, Li Yao infused energy into her sword. The blade responded immediately, beginning to glow with an intense blue light that illuminated the entire chamber. Luminescence continued intensifying until it started sparking and crackling with electric energy, small arcs of lightning dancing along the edge. She then dove straight toward the monster. The creature's tentacles targeted her like homing missiles, but Li Yao plunged directly into their midst. Her electrified blade sang through, severing tentacles with each stroke. The severed appendages fell to the ground, dissolving into dark mist upon impact. Her momentum unbroken, Li Yao continued her assault, chopping through the forest of tentacles until she found herself face to face with the monster itself. With one perfect swing, she cut the monster's arm clean off, the electrified blade passing through its dark flesh with surprising ease. Victory was short-lived, however, as the monster used its remaining hand to strike her with devastating force. The blow connected squarely with her torso, sending her flying backward once more. She crashed into the wall with bone-jarring impact, cracks spreading outward from the point of collision. But Li Yao was not finished. She rose quickly, her determination undiminished. She realized that before this moment, she couldn't inflict any significant damage on the creature, but now, when she used her elemental power, she could finally hurt it. "Do you believe me now that you should use your element more?" the Empress finally spoke. Among the mutated elements, the lightning element is the hardest to master, but it's also the strongest, both in raw power and in speed. "If you can master how to use your element properly, you won't lose out to him," she continued. "In battles above the Foundation establishment realm, it's all about the innate element. That demon, for example, is able to give you such a hard time because he has mastered the dark element. Although you don't have the light element that directly opposes it, the lightning element isn't that far off either. It can now be considered that you have the elemental advantage," she spoke with certainty. Li Yao remained focused, her eyes never leaving the monster across the chamber. Through her heightened senses, she observed it attempting to regenerate the arm she had severed. Dark energy swirled around the stump, slowly taking shape. She couldn't allow the monster to regenerate. Without hesitation, she leaped forward once more. Li Yao charged at the monster, applying the lightning element to her movement technique. Electricity crackled around her feet with each step, causing her speed to increase significantly, her form blurring into little more than a streak of blue light as she crossed the chamber. Despite her incredible speed, the demon's cut-off arm was almost completely regrown by the time she reached it, dark energy swirling and solidifying into flesh. She swung her sword at the demon with all her might. But the demon easily caught the attack with its intact arm. Its massive fingers wrapped around the blade, stopping her momentum completely. When Li Yao saw this, her face initially showed a panicked expression, but then her lips curled into a knowing smile. "Caught you," she said. In the next instant, she channeled her lightning chi directly into the blade. The sword that the demon was holding so confidently started glowing and crackling with intense electrical energy. Arcs of lightning danced between the metal and the demon's flesh, causing the creature's expression to shift from confidence to alarm as electricity coursed through its body. Li Yao didn't relent, applying even more force to her sword, feeding it with an increasing amount of her lightning chi. The blue light intensified until it was almost blinding. When the demon finally realized what was happening, it quickly released the sword and stepped back, wisps of dark smoke rising from its damaged hand. Li Yao clicked her tongue in disappointment at the lost opportunity, but charged forward once more. This time, however, the demon was prepared. Its other arm had completely regrown. It used this newly formed limb to launch a punch toward her. Luckily, Li Yao's reflexes were equally impressive. She quickly brought her sword down, infused with lightning to block the attack. The impact sent shockwaves through the chamber, but she held her ground. She thought to herself that her battle awareness had truly developed from all those practice sessions with her senior brother. But she couldn't waste precious seconds thinking about her senior brother now. This was a matter of life and death. She instantly pushed off the ground and jumped, landing nimbly on the demon's outstretched arm. The demon, though humanoid in shape, was quite enormous compared to her, so Li Yao's relatively small frame was able to run along its limb like a pathway. She sprinted up the massive arm. Reaching the shoulder, she executed a perfect flip, positioning her body so that her head aligned with the demon's. In midair, her hair whipping around her face, she channeled lightning into her sword. She then swung her weapon in a wide arc, aiming directly for the creature's neck. She reasoned that she couldn't keep up with the monster's extraordinary regeneration abilities, so her only option was to decapitate it. She didn't believe that even this abomination could regenerate after losing its head. Her sword glided through the air as it moved toward its target, trailing blue electricity in its wake. But before she could complete her lethal strike, the demon raised its massive arm, using it as a shield to block Li Yao's attack. Her lightning-enhanced blade sank deep into the demon's flesh, cutting halfway through its forearm before losing momentum. Li Yao found herself suspended in midair, now trapped as her sword was wedged firmly in the demon's flesh. The creature didn't waste this golden opportunity. It swung its free fist toward her with devastating force. Caught in this compromising position, she couldn't defend at all and took the punch head-on. The impact was thunderous, sending her flying across the chamber once more. She struggled to rise, her body protesting every movement. This time she had truly taken enormous damage. Although she had managed to summon protective chi around herself at the last second, the impact was still devastating. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth as she fought to stand, her legs trembling beneath her. She raised her sword once more. It had been dislodged from the monster's arm when she was thrown. She thought to herself that she might actually die if she didn't give this battle everything she had. She channeled all the remaining chi in her body. This time she would fight without holding back. All the energy within her flowed into her sword, covering the blade with large amounts of lightning. But she didn't stop there. "Wait, you're not going to," the Empress tried to intervene. But Li Yao ignored the warning. Lightning spread beyond her weapon, enveloping her entire body in a crackling cocoon of electrical energy. Her hair stood on end, floating around her head like a luminous halo. "That move is dangerous. You still haven't completely mastered it yet." The Empress spoke with genuine concern, but Li Yao continued channeling her power, enhancing both herself and the sword with lightning chi until her entire form flickered and sparkled with raw elemental energy. At this moment, her body was completely engulfed in crackling blue electricity, small arcs jumping between her fingers and across her skin. Her eyes glowed with the same intense light, giving her an otherworldly appearance. She moved with such incredible speed that it appeared as though she was teleporting across the chamber. One instant she stood against the wall, the next she materialized before the demon, swinging her electrified sword in a wide arc. The demon was visibly surprised by her impossible speed. It raised its arms in a desperate defensive posture, but the effort proved futile. Li Yao's lightning-enhanced blade cut through its limbs as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. The severed arms fell to the ground with a heavy thud, the cut edges smoking and sparking. The demon screamed out for the first time since the battle began, a horrifying sound that reverberated throughout the chamber. It attempted to regenerate its arms, but the stumps were completely covered in persistent lightning where they had been cut, the electricity disrupting and preventing any further regeneration. Li Yao didn't allow it a moment to contemplate a solution. She moved again with that same impossible speed, instantly appearing above the demon's head. With perfect form, she swung her sword in one single, elegant arc. The blade flashed brilliantly, and in the next second, it passed through the demon's body, splitting it perfectly in two from top to bottom. Both halves of the creature fell to the ground, dark energy leaking from the perfect cut like smoke. And Li Yao watched the demon start turning into nothingness, dissolving into particles of dark mist that scattered across the floor. She could finally relax. She let out a long sigh of relief, her shoulders sagging from exhaustion. In that moment of victory, the energy covering her started flashing erratically, flickering for a few seconds before it completely disappeared, leaving her drained and vulnerable. Without the support of her lightning armor, she dropped from her elevated position, falling unceremoniously to the ground. She lay there breathing heavily, her limbs feeling like lead. She had exhausted all her energy reserves and desperately needed to rest. As she stared at the ceiling, she wondered if that was just the 99th floor, then just how incredibly powerful would the opponent on the 100th floor be? Could she even stand a chance? Hey, that was dangerous. Do you know what would have happened if you fell into this weakened state and there were others around? The Empress spoke, her tone somewhere between scolding and concerned. Li Yao just smiled weakly, her face pale from exertion. Relax, I've already accounted for this. There is no one else here. That's why I dared to use this move. As she was speaking, she suddenly heard the distinct sound of a gate opening, the heavy stone grinding against stone. Her heart raced as she turned toward the 100th floor gate, expecting to face another challenge immediately. But she noticed with confusion that the 100th floor gate remained firmly closed. Her momentary relief vanished instantly as she looked back with growing horror, realizing that the door to the 98th floor had opened instead. How was that possible? Before she could reason, she heard the voices of people approaching from below. I told you we could just wait for them to fight and just finish off the job, came a smug male voice. As expected of you. Now we don't even have to lift a finger, replied another, this one tinged with malicious delight. Kekek, came a third voice, the high-pitched laughter echoing ominously through the chamber. To be continued. Xiang Yu perched atop a tree, his eyes surveying the group of wild boars grazing peacefully below. His gaze moved from one animal to the next, evaluating their value as ingredients. He wanted to find a nice specimen to test out his newly gained fourth-grade cooking recipes. After several minutes of careful observation, he finally settled on a particularly robust specimen, a boar with glossy black fur that seemed well-fed compared to its companions. In one fluid motion, he dropped from his hiding place. His hands found their target, snatching the chosen boar and vanishing back into the forest. The remaining animals continued their foraging, completely oblivious to the fact that one of them had just disappeared without a trace. Later, when Xiang Yu returned to his house, he laid the boar on his preparation table. He reached for his knife, beginning the familiar process of preparing his meal, skinning the hide, separating meat from bone. Midway through his task, his hands paused as his thoughts drifted elsewhere. I wonder how Junior Sister is doing, he mused. It's been a few days since they left. I hope she's doing okay.